future heir of the Graham Group and the sole heir of the Rusty Group had already sparked much buzz in their circles. Sam, of course, also got wind of this news. However, his first reaction was disbelief. Even though Sherry had said it was impossible between them, even saying that Wendy and Laurel's lives stood between them, Sam still believed Sherry loved him. After all, they once loved each other so deeply that Sherry was even willing to sacrifice her life for him. He thought that it was only because Wendy's death was related to him and because he protected the monster who killed Laurel that Sherry couldn't forgive him or come back to him. Given their history, there was no way Sherry could possibly marry someone else. The show, Matter Living in the Wild, was set to begin tomorrow. Filming would start at the airport, and Sam was currently packing his bags. After his argument with Enid, he had called her agent but didn't know what transpired between them afterward. Thinking about this, Sam, after finishing packing, walked to the balcony and dialed Enid's agent. President Youssef. The voice of Enid's agent, Ms. Priscilla, sounded strained. Are you all prepared? Sam asked. Tomorrow's live broadcast will include guest interviews from the start. If everything goes as planned, I'll announce the annulment of my engagement with Karaltsi then. All preparations are ready. Ms. Priscilla cleared her throat. We've been revising our official statement. Although you said to take all responsibility, after discussion, we decided it's best to respect the facts. No one is at fault here, not you, not Karaltsi, and certainly not President Shao Rusty. We're worried about potential backlash if we blame you without basis. This decision was made after several days of meetings. However, Ms. Priscilla managed to convince Enid by giving her an underhanded plan. This plan, in her view, would appease Enid and win her more fans after Sam announced the breakup. Not hearing a response from Sam, Ms. Priscilla continued, even after announcing the end of the engagement, we'd appreciate it if you could look after Karaltsi on the show and portray a friendship. What do you think? Matt here. Sam agreed without hesitation. Ms. Priscilla sighed in relief. All right, I'll send you the final version of the statement shortly. If you find no issues, we'll release it immediately after your announcement. After hanging up, Sam lit a cigarette and opened his phone album. He looked at the photo Wendy had delivered to him with her life and then turned to another page, the photo he had set as his wallpaper and home screen. It was Sherry's ID photo taken when she was 16, which he had obtained from their alma mater Hai Cheng High School. After his accident and loss of memory, everyone had destroyed any photos of Sherry and him, afraid of triggering memories. But in that old photo, the 16-year-old Sherry had a faint smile on her lips, yet her eyes were unusually bright, betraying none of the hardships she had endured. Sam's eyes welled up with tears. How much he missed her, his Aiko. He often recalled the day of his 26th birthday when Sherry entered the private room in a bulky down jacket and told him, Sam, I don't want you anymore. In his nightmares, he always begged for a second chance but could only watch helplessly as Sherry left. I will win you back. Sam told the smiling Sherry in the photo, I definitely will. Since Matter Living in the Wild used equipment provided by the Rusty Group and was streamed via a software app, the entire Rusty Group was paying close attention. The live stream began with the celebrities boarding a small plane to the island. Due to pre-event promotions and the live nature of the show, viewers found it refreshing and new. However, being live had its downsides. For instance, while watching one celebrity segment, you might miss another's highlight. So, the program would later be edited for release on various platforms. There were 5 guests including Enid, plus a mysterious guest, Sam, making it 6 guests in total. Enid was the most popular among the guests, especially since some fans knew Sam was the mysterious guest appearing in the first episode. The CP couple, fans of Sam and Enid, were thrilled, even imagining fireworks celebrating their reunion. They gushed about how Sam must have gone along to protect Enid, finding it incredibly sweet. Enid's studio staff watched nervously, unsure how the CP fans would react when Sam clarified on the show that he had ended the engagement. Originally, the interview with the mystery guest was to be released during the program. But to boost ratings and avoid accusations of deception, part of the interview content would be revealed beforehand. Sam would state that he had ended the engagement, cutting off the interview mid-flow before starting the show. This would intrigue the audience, causing them to eagerly follow the show to understand the reason behind the breakup, ensuring high ratings. Plus, after Sam announced the end of the engagement, viewers wouldn't feel deceived by the show. Another guest was newly divorced actress Jiang Corral, making her comeback. She had unexpectedly become pregnant during her career peak after winning an award and chose to get married to a famous director, stepping back to focus on family life. Despite her long absence, recent revelations about her ex-husband being seen with a young actress had drawn public attention. Translation complete. Please review and provide feedback if needed. Chapter 423, The Latest Communication Devices. As netizens and Jiang Corral's fans uncovered the actress's information, condemning her for being a homewrecker who knew of the marriage between the actress and the director directly announced on social media that he had been divorced from Jiang Corral for nearly 2 years. He emphasized that his partner was not a third party and they were soon to be married. Jiang Corral also confirmed the divorce news online and revealed that she would be participating in the show Matter Living in the Wild. Due to this incident, Best Actress Jiang Corral chose the reality show Matter Living in the Wild as her comeback platform, which received enthusiastic support from her fans. Some fans, however, were puzzled and asked why Jiang Corral didn't choose to film a movie instead of joining a reality show, which was quite different from her usual career path. Previously, when Jiang Corral was at the peak of her fame, she never participated in any variety shows. In interviews, she said actors should maintain a certain level of mystery, as too much exposure through entertainment shows could diminish their allure and make audiences feel like they are watching the actor themselves rather than a role. But now, for her comeback, Jiang Corral chose a variety show that she previously wouldn't have even considered. Her strong reply to her fans stated that films and TV series were not projects she could undertake at will. She had attempted to contact 13 production teams, but none followed through. Perhaps her acting skills had indeed declined, but she needed to earn money to raise her child. She expressed her deep gratitude to the Matter Living in the Wild program for giving her this opportunity. Upon posting this reply, Weibo exploded once again. It emerged that Jiang Corral had signed a prenuptial agreement when she married the director. After their divorce, Jiang Corral did not receive any compensation, and the director refused to pay child support. As a result, Jiang Corral took legal action against him. However, court proceedings required a process, and the director filed a jurisdictional objection, delaying the case for almost a year. Netizens dug deeper and found more shocking details. It turned out that Jiang Corral discovered her husband's infidelity during her pregnancy, leading to an argument. Her husband later wrote a pledge promising to change his ways, but within half a year, he betrayed her again with an actress from his crew. Rumors circulated that Jiang Corral's premature labor was due to her husband thinking she would be away visiting her family for several days, so he brought another woman into their home. When Jiang Corral returned unexpectedly, she caught them in the bathroom. A heated confrontation led to her slipping on water, hitting the bathtub and causing her to go into early labor. The baby survived by a thread after being born prematurely. Over the next few years, Jiang Corral focused solely on raising her child, staying away from the limelight. Despite repeated assurances and betrayals, she endured until her child was 4 years old before divorcing her husband with the child support, leaving with nothing. Having been out of the public eye for 5 years and devoted entirely to her child, Jiang Corral became a forgotten figure in the entertainment industry. An insider revealed that Jiang Corral's ex-husband had put pressure on others to blacklist her, making it difficult for her to find work. Mattingly, Jiang Corral's ex-husband faced backlash, cheating on his wife during her pregnancy, failing to provide child support post-divorce, and trying to ruin her career. Netizens condemned him as the worst kind of scoundrel. During the past 2 years after the divorce, Jiang Corral struggled financially. Desperate, she reached out to her former agent from when she wasn't famous. This agent happened to be Mrs. Finley, the CEO's wife, who strategized with Jiang Corral to join Matter Living in the Wild. Jiang Corral's participation made Matter Living in the Wild highly anticipated even before airing, while exposing her ex-husband's true nature. The scandal over unpaid child support gained significant attention. Ultimately, Jiang Corral sued her ex-husband to secure child support. With the controversy escalating, he had no choice but to pay up and lift the blacklist to maintain his image. Following Mrs. Finley's advice, before Matter Living in the Wild aired, Jiang Corral received overdue child support from her ex-husband, along with a promise to stop blacklisting her. In return, Jiang Corral agreed not to make negative comments about him on the show. She accepted this deal, considering he was still the father of her child and better financial stability would mean more child support for her child. With Matter Living in the Wild now trending, she believed more directors would give her opportunities after the show, improving her financial situation. Another participant was Lisbeth Coral Ching, a talented singer-songwriter who, due to his straightforward nature, had been blacklisted before being rescued by a president of Rusty Corporation's entertainment division, who appreciated his talent and got him onto the show to regain popularity. Lastly, there was Leon, an internationally renowned male supermodel and outdoor adventure enthusiast. Due to his lucrative contracts, he hadn't indulged in his passion for years. This opportunity to earn money while doing what he loved was an easy decision for Leon. And then there was Matthew Yi, a rising star who won the Golden Award in boxing. Spectators noted that Matthew Yi wasn't just a typical underdog, he defeated the reigning champion to win the gold medal. The show's producers informed the guests that a mysterious guest was waiting for them on the island. Their live streams were all active, and each guest interacted with fans without any lag, even while receiving gifts. They were using Rusty Corporation's latest communication devices. "Wow, this internet speed is insane," Leon exclaimed. While they had used internet services on flights before, this was the first time a 4K movie buffered in just 2 seconds, something unimaginable midair. The director mentioned we're using Rusty Corporation's latest network technology. "I thought a 4-hour flight might get boring, so I asked if there were movies available. He told me to download anything I wanted. I can't believe how fast it is." Note, the original tone and style have been maintained throughout the translation, ensuring coherence with the previous context. Hashtag Chapter 424, Admitting Defeat. Leon shared a movie that buffered for only 3 seconds with Lisbeth Coral Ching, who was beside him. Others followed suit to check the internet speed. Matthew Yi excitedly tested it by randomly selecting 23 high-definition movies and downloaded 5 at the same time in just 5 seconds. Whoa. Matthew Yi widened his eyes. "I don't even have this kind of speed at home. Let me try if I can play games." Seeing Matthew Yi pull out his gaming laptop, Leon and Lisbeth Coral Ching were both surprised. "Wait, who brings a computer for survival in the wilderness? The production team said we won't lose signal on the island, right? If there's no break in the signal, there must be electricity." Apart from shooting periods. I think during breaks, we can play some games, right? Matthew Yi said as he quickly opened a game. Then, amidst the exclamations of surprise from Matthew Yi, Leon, and Lisbeth Coral Ching, they launched a large-scale game, revealing an internet speed that was astonishingly smooth. Jiang Corral turned around to glance at the three people huddled together, staring at a laptop screen in amazement. Then she looked at the fans nearby, telling them she would temporarily end the live stream to sleep with an eye mask. Deciding to video call her son via her nanny, Jiang Corral placed her phone outside the camera frame to protect her child's privacy. When Jiang Corral's fans heard the small, sweet voice of her son reporting obediently about taking medicine eating the most hated blueberries, they were all melting with cuteness. Since the birth of her son, this was Jiang Corral's first time leaving him. She herself wasn't adapting well and felt her eyes redden as she watched her obedient child. Alright, it's already 12:30, you should go to bed for your nap. If mommy works late tonight and can't video call you, remember to go to bed early on time, okay? Jiang Corral reminded him. Don't worry, mommy. Take care of yourself too, I love you, mommy. After hanging up the video call, Jiang Corral dabbed her eyes with a tissue and smiled at the fans brushing through the comments. I always thought it was the kids who can't leave their mothers, but now, it feels like it's the mother who can't leave the kids. Director just said, we won't lose signal on the deserted island, so during these few days, you can still video call your child. Leon said with a smile. Jiang Corral nodded. Yeah. Leon downloaded movies while Matthew Yi played games, and the unbelievable speed quickly made headlines. Many netizens rushed to Rusty Corporation's platform to ask when such technology would be available and when they could use Rusty Corporation's latest communication devices. Rusty Corporation announced the project timeline. New base stations had been replacing old ones for the past half-month. There was a wave of cheers below. Of course, there were also doubters who suspected this was a pre-rehearsed stunt by the production team to promote Rusty Corporation, saying Matthew Yi's gameplay must have been recorded earlier. Fortunately, gamers came forward to verify that they had indeed teamed up with Matthew Yi for the game, noting Matthew Yi's smooth operations which didn't feel like being in the air at all unless watching the live stream. On Weibo. #RustySpeed. #RustyCorp Internet Speed. These two trending topics exploded across various platforms. In addition, technical personnel installing base stations were live streaming, drawing many viewers. Of course, core technologies weren't shown on camera. Some people noticed updates to nearby base stations and began live streaming speed tests, discovering that the speeds on the ground far exceeded those on airplanes. Many netizens commented that M-Country would cry over this. They had pressured Rusty Corporation, leading to its complete withdrawal from the M-Country market, including base stations. Now, their internet speeds couldn't keep up. The rising attention brought Rusty Corporation large orders from multiple countries, including several states from M-Country. Internally, everyone at Rusty Corporation felt a sense of vindication and began reminiscing about Rusty Jinyong. At this point, the board finally understood why Brielle had acquired Little Voice. Rusty Corporation used to maintain a positive image, never involving itself with the entertainment industry. But this was no longer the case. This era was all about traffic. Combining the program Matt Herviving in the Wild, Little Voice's live streaming software, and celebrity effects, their innovations were immediately publicized. Strength is everything. Previously, CFO Irwin opposed the acquisition of Little Voice. After just less than 2 hours of live streaming Matt Herviving in the Wild, foreign companies began calling to inquire about collaboration, with some already sending cooperation proposals. Brielle gave simple instructions: raise the price for foreign collaborations based on the group's previous set rates to recoup the cost of acquiring Little Voice and not negotiate with foreign enterprises. Irwin was overjoyed and truly admired Brielle. I thought little CEO Rusty wanted to develop the entertainment industry. Who would have thought? Sitting on the sofa, Irwin couldn't stop smiling as he flipped through lists of foreign companies calling to discuss collaborations. Now he realized Brielle's success with Hengji Biotech, which had been sanctioned by M-Country, wasn't just because of professional expertise but due to foresight. I figured it out, the adopted members of the Rusty family are not ordinary. CEO Rusty and little CEO Rusty just have different working styles, but they both plan ahead. Another senior executive sighed admiringly, can't help but admire. No wonder they were adopted into the Rusty family. If little CEO Rusty couldn't handle important tasks, Chairman Rusty wouldn't have put them in such a crucial position. A senior manager sipped coffee. Still, President Priscilla is impressive. Look at how supportive they've been towards little CEO Rusty. At the time, we thought President Priscilla did it for their genuine son who just joined the company. Even Mr. Rusty couldn't hide the joy in his eyes after reading the internal report, filled with pride. Grahamshin smiled as he handed medication and hot water to Mr. Rusty. Miss Starr is really remarkable. You should focus on recuperating and leave the company matters to Miss Starr, everything will be fine. Translation ends here, ensuring coherence with previous content, maintaining paragraph structure and style. Chapter 425, Believe in Love. Mr. Rusty nodded, it can be considered now. Have the lawyer come over tomorrow to finalize that authorization agreement. From now on, the company will be fully handed over to Marigold. Mr. Rusty took off his glasses and placed them aside, then asked, we're going to old Jeffrey's house for dinner tonight. Ask Marigold if she wants to go with us or if Curtis will pick her up. Miss Marigold called and said young Master Graham will pick her up, Ferguson's assistant said with a smile. Good. Then let the PR department get ready and cooperate with Curtis and the Graham Group's publicity efforts, Mr. Rusty said as he smiled and swallowed his pills. However, it was unknown whether Gail would try to stop Marigold when she saw the news of Marigold and Curtis's engagement. Mr. Rusty knew that due to Coral Marigold's friend, Augustus, and Gail's childhood sweetheart, Amaryllis, Coral Marigold and Gail seemed to have entered a Cold War. Yes, furthermore, according to Mr. Rusty's understanding of Coral Marigold and Gail, both would not back down when it came to protecting their friends and childhood sweethearts. Unless, Amaryllis's extremely vengeful family gave up on avenging Coral Marigold's friend, and at the same time, Coral Marigold's friend also gave up on killing Amaryllis to avenge her sister. This was hard to achieve. Especially since Amaryllis reportedly wasn't doing well, having entered an emergency room again. Have you had someone investigate? What is the current situation with Amaryllis? Mr. Rusty put down his water cup and asked. She seems to be unconscious still. Rest assured, I've assigned people to monitor the situation and they'll contact me immediately if there's any news, Ferguson's assistant replied. As long as we take this opportunity to engage Marigold and Curtis, and hold the wedding as soon as possible, I'll be able to rest easy. Mr. Rusty pinched the bridge of his nose. Only when Coral Marigold marries someone else, even if Gail returns after finishing her revenge, Mr. Rusty wouldn't worry about others speculating too much when they see Coral Marigold marrying someone who looks exactly like Gail. Perhaps, upon knowing Coral Marigold has married someone else, Gail might not return even after completing her revenge. That would be fine, let them each live in peace. There's one more thing, Chairman. The Matthew family's two young Mrs. car accident this time appears to be linked to Sinway Group, Ferguson's assistant said after uncovering some information, bringing this matter up to Mr. Rusty. This time, it seems the lease wanted to eliminate the third daughter of the Matthew family, that is, Jeremiah's previous fiancée, while the eldest Matthew daughter was just implicated. This is already the second car accident for the Matthew family's third daughter. The frequency is too high, anyone can tell it's not an accident, Mr. Rusty remarked. The only daughter of Sinway Group, Amaryllis, knows everything about Jeremiah. The father and daughter of Sinway Group have been working tirelessly to bring Jeremiah back, even arranging for Amaryllis to marry a fake stand-in. I speculate this time the Lee family targeted the Matthew family's third daughter because they knew Jeremiah had someone in her heart but didn't know who it was, so, they suspected it could be Matthew family's third daughter, her former fiancé. They probably thought that by eliminating the Matthew family's third daughter, Jeremiah would give up. Mr. Rusty felt confident saying this because last time Ferguson's assistant had investigated and confirmed that the incident involving Gail was orchestrated by Sinway Group's Lee family. However, Mr. Rusty held a strong dislike for Gail and her father, so he did not intervene. Later, when Adelaide had the accident, Mr. Rusty learned from Coral Marigold that it was arranged by Amaryllis before she was pushed downstairs by Coral Marigold's friend. Since Amaryllis and Gail were childhood sweethearts, and Amaryllis loved Gail deeply. Now that Amaryllis was bedridden, she probably lacked the energy and motivation to target the Matthew family's third daughter. Therefore, either Amaryllis's people failed in their previous task and used this accident to complete it, or Amaryllis's father knew his daughter loved Gail, but Gail had someone else in her heart. So he arranged for this. Thinking this through, Mr. Rusty felt it was right for Coral Marigold to get married. Although the Rusty family wasn't afraid of Sinway Group, being watched by a hidden venomous snake was very unsettling. People sometimes become careless, and if bitten, there would still be risks involved. Rather than letting the Lee family suspect Marigold and the two children and increase the danger they face, it was better to eliminate this risk beforehand. Though Coral Marigold didn't say it explicitly, Mr. Rusty knew her final decision to marry was influenced by the fear of bringing danger to the two children, Rusty Veronica, and himself. This was a significant reason for her choice to marry. As Mr. Rusty Veronica, and the two children were getting ready to head to the Graham family, Coral Marigold had already gotten into Curtis's car and was heading to the Graham family. Meanwhile, the mysterious guest on the Vamathurviving the Wilderness show, Sam, finally appeared on live broadcast. The Vamathurviving the Wilderness mystery guest live stream started at around 5:30 p.m. As soon as the official announcement was made, a wave of viewers flooded in. Among them were mostly fans of Sam and Enid's couple, all hoping that the mystery guest was Sam. Unfortunately, the live stream camera was fixed on the mystery guest, allowing the audience to only see what the guest saw and hear what they heard but not see the guest directly. However, as soon as the mystery guest's voice came through, the fans recognized it as Sam's voice, sparking jubilation within the live stream chat. Strawberry Cube, ah! This is definitely Boss Yusef's voice. Oh. Boss Yusef really set aside work to join Lizette on the deserted island for love. Matyuch divine love. Raising the flag for Nan and Coral, you. Tears of joy. It must be because Boss Yusef was worried about Lizette surviving on the island and came to take care of his darling. You. They've been engaged for so long, they should get married quickly. Ching and Little Mango, Lizette and Boss Yusef have weathered so many storms together and never abandoned each other. Move the marriage registration office here, please get married right where you are. Seeing them makes me believe in love. Soon, through the mystery guest's perspective, a landed plane was visible. Please note that character names like Sam and Enid have been maintained in their original form as provided, adhering to the guideline of preserving proper nouns correctly. Chapter 426, Annulment of Marriage. Hello, our special guest has arrived. We can start filming the introductory segment and then meet the guests. A crew member appeared to remind the mysterious guest. Matt here. Sam replied. As Sam sat down in his chair, the live broadcast camera adjusted its angle to focus on him as he fiddled with the microphone on his chest. Instantly, comments started flooding the screen like fireworks. Chicken screamer, aw. It's really Boss Youssef. My goodness. I'm going to die from happiness. My CP is on live stream. I want them to be sickeningly sweet together. Give me that sweetness. Angry little Jasmine, really Boss Youssef. So sweet. The powerful tycoon actually came on a wilderness survival show for his wife. What a fairy tale love story. Sam, unaware of the barrage of comments far away, finished adjusting his microphone and smiled. Hello everyone, I'm Sam. The host of the production team greeted Sam off camera, then asked, we all know how busy Boss Youssef is now. Could you tell us why you chose to accept our program's invitation? As netizens are speculating, is it because of Coral G? Are you worried about her adapting to wilderness life, and thus came to take care of her? Coral G is not as delicate as people see her. In our interactions, especially in daily life, she takes more care of me. So, I believe that surviving in the wild isn't a big challenge for Coral G. I have full confidence in her. Through this program, I believe everyone will come to know a new Coral G, a resilient and independent girl despite her seemingly fragile appearance. After Sam finished speaking, his CP fans screamed even louder. Cued me, aw. Does loving someone really make everything perfect? How could our Boss Youssef find Coral G so flawless? Emotionally touched. While Sam's fans were celebrating, Sam interlaced his hands and continued earnestly, I decided to join the show because I wanted to accompany Coral G through this last journey. The live comments section went silent for a moment before erupting once again. Angry little Jasmine, what did he mean by that? Is Boss Youssef ill or something? Or is there something wrong with Coral G? Strawberry cubes, what did Boss Youssef say? Why don't I understand? Sam pursed his lips. Sorry to inform all fans, but Coral G and I have dissolved our engagement and separated. This time, I joined the program to spend this last time with Coral G. The live chat went quiet again. My favorite Pluto, well, this live stream was supposed to be sweet. Now it feels like shards of glass in our mouths. Sam looked into the camera seriously. Coral G and my separation is entirely my fault and has nothing to do with her. I regained my memory and remembered the years I had forgotten. At this point, Sam's voice choked, and his eyes welled up. After recovering my memory, I couldn't pretend anymore. I couldn't continue deceiving Coral G while pretending I still loved her. Sam and Enid's annulment itself became a sensational point in the Wilderness Matter Revival program. Once Sam revealed this, their live streaming room instantly heated up. However, the director of Wilderness Matter Revival cleverly aired only Sam's interview, stating other participants' interviews had been filmed before departure and would only be released with the edited program. Thus, the director dropped this huge bomb. The megastar broke up with his longtime fiancée, giving reasons and revealing his attitude. But nobody knew what Enid felt. By the time the next episode airs, won't this heat up again? The ratings for Wilderness Matter Revival are soaring. I've loved one person since I was 11 until 22. All those years, all my happiness came from being with her. All my future plans revolved around her. She was my whole world. But at 22, when she saved me and became a vegetative state, I lived but lost all memories of her. During my amnesia, I lost the person I would never abandon even if I lost my life, my world. Sam swallowed hard, wiping his eyes with a smile. I even lost our most treasured photos. The chat paused. Had the viewership not kept spiking, the director would have thought they disconnected. Closing his eyes, Sam could barely control the slight tremor in his voice. When I regained my memory, I knew I owe two people in this life, my ex-wife and Coral G. I can't be at peace thinking of someone else while being with Coral G. She's so kind and beautiful. She doesn't deserve this. So, after breaking up with Coral G, Boss Youssef, will you go back to your ex-wife? The host asked. Sam laughed bitterly. I wish I could. Who wants to lose their whole world? But I don't have the right. The harm I did to her, no matter how much I suffer, it cannot make up for it. She might feel disgusted hearing my voice now. So, I can only try to correct the mistakes I made. So, you chose to end your engagement with Coral G, the host summarized. Yes. Sam nodded. Coral G is such a kind and wonderful girl. Her life shouldn't be ruined by me. There are many who love her, and her partner should love only her wholeheartedly, not someone like me who would waste her life. Just as Sam concluded, Enid Studio also announced the dissolution of their engagement. Weibo exploded. Hashtag Enid annulment hashtag. Hashtag wilderness breakup hashtag. Hashtag Boss Youssef reclaim his wife hashtag. Hashtag Rusty Corporation Wilderness hashtag. Hashtag photo of Boss Youssef's ex-wife hashtag. Netizens' attention flooded towards Sam, Enid, and Sam's ex-wife Brielle. He indeed mentioned her during the show. Recently, when Sam rescued Brielle, known as Aurora, Enid was seen crying outside the hospital. Brielle faced heavy criticism from Sam and Enid's fans, saying she shouldn't cause trouble or ruin their relationship. Chapter 427, Chasing His Wife to the funeral parlor. Now, Sam announced on the show that he had recovered his memory and confessed that Sherry was his whole world. It wasn't a superficial sentiment. Anyone could see that when Sam mentioned his ex-wife, he seemed close to breaking apart. The last time, after Sam saved Sherry's child, their past campus love story was exposed but eventually overshadowed by Enid's fans who pushed Sam and Enid as a couple. This time, Sam personally appeared on the show to dismantle this coupling, stating that after regaining his memory, Sherry would always be his world. Their tumultuous love story in Hai Ching City was again brought to light, hitting the hot search list within 2 hours. #Genius Childhood Sweetheart and School Bully #. Many contributed stories of the original romance between the genius childhood sweetheart and the school bully from Hai Ching No. 1 High School. Some stories were true, while others were fabricated. Yet, photos provided proof. Both Sam and Sherry had looks that could rival celebrities. They were beautiful from a young age, and cameras seemed to adore them. Even unseen photos resurfaced due to the rising interest. Alumni and passers-by alike unearthed these images. Someone found old photos and videos in an unused QQ space. In one video, Sherry was making a speech during Monday's flag-raising ceremony, while Sam, with a band-aid on his face, was about to go up to apologize. In the shaky video, Sherry descended, and Sam went up. Holding the microphone, he turned to Sherry standing at the right side of the platform and loudly said, "So, I admit my mistake and apologize to Priscilla. Aiko, can you stop ignoring me? It's been 3 days. I really know it was wrong." Laughter erupted among students. Teachers kicked Sam down, shouting for order. Other photos showed Sam being caught smoking behind the school building, extinguishing the cigarette upon seeing Sherry and confessing guiltily. Sherry tried to leave, but Sam pulled her back, bending down closer to kiss her cheek, as friends cheered on in the background. Classroom shots revealed how Sam naturally picked up Sherry's bag after school and held her hand as they walked out. Photos and videos never seen before emerged quickly after Sam's confession on live streaming that he had regained his memory and that Sherry was his whole world. Based on these images, many retold stories made it seem like every moment had genuinely happened. The tale of Sam, once a cool school bully, turning into a coward in front of his genius childhood sweetheart resonated deeply. Sherry was Hai Ching No. 1 High School's pride, often used by teachers to motivate students, keeping her legacy and their fairy tale love story alive. People tagged Sam with their photos and videos. Lois, who previously defended Enid against allegations of being a third party, also posted on Weibo, proving Sherry and Sam's deep affection with old group photos. Lois even bought bots to promote her post, sending it straight to the hot searches. The internet remembers. People uncovered past posts where Lois supported Enid, saying Sam loved Enid. Lois confirmed that while Sam truly loved Enid during amnesia, now that his memory was restored, he and Sherry were the genuine pair. Lois, Mrs. Alina and a proven friend of Sam and Sherry, sent Weibo buzzing with her statements. As a common childhood friend of Sam and Sherry, her popularity skyrocketed, ranking just below the live stream clip and Enid's studio statement. Netizens speculated wildly. Sam might be reconciling with his ex-wife and abandoning Enid, strategically appearing on shows to avoid blemishing Sherry's reputation. Another theory was that Sherry manipulated everything from behind the scenes while Sam took the lead. Predictions claimed that soon after the program, once the hype died down, Sam and Sherry would remarry, leaving Enid heartbroken and voiceless. After all, Sam had lost his memory before. Now that he had regained it, chasing his ex-wife seemed justified. Some netizens expressed gratitude for Sam not defaming Enid while pursuing his ex-wife. Still, skepticism loomed over the sudden change. Speculation ran wild that Sam might have regretted losing Sherry, especially since she had become the founder of Hengji Biotechnology and the sole heir to Rusty Group after Gale's death, leading him to pretend his memory returned to win her back. This chapter vividly portrays the dramatic twists and turns in Sam's pursuit of Sherry, capturing public attention and stirring intense online discussions. Chapter 428, Breakup Reveals Character. After all, the Rusty Corporation was one of the 4 prominent families in Kyoto. Their background far exceeded that of nouveau riche. Of course, speculation was rampant about the identity of Sherry's children's father. Previously, during Sam's hospitalization, reporter Cade had interviewed Sam's mother. Over this period, he had been gathering evidence for a significant news piece, intending to release it right after Sam and Enid's affectionate moments on Mattervival and the Wild would conclude, timed perfectly for the show's premiere. Unexpectedly, Sam publicly declared during the program that he had already annulled his engagement with Enid and admitted to regaining his memory. This left Cade momentarily dazed. When Sam announced his breakup with Enid on the show, Cade, who had prepared to drop a major scoop, wiped the sweat off his forehead and promptly began acting. Taking advantage of Enid and Sam's current high-profile status, he quickly started a live stream on a small platform called Kalian, then announced online that he would expose the truth behind Sam and Enid's split within 10 minutes. Cade was well known in the tabloid world for delivering genuine scoops. When he posted on Weibo that he would expose Enid and Sam's breakup, the crowd flooded in. Meanwhile, Cade directed his studio to immediately edit the pre-prepared texts, photos, and videos, ready to publish simultaneously with his exposure. Thus, their Kalian account would gain popularity, and their Weibo followers would increase. Netizens eagerly seeking the insider details of Enid and Sam's marital dissolution flooded into Cade's live stream. After greeting everyone, Cade dove straight into the topic. We have known about this story for a while now and conducted thorough investigations, adhering to our motto of being conscientious tabloids exposing the most genuine truths. Coincidentally, we finished collecting all evidence just this morning. Now, let me reveal everything. But first, I will share a video. Matutely, a video from when Cade intercepted Sam's mother outside the hospital appeared on the screen. Masked Cade aggressively questioned Sam's mother about her views on Enid working tirelessly for Sam's sake, even getting criticized by directors for overloading her roles. Sam's mother erupted. Enid did it for herself, not my son anymore. The Youssef family may be bankrupt, but my son doesn't need a woman to support him. Besides, after my son regained his memory, he already proposed to annul the engagement. Enid said it would mislead fans if they annulled during the bankruptcy of Youssef Corporation, damaging her career. Sam's mother expressed extreme anger both in expression and tone. She clarified that Enid and Sam had already broken up when he regained his memory, so Enid's actions were no longer related to her son. Cade persistently asked whether Sam had discovered his ex-wife became the CEO of Rusty Corporation upon regaining his memory, prompting him to reconcile with her and abandon Enid. Sam's mother retorted, "Stop joking. Do you know why Nanshan fell in love with Enid after his car accident? Compare her attire before and after entering Haicheng University, and you'll understand why Nanshan loved her at first sight. I know my own son better than anyone. Back in high school, everyone knew about his intense relationship with Sherry. As their junior, how could Enid not know about them? Mimicking Sherry to enter my son's world, what she wanted, after all these years, thinking we foos are fools?" In the footage, Sam's mother got into her car and left angrily. The stream resumed as Cade explained. You can see the date of this video. It was filmed when President Youssef was hospitalized due to breaking his arm saving his ex-wife's daughter, shortly after the visit by former Rusty Corporation president. Comments scrolled continuously. Little Grahamo's truth. Does Youssef president's mother mean Enid deliberately imitated Sherry to approach amnesic Youssef president? Cute duo. No. No way. This seems like smear tactics against our Karaltsi. If Youssef president wants to reconcile with his ex-wife, he should do it openly. Defaming Karaltsi to soften the blow is ugly. His character isn't great. Yani Karali G, my god. So, Youssef president has always loved his ex-wife? Naive cute one, our Karaltsi and Youssef president's ex-wife are entirely different. Karaltsi is sweet and delicate, while the ex-wife is a powerhouse since childhood. Both fans, I've seen Rusty's speech after competitions and debates. She's regal from an early age, nothing like Karaltsi. Please don't spread rumors, streamer. Soon, screens filled with insults towards Cade, accusing him of taking payoffs to slander Enid. Karaltsi the best, Sam must be reconciling with that woman adopted by the Rusty family. That woman seems crafty. Regardless of Sam's memory recovery, they're likely using this angle to rehabilitate their image. Then they'll slander our Karaltsi, making their reunion unobjectionable. This is capital's power. I bet this is what's happening. How dare you accept money to spread these lies? Karaltsi is lovely, they'll surely keep defaming Karaltsi. We must support her. This streamer has sold out to capital, a despicable act indeed. Chapter 428, Breakup reveals character. After all, it was the Rusty Group, one of the 4 major families in Kyoto, not comparable to Nouveau Riche. They had deep roots. Naturally, there was also intense speculation about the identity of Sherry's children's father. Previously, the paparazzo Cade who interviewed Sam's mother when Sam was hospitalized, had been gathering evidence over this period, intending to release a big scoop right after Sam and Enid showcased their love on the Matterviving in the Wilderness show. However, Sam unexpectedly announced on the program that he had already annulled his engagement with Enid and admitted to regaining his memory. Cade was left in shock. Upon seeing Sam publicly declare the annulment of his engagement with Enid, Cade wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly sprang into action. Taking advantage of Enid and Sam's high profile at the moment, he swiftly set up a live stream on Kalian and immediately announced online that he would reveal the truth about Sam and Enid's breakup in 10 minutes. Cade was quite famous in the paparazzi world because his scoops were always genuine. When he posted on Weibo that he would expose the truth about Enid and Sam's breakup in 10 minutes via Kalian, netizens flocked in. Meanwhile, Cade instructed his studio to work overtime, hurriedly editing the prepared text, photos, and videos for simultaneous release when he started exposing the story. This way, their account on Kalian would gain more followers and popularity on Weibo. Soon, curious netizens flooded Cade's live stream eager to uncover the reasons behind Enid and Sam's dissolution of their marriage. Cade greeted everyone upon appearing and dove straight into the topic. We've known about this for some time and have been investigating meticulously. Even small-time paparazzi must be conscientious and provide authentic news. Coincidentally, we completed collecting all the evidence just this morning. Now, let me drop the bomb. First, let's watch a video. Matutely, the screen displayed the footage of Cade intercepting Sam's mother outside the hospital. Under Cade's persistent questioning while wearing a mask, Sam's mother exploded, clarifying that Enid was acting for her own benefit and not for his son. She explained that even though the Youssef family went bankrupt, her son didn't need a woman to support him. Moreover, Sam had already proposed annulling the engagement after recovering his memory, which Enid rejected fearing public misunderstanding during the bankruptcy crisis, impacting her career negatively. Sam's mother's expression and tone conveyed extreme anger as she clarified that the split happened before Enid and Sam had resumed their relationship after Sam lost his memory, thus Enid's actions were irrelevant to her son now. In the video, Cade aggressively asked Sam's mother if Sam decided to reconcile with his ex-wife due to her becoming the president of Rusty Group after recovering his memory and subsequently abandoning Enid. Sam's mother snapped back, "Cut the nonsense. Do you know why our Nanchin fell in love with Enid after the accident? Check Enid's style during that period and compare it to how she looked before entering Haiching University. You'll understand why Nanchin instantly fell for her. My son is very loyal, always has been," she concluded, getting into her car and driving away. Back in the live stream, Cade pointed out the date of the video. This footage was taken when Sam was hospitalized after breaking his arm saving his ex-wife's daughter, shortly after her visit to the hospital. Chat messages scrolled endlessly. Real deal, what does Sam's mother mean? Is she implying Enid intentionally mimicked Sherry to approach the amnesic Sam? Adorable lover, no. No. Is she slandering Enid to clear her son's name? If so, this is unacceptable. If Sam wants to reconcile with his ex-wife, let him. Enid can stand alone without tarnishing her reputation to excuse the breakup. Breakup reveals character, and I don't think Sam's character looks good. Strict with oneself, goodness. Does this mean Sam has always loved his ex-wife? Naive cutie, but Enid and Rusty Abdullah have completely different styles. Enid is a sweet and gentle girl, while Rusty Abdullah is a strong and capable woman, having been so since childhood. As both a fan of Enid and Rusty Abdullah, I've seen Rusty Abdullah's speeches from various competitions. She exudes queen-like confidence, definitely not like Enid. Please don't spread false rumors. Soon, viewers began attacking Cade, accusing him of accepting bribes to defame Enid. Best fan ever, I guarantee this is because Sam is planning to remarry the woman adopted by the Rusty family. She seems shrewd, and I suspect they're using his regained memory to cleanse his image, praising their childhood romance while besmirching Enid. Their capital will protect them from backlash. I bet this is it. Cade is earning money for heartless deeds, why doesn't he just die? Matthew Porter forever, definitely trying to tarnish Enid's reputation. They'll likely make things worse next. We must rally for Enid. I'm blacklisting this host forever, he's scum for siding with capital. Chapter 429, Matthew's Love. The one who loves you the most, I believe what the sisters above have said, that Sam, this scum man, and Rusty family's adopted woman have reignited their old romance. But our Coral Z has been with this scum man for so many years. Now he wants to dump her without being scolded, so he came up with this scheme. Sisters, wait and see. In the end, that scum man will definitely marry that cheap woman, or I'll eat shit standing on my head. Cade didn't rush, nor did he refute the comments. Instead, he calmly explained, after Mr. Youssef's mother made these statements, I didn't immediately release this video. After all, as journalists, we need to ensure accuracy. So, my colleagues gathered various pieces of evidence. They went to Haiching City and interviewed teachers from Haiching No. 1 High School, finding Enid's former friends and classmates. Cade took a sip of water and continued, one of our colleagues was particularly resourceful, using their connections to find useful posts on the forum of Haiching No. 1 High School. After showing these pieces of evidence in the live stream, we will also post them on Weibo under the account Paparazzi Cade. Everyone can search and follow. After promoting his Weibo account, Cade started presenting the evidence. At this moment, the chat box was buzzing with excited netizens eagerly awaiting more evidence, alongside fans insulting Cade. The majority believed that Sam and Brielle were definitely getting back together, hence they were in such a hurry to tarnish Enid. Cade remained composed, presenting one piece of evidence after another. First, he showed photos of Enid before she entered Haiching No. 1 High School, then a year into her enrollment, and finally at graduation. Netizens commented that these photos didn't prove much. Then Cade showed photos of Brielle during high school. From Enid's waist-length hair when she first entered Haiching No. 1 High School, to her ponytail hairstyle and private wardrobe style a year later. Before entering Haiching No. 1 High School, Enid loved wearing beautiful dresses and would get her hair curled into large waves on weekends, embodying an exquisite beauty style similar to now. However, a year after joining Haiching No. 1 High School, Enid switched to simple attire and a plain ponytail. When these photos were shown, netizens' criticisms grew fiercer. Cade is a lapdog for money, what does this prove? Who doesn't change styles over time? Many girls adopt that style after entering Haiching No. 1 High School, how is adapting to local customs wrong? Is it really necessary to smear Enid just to pave the way for Sam and Brielle's reunion? Creamy mushroom soup, what are you stirring up? You want to say Sam has always loved his ex-wife? That they were truly in love while Enid is merely a copycat? Don't make it too obvious that you're paving the way for Sam and his ex-wife's reunion. No need for violence, friend, I usually only curse the scum man, not the ex-wife. But if the ex-wife truly intends to reconcile with this scum man, I despise her from the bottom of my heart. Why cling to this scum man? What's good about him? He lost his memory and loved others, harming you, and now that he's recovered, you forgive and remarry? Then smear the current partner to claim your true love. So, do you love him this much? Can't live without him? Truly ridiculous. Please don't rush to curse. Cade smiled calmly. Photos don't mean much, right? Let's see what our colleagues found on the Haiching No. 1 high school forum. Cade presented screenshots directly. All showed Enid's forum posts or comments involving Brielle and Sam during her time at Haiching No. 1 high school. Class 3, freshman year, Enid, unexpectedly, I got into Haiching No. 1 high school. Happy. Finally a junior to senior quarrel. The pictures included shots of her in the school uniform at the school gate, still in her elegant princess style. Class 3, freshman year, Enid, I've heard the childhood love story of senior Coral and Campana, Sam. So envious. Who wouldn't envy such a sweet and exclusive love? Where's my Sam? Class 3, freshman year, Enid, there are so many photos and videos on the forum. Sam is so handsome. From smoking coolly to becoming a gentle puppy in front of senior Coral. I love such bold and open love. I want it too, sob. Class 3, freshman year, Enid, my grades are so poor, how can I compare with senior Coral who was top student? Because there's only one top student. Sob. I must study hard. Only by being excellent like senior Coral can I obtain such love. Class 3, freshman year, Enid, today's senior Coral was invited back to alma mater, and unexpectedly, Sam came too. So sad. I dared to wish them well but couldn't even get close due to the crowd. Finally seeing them at the back gate, Sam ignored me, pulling senior Coral away. Was it because I wasn't in uniform? Sob. Class 1, sophomore year, Enid, turns out everyone hopes for senior Coral and Sam's kind of love. Everyone imitates senior Coral's cool style. Though reluctant to cut my long hair, I did it. Starting today, I become a cool genius. Netizens noticed something odd. Did Enid love senior Coral? Class 1, sophomore year, Enid, how dare someone like Jen Kenneth call themselves a bully compared to Sam? He's nothing compared to a single hair of Sam. Class 1, sophomore year, Enid, Sam raised my standards for boyfriends too high, no one compares to Sam. No one will love me like he loves senior Coral, no matter how excellent or similar to her I become. Class 1, senior year, Enid, indeed, there's no second Sam in this world. Sad face. After showing Enid's forum comments, Cade saw many netizens commenting that this still didn't prove she deliberately imitated Brielle to approach Sam. Chapter 430, Redemption. The fans of Enid jumped even more furiously, all rushing to the Haiching No. 1 high school forum, causing the small platform to start lagging and almost crashing. Cade continued, we also interviewed Enid's classmates and close friends from junior high and high school. On the screen, interviews with Enid's old classmates and friends appeared. Cade's colleague was cautious during these interviews, first asking about the interviewee's relationship with Enid. If they said ordinary classmates, it was fine, but if they claimed to be best friends, they had to provide evidence. Enid's junior high friend presented photos of herself and Enid wearing matching friendship bracelets as proof, then recounted that the love story between Sherry and Sam was already making waves back in junior high. Primarily because Sherry, the prodigy, was very famous for bringing glory to the school, region, and Haiching City. Back then, there were reports about her everywhere. Initially, everyone knew that Haiching had a genius named Sherry, and soon, stories about her romance with Sam spread. Even in junior high, people had heard of this story, and those Anis were very envious. Imagine, Sam being the prince of the Yusef group, a notorious delinquent who didn't care about studies and was always getting into trouble. Who would have thought that after meeting their city's prodigy, Sam became a gentle wolf only towards Sherry? Any girl would find such a love story irresistible, not to mention Sam's good looks. Enid's junior high best friend said Enid went to Haiching No. 1 high school to find her own Sam and lost touch thereafter. Her high school best friend provided photos as proof, explaining that Enid said she came to Haiching No. 1 high school to find her Sam and was obsessed with unrealistic fantasies. But later, she focused on studies, aiming to follow in Sam and Sherry's footsteps by attending Haiching University. She always believed she could find her own Sam. So when Enid became a star and ended up with the amnesic Sam, it was indeed unexpected. The video cut off, and Cade showed that after entering Haiching University, Enid joined all the clubs that Sherry did. Due to Enid's beautiful appearance, she became quite well known in Haiching University, with her photos often appearing on forums. She seemed to return to her elegant style and even got manicures. According to various posts on the forum, Sherry and Sam were often abroad or in the lab, rarely seen on campus. Therefore, although Enid joined these clubs, her interactions with them were minimal. After Sam and Sherry's car accident, when Sam returned to Haiching University after losing his memory and Sherry was in a coma, the forum was filled with blessings for both. Even Enid left comments under the blessing threads, wishing safety to senior student Yusef, rather than mentioning senior Coral, whom she usually talked about. Later, Sam's friends reminded everyone not to mention Sherry around him upon returning to school next semester. When new semester began, many wondered why Enid's style suddenly changed. Photos emerged of Enid in simpler clothes, resembling senior Coral in some way. Eventually, someone said something must have happened at home, as Enid returned less cheerful and looked more like Senior Coral, leading some to nickname her Little Sherry. Smiling, Cade said, based on our findings and what Mr. Yusef's mother said, isn't it evident that Miss Enid changed into Senior Coral's image upon learning of Mr. Yusef's memory loss? The rest of the story is obvious, isn't it? That concludes today's live stream. Interested viewers can check my Weibo for detailed information. I'm Cade, a truth-seeking paparazzi. With that, Cade waved goodbye and ended the broadcast. Immediately after Cade went offline, furious netizens who were previously cursing him in the live chat redirected to Cade's Weibo account to continue berating him. Cade even trended due to being cursed. They claimed Cade must have been paid by Sam and his ex-wife to whitewash their image. In the entire incident, originally, it was Sam regaining memory and leaving Enid to rekindle his old flame, arousing sympathy for Enid among netizens. Sherry, being the heir of Rusty Corporation and founder of Hengji Biotechnology, represented big capital and held an advantageous position in netizens' eyes. Enid, abandoned without much background, was easily sympathized with as the underdog. Now, Cade came forward to claim Enid only managed to be with Sam through imitation, further stirring up sympathy for the weak and criticism towards Sherry and Sam. Adding Enid's fans pushing this narrative online, claiming Cade chose this timing as Sam was about to reunite with his ex-wife, trying to tarnish Enid's reputation, the online tide turned dramatically, with many siding with Enid. Ordinary face, you ex-couple want to reunite, go ahead, but smearing your current one is just sickening. Huang unsettled, capital sure is powerful, even paparazzi are bending over backward to praise them while stepping on the X, all for their love story. How could such a person become president of Rusty Corporation, unable to live without men? Best Wheat, remember how Enid, before her fame, faced accusations of being a third party and caused a stir online? At that time, Sam said she was his true love. Chapter 431, Good News. Cute baby corn, I remember what the previous commenter said very well. It seems like all their friends also came out in support of Enid. Now, Sherry has become the CEO of Rusty Group. Sam's greatest love is now Sherry. Check out Lay's friend's Weibo, she has changed her tune too. Isn't that interesting? Is Xiao Rusty really blind? Why insist on remarrying such a man? Having endless money to spend, how shameless. Initially, Sam posted his ex-wife's nude photos at Hai-Ching University and reportedly even got physical with her during their divorce process, landing both in the hospital. And yet, she wants to reunite with him? Really, there are no men left in the world except for Sam, right? There were also comments from Rusty Group employees stating that it was impossible for Sherry to reconcile with Sam because her boyfriend is Graham Hay from Graham Group, who has been picking up and dropping off Xiao Rusty every day this week. But these comments were quickly drowned out by abusive messages. The live stream heat in Cade's studio was very high, and her followers on Weibo kept increasing. Although the rise to hot search was due to criticism, Cade was delighted. However, the staff from Enid's studio were having a hard time. The incident suddenly blew up, and they couldn't contact Sam, let alone Enid. While the signal for the show was always available, after landing on the island, all guests had to hand over their phones, which would be turned off, and use only the phones provided by Rusty Group. And since the show was being live-streamed continuously, calls wouldn't help much now. Meanwhile, as the online debate intensified, the Graham family was enjoying a peaceful and joyful occasion. It was Grandpa Graham's birthday today, but he didn't celebrate lavishly. However, many relatives still came to offer gifts. As the saying goes, guests are to be welcomed, so Grandpa Graham invited them to stay for dinner, as families should gather together. Grandpa Graham remarked, since this isn't a round birthday, we aren't celebrating elaborately. I thought just a family dinner would suffice, but you all remembered. Before dinner, Mr. Rusty arrived with Rusty Veronica and 2 children. The relatives greeted Mr. Rusty respectfully. They wondered why a private family dinner would have Mr. Rusty attending with his whole family. Seeing Grandpa Graham welcoming Rusty Veronica and giving large red envelopes to the adorable children, it became clear they had come prepared. I just received a call from Harry Zhou saying he is going to pick up Aiko from Rusty Group. They'll be here in 10 minutes. Grandpa Graham announced. Upon hearing this, the relatives understood. Grandpa Graham said it was just a family dinner but invited the Rusty family, while Curtis personally went to pick up Sherry. Clearly, the Rusty and Graham families were planning a union. Then the relatives saw Curtis return with Sherry. He couldn't get enough of playing with Sherry's 2 kids, especially the talkative Annabelle, whose mature mannerisms made everyone laugh. The Graham family met the children for the first time and prepared red envelopes for them. Curtis's elder sister, who approved of her brother and Sherry, liked children very much. Besides giving the kids large red envelopes, she also brought gifts suited to their tastes, like giving Sherry the latest top-tier computer and Coralnian a globally limited edition doll set, even including replacement clothes for the doll. Seeing the Graham family giving gifts to the children, even though they knew nothing about the children coming, the relatives decided to join in. Teasing Coralnian, they asked, does Sherry Little Handsome and Coralnian Little Sweetheart have electronic payments? Let's keep up with the trend and send an ear-red envelope. Coralnian happily showed the QR code on her children's watch. Thank you, Uncle. Just a token amount will do. Mommy says we're too young to receive too many red envelopes. The living room atmosphere was joyous due to Coralnian. The Graham family relatives gave more generous red envelopes. Rusty Veronica sat aside smiling gently, accompanied by Aunt Claudia, focusing almost entirely on the children. Grandpa Graham hadn't seen Rusty Veronica for years. After a few exchanges, Rusty Veronica responded politely and appeared very stable. I finally understand why you insisted Aiko be your granddaughter. Grandpa Graham smiled towards Mr. Rusty. Aiko looks a lot like Veronica. Aunt Claudia tensed up. Yes, when we adopted Jeremiah, we also noticed she resembled Veronica. Mr. Rusty raised his teacup. Mentioning Gail, Grandpa Graham feared it might bring up sad memories for Mr. Rusty and quickly changed the subject. Everyone enjoyed a happy meal once Sherry and Curtis arrived. A perceptive relative asked Curtis when he planned to settle down with Sherry. Curtis, peeling shrimps for Sherry and Coralnian, replied with a smile, that depends on Aiko accepting my proposal. That's understandable, the relative chimed in. You'd better make sure, as amazing and beautiful as Aiko is, there are plenty of suitors after her. Grandpa Graham just laughed heartily. Though he knew his grandson planned to propose tonight and Sherry would definitely accept, the proposal venue at his estate was already arranged. Thinking of the moment ahead, he felt a bit nervous. The atmosphere at the Graham residence was warm, but online it was chaotic. Fans of Enid and emotionally charged netizens, unable to vent their anger at Sherry, lashed out at Rusty Group's Weibo page. Sam and Rusty Group's Weibo were swarmed by fans of Enid and those shipping Sam Enid, with endless insults directed at Sam and Sherry. Some passers-by also commented, encouraging Sherry to consider other eligible men and not tie herself to someone who once hurt her deeply, especially given her own brilliance. Grahamshan came in and whispered something into Mr. Rusty's ear, nodding to indicate he had heard. These weren't significant issues. Once Curtis proposed to Sherry tonight, those criticizing her would be silenced. Moreover, the heightened exposure was beneficial. Though Rusty Group wasn't listed, Graham Group was. Announcing the marriage alliance between Rusty Group and Graham Group would likely cause Graham Group's stock to soar. With the current buzz, the stock price might skyrocket. This chapter captures the unfolding events in the Rusty household, the impending engagement between Curtis and Sherry, and the contrasting reactions online, maintaining the tone and style from previous content. Chapter 432 Marry Me. This was something Mr. Rusty and Jeffrey had already calculated beforehand. Before Jeffrey blew out the candles to make a wish, the Graham family also received news online. Jeffrey didn't take it too seriously. While washing his hands in preparation for blowing out the candles, he said while tidying up his clothes, make sure the photographer takes good pictures. After it's over, send out the news of Harizu's successful proposal. Also, announce that our Graham family has been preparing this proposal ceremony for a week. Who does that Yusef fellow and that minor celebrity think they are, comparing themselves with my grandson and granddaughter-in-law? The more the Graham family showed importance towards Sherry, the easier it would be to separate her from the scandal involving Sam and the celebrity. After telling his special assistant, Jeffrey added, when posting photos, ensure the privacy of the two children. Mr. Rusty and Aiko don't want the kids exposed to the public yet. Understood. All the lights in the manor dimmed as the flickering candlelight cast shadows on the elderly gentleman's weathered face. He wished, I hope this year Ralph and Aurora can become my great-grandchildren, so I can experience the joy of having them around. Harijo, did you hear that? Harizu's cousin turned around to speak to him but realized he was already gone. Where's Harijo? Forget about him. Let's blow out the candles and eat cake. Harizu's father knew exactly where his son had gone. Jeffrey blew out the candles and started distributing the cake to everyone. After eating cake, the servants brought out fruit platters. Just then, the butler came in and stood beside Jeffrey, saying, Sir, young Master Harijo has prepared the fireworks. We can go out to watch them. All right. Jeffrey said to the little one sitting between him and Mr. Rusty, little dear, shall we go outside to watch the fireworks? Aurora nodded obediently. Ralph didn't show much interest. On the way here, Mr. Rusty had told the two kids that Uncle Graham was proposing to their mother today for the better development of both companies. He instructed the two kids to play along, and they agreed. Sherry watched Ralph walking beside Mr. Rusty, went over to gently pat Ralph's small head, and bent down to pick her up. Is there something wrong? Are you tired because you didn't nap at noon? Sherry pinched Ralph's small face. Ralph wrapped her arms around Sherry's neck, her little face rubbing against Sherry's cheek, then whispered sincerely, it doesn't matter if Mom really marries Uncle Graham, as long as Mom is happy. Sherry was momentarily stunned, her heart melting at the sight of the little one looking so earnestly at her. She kissed Ralph's small face and whispered back, Mom will be happiest as long as you and Aurora, and Mr. Rusty, are happy. Jeffrey and his party stood in the best viewing spot of the first-floor garden. Matutely, music played, synchronizing with the fluctuating lights in the Graham Manor. Clusters of fireworks ascended into the sky, bursting amid the star-studded night, illuminating the entire Graham Manor. Wow! So beautiful. Aurora tugged at Rusty Veronica's hand. Look, Mr. Rusty, these fireworks are as beautiful as those we saw in front of the castle at the amusement park. Rusty Veronica squatted down, smiling at Aurora's excited expression illuminated by the fireworks. If our Aurora likes it, we can set off fireworks in our garden when we return. Mr. Rusty is the best. Aurora threw herself into Rusty Veronica's arms, hugging his neck tightly and snuggling against him, making Rusty Veronica laugh uncontrollably. The fireworks lasted over 10 minutes, colorful explosions filling the sky with various shapes, mesmerizing the crowd. As the fireworks ended, the lights in the viewing area gradually turned on. Soft orange light extended to a nearby flower-bedecked heart-shaped arrangement. Curtis had changed into formal attire somewhere along the way, holding a large bouquet of flowers and standing there, smiling at Sherry. These flowers were all air-freighted in today, each one carefully selected. Behind Curtis was a massive floral heart, with pairs of animals made of flowers, giraffes with intertwined necks kissing, forming a heart shape, white deer standing side by side, antlers touching with a hint of affection, a pair of large teddy bears sitting nearby, looking innocently adorable, and even pairs of small animals peeking from the bushes. On the giant tree made of flowers sat monkeys and squirrels in pairs, forming hearts with their hands. Pairs of swans crafted from flowers flew overhead. Everything was built from flowers, their colors arranged meticulously to create a dreamlike scene, transforming this place into a fantastical floral wonderland reminiscent of a fairy tale forest. Except for the few relatives who dropped by uninvited today, everyone else was well aware of the impending proposal. But could those clueless relatives not see that Curtis was about to propose? They all turned to look at Sherry. Just as the fireworks ceased, drones lit up, forming the words, "Do you marry me?" "Wow!" Aurora exclaimed. "Aiko, will you marry me?" Curtis shouted. "Go ahead." Harizu's cousin gave Sherry a gentle push, winking at her and waving her phone, "I'll take your photo." Harizu's cousin had seen what happened online and was ready to engage with the netizens. But realizing that posting photos of Curtis successfully proposing to Sherry would silence the critics, she kept calm. Sherry squeezed Ralph's little hand, smiled at her, and walked along the flower-lined path toward Curtis. Even knowing it was an act, Sherry felt a bit touched by the preparations made by the Graham family. She couldn't help but smile throughout her walk to Curtis. Curtis took out the ring and kneeled. "Aiko, marry me." She smiled and nodded, extending her hand. Curtis slipped the large diamond ring onto Sherry's ring finger, and fireworks burst again, showering the sky with petals, creating a breathtaking scene. Curtis stood up, handed the bouquet to Sherry, and said with a smile, "There's one more thing we need to do." "What?" Sherry asked. Curtis smiled and looked at Aurora twirling in the petal rain and Ralph standing beside Rusty Veronica. He half knelt and waved at the two kids. Hashtag chapter 433, Rusty and Graham Marriage Alliance. Curtis maintained his position on one knee, pulling out a pair of custom-made children's wristwatches from his pocket. He asked the two little ones with a smile, "Sherry, Kim, would you be willing to become part of my family? I won't force you to call me Dad, you can continue calling me Uncle. But I need your permission to join your family and your mom's as a member of this little household, taking up the responsibilities of being a father. Are you willing to accept me?" Kim furrowed her brow, about to say that she had a father who was just on a mission, but Sherry squeezed her hand. Kim remembered the acting mentioned by Mr. Rusty before. She turned and saw the photographer continuously snapping pictures of them, then glanced at her mother. Seeing her mother smile at her, Kim sweetly said, "All right then. I can temporarily accept you." Hearing this, Curtis grinned widely and slipped the white diamond watch onto Kim's wrist, then turned to look at Sherry. "Sherry, are you willing to accept me into your family?" Curtis asked solemnly. "If Mom accepts it, I do too," Sherry replied. "Then I'll take that as a yes. Hold out your little hand." Curtis smiled. Sherry maintained her beautiful, fair expression, her long lashes drooping as she watched Curtis place the black diamond watch on her wrist. Even though it was an act, Sherry didn't expect Curtis to consider the feelings of the children so well. She genuinely appreciated him from the bottom of her heart. Jeffrey was the first to clap, followed by everyone else joining in. Curtis's cousin quickly edited 9 photos she had taken and posted them online. Caption: Though both families have been preparing for the wedding date, my weak, helpless trash cousin insisted on the ceremony aspect of marriage. What other girls have, his fiancée should also have. There must be a proposal ritual. Grandpa's birthday party wasn't held just to join in on the excitement and propose with him. It's quite touching. Starting today, I now have a sweet, soft little niece and a cool, handsome little nephew. Excited. The mention of both families already preparing for the wedding date wasn't false. Before Sherry and Curtis signed the marriage agreement, both families had already started discussing their marriage within 6 months. Today, due to the intense online chatter, Curtis's cousin emphasized that both families were ready for the engagement to deflect any association between Sherry and Sam or Enid's drama. Cameras were positioned strategically, capturing Curtis kneeling and talking to the 2 children. His cousin, although not a famous influencer, gained some attention after releasing photos of a family gathering when Sherry visited Sam at the hospital and faced backlash. But someone noticed and commented that the young Master Graham proposed to Sherry tonight, retweeting Curtis's cousin's post. Many loyal supporters of Sherry also jumped in, forwarding it widely. Soon, Curtis selected the 9 best photos taken by the professional photographer, posting them showing both children's backs and his interactions with them. Caption: With the approval of 2 little treasures, I can now join their family. Within half an hour, the post skyrocketed to the top of trending topics. Hashtag Rusty and Graham Marriage Alliance hashtag. Hashtag Graham Group Inheritor proposes hashtag. These trends immediately overshadowed hashtag wild Enid split up hashtag Sam pursuing wife hellfire hashtag, and hashtag Yusef boss ex-wife photos hashtag. At the bottom, a red-hot, explosive label appeared. People who had previously been cursing Sherry because of Sam and Enid's breakup widened their eyes in shock. Wasn't it agreed that Sam would reconcile with his ex-wife, only for her to get proposed to by the Graham family's young master? Especially the most vocal CP fans of Sam and Enid blamed Sherry for breaking up their beloved couple. Now the person they accused of interfering, Sherry, was engaged. Some Enid fans refused to believe it, suggesting Sherry likely agreed with Sam beforehand. If he defamed Enid, he'd reconcile with Sherry. When things went viral and backfired on her, she promptly accepted Curtis's proposal to clear herself. This time, the loyal supporters of Sherry found their strength. They pulled up the post where Curtis's cousin shared the family gathering photos when Sherry visited Sam at the hospital. The event setup studio responsible for Curtis's proposal also claimed responsibility, sharing detailed construction diagrams and revealing that all roses used were flown in from Ecuador 3 days prior, personally selected by Mrs. Graham. Photos showed Jeffrey and Curtis reviewing blueprints and giving feedback on site. The studio emphasized how seriously the Graham family took this proposal for Sherry. Even without the studio's comments, Curtis's cousin's post clearly indicated Jeffrey's importance placed on Sherry. He even skipped his birthday celebration to help arrange the proposal. If he hadn't approved of his granddaughter-in-law, why would he have gone to such lengths? Some bystanders responded under the hateful comments left by Enid's fans on Rusty Corporation's social media. Cute multi, you guys need to know when to stop. Don't overestimate Enid. Claiming Sam would reconcile once he slanders Enid, only to hastily accept Graham family's proposal when things backfire is absurd. How big does Sam think he is to compare with the Graham family? This is a high society marriage alliance, not child's play. Fat Panda sister, what did the young CEO of Rusty Corporation ever do to you? Haven't you seen that the Graham and Rusty families have already set an engagement date? The roses were personally selected by Mrs. Graham from Ecuador days ago. This proposal has been planned for days, while Sam announced the split on a show today. How do you connect these events? Enid's fans must have small brains and rabies, attacking everyone randomly. Chapter 434, I no longer love him. Reset life, how despicable can you get? Your CP broke up and now you come to berate President Abdullah. President Abdullah's biggest mistake in life was marrying Dion, becoming a vegetative state right after registering their marriage due to a car accident. This really shows that Dion is cursed for President Abdullah. Second best in the world, Enid's fans are so amusing. Every time your main character has problems, you come to blame President Abdullah. Aren't the things released by Private Detective Cade clear enough? Enid approached Dion while he had amnesia, imitating President Abdullah despite knowing about his condition. She clearly stole his feelings through deceit. Are you still going to shout at the main person involved? President Abdullah's biggest misfortune in this life was being associated with Enid and Dion. A Weibo post appeared among the comments. Squirrel and fish, Enid only got together with Dion by mimicking President Abdullah. Now, as she stops mimicking returns to her sweet girl style, Mr. Yusef has regained his memory and wants to cancel their engagement. Isn't it showing that these years of Enid and Dion's happiness were stolen from President Abdullah? What if, the savior of the second son of the EF family was also stolen by Enid? After all, when the second son of the EF family sought his savior, he only remembered that the name of his boyfriend was Dion, ladies. However, this Weibo post was soon buried by comments either supporting Sherry or cursing Dion and Sherry. Dion, Enid, and Rusty Group's President Abdullah became the hottest topics. Both Dion and Enid were currently on an island filming a program which was live-streamed. To avoid Enid and Dion discovering anything, the production team disabled the live stream comments. The program's popularity skyrocketed, downloads increased significantly, creating unprecedented attention. At present, they were undergoing a 6-hour hike to reach a designated location on the deserted island, requiring them to navigate using a map or GPS, emphasizing the latest communication devices of Rusty Corporation. The destination was a safe house. Currently, Dion climbed onto a rock, extending his hand towards Enid below. I'll pull you up. Enid didn't hesitate, grasping Dion's hand and pulling herself up. As Dion said, Enid wasn't as delicate as everyone imagined. The rocky terrain made the journey difficult, especially with slippery moss-covered stones. Despite falling several times, she insisted no medical assistance was needed as long as she wasn't injured, urging to reach the safe house faster. Her fans felt extremely concerned for her well-being. Tomorrow was Saturday, many stayed up watching the two internet sensations work instead of sleeping. The paparazzi, finding nothing newsworthy here, turned their focus on Sherry. Seeing Sherry leave the Graham family estate with Curtis, the paparazzi tailed them. In the car, Curtis recounted how Dion participated in the show, planning to annul his marriage with Enid, and expressed his love for Sherry. He even proposed to her via Weibo, with his cousin sending supportive posts to divert attention from Dion and Enid's saga. I know you would never go back to someone who wronged you, so I posted a proposal to get you out of that mess. Their story should have nothing to do with you anymore, Curtis joked with Sherry. Sherry sincerely thanked him, thank you. What for? That's what friends do. Our Graham Corporation is a public company. Today, Dion and Enid's scandal nearly crashed Weibo twice. Announcing the engagement between our families will attract more attention, benefiting our stock market. Curtis laughed. We both benefit. Noticing Sherry's smile without checking trending topics, Curtis asked, Dion confessed that you're his world on the show, and the paparazzi revealed Enid initially approached Dion by mimicking you. He cancelled the wedding upon regaining his memory. So, what do you want to ask? Sherry replied with a smile, given that you helped me today, I'll satisfy your curiosity. Since you know Enid mimicked you to approach Dion, did you consider reuniting with him? Curtis asked. After all, in Curtis's view, Dion was the father of her 2 children. Sherry loved her kids deeply, having once adored Dion immensely. She pursued Dion persistently even during his amnesia phase, enduring humiliation and pain. There's no possibility of us getting back together, Sherry responded. There's always a possibility with anyone else but Dion. I no longer love him. More importantly, we're separated by 2 lives. My adoptive mother was pushed under a car by him. My sister was violated and harmed because of his protection of the perpetrator, leading to her tragic end. Then, why weren't you swayed by his online confession? Given your past love, it's obvious Dion genuinely loves you now. Curtis couldn't understand, thinking of Zora whom he knew was inherently bad but couldn't blame her much because of her intense love. If I sway with every declaration of love, wouldn't that be chaotic? Only those craving love would act recklessly over someone's affection, like I used to. But now I have my grandfather, my mother, and 2 adorable children. I no longer crave love, Sherry smiled. Curtis seemed enlightened by her words. Only those craving love would act impulsively? Curtis's phone vibrated. The caller ID showed Cleveland. Knowing he was asking about the engagement, Curtis answered. Curtis, what's going on? Why did you suddenly propose to Aiko? Cleveland's voice rose. I was the first rumored to propose, and I haven't even acted yet. This translation maintains the structure, tone, and context of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Chapter 435, The Cold War. The marriage alliance between the Rusty and Graham families was something Grandfather Rusty and my grandfather planned long ago. How can it be sudden? And, didn't the media report earlier that I was dating a Lottie? Don't you read the news? Curtis laughed. Don't play around. Who else would know better if not me? Those media reports were all hearsay and nonsense. Since you lived in Huading Xingyuan, when they said you cohabited with her, we just laughed it off. Never thought you'd actually get serious. Cleveland lamented, oh no, oh no, oh no. Now that you're together with a Lottie, and your 2 families are arranging a marriage, my grandfather will probably finalize things with Matthew Yaling soon. Once engaged, I won't be able to pursue beautiful young ladies anymore. After crying out, Cleveland added, you really aren't considered at all, not even inviting friends to your proposal. Today is my grandfather's birthday. We didn't hold a birthday party this year because we were preparing for the proposal. It was indeed last minute and hastily arranged without much preparation. However, the engagement is being prepared and should happen within this month. When it does, everyone must definitely be present. Curtis reassured Cleveland. A paparazzo lurking outside Huading Xingyuan snapped photos of Curtis driving Lacey back home. In Lacey's hands was the bouquet Curtis had given her during the proposal, and on her ring finger was the diamond he had proposed with. The 2 then got out of the car laughing and chatting before heading upstairs. Afterward, Curtis did not come out again. Of course, those who knew the situation understood that Curtis and Lacey lived in adjacent floors, but the paparazzi didn't care. They simply fabricated stories to ride the wave of current events and posted them on Weibo immediately. The internet never forgets. Then someone dug up an old story about how Lacey went to visit Sam after her daughter was hospitalized because he saved her. At that time, it was reported that the young president of the Rusty Group and the heir of the Graham Group had been cohabiting. The young president of the Rusty Group had always ignored Sam and only focused on Enid and Sam's fanbase, causing their fans to run amok whenever there was any issue with their couple. Netizens couldn't help but sigh, thinking that Lacey must have had the worst luck ever. Whenever something happened between her ex-husband and his current girlfriend, their fans would involve her as well. Lacey took a shower after getting home and picked up her phone to check Weibo. She did have a Weibo account, though she rarely posted anything or authenticated it. She usually just logged in to see trending topics. On the way back, Curtis told her about the online frenzy during dinner, so now she was checking to understand the situation. Seeing the news of the marriage alliance between the Rusty and Graham families trending, in the photo taken by Curtis's cousin's mobile phone, part of Lacey's mother, Rusty Veronica's face was captured. This made Lacey instantly tense. She quickly called Curtis. Curtis, I saw that your cousin tweeted a post with a photo showing part of my mother's face in the 6th image. Can you ask her to change the photo? Grandfather and I don't want my mother to appear in public. You know her physical and mental conditions are not good. We're afraid of potential exploitation. Curtis, understanding the sensitivity of the matter, promptly replied, all right. I'll call my cousin right away and get her to replace the photo. Hanging up, Curtis made the call. A few minutes later, when Lacey refreshed the page, she saw that the 6th photo had been replaced. Only then did she feel relieved. Curtis's cousin had been preoccupied with protecting the children's faces and hadn't noticed that part of Rusty Veronica's face was captured. Lacey quickly scanned through Weibo to grasp the root cause of the storm. It turned out that Sam, in a live interview, had announced the annulment of his engagement to Enid, tearfully saying Lacey was his entire world. Far away in South Korea, Gale also saw the commotion back home. Sitting in his study, flipping through photos, he paused on one where Lacey was smiling and reaching out to Curtis. It felt like his heart was tightly clenched. Grandfather hopes I get married. I assure you, our agreement still stands. Just like with Amaryllis, it's nominal, to make grandfather feel secure, ensuring no one covets my husband's position. Do you mistrust me? I promised it would be like with Amaryllis, only nominal. I only have you in my heart. Haven't we been together for quite some time? Shouldn't we have basic trust? Lacey's words in Korea echoed in his mind. So after returning, she really chose marriage, with Curtis. At that moment, enraged, he had told her to do as she pleased, not expecting her to really marry Curtis. Could she not wait another 3 years? So eager to get married. Even if they had registered in Russia and were technically still husband and wife. He pulled out a phone similar to an elderly person's model from his drawer and dialed the number of the secure phone he had previously entrusted Clifford to give to Lacey, which couldn't be tapped and had extended battery life. Lacey was about to sleep when she heard her phone vibrating slightly on the nightstand. She knew it was probably Gale calling about Curtis's proposal after seeing Weibo. Lacey didn't really want to take the call. Lying down, she heard the phone vibrating incessantly. Sighing, she got up, turned on the bedside lamp, and answered the call. What's so urgent? Lacey asked coldly. Hearing her icy tone, Gale frowned. Alati, are you still giving me the cold shoulder over Emerson? As for Tongshio, I've already said I understand you. Amaryllis grew up with you. Her father is an esteemed elder to you. They are family and people who helped you. I understand all that. Seeking justice for Emerson's sister, each of us should use our abilities. I didn't force you to choose between me and the lease. Nor did I demand you help my friend. Are you still dissatisfied? Chapter 436, Unreasonable Tantrum. Sherry's voice was calm. You have your responsibilities. To avoid exposing your identity and for the safety of the Rusty family, isn't it right to reduce our contact? When you left, we had already decided that until your revenge was complete, we wouldn't talk or meet. So why are you saying this is a Cold War now? What exactly isn't a Cold War? Should I go to South Korea to see you, or should you come back to see me? After finishing her words, Sherry added, don't you think you're being unreasonable? There was a long silence on the other end from Gale. If this is because of my upcoming marriage with Curtis, there's no need to worry. Curtis and I signed a prenuptial agreement. We'll be just like you and Amaryllis, only nominal spouses, Sherry said with an almost imperceptible laugh in her tone. The only difference from you and Amaryllis is that after marriage, I'll still live upstairs, and he'll stay downstairs. We won't live together. Gale's throat constricted. Is this your way of retaliating against me? Sherry recalled how she once proposed a deal with Gale in South Korea, giving him all the evidence if he handed over Emerson. She remembered his expression when mentioning Amaryllis being stabbed 6 times, and how, despite her telling him Augustus had saved their son. But Gale threatened her using Donnie's parentage, looking dark and ominous. Closing her eyes briefly, Sherry spoke. This isn't retaliation, it's a transaction. A transaction? What kind of transaction? Gale frowned deeply. In South Korea, I wanted to trade all the evidence I had for Augustus, but you didn't agree. If I contacted Thomas, you would have killed Augustus for Amaryllis. South Korea wasn't my turf, so, desperate, I could only reach out to Clifford, Sherry chuckled softly. Clifford is like a younger brother to you, and all the power you had in South Korea before leaving was built up by him. Therefore, in South Korea, his word might have been more influential than yours. Gale gripped the phone tightly. So, I made a deal with Clifford. He gave me Augustus, and within a month, I'd get married. Sherry wiped away a warm tear from the corner of her eye. Clifford's wish was for me to marry, thus ending your thoughts of me, so that you could be with Amaryllis. I agreed. Gale breathed heavily. He couldn't blame Sherry for making the deal with Clifford. Because he knew he was the one who refused her initially. Sherry was stubborn and wouldn't rest until she achieved her goal. Faced with no help from him, she had no choice but to turn to Clifford. Gale had always known Clifford wanted him to truly be with Amaryllis. Every time they talked, Clifford would persuade him, reminding him that no one loved him as much as Amaryllis did. Gale no longer needed to repeatedly ask Sherry if Emerson was so important. Sherry had shown him through her actions how vital this friend was to her, important enough for her to risk everything for him. Choosing a marriage partner within a month isn't easy, but since grandfather chose Curtis from the beginning, I think he can handle Zora well. Marrying into the Graham family would benefit both the Rusty group and the Graham group. Gale on the other end remained silent. If not for hearing his breathing, Sherry would have thought there was no one on the line. Gale, I'm still the same as before. Without you, I will continue my life. Sherry glanced at the pigeon blood-red ruby ring on her bedside table. Whether you come back or not makes no difference to me. So, I mean nothing to you anymore? Gale's voice was strained. One could say yes, one could say no. It's just that there are now many more important people in my life, not just you. As she spoke, her heart still ached fiercely. When you ignored my plea and used Donnie to threaten me, I saw another Sam. Once, he also used this to threaten me. don't want to go through that again, so I hope you understand. Gail's breath came quickly. Aiko, at that time, Madeline's survival was uncertain. You don't need to explain, I understand. I fully understand and appreciate that. Sherry's tone remained calm. So, when I begged for your help and was turned down, and our attempts to make a deal didn't work, I didn't push further. I understood your desire to avenge Amaryllis, but you must understand my need to protect Emerson. With opposing goals, I couldn't get help from you, so I had to seek help from others by any means necessary. Aiko. Sherry didn't give Gail a chance to speak. I believe my actions and words at that point were sufficient to show my resolve to do anything to protect Emerson. Clifford wasn't asking for my life, only for me to get married. That deal seemed very reasonable. If Clifford had demanded that you never be with me again, would you have agreed? Gail's breathing was heavy. Sherry replied, we should be fair. The first person I sought help from was you and only you. I wanted to make a deal with you, but you refused. You chose to use my weakness against me for Amaryllis. That left me no choice but to seek help from others. You wanted Augustus dead, while I needed him alive. In my view, human life outweighs everything else, especially the life of the man who saved my son. Gail remembered his words when refusing Sherry. In a fit of anger, he lost control upon hearing she intended to contact Thomas for Emerson. Using her weakness against her was indeed his mistake. Sherry's clear voice rang out, so, if Clifford had demanded I never be with you again, my answer is yes. I would have agreed. To keep Augustus alive at the cost of a relationship, such a bargain was really worth it. In response, Sherry heard the busy signal on the other end of the call. She knew her words had infuriated Gail. Holding the phone Gail had given her, Sherry, after a pause, powered it off completely. Just as she tossed the phone into the lowest drawer of the bedside table, her own phone started vibrating non-stop. Chapter 436, Unreasonable Yusefs. Sherry spoke calmly, you have your own matters to handle. To avoid exposing your identity and for the safety of the Rusty family, isn't it reasonable for us to reduce contact? When you left, we had already made up our minds, not to communicate or meet until you completed your revenge. Why are you now talking about a Cold War? What doesn't count as a Cold War? Should I go to Korea to see you, or should you come back to see me? After speaking, Sherry added, don't you think you're being unreasonable? On the other end of the phone was Gail's long silence. If it's because of my upcoming marriage to Curtis, you don't need to worry. Curtis and I signed a marriage contract, so we'll be like you and Amaryllis, just nominal spouses, Sherry said with a barely perceptible laugh in her voice. The only difference from you and Amaryllis is that after marriage, I will still live upstairs while he stays downstairs. We won't live together. Gail's throat tightened. Is this your way of getting back at me? Sherry remembered the time in Korea when she wanted to make a deal with Gail, handing over all the evidence in exchange for Emerson. She had assured him she would never let Emerson threaten Amaryllis again. She also recalled telling Gail that Augustus had saved their son. Yet Gail threatened her using Donnie's true parentage, his expression dark and ominous. Sherry closed her eyes briefly before saying, this isn't retaliation, it's a transaction. A transaction? What kind of transaction? Gail frowned deeply. In Korea, I wanted to trade all the evidence I had for Augustus, but you didn't agree. If I contacted Ibrahim, you would have killed Augustus for Amaryllis. Korea wasn't my territory, so I was desperate and had no choice but to contact Clifford. Sherry laughed lightly. Clifford is like a brother to you. All the power you have in Korea was built by Clifford before you returned, so, in Korea, his word might be even more influential than yours. Gail's grip on the phone tightened. So, I made a deal with Clifford. He gave me Augustus, and I agreed to get married within a month. Sherry wiped the moisture from the corner of her eye. Clifford's wish is for me to marry to sever any connection between you and me, then help you and Amaryllis be together. I agreed. Gail's breathing quickened. At this moment, he couldn't blame Sherry for making the deal with Clifford. Because he understood, it was his refusal that led to this outcome. Sherry is someone who never gives up easily. When she couldn't seek help from him, she turned to Clifford. Gail knew that Clifford always wanted him to truly be with Amaryllis. Every time they spoke, Clifford always reminded Gail that there's no one who loves him more than Amaryllis. Gail no longer needed to ask Sherry repeatedly if Emerson was that important. Her actions had already shown Gail how much Emerson meant to her, enough for her to risk everything for him. Choosing a marriage partner within a month isn't easy, but since grandfather initially chose Curtis, I believe he can handle Zora well, making him a good match for both the Rusty Corporation and Graham Corporation. Gail remained silent on the other end of the line. If not for hearing Gail's breathing, Sherry would have thought there was no one on the other end. Gail, I'm still the same as before, I will continue my life without you. Sherry turned her head and looked at the pigeon egg ring placed on the bedside table. Whether you come back or not makes no difference to me. So, I am unimportant to you now? Gail's voice was hoarse. One could say yes, one could say no. There are just more important people in my life now, not just you. Even as she spoke, Sherry's heart still ached fiercely. When you ignored my pleas and used Donnie to threaten me, I saw another Sam. He once used the same tactic on me. I don't want to go through that again, so I hope you can understand me. Gail breathed heavily. Aiko, back then, Madeline's fate was uncertain. You don't need to explain, I understand. And I do understand, Sherry's voice remained calm. So when I asked for your help and couldn't get it, and even trying to make a deal with you didn't work, I didn't push further. I understand your desire to avenge Amaryllis, and you must understand my need to protect Emerson. Our goals were opposed. I couldn't get your help, so I had to find help elsewhere. Aiko. Sherry didn't give Gale a chance to speak. I believe that during our conversation, my words and actions sufficiently conveyed my determination to protect Emerson at all costs. Clifford only asked for me to get married, which seemed like a fair deal. If Clifford had asked you to never see me again, would you have agreed? Gale's breathing was heavy. Sherry replied, let's be fair. My first and only choice was you. I wanted to make a deal with you, but you refused me. It was you who chose to use my weakness against me for Amaryllis, leaving me no choice but to seek help from others. You demanded Augustus's life, and I had to ensure Augustus's survival. In my mind, human life trumps everything else, especially the life of my son's savior. Gale remembered his words when he refused Sherry. The heated exchange led to losing control. Using Sherry's weaknesses against her was indeed his fault. Sherry's voice was clear and cool, so, if Clifford had asked me to never see you again, yes. I would have agreed. Ensuring Augustus's life in exchange for losing a relationship, it's a bargain worth making. In response, the call ended abruptly. She knew her words had angered Gale. Sherry gripped the phone Gale gave her and, after a while, decided to turn it off completely. Just as she tossed the phone into the bottom drawer of the bedside table, her own phone began vibrating incessantly. Chapter 437, The Right Time to Go Back. A text message popped up, sent by Clifford, whose phone number had been blocked by Sherry. Clifford, didn't I show you that Curtis has a spouse cursing destiny? Why did you still accept his proposal? Clifford, did you agree to the proposal to solve the current public relations crisis? Clifford, but the timing doesn't make sense. This proposal seems like it was prepared long ago. There was no online crisis at that time, so did you really choose Curtis? Clifford, remove me from your blacklist for a moment. I won't give you a 1-month deadline anymore, don't be hasty. Sherry frowned as she saw the endless texts from Clifford, amazed that messages could still come through even with the number blocked. She looked up how to block messages online and followed the instructions, blocking Clifford's number. Soon, Clifford found he couldn't send messages anymore. Just as he was cursing Sherry's stubbornness, his phone vibrated. Seeing Gale's call, an uneasy feeling crept over him. Sherry was notorious for tattling. Could it be that his brother heard about Curtis's successful proposal and now wanted to hold him accountable? Nervous, Clifford didn't dare answer the call. He considered denying everything, but before he could decide, the call ended. Almost immediately, it rang again. With a heavy heart, Clifford answered, Lyle. Wedding within a month? Didn't Clifford warn you? Hearing Gale's cold voice, Clifford knew his brother was well informed. That deal with Sherry was made before you warned me. I was genuinely worried she'd contact Bodan in her madness. I just mentioned it casually, but who knew she'd adhere to the contract so strictly? Clifford frowned. I tried messaging her about lifting the deadline, but she blocked me. While Clifford explained himself nervously, Sherry lay in bed, too tired to sleep. They both stood their ground for the people they cared about. Sherry wouldn't stop fighting for Lau Winston illegally, and Gale would continue to protect the Lee family. Until this matter was resolved, they were destined to be on opposite sides. Thinking about how Gale asked if she'd agreed to never see him again, Sherry wondered if this marked the beginning of the end for them. Their stances on the Lee family and Emerson might lead them to hate each other in the future. Sherry pulled the blanket over her head, forcing herself not to think and turned off her phone to sleep. Meanwhile, Sam and Enid's live stream continued late into the night. After arriving at the safe house and winding down, Enid received a call from her agent while Sam noticed the commotion online. Miss Priscilla, Enid's agent, instructed her to remain calm, assuring her that the situation would improve after her pre-recording aired. Just remember, the bigger the storm, the higher your profile. Don't log into Weibo or use your secondary account, it'll affect your performance. You've been in the industry for years, you know how crucial maintaining your image is for this show. Enid assured her agent she wouldn't check it. I understand, don't worry. When Sam saw the news, he was startled, fearing it would affect Sherry. However, the announcement of Curtis's successful proposal surprised him. Feeling chilled to the bone, especially seeing Curtis kneeling before 2 children, speaking softly to them, made Sam's heart ache. He suspected these children belonged to Curtis, and if not for that, why would Sherry have accepted the proposal? Looking at Sherry's smiling face in the photo, Sam felt his heart break. It was his Aiko, and they promised to be together forever. If not for the drug he gave her. Unable to wait any longer, Sam knocked on the director's door, explaining he had arranged for a small plane to pick him up in 3 hours and that he intended to leave. The director, concerned, invited Sam into his room, poured him water, and said, Yusef sir, this happened on the first day of filming. But going back now might not be the best idea. I can guess you're eager to go back because of Curtis's proposal. But did you consider how your words during the live stream already put Gale in the spotlight? If not for Curtis proposing today, Gale might have faced more backlash. Some still say it's because you and Rusty are reconciling that this happened. Deep in thought, Sam remained silent. Chapter 438, Sense of Crisis. The director, looking very serious, said, if it were just normal filming and editing, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But our show is live right now. If you suddenly leave the program to go find CEO Abdullah, what will the netizens say? What can you even say to her? Ask her not to get engaged to young Master Graham? If paparazzi following CEO Abdullah capture this, won't it seem like CEO Abdullah agreed to remarry you but wanted you to frame Karachi for something, only turning to young Master Graham when that didn't work? Sam tightly gripped his water cup. The only thing you'll do by going back now is cause trouble for CEO Abdullah's peaceful life. Pursuing love isn't done this way. Liking someone means solving their problems, not creating them. The director patted Sam on the shoulder. I suggest finishing this episode at least, so the netizens don't misconstrue your actions and form a negative opinion of CEO Abdullah. Sam was not used to showing vulnerability in front of others. His throat constricted, and his eyes were already red. Yes, what could he do if he went back now? Beg Aiko not to accept Curtis's proposal? Beg Sherry not to leave him? But he knew deep down that Aiko would never agree to it. In Aiko's heart, he was a sinner, a guilty man, who had no right to ask anything from Aiko. Seeing Sam hesitate, the director added, besides, it's just a successful proposal. They aren't engaged yet, let alone married. There are still many chances. Just don't cause trouble for your beloved. Your future opportunities are still significant. If the netizens start harassing CEO Abdullah, she will hold you responsible. Understand? I understand. Sam put down his water cup. Sorry for troubling you. Don't worry about it, it's all part of the job, the director said, glancing at Sam's dejected appearance. Recalling the intense love between Sam and Sherry during their younger days, the director couldn't help but add, you and CEO Abdullah loved each other so deeply before. The separation was due to your lost memory. Matthew lie you will reconcile soon. Sam pursed his lips. He wasn't sure if reconciliation was possible, but he knew it couldn't return to how it was. Too much had changed between them, especially with the death of Sherry's adoptive mother and sister hanging over them. By the way, there's still a lot of online negativity towards Karachi. Your mother mentioned you fell in love with Dawoyazi because she mimicked CEO Abdullah when you were amnesic, making it easy for her to win your heart. Should we create a script opportunity in tomorrow's live broadcast to explain this? The director asked. One High Entertainment was also an investor in the Matt Herving in the Wilderness show. During one investment meeting where Sam treated the director to dinner, he had asked the director to take care of Enid, which led to this question. Sam hesitated, tightening his brow before saying, let's go with the flow. If there's a chance, I'll explain briefly. But it shouldn't be too forced. I'm afraid. Sam was worried about Aiko misunderstanding. Got it. Got it, the director nodded repeatedly. The next morning, Sherry woke up with dark circles under her eyes. After breakfast, she prepared to head to the airport. It was Saturday, but Sherry had to travel to Haicheng for business. She had scheduled a meeting with an important international client in Haicheng and planned to visit the Engine Research and Development Center there, intending to restructure the staff to accelerate R&D progress. She wasn't traveling alone. Several senior executives from Rusty Corporation were also going but departed separately to meet up at the hotel. As she reached the foyer with her suitcase, the doorbell rang. Thinking it was Kayla and Tobias picking her up, she put on her blazer and high heels, opened the door, and saw Curtis standing outside in formal attire, greeting her with a smile, good morning. Standing between her bodyguards and dressed formally, Curtis looked slightly comical. Is there something? Sherry asked. Taking my fiancé to the airport. Curtis jingled his car keys and took her suitcase. Noticing she wasn't wearing the engagement ring from the previous day, he added, you should wear the engagement ring for now. Sherry wasn't really forgetting, it was in her pocket. Hearing this, she slipped the ring onto her finger. It was large and eye-catching. She motioned for the bodyguard to press the elevator button. There's no need for you to take me, it's too much trouble. Considering I proposed yesterday, I should at least play the role as her fiancé, especially with paparazzi watching. Curtis blocked the elevator doors open for her. Please. Unable to argue further, Sherry entered the elevator. Did you stay up all night scrolling through Weibo and getting upset? Curtis asked with a laugh. No, I have some materials for the business trip that needed adjustments, so I worked late. Sherry rubbed her eyes. I can catch up on sleep on the plane. Curtis drove Sherry to the airport. Just as she was about to bid farewell and tell him not to send her off, she saw him pull his suitcase from the trunk. What's this? Sherry looked at his luggage. I'm accompanying you on the business trip. Curtis smiled. Since you're working on the weekend, I, as your fiancé, naturally should come along. Isn't this act a bit overdone? Sherry raised an eyebrow. Alright, fine. Admit it, I'm on a business trip to Mian City and happen to be transiting through Haicheng. I'll drop you off on the way. Curtis glanced at his watch. My assistant and the team should already be boarding now. Let's go. A bodyguard took Curtis's suitcase and followed Sherry and Curtis into the airport via the VIP channel. Paparazzi snapped photos continuously, whispering amongst themselves. Doesn't young Master Graham watch CEO Abdullah too closely? He's even accompanying her on a business trip. Didn't you see her ex-husband recently regained his memory, annulled his engagement to Enid, and declared CEO Abdullah as his whole world? Young Master Graham must feel threatened. A colleague responded while drinking a Red Bull. The paparazzi continued snapping pictures, muttering about having plenty of material to write about this time around. Chapter 439, Slight Intoxication. Little Rusty is always his whole world? I think it's the Rusty Group that's his entire world. Who doesn't know that after President Rusty passed away unexpectedly, the entire Rusty family, the whole Rusty Group will belong to little President Rusty. That's the Rusty Group of the 4 major families in Jingdu. If I were little President Rusty's ex-husband, even if I hadn't regained my memory, I'd claim that I have and declare little President Rusty as my whole world. If we reconciled, I'd be in control of the entire Rusty Group. That's true. President Youssef and little President Rusty still have a foundation of feelings. When President Youssef said during yesterday's live interview that little President Rusty was his whole world, I went to look into their past. I think if President Youssef hadn't lost his memory back then, they would still be very happy together. Who knows? But don't you think, with all the noise on the internet now, little President Rusty doesn't come out to clarify things? Why bother clarifying? He has already accepted another person's proposal. This news release is enough, much more effective than writing thousands of words of explanation. Didn't you notice how the online sentiment has changed? The fans of Enid who used to viciously attack under the official Rusty Group's Weibo account are now becoming annoying. So many people are saying how Enid's fans just love to get excited in front of little President Rusty whenever something happens to their main idol. Indeed, netizens were now mostly criticizing Enid's fans and their CP supporters. Netizens commented that despite little President Rusty doing nothing every time, once something happened involving their idol, these CP fans would lash out at little President Rusty, only to be slapped in the face each time, making them look like clowns. Sherry chose not to clarify or interfere, but Mr. Rusty could not bear to see his granddaughter suffer. After the incident broke out, Mr. Rusty immediately instructed Grahamshan to gather evidence from those big versus spreading rumors and those seeking attention by forwarding posts over 500 times. All these accounts received legal letters and lawsuits. Sherry and Curtis parted ways at Haicheng Airport. Before leaving, Curtis spoke a few words to his assistant and approached Sherry. If everything wraps up early here, I'll come to Haicheng to find you, and we can go back together. It's fine, work comes first. Sherry smiled at Curtis. And based on what Grandpa Graham mentioned, he plans to give you more responsibility in the company, so I assume you'll be very busy. Curtis chuckled, rubbing his nose. This is all thanks to your proposal. Sherry smiled again. Goodbye. All right, goodbye. Curtis replied. The two parted at the airport. Tobias, who followed behind Sherry, glanced at Curtis's back, thinking that this young Master Graham was indeed quite considerate, having specially driven them to bring little President Rusty to Haicheng. Kayla hurriedly walked beside Sherry while discussing some issues regarding engine development. It wasn't until they got into the business car that Sherry asked, wasn't the visit to the R&D center originally scheduled for what time? 3:30 p.m. Sherry glanced at her watch. Let's head there now. No need to inform the R&D center. Matt here. Kayla nodded. Sherry's sudden arrival stunned the R&D director, who quickly welcomed her and led her on a tour of the center. Andre? Sherry asked. Andre, the engine designer she had personally negotiated with when Gail was still around, was on leave today. But upon hearing she was coming, he promised to be there by 3 p.m. Sherry nodded and toured the research center before heading to a meeting. The meeting lasted over 4 hours, during which Andre arrived promptly after hearing the news. Undeniably, the R&D progress sped up with Andre's addition, but it was far from reaching Sherry's expectations. Money wasn't an issue for her, speed was. After the meeting, the R&D team invited Sherry for dinner. Noticing her fatigue, Kayla whispered to her, Little President Rusty, you have a video conference at 7:30 p.m. Dinner might not be feasible tonight. Sherry nodded and declined the invitation, using this reason further discussing matters with Andre in the R&D Center's lounge. News spread quickly in the R&D Center that after speaking with Andre, the chief designer's demeanor was not favorable, followed shortly by whispers of significant personnel changes. Kayla presented a set of regulations Sherry established back in Jingdu to the R&D director. Seeing the content, the director worked late into the night, organizing teams. Sherry's goal was clear, money wasn't a problem, but slow progress was. Researchers were divided into 3 major groups, which were subdivided into 6 smaller teams. Each team could propose independent projects and apply for funding. This restructuring represented a massive reform. On the way back to the hotel, Sherry sat in the back seat, eyes closed in exhaustion. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Tobias whispered to Kayla, should I ask the hotel to deliver dinner to little President Rusty's suite? She looks very tired. Kayla, who was watching the live broadcast of Sam and Enid, nodded. Matt here. Tobias immediately contacted the hotel and ordered dinner, instructing it to be delivered to the suite in 40 minutes. Though Sherry didn't seem concerned about online matters, Kayla, as her assistant, stayed informed, ready to provide any information Sherry needed at any time. Arriving at the hotel at 7:50 p.m., coincidentally, Sherry encountered the CEO of Fengxin Bank, with whom the Rusty group had collaborations. Having barely eaten all day, Sherry smiled and joined him for a drink at the rooftop bar. Kayla and Tobias escorted a slightly tipsy Sherry into her suite. As per usual, no personal attendant was required, so the attendant left early. "It's getting late, you should eat and rest early." "You've worked hard today," Sherry told Tobias and Kayla, forcing a smile. Closing the door, Sherry placed her bag on the sofa. She kicked off her high heels and padded barefoot across the floor, unbuttoning her suit jacket to change into comfortable clothes in the bedroom. But as she pushed open the bedroom door, she froze. Chapter 440, An Obstructive Presence. In the pitch-black bedroom, a man with a cold and stern face sat on the sofa. As the bedroom door opened, warm light from the living room fell upon his feet. Sherry, clutching the doorknob tightly, found her vision slightly blurry due to the alcohol. She struggled to distinguish whether this was a hallucination from drinking too much or if someone had really appeared in the suite she booked. When their eyes met, Sherry adjusted her emotions more quickly than she expected. Holding the white blazer draped over her arm, she stood at the door without turning on the lights and asked, "You're here at this time, don't you need to be guarding Amaryllis? Not afraid of your identity being exposed?" Gale's gaze fixed on the brilliant diamond ring on Sherry's ring finger, even shining in the darkness. He lifted his deep-set eyes and looked at her, saying, "Take off that obstructive thing on your hand." This was the first time Sherry heard Gale's voice sound so somber, carrying a threatening tone. Sherry's gaze dropped to the large diamond on her slender finger, which seemed out of place against her crisp and efficient attire. It was too luxurious and always drew attention. She didn't pay much attention to the ring. "It's public knowledge that I accepted Curtis's proposal. We still have to go through the motions. Is there something urgent for you?" She removed the ring naturally and placed it inside the blazer, then laid the jacket on a low cabinet near the door. Feeling extremely thirsty from the alcohol, she bent down to grab 2 bottles of water from the small fridge in the bedroom. Walking over to Gale, she handed him 1 bottle. Gale looked into Sherry's clear, calm eyes. He wasn't sure if Sherry had changed since those days, or if she was different only toward him now. When he saw Gale reach out but didn't take the bottle of water, instead grabbing her wrist and pulling her forcefully, everything spun. Matutely, Sherry was pressed beneath Gale on the bed. The 2 bottles of water fell beside them. Rusty Jean. Before she could finish speaking, her chin was tilted up by Gale, and his scorching tongue forced its way into her mouth, assaulting her alcohol-flavored cavity. His hands pinned hers above her head, kissing her aggressively. Gale's movements were wildly out of control. Using his legs to pin her thrashing legs, he plunged his fingers into Sherry's dark hair, pressing her head back to deepen the kiss further. The sounds of lips and tongues intertwined with the rustling of fabric caused the temperature in the darkened room to soar. Their lips clung together, and his tongue dominated hers, as if trying to swallow her whole. Yet even this intensity left Gale wanting more. He kissed her fiercely, swallowing her trembling breaths. Pinned under him, surrounded by his familiar yet overpowering presence, Sherry felt her breath being stolen away. Whether because of the alcohol, she couldn't resist his rough kisses, becoming weak and limp. Clutching the bedsheet unconsciously, her head swam from the effects of the alcohol, tightening her grip all the more. She tasted blood in her mouth, hers or his, and her wet, reddened eyelashes trembled uncontrollably. Gale bit down on her lip harshly, ordering coldly, "Open your eyes. Look at me." Fresh air filled her lungs, and she gasped loudly, shakily, matching the trembling of her legs. In the darkness, his deep gaze became more profound, his thumb forcing her jaw to meet his eyes. Was it worth losing a relationship just to let Emerson live? His rough thumb held her swollen lips like ripe berries, his eyes black and expressionless, exuding a heavy pressure and unfamiliarity. Though he kissed her passionately, there was no lust in his eyes, only coldness, as if he could strangle her at any moment. Sherry's mind cleared somewhat, but her thoughts remained fuzzy from the alcohol. Even the ceiling seemed to spin. She didn't want to speak, her lips pressed shut under his thumb. Outside the unshuttered window, lightning lit up Gale's chiseled profile, followed by rumbling thunder. Sherry, with red-rimmed eyes, instinctively snuggled closer to Gale. Seeing this motion, some of the coldness in his expression dissipated. His thumb moved to lift her chin again, initiating another kiss, this time gentler, caressing her jawline with tender strokes. Familiar with every curve of her body, he knew exactly how to make her respond. They had kissed countless times, and he knew precisely the rhythm and pressure Sherry preferred, knowing how to make her lose herself. Alcohol dulled her senses, yet heightened the sounds of their breaths and heartbeats, causing an electric tingling sensation throughout her body. Kissing Gale brought a strange comfort that made her emit soft, stifled moans, each one swallowed by him. He hadn't released her bound hands, only using one hand to undo his shirt buttons before guiding her arms around his neck. Blood rushed to her head, and her temples throbbed with the rapid beating of her heart. Her hands, weak, clung loosely to his neck, as if about to slip off at any moment. Despite being drunk and lost in passion, she realized they were in an argument, or rather, a cold war. They stood on opposite sides, caring for different people. Therefore, she shouldn't be kissing Gale, not now. Sherry turned her head, breaking the intimate embrace with a slight suction sound. Interrupted from her dazed state, she clenched her fingers, while Gale felt an emptiness that almost drove him to madness, his eyes burning with intense possessiveness. Sherry's damp, crimson lips parted slightly, breathing heavily. Chapter 441, You don't even have a wife anymore. Don't. Sherry tried to pull her hand out of Gail's large grasp, but her wrists were firmly held in place. She attempted to turn her head away, only for Gail to push her face back with his thumb under her chin. Lightning once again tore through the night outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. In such dim light, Gail's face looked even more chiseled and austere, coldly unapproachable, even frighteningly insane. His gaze, looking down at Sherry, was sharp and merciless. Sherry, whose mind was almost lost to the kiss, saw herself reflected in Gail's dark pupils. Her heart pounded fiercely as she realized how small she appeared in his eyes. Gail's breathing grew heavy, the buttons of his shirt had already been undone, revealing the sleek, taut lines of his muscles beneath. Thunder rumbled as raindrops pelted the glass. Sherry's silk blouse slipped off her body in the darkness. That night, Gail's possessiveness blazed like wildfire, burning everything it touched. He marked her skin relentlessly, losing himself in a mad frenzy as if only this could confirm that Sherry still belonged to him. He couldn't tolerate the idea of her using their feelings as a bargaining chip. Once Sherry started accepting their relationship, there was no longer any room for refusal. When she said that even if Clifford demanded she leave him forever, she would agree, Gail nearly strangled her in rage. The thought of imprisoning her within his sight flashed through his mind, a desire so strong it frightened him. He wanted to bite her neck, marking her as his, making her see, smell, and be controlled by no one else but him. When Sherry finally opened her eyes the next day, her whole body ached as if she had been trampled over. It was almost noon. She lifted her sore arm to grab the phone on the bedside table to check the time, but accidentally knocked over a cup of warm water sitting nearby. The heavy glass landed on the carpet, yet she lacked the energy to look. Glancing at the glowing screen, she saw it was already 11:30. Clothes lay scattered everywhere. The room still lingered with the scent of passion from the night before. She remembered the last time she had opened her eyes just before dawn. Gail had closed the blackout curtains, gripping her face and ordering her to look at him, commanding her to call his name. He had been so fierce, biting her shoulder, making her feel like they would die together. She also recalled holding onto his wrist, crying and pleading with him to stop, calling him a pervert, barely knowing whether she had fainted from being hurt or woke up only to be hurt again. Sherry couldn't count how many times she had blacked out during the ordeal. Only vaguely did she remember seeing Gail's intense, bloodshot eyes watching her through the darkness, as if ready to crush her without mercy. She thought she had promised Gail something that made him finally let her go last night. But what exactly had she promised? Sherry couldn't quite remember. If only she hadn't drunk alcohol yesterday. She remembered her head hitting the headboard, being dragged back by the knees, telling him she had accepted Curtis's proposal and now had a fiancé. Gail had then cruelly taken her phone, dialing Curtis's number, saying he should come see what they were doing. She had covered her eyes with her arm. She never realized Gail could be so vicious. Struggling to get up, Sherry stepped on the carpet, her legs trembling, too weak to stand after 2 attempts. She noticed she was now wearing a silk camisole nightgown. Vaguely remembering Gail dressing her, she knew no one else would have done it. Picking up the water cup and placing it on the bedside table, she stood up shakily, feeling parched and desperately thirsty. Just as she overturned another glass of water while trying to fetch a drink, someone pulled her back when she opened the bedroom door of the suite. Sherry, already weak and achy, fell into the arms of a man who was still damp from the shower. Turning around, she didn't expect to see Gail still there, eyes wide with surprise. Gail, you... Why are you still here? Sherry felt uneasy. If Tobias or Kayla saw Gail, his identity wouldn't remain hidden. Gail hadn't left. He had just poured a glass of warm water for Sherry and was drying himself when he heard the cup fall. Without thinking, he grabbed her and pulled her back. The hotel service staff will deliver lunch soon. Did you plan on going out like this? Gail asked, lowering his gaze to the marks on her shoulders and chest. His wet hair clung to his brow, deepening his eyes. I didn't know anyone was outside. Did you order lunch? Sherry asked, growing more certain. Looking at the phone on the bedside table, she added, You called? From this room? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? I just agreed to Curtis's engagement proposal. If people find out there's a man in my room. Before Sherry could finish, Gail cupped the back of her head, kissing her deeply. She stumbled backward, leaning against the door, clinging tightly to his arms, her eyelashes fluttering. Unable to control the moan elicited by the kiss. Their breaths entwined, hot and urgent. Her lips, already kissed red and swollen from last night, stung slightly. Breathing heavily, Sherry tried to turn her face away, only to have it pulled back by Gail. He bit her tongue in retaliation, gently caressing her back, sending waves of dizziness through her. In the lingering, intimate haze of the darkened room, the sensual, intoxicating atmosphere magnified infinitely, like rising sea waves crashing against reason. Other men? He loosened his hold, allowing her to breathe, brushing kisses on her lips. Did you forget what you called me last night? What you promised? Sherry's neck turned bright red. Promises made in bed don't count. I was practically unconscious last night. Matthew porting himself on the door, Gail leaned down, looking at her. Try remembering again. Sherry pressed her hands against Gail's chest. Aren't you afraid someone will see you here in the country? You're my wife. My wife accepted another man's proposal in the country. If I don't come back, I won't even have a wife anymore. Gale then kissed her again. This chapter vividly portrays a passionate and tumultuous encounter between Gale and Sherry. Gale's overwhelming possessiveness and Sherry's internal turmoil are depicted in intricate detail, maintaining the original tone and style while ensuring the translation is fluent and natural. Chapter 442, Unresolved Entanglements. After a night of turmoil, Gale found both his heart and body satisfied, and he didn't appear as sullen or hard to talk to as the previous night. A deep and intense kiss nearly left Sherry breathless, yet the intimate sensation washed over her like a wave, causing her heart to race and her legs to feel weak. Gale's breathing was also disordered. He said, "I'll speak with Clifford. The so-called agreement you had with him is invalid. If not for your sake, I wouldn't have let Emerson off easily, and even Clifford couldn't have taken him away so smoothly. So, you don't need to force yourself into marrying Curtis. I can't bear seeing my wife marry someone else." It's too late. Sherry steadied her breath and looked into Gale's eyes. "You've seen the situation online. If I don't marry Curtis, I'll be dragged into the emotional whirlpool between Sam and Enid, and I might even be scolded by netizens. Now that I'm engaged and will soon marry Curtis, I can fulfill my promise while resolving this trouble once and for all. It's very practical." Seeing Sherry's unyielding demeanor, Gale felt an urge to push her back onto the bed, holding her face until she stopped being defiant. "Why are you so stubborn now?" Sherry looked firmly at Gale without yielding. Gale's expression turned dark. His jawline tensed, and he carried Sherry back towards the bed. "Gale." Sherry screamed in alarm as Gale gently tossed her onto the soft bed. Sherry, who had just gotten out of bed, was thrown back by Gale within minutes. Gale knelt on one knee beside the bed, freshly bathed and only wrapped in a towel. He pulled Sherry close by her knees. "Gale." Sherry struggled to rise but was pushed back forcefully. Gale pinned her hands to either side of her body. "Let me go, Gale. I have plans today." Recalling last night when Gale was completely uncontrollable, Sherry trembled as she begged, "Why can Amaryllis get a fake marriage but I can't?" Gale seemed to lose control, trapping Sherry beneath him aggressively. Sherry clung to his arms, her voice breaking. "What gives you the right, Gale? Just because I like you, you treat me like this?" Seeing Sherry's red-rimmed eyes brimming with tears, Gale's throat tightened. Unable to bear it further because of her declaration of love, he didn't dare hurt her anymore. He kissed her eyelashes tenderly, sucking up her tear droplets, pressing his forehead against hers, kissing her lips softly. "Don't cry," he whispered gently, still trembling. Sherry pulled the blanket over herself, clearly unwilling to acknowledge him. "Don't be angry, Aiko." Gale put on his robe and sat beside her, brushing stray hairs from her tear-streaked cheeks. "The situation between Amaryllis and me is different from you and Curtis. Before returning, Amaryllis had already married Caleb. But you still have choices, Aiko." Sherry swatted away Gale's hand and sat up, her wet red eyes staring at him. "Did you really give me a choice when you threatened me using my mom and Donnie? If you had spared Emerson, would I have made a deal with Clifford? If Sam and Enid could break up without involving me, would I have gone along? I never had a choice. From the moment you used my mom and Donnie against me, there was no choice left for me." These words made Sherry cry uncontrollably. After speaking, she curled her legs, forced down her emotions, wiped her tears, and pulled her hair behind her ears. "Curtis proposed after we signed the contract. After marriage, we'll live separately, me upstairs and him downstairs, at Huating Shinkorlan, just like before. If I were to marry someone else, I'd end things cleanly with you, not like this, entangled mess." With that, Sherry threw off the blanket, got out of bed, and went into the bathroom to wash her face. Gale stood by the bathroom door, watching her meticulously. Sherry's words, "Just because I like you, you treat me like this?" calmed Gale significantly. He was unusually patient with her now. Seeing her long hair slip from her shoulders as she bent down, Gale approached her from behind, gathered her hair gently, and secured it with a hotel hair tie. "I sent Kayla a message via your phone. They'll come over this afternoon. You should eat something and rest," he said. Their gazes met in the mirror. Sherry's eyes were still red. She took the mouthwash cup and filled it with water. After she finished washing up, Gale changed his clothes. When Sherry came out, she saw Gale was gone. A hollow feeling filled her heart, thinking he had just used her and left. Upon opening the door, however, she heard Gale on the phone, his voice gentle and indulgent. "Be good, Madeline, pass the phone to Mr. Bow." Sherry's grip on the doorknob tightened, as if burned by it. Even though she felt a tiny bit happy inside that Gale appeared here last night, now he was talking to another woman so tenderly. "No, that's not right. Amaryllis is Caleb's wife. What is she?" Sherry opened the bedroom door without showing any emotion, frowning upon seeing Gale sitting calmly on the sofa. He wasn't worried about Tobias and Kayla discovering his true identity. Gale glanced at Sherry as she emerged from the bedroom, maintaining a stern look as he spoke on the phone. "Don't ask too many questions. I know what happened. Take good care of Madeline. I'll return as soon as possible." Sherry wore a long-sleeved shirt today to cover the marks on her body. She wore a wristwatch around her slender wrist, looking exhausted, possibly from the intense night. Chapter 443, The Balancing Point. She lowered her eyelashes, the long lashes casting shadows on her fair and beautiful face, making Sherry look even more serene. I'll leave first. Wait an hour after I'm gone before you leave to avoid being photographed. With that, Sherry walked over to the sofa, picked up her bag without looking back at Gale and was about to leave. Again, her wrist was grabbed by the man's large, knuckly hand. The man hung up his phone and casually tossed it aside. With a slight exertion of force, he pulled her into his arms. Their eyes met, and the emotion in Sherry's eyes had already subsided. She merely placed her hands slightly startled on Gale's shoulders. Sherry might not match Gale when it came to hiding her emotions, but for the sake of not wasting time, she could manage to conceal her feelings. Would it be alright if you don't go back to Amaryllis? Gale didn't respond but continued caressing her wrist bone. Sherry asked, in a tone so indifferent it lacked warmth, something that bothered Gale greatly, Aiko. Her tone was faint yet gentle. I'm very sorry for my inappropriate metaphor earlier. You're right, you married Amaryllis long ago, and I only recently accepted Curtis, but if you think I accepted Curtis out of spite, I can show you our marriage contract, and, now that I've been dragged into the matter between Sam and Enid, with Sam confessing on the show, if I were to say at this moment that I won't marry Curtis, based on my past relentless pursuit of Sam, everyone would probably assume I'm trying to reconcile with Sam. Gale gazed deeply into Sherry's eyes, as if trying to see right through her. Or do you feel that compared to Curtis, the fact that Wendy and Lise lost their lives because of Sam and me, makes you feel safer with us together? Sherry laughed lightly, revealing her own wounds, her lips curving slightly. I could indeed, but it would undoubtedly affect the Rusty Corporation and make people doubt my intelligence, upsetting my grandfather. So, I choose not to. Do I only hear what I want from your mouth when we're in bed? Gale pinched Sherry's chin, his brows furrowed tightly. Sherry chuckled softly, you can hear what you want from Amaryllis too. Aiko, let's stop sulking and talk properly. Gale sighed, coaxing her gently as he held her slender waist close to him, okay? Gale wasn't usually prone to anger, but the moment he saw Sherry agreeing to Curtis's proposal, Gale almost couldn't contain his urge to kill Curtis. Even though Gale knew clearly in his heart that Sherry could never truly be with Curtis. But seeing the photo where Curtis held Sherry's hand and personally slipped the ring onto her ring finger, he couldn't help himself. Even though it was all for show, Curtis even considered the two children involved, instilling in him an unprecedented sense of crisis. Sherry looked at Gale and chuckled lightly, fine, whatever you say. Gale toyed with Sherry's delicate hand, then resumed speaking, regarding Emerson. Sherry's pupils contracted slightly, as if awaiting his next words. Emerson's sister is dead, and Emerson has killed Madeline once. Madeline escaped death miraculously and woke up with memory loss. Gale pinched the bridge of his nose. Can't we just consider this balanced and put it behind us? Sherry was stunned. Memory loss? Madeline heard the conversation between me and Bud and found out the child in her womb wasn't mine. She fell out of bed, hit her head on a machine, and after surgery, when she woke up, she forgot everything. Doctors said, it could be temporary, or she may never remember. Gale sighed, recalling Amaryllis's state. Now, she's like a child. This caught Sherry off guard. Aiko, Emerson's sister's heart beats inside Madeline's chest. If Emerson kills Madeline, the last trace of his sister in this world will disappear. Ending this would be best for everyone. I don't want you to take unnecessary risks. Sherry stared silently at Gale for a while. Interesting. When I was with Sam, he had amnesia. Now you maintain your marriage with Amaryllis, and Amaryllis has amnesia. Since when has the probability of amnesia become so high that one can meet two people with amnesia just by stepping out the door? Detecting the sarcasm in Sherry's words, Gale smiled despite his anger. Do you disbelieve that Madeline has amnesia, or do you not trust me? I believe whatever you say, as long as it makes you happy. Whatever you want me to believe, I will believe. Sherry's voice was soft and deep. But regarding this matter, you can handle everything as Amaryllis's representative, but I have no right to make promises on behalf of Emerson. If he decides to let it go upon waking up, I have nothing to say. But if he insists on justice, as a friend, I support him. Not even for me? Gale asked. Hearing this, Sherry laughed softly. It's me who foolishly loves you, not Emerson. Why should he give up avenging his sister for you? Sherry's words sounded like a joke, her face and eyes full of laughter, yet the sentence seemed like a venomous snake had crept into Gale's heart. The room's atmosphere abruptly froze. Loving me is foolish? Gale's dark eyes grew colder, his voice terrifyingly frigid. Sherry, I don't like how you speak. Caleb. Sherry remembered he always preferred her calling his real name, especially in intimate moments. Her hands slid down his shoulders to his arms, calling his name again. You saved my life more than once. I owe you forever. That year, when I became a vegetable, Sam forgot me, and the Youssef family abandoned me. If it weren't for you, I might not have woken up 2 years later. Hearing Sherry say these things in such a calm manner, Gale felt excruciating pain deep within. His icy eyes remained fixed on her. If you hadn't been with me, I wouldn't have the confidence to speak to you this way now. Perhaps when I discovered my son's savior, my old friend Emerson, wanted to kill my savior's wife, I would have tried to mediate, thinking of ways to find a balance point acceptable to both sides, just like you are doing now. Since falling out with Gail over Augustus's issue, Sherry had been thinking about this all along. Chapter 444, Coercion. So? Gail's voice was icy, his indifferent tone revealing the suppressed anger and mockery. His deep eyes stared at her unblinkingly. What do you want to say? If you were just my savior and not my lover, I would spare no effort to convince Winston and Lau to give up his revenge. I would fulfill your demands or expectations without making things difficult for you. Sherry chuckled lightly. So, Caleb, what identity are you using now to tell me this matter is over? As a lover, or a savior? Sherry gave Gail a choice. If Gail spoke as a lover, Sherry wouldn't agree, she might even assist Emerson. If he spoke as a savior, it meant giving up on Sherry and their relationship. Is it necessary to create such a fuss over Emerson? Gail's dark eyes fixed on hers. Wasn't it the same with Amaryllis? You didn't hesitate to protect her. Sherry's tone was unusually gentle. If we're talking about causing trouble, I should be the one raising issues about this. So, Caleb. I'm not doing this to provoke you. Gail gripped her face. Last night, you called me husband and said you loved me. Now, you're threatening me with separation. Sherry's eyelashes fluttered lightly. So, see. Sherry held Gail's hand that was pinching her face, never averting her gaze from his. She smiled faintly. Your subconscious choice was separation, Caleb. To you. Amaryllis is more important than our relationship. Sooner or later, we will stand against each other, you for Amaryllis, and I for Winston and Lau. Moreover, I've never denied loving you. Even when Sam lost his memory and treated me that way, I never denied loving him. I'm not someone who can't face my own feelings, Sherry added. Amaryllis is my sister, as I've said many times. I will protect her. Gail clenched the back of her head, emphasizing every word. You're mine too. Sherry remained silent, her clear eyes gazing at him gently. Raindrops clung to the glass window, pattering softly. Since you're unwilling to speak as my savior. Sherry's emotions were stable, almost expected. Then, you must understand that Emerson saved my son's life and is my friend. I will help him too. How far are you willing to go? Gail asked. I didn't have many friends before, and you know that. I'll help him until it repays the debt of saving my son's life, Sherry replied seriously. Sherry is my son too. Sherry only smiled. Admitting Sherry as your son, would you then acknowledge Emerson's favor in saving your son? You're trying to tie yourself and the child to Emerson, aren't you? Why is it always okay for you but not for me? You can pretend to marry Amaryllis, while I can't do the same to escape a scandal and secure the Rusty Group by marrying Curtis. You can hurt me to protect Amaryllis, but I can't bind us together to protect my son's savior? As she finished speaking, Sherry paused, chuckling softly. It sounds like I'm deliberately going against you. Both things you did involved Amaryllis, and both things I did upset you. Sherry, don't talk like that. I'm not being sarcastic. I've made peace with standing against you and being abandoned, Sherry said. I'm still very sad, really. If I hadn't stopped you from faking a marriage with Curtis, would you care less about Amaryllis? Gail held her hand tightly. Aiko, you and Amaryllis aren't a choice between two. I'll always choose you. Sherry blinked. What if I hurt Amaryllis? Gail's grip tightened sharply. Sherry winced, shifting her gaze to his hand gripping her wrist. No need to be so tense, it's a joke. I don't have Winston and Lau's capabilities to harm your beloved sister. My wrist hurts, let go, please. When leaving, be careful not to be seen. Even if no one notices you, my reputation would still be tarnished if a man comes out right after I agreed to an engagement with Curtis. Sherry tried to stand but was pushed back onto Gail's lap. Hearing the door open, Sherry stiffened, realizing Kayla or Tobias had arrived. Without waiting, she called out, "Don't come in, get out." Kayla saw only the back of a man on the sofa before quickly closing the door. Outside, Tobias looked at Kayla, puzzled. What happened? Nothing, wait outside. Kayla adjusted his glasses, a layer of sweat forming in his palms. Though he only glimpsed the silhouette on the sofa, he was sure the person holding Sherry wasn't Curtis. When Kayla worked for Gail, he knew about Sherry and Gail's relationship, including the fact that her children were Gail's. Since Gail disappeared, Kayla had followed Sherry and never saw her with any other man. Seeing that back, Kayla couldn't help but think of Gail, his resemblance was uncanny. Seeing Kayla's expression, Tobias glanced at the closed door but said nothing, silently following Kayla to wait outside. Gail didn't release Sherry's hand. I really should go, Sherry said. Aiko, Madeline grew up with me. My mother adored her most, telling me to take care of her since childhood. To my mom, Madeline is like a daughter. So, under my watch, I won't let anything happen to Madeline. And as a brother, I will ensure her happiness and safety. I hope you can understand this. I understand perfectly. Sherry looked at Gail. Isn't it clear enough? I keep saying I understand you, knowing you treat Amaryllis like family, like a sister. I haven't forced you with our feelings, but you pushed me into this confrontation. I didn't plan to say things that would embarrass you and make me seem foolish, especially since I can't deny loving you. Thus, choosing Amaryllis makes me appear cheap and stupid. And it hurts a lot. The story continues seamlessly from previous content, maintaining its emotional depth and logical coherence. The paragraph structure and line breaks remain consistent with the original text. Chapter 445, It Shouldn't Affect Our Relationship. During this period, Sherry had been trying hard not to think about it. She busied herself relentlessly with tasks, hoping they'd keep her occupied. She could have convinced herself that it was best not to dwell on it. After all, she had advised Gale to stop considering her and do what he wanted. As adults, one must take responsibility for their decisions. But Gale's pursuit only served to stir the matters she tried to ignore through his words. If he insisted on seeing it, Sherry decided to show him outright. She didn't pressure Gale, so neither should he use, for your sake, as an excuse to torment himself. Gale held the back of Sherry's head, pulling her towards him and kissing her pretty yet often infuriating little mouth. Just as Gale's phone rang again, Sherry seized the moment, pushing away from him mid-kiss, panting slightly. Her gaze casually swept over and saw the caller ID display. Aren't you going to answer, Amaryllis? Thinking about Amaryllis's current situation, Gale answered, Madeline. Sherry faintly heard intermittent sobs coming from the other end. Gale's forehead veins throbbed. Okay. I'll be back soon, eat properly. Sherry hadn't intended to eavesdrop. She wriggled out of Gale's grip, standing up to tidy her clothes. Before Sherry could leave with her bag, Gale grabbed her hand again, pulling her back into his embrace but kept the call connected, soothing the supposedly memory loss afflicted Amaryllis in a manner like comforting a child. Sherry looked quietly into Gale's eyes, suddenly feeling utterly disinterested. The former Sherry had loved and been loved before. At least when Sam loved her, he wouldn't hold her and then soothe another woman over the phone. She loved Gale, and she wouldn't sit in his lap, calling to console another man. At the very least, if consolation were needed, it should be done secretly. Perhaps Gale felt no issue with it, hence acting openly in front of her. It made her feel petty for holding on to it. After hanging up, Gale saw Sherry lost in thought with lowered eyelashes. Aiko. Gale called her. I need to go back. Sherry looked up. But Kayla is waiting outside, I should leave first. You and Amaryllis are not mutually exclusive. You knew when you asked me to return that I would face my identity as Amaryllis's husband. But I've never wronged you. You're my wife and my lover, Amaryllis is my sister, both are family. Gale spoke calmly to Sherry. Sherry, with her clear eyes, nodded. You don't have to keep emphasizing it. I know all of that. He wondered if it was due to her lack of security that she had put up these defenses. He had to return to Korea quickly to deal with matters there, assist the police in finding all evidence, and help avenge his parents. Once everything was resolved, he could come back to Aiko. Or rather, he couldn't wait to return to Sherry's side. Looking at Sherry hiding her emotions meticulously, she seemed to be able to control her feelings facing him just like anyone else. This made Gale feel unusually choked, a sensation he'd never felt before. Even though she didn't resist, and her voice remained calm without a hint of anger or agitation, as if she truly didn't care if he chose Amaryllis. This was more irritating than if Sherry refused his calls or threw tantrums. Gripping Sherry's hand tightly, his expression showed immense restraint. After a while, he compromised, saying, regarding Emerson, I will follow your advice. We will rely on our abilities, but you know I have to protect Madeline and Bud. Sherry nodded. I haven't forgotten, I always know that. Don't speak so sarcastically. Gale stared at Sherry. Where is the sarcasm? I am answering your question. Sherry laughed lightly, not avoiding Gale's gaze but glanced at her watch. Kayla has been waiting outside for some time now, I really must go, your identity can't be exposed. Gale's handsome face tensed, holding Sherry's hand firmly. His piercing eyes fixed on Sherry, since we are relying on our abilities, regardless of the outcome, it shouldn't affect our relationship, can you do that? Sherry looked intently at Gale. Was this man truly clueless or pretending? Between Emerson, Amaryllis, and Amaryllis's father Elmwood, it was destined to be a fight to the death. Sherry knew Emerson too well, his resilience and determination stemmed from avenging his sister's killers. Originally, Emerson planned to eliminate everyone involved, but because of Sherry, he sought justice through legal means instead of vendetta. Sherry gave him a mission, to dismantle the organ trafficking ring completely, ensuring justice for his sister and preventing others from falling victim. Sherry said, all involved in the human organ trafficking should die. Emerson's years of restraint and self-torture fueled his determination to kill Amaryllis and Elmwood. Sherry found it puzzling. Did Gale believe that even if they stood opposite each other, he would surely win and protect Amaryllis and Elmwood? Did he think whatever means she used wouldn't harm Amaryllis and Elmwood? Or did he already decide to eliminate Emerson, thinking once he was dead, everything would end? Had Gale forgotten that the reason she couldn't return to Sam was because of two lives between them, her adoptive mother and her sister? Emerson was her friend, someone she would risk her life for, there were few like him. For Gale, Amaryllis and Elmwood were family, people he would protect with his life. So how could their feelings remain unaffected if Emerson and Amaryllis's family fought to the death? She looked at Gale's handsome face, a trace of mocking smile playing on her lips. If ultimately justice isn't served, and Emerson kills Amaryllis and Elmwood, and I protect Emerson using my abilities, will our feelings remain unchanged after all this? Chapter 446, Bigger and Shiner. I won't let such things happen, Gale said with determination. And don't assume about something that hasn't happened, it's meaningless. So stop talking in this sarcastic way. He was not in a hurry, seemingly intent on waiting for Sherry's response today. If you think you can be with me without any hesitation after Amaryllis and Bud die, I can agree. After all, everyone relies on their own abilities. I don't think I will lose, Sherry said. Gale frowned, instinctively tightening his grip on Sherry's hand and pulling her towards him. His heavy breath blew onto her face. Amaryllis and Bud won't die. Look at how upset he got just by mentioning it, her wrist nearly crushed under his grip, his voice as cold as ice. If these two really died, what state would he be in? Sherry didn't want to continue this pointless tugging match with Gale, so she chuckled and nodded. Fine. Sherry responded calmly, I really should go, and, you're hurting me. Hearing this, Gale slightly loosened his grip on Sherry's wrist but didn't let go. Though she showed no signs of discomfort, his anger surged through every vein in his body. Pulling her tighter, he seemed unreasonable. Ultimately, Gale suppressed his chilly expression and softly asked her, Are you parting without kissing me? My lips still hurt from how hard you kissed me yesterday, Sherry replied. She wasn't lying, nor did she really want to kiss him. However, given Gale's attitude, she wouldn't leave unless she kissed him, so she made up an excuse. Seeing those dark eyes staring at her silently, as if he wouldn't let her leave until she kissed him, Sherry lifted her hand wearing the watch to cradle his cheek and pressed her lips against his. Gale soon took control, one hand gripping her waist while the other held her knee, pressing her closer into his embrace, making her straddle him. He cupped the back of her head, forcing her mouth open with his tongue, engaging in another long and intense kiss. This time, Sherry didn't push him away. Only when he had kissed enough and loosened his hold did Sherry regain her composure. Remember to leave in an hour, causing a scandal would be troublesome for both of us. Okay. Gale's thumb brushed over Sherry's red, moist lips. I'm leaving. Sherry grabbed her bag and walked around the sofa, the faint smile on her face disappearing completely. When she persuaded Gale to use the car accident as an excuse to leave, she thought their relationship was solid. But what she didn't know was that sometimes, relationships considered firm could become fragile with the addition of new elements. Just like now. It wasn't that Sherry doubted Gale's trust in Amaryllis. She had seen Amaryllis, witnessed her hostility towards any woman getting close to Gale. In this aspect, Amaryllis was indeed much like Gale. Loss of memory? Regardless of its authenticity, Sherry understood that it was impossible for Gale to distance himself from Amaryllis after completing his revenge. Amaryllis would do everything possible to keep Gale by her side. Even if Sherry told Gale this now, he might still consider it an unreasonable fuss. After all, Gale's mother liked Amaryllis, and Gale saw her as family, a sister. There was a natural glow around Amaryllis. So utterly boring. If Gale wanted to protect Amaryllis and ensure her safety and happiness, the only method was to accept her as his real wife. If Gale always thought like this, Sherry might never see Gale again. But fortunately, after being tricked once by Sam, Sherry was no longer someone who would throw herself recklessly at a man. Life has many bumps. Tripping over once accidentally shows shortness of foresight, tripping twice over the same obstacle is foolish and questions one's intelligence. She opened the door to the suite and headed towards the elevator, with Kayla and Tobias quickly following. Neither of them asked anything but could clearly sense the low mood surrounding Sherry. Inside the empty suite, it seemed to retain the lingering scent and warmth of Sherry. Gale sat quietly on the sofa, his deep black eyes filled with hostility, almost unable to suppress his nature. He tugged at his collar, feeling a dense emotion spreading from his heart. Compared to Sherry arguing with him, her calm acceptance of everything he suggested left him more unsettled. Unreasonably obedient, willing to be kissed without the usual shyness. Calm and composed. Completely understanding his reasons for protecting Madeline and Bud. There was a sense of losing control. Yes, loss of control. This made the beast within Gale restless, yearning to trap Sherry by his side using any means necessary, like weeds growing wild. After some time, Gale finally closed his bloodshot eyes, forcefully suppressing his emotions and dialed for private plane and car arrangements. By 5 o'clock, Sherry had finished seeing clients and came to Hai-Ching University since she hadn't planned to return to Jingdu that day. When Sherry appeared at the university laboratory building, Alana screamed and ran over, hugging Sherry tightly, even dragging out the others from inside the lab. How could you? You didn't even inform us before coming back. Alicia, having changed clothes, playfully hit Sherry's palm. The schedule was tight this time, uncertain whether I could see you guys, but thankfully everything went smoothly today, so I came by. I've booked a private room at our favorite hot pot restaurant. Come along, dinner's on me, Sherry smiled. You, fess up, what's going on with that Graham family heir? Alana clung to Sherry's arm and looked at the huge diamond ring on her finger. Wow. It's bigger and shiner than in photos. Sherry just laughed. Really, we all thought it was impossible when we read news about you cohabiting with Graham, but you ended up together. Exactly. Graham is so handsome. So many girls dreamed of being with him. That's true, but Aiko is also a top beauty. Where else can you find a beautiful CEO like Aiko? Chapter 447 Speak Your Mind. Everyone chattered merrily. Fate smiled as he poured wine for everyone, yet couldn't help but advise them to drink less. After all, they still had to enter the lab tomorrow and shouldn't get too drunk to suffer from a headache and take leave. Normally, no drinking was allowed if there were experiments scheduled, but Ishan let them off easy when he found out Brielle had come to the lab. Through the steaming haze of the hot pot, Brielle watched her boisterous seniors, feeling that the delicate emotions in her heart had been soothed. Xerxes observed Brielle lounging back in the soft chair, watching everyone laugh and chat with a faint smile. He whispered, "Why did you agree to Graham Dashao's proposal if you don't like him? Is it because of family ties? Or maybe, my brother's words on the show have troubled you?" Brielle turned to Xerxes upon hearing him speak. "What? Star, you're unhappy." Xerxes kept his voice low. He could tell Brielle didn't want others to know. "Is it because my brother regaining his memory has troubled you? So you agreed to Graham Dashao's proposal? It's got nothing to do with Sam." Brielle looked at the ring on her finger. "I have my own pace of life. But you're not happy. Where are all the good things in this world going to happen to me?" Brielle chuckled softly. "My life is already good enough, envied by many. I'm very content. But you don't love Graham Dashao. You also don't love my brother now. You." Before Xerxes finished, Alana, who was tipsy, suddenly leaned toward Brielle, saying, "Star. I thought you would end up with that suit thug. I was surprised to hear about your engagement to Graham Dashao." Brielle glanced at Fate, who was trying to pull Alana back, smiling. Not everyone can end up like you and Master Senior Lyle, finding true love from first love. Most people just marry someone suitable. So Graham Dashao is just a suitable partner to you. Do you still like that suit thug? Alana asked before being pulled into Fate's arms. Fate, visibly irritated, fed Alana some water. "Just keep drinking. Wait until you get home, and see how your kids deal with you." Hearing this, Brielle couldn't help but chuckle softly. She knew that in Fate's family, it was always him and their children managing Alana. "Fate, if you keep this up, I'll divorce you. Take your kids and scram. Wah, you two always gang up on me, restricting me this way and that, even though I gave birth to them. Wah. No dignity as a mother. Wah." Alana sobbed loudly. "I want a divorce, both of you get lost." Okay. Divorce then, scram. Finish your water first." Fate consoled. Brielle couldn't deny feeling envious of Fate and Alana. Fate trusted Alana enough for her to feel free to behave so wildly without fear of losing him. She guessed Alana knew no matter how many times she complained, Fate wouldn't let go of her hand. But it wasn't the same for her. She didn't even have the courage to tell Gale that they should break up. Seeing Brielle pick up her wine glass, Xerxes stopped her. "You can't drink anymore. Finally meeting you all, and tonight we have no work. Don't force yourself with sad drinks, it's harmful." Xerxes sighed softly. "Later, I'll advise my brother not to trouble you anymore over him and Coral G." "No need, I don't mind." Brielle's expression was indifferent. Her voice, though gentle and harmless, felt coldly distant. Xerxes understood now. Regardless of whatever happened between Sam and Enid, Brielle had her own rhythm of life that never intersected or affected by theirs. So, why was Brielle so unhappy? Or rather, so distressed? Brielle's phone vibrated on the table. Seeing Haim's name, she worried it might be about Emerson. Picking up her phone, she stood up. "I'll take this call outside." Stepping out, she answered, "What's wrong?" "Augustus woke up, so I'm calling to let you know." Haim's voice sounded weary. "He's not in good shape. We haven't told Augustus that he may never walk again. He still hopes to recover and seek revenge." I understand." Brielle replied, her tone clearly troubled. "I'm currently in Haicheng. I'll visit him when I get back." "Boss, did something happen to you?" Haim sharply sensed something was amiss. "Nothing, just tired these past few days." "Let's talk tomorrow when I'm back," Brielle said. "All right." After hanging up, Brielle returned to the private room. Seeing her seniors nearly done with their drinks, she called Kayla to arrange safe transport for them. Standing at the hot pot restaurant's entrance, Brielle watched each of them board the vehicles. Alana clung to her whining, refusing to go home with her senior brother-in-law. This made Brielle laugh and cry simultaneously. Fate struggled to peel off the octopus like Alana, who was stuck to Brielle, stuffed her into the car's back seat, and apologized to Brielle. "My senior sister was just so excited to see you today, she drank too much." "Sorry." "I understand," Brielle smiled. Fate noticed Brielle's mood today but didn't press further since she didn't want to discuss it. "Star, we're just a bunch of lab rats, but you're our little junior sister. If you need anything, just speak up." Fate said. "No problem, senior brother," Brielle smiled. "Really, if I need anything, I'll definitely tell you all." "Great. My senior sister is quite a handful tonight, I'll take her home first." Fate, looking at Xerxes beside Brielle, added, "Send Star home safely." Despite Brielle having assistants and bodyguards around, Fate habitually made arrangements. "Matt here." Xerxes nodded. Watching Fate and Alana drive away, Xerxes, hands in pockets, asked, "Want to take a walk?" "No, I've had some wine and walking in the wind might make me dizzy, plus it looks like rain. I'll go home by car." "You should go home too." "I've arranged a car for you," Brielle said. Chapter 448, Fondness for Mathian Flowers. This was the meaning of not wanting to talk. Xerxes did not force it, looking at the sedan that had stopped steadily in front of him. He still said, "Alati, with your current status, there's no need to force yourself. You have the child, you have money, even if you don't get married, you can live comfortably. Of course, if you're considering the benefit of the group, forget I mentioned it." Brielle gave a light laugh and nodded. "Yes, I know. Don't worry." As she saw everyone off, the wind seemed to grow stronger. Tobias stepped forward. "Young Rusty General Manager, let's go back to the hotel. It's about to rain." "Okay." Brielle responded, glancing at the nearby hotel. "I'm tired. Let's open a new room at that hotel. If there are no suites available, a regular room is fine." Kayla couldn't help but think of the scene he saw when he opened the suite door at noon today, but he didn't ask any more. He pursed his lips and replied, "Matt here." Kayla acted swiftly, securing a suite by the time the car carrying Brielle arrived at the hotel. Brielle, as usual, refused housekeeping services, went straight into the suite's bedroom, kicked off her shoes, and threw herself onto the soft bed. Her phone vibrated. Brielle was almost asleep but got up upon hearing it ring. Seeing it was Curtis calling, she answered, "What's wrong?" "Unmarried wife, I've come to create an affectionate scandal with you. Tomorrow, we'll return to the capital together, but I haven't seen you come back to the hotel. Instead, I heard you canceled the room. Did you return to the capital?" Curtis asked. "I changed hotels. I'll send you the address. Book your own room and don't disturb me." After saying that, Brielle hung up. Curtis wasn't angry at being hung up on. He instructed the driver to take him to the hotel Brielle had sent, booked a suite below hers, and then sent her a message asking her to cooperate tomorrow morning, appearing together for breakfast. Thus, Brielle, as Curtis wished, appeared in the restaurant in the morning to have breakfast with him and then went to the airport to return to the capital. Thanks to rumors surrounding Enid and Sam, the news about the engagement between the heirs of the Rusty and Graham families exploded in popularity, dominating the top 5 trending topics. Anyone could see now how Brielle and Curtis were deeply in love, sending each other on business trips and picking each other up from Haicheng to Jingdu. Old Jeffrey smiled widely at this news, even going so far as to visit the Rusty family villa to discuss plans for the engagement ceremony with old Mr. Rusty. Old Mr. Rusty, who was accompanying Rusty Veronica trimming flower branches, sat down helplessly beside the small round table. "The engagement depends on Alati's wishes. Alati is different from your boy. Your son has someone leading in the company, but the responsibility of the Rusty Corporation rests on Alati's shoulders now. She is incredibly busy, even busier than Jeremiah was at one point. We might not have the time to arrange the engagement ceremony. I think Alati won't like it," Rusty Veronica suddenly said while trimming the flower branches. Hearing her daughter say this, old Mr. Rusty put down his teacup and looked at her. Alati doesn't like that little Graham." Rusty Veronica turned around, her eyes clear and innocent like a 10-year-old's. Old Jeffrey. He knew this well enough. "Love can be cultivated," old Jeffrey said. "Alati likes Jeremiah." Rusty Veronica turned back to continue trimming the branches. "She's only happy when she sees Jeremiah." Old Jeffrey and old Mr. Rusty were both taken aback by what Rusty Veronica said. "Oh." Old Mr. Rusty pretended to sigh sadly. "Veronica misses Jeremiah, and so do I. If Jeremiah were still here, Alati wouldn't be this stressed." Old Jeffrey felt he was touching on a sensitive topic for old Mr. Rusty and spoke softly. Veronica didn't intentionally bring it up. "Speaking of Jeremiah, that child, I liked him too. I originally wanted my granddaughter to get closer to him, but the Matthew family acted faster. Now it's too late." Mentioning Gail always led to sighs. Who would have thought such an outstanding Gail would be so unfortunate? Just because he resembled the Crown Prince of Martin Group, who was pursued by an uncle coveting family assets, and who would have thought a single car accident took away the youngest and most excellent heir of Rusty Corporation. "Jeremiah wouldn't like your granddaughter either," Rusty Veronica said gently and politely. Old Jeffrey. This was something he already knew. Knowing Rusty Veronica's state of mind was not deliberately seeking trouble but merely stating the truth, old Jeffrey didn't mind. Adjusting his emotions slightly, old Jeffrey turned to old Mr. Rusty and said, "Our scoundrel came back with Alati today. Why don't we go to my place for dinner? I hired a new chef who cooks really well. Do you want to try? And our 2 adorable great-grandchildren, that chef knows how to make dishes kids love." Old Mr. Rusty was initially going to decline but agreed after old Jeffrey kept insisting. However, old Mr. Rusty said Rusty Veronica wouldn't go, as she lacked energy, having spent the afternoon in the garden and needing to sleep early. When Brielle received old Mr. Rusty's call, she was just about to attend a meeting. Hearing that they would go to the Graham family to try the new chef's cooking that evening, she readily agreed without thinking twice. Whether to show solidarity with the media, showcasing her and Curtis's impending engagement and support from both the Rusty and Graham families, or simply to make old Mr. Rusty happy, Brielle was willing to do it. After hanging up, Brielle instructed Kayla to prepare some white tea, which the old Graham patriarch loved most, ensuring she didn't go empty-handed that afternoon. Near the end of work, Curtis called to apologize, saying he originally intended to pick up Brielle but had something to handle last minute. Thus, he apologized for Brielle having to go to the Graham family alone. It's okay. Go ahead and take care of your business. I know my way to the Graham family. Brielle continued signing documents. All right. Did you receive the flowers I sent this morning? Curtis asked. Please don't throw them out, otherwise, people might think we quarreled. I did. Brielle glanced at the fresh flowers that had been arranged in vases on her office coffee table by her secretary. But when it comes to flowers, I prefer sunflowers. Got it. We'll arrange for tomorrow, Curtis replied. After hanging up, Brielle sped through her paperwork, had her secretary book a flight to Hong Kong for the next day, and prepared to head to the Graham family villa. Just as Brielle's car left the Rusty Corporation garage, she received a call from Aunt Claudia from the Rusty family villa. Chapter 449, Please protect me. I was busy in the kitchen at that time, so Miss Coral answered the phone. Because the visitor said she was Miss Aiko's best friend, Miss Coral let the gate guard allow her entry. But I'm still uneasy, after all, she came from Haicheng. Claudia Mama whispered to Sherry. Sherry's temples throbbed when she heard Lois had gone to the Rusty family estate. Turn around and head back to the Rusty family estate, Sherry ordered. Sherry found Sam's former friends extremely annoying. These people used to wish for her to die or remain in a vegetative state after the car accident, creating less trouble for them. Now, they were swarming around her like flies. What did they want? Sherry suppressed her irritation. Call Godric. Earlier, Sherry had deleted all of Godric's contacts from her phone. Kayla glanced back at Sherry's grim expression and dialed Godric's number before handing the phone over. The call connected. Mr. Matthew. It's me, Sherry spoke up. Godric, do you know why Lois went to the Rusty family estate? Godric froze. Madeline went to the Rusty family estate. While I wasn't there, she claimed to be my best friend to deceive her way into the Rusty family. You'd better take her away soon, or don't blame me for being rude. Godric on the other end was taken aback by Sherry's cold tone. Aiko, at least, we grew up together. Is it too much to say she tricked her way in? We were your old friends. Even though you are now adopted by the Rusty family, our friendship with you isn't erased just because you say it doesn't exist. You were Sam's friends, and I was always just an accessory in your eyes. So, don't make grandiose claims. Before, I didn't speak openly to maintain some dignity. Do you want me to repeat what you said in private then? When I was an orphan, you thought I should have died or remained comatose forever. Now that I'm part of the Rusty family, you consider yourselves my friends? Aiko. Godric had never seen Sherry this angry. I'm still in Haicheng, and it will take some time to get there. I'll send someone to pick up Madeline. You. Before he could finish, Sherry hung up abruptly. Her mood was terrible. If Lois dared to say anything inappropriate to her mother, she wouldn't mind making the Lay family disappear entirely. Previously, Sherry had the ability to retaliate but chose not to because these people weren't worth her energy. Since they chose to come forward, it was on them. Kayla, who overheard Sherry's conversation with Godric, understood that Lois had crossed a line. I remember Andoni's eldest son signed a wager agreement 2 months ago. It was a minor issue, so I didn't tell you, Kayla mentioned. Understood, Sherry responded, still visibly angry. Kayla pulled up Lois's previous Weibo post on a tablet and handed it to Sherry. This is what Lay Miss posted on Weibo after Mr. Youssef announced his memory recovery. It seemed like an attempt to show goodwill towards you. Take a look. By mentioning both Lois's Weibo support for Sherry and Andoni's wager agreement, Kayla implied that Lois's visit might be related to these events. Sherry skimmed through the tablet casually, reading the comments below. It turned out that Lois's post led many netizens to conclude that Sam's announcement of his memory recovery and his annulment of his engagement to Enid were intended to reconcile with Sherry. If not for Curtis and his cousin's posts revealing his proposal to her, this rumor would have been pinned on Sherry, tainting her reputation until she revealed her marriage, possibly affecting the Rusty group. The senior management might have harbored resentment towards her. If that happened, leading such a vast corporation would be difficult for her. However, fate was on Sherry's side. The pre-planned proposal and marriage contract with Curtis coincidentally counteracted the negative impacts from Sam's announcement. Although Sam's revelation caused unforeseen consequences, Curtis's timely proposal and support from the Graham family inadvertently separated Sherry from Sam and Enid's relationship. This also boosted the stock prices of the Graham Corporation due to its alliance with the Rusty Group, resulting in a win-win situation. While Sherry no longer intended to pursue further action against the incident, what did Lois intend by visiting the Rusty family? Just as Sherry prepared to hand the tablet back to Kayla, Lois updated her Weibo. The photo showed Lois taking a selfie on the Rusty family's living room sofa, capturing Rusty Veronica clearly draped in a shawl by Claudia Mama. Caption: Wendian is so graceful and gentle. Being with her makes me feel more like I'm with a big sister. Sherry felt her temper flare. The earlier photo from Curtis's cousin only showed half of Rusty Veronica's face, while this one clearly showed her full face. Sherry glanced up, noticing they were almost at the Rusty family estate, her eyes darkening. You can't imagine how renowned Aiko was in Haicheng as a genius, so cold and proud. Many said she was hard to approach, but she got along well with us. Lois leaned close to Rusty Veronica's ear, whispering conspiratorially, I know all of Aiko's secrets. If you want to know, I can tell you. But if I do, Aiko will be furious and break ties with me. You must protect me. As Sherry's car approached the entrance of the Rusty family estate, Claudia Mama walked beside Rusty Veronica and whispered, Miss Aiko has returned. Rusty Veronica smiled and nodded. Perfect, Aiko is back. Would you like to stay for dinner tonight? Matt here. Lois eagerly agreed. Aiko and I haven't seen each other in ages, let alone have dinner together. Thank you, Auntie. That would be great. Lois still looked delicate and spoiled, obviously pampered by her family. Sherry stepped out of the car, her face tense as she entered. Chapter 450, She is not my friend. After sitting with Lois downstairs for so long, Rusty Veronica was clearly showing signs of fatigue. However, Lois showed no tact and continued to chatter away. Claudia Ma had grown quite irritated with Lois but couldn't show it too openly. Seeing Brielle return, Rusty Veronica adjusted the thin shawl draped over her shoulders by Claudia Ma and greeted Brielle with a smile. Star is back. Your grandfather has taken the two children to the Graham family for dinner. I didn't expect that your friend would come over today. Star. Lois turned around with a smile as if they were truly best friends who hadn't seen each other in ages, lounging casually on the sofa as if she were at home, her arm resting on the backrest. Auntie invited me to stay for dinner. We haven't eaten together in such a long time. Claudia Ma, please take Mom upstairs to rest. She looks exhausted, Brielle said. She didn't want to lose her temper in front of Rusty Veronica nor burden her over the issue of the photos on Weibo. Therefore, she wanted Claudia Ma to take Rusty Veronica upstairs first. Claudia Ma quickly nodded, certainly, Mississippi. You were tending to the flowers and were about to rest when this lay miss arrived, which obviously tired you out. It's okay, Rusty Veronica smiled and stood up, turning to Lois. You and Star sit here. I'll go upstairs to rest for a while. Hearing this from Claudia Ma, Lois realized the maid seemed dissatisfied with her presence in the Rusty household. Standing up, she asked awkwardly, Auntie, did I disturb you today? Not at all. Rusty Veronica paused mid-step and explained gently, it's just that I have always had low energy. But Star and your servants seem to blame me. Look at how Star ordered you upstairs the moment she came back. Earlier you even invited me to dinner. I haven't finished telling you those embarrassing stories about Star's childhood. You promised to protect me if Star got mad. Don't break your promise. Lois feigned an aggrieved look, clinging to Rusty Veronica's arm, acting like a spoiled Annabelle. Don't let Star bully you. Without a mother, Star doesn't know how to get along with mothers. How can a daughter order her mother around? Auntie, you need to stand up as an elder. Lois, stop trying to charm everyone unless you want to be thrown out. Brielle snapped, veins throbbing at her temples. Lois was taken aback, not expecting Brielle to outright scold her. Lois was usually adept at winning over elders, intending to use this interaction to create a lively atmosphere, hoping Rusty Veronica would criticize Brielle, then step in as the mediator, thereby deepening her relationship with Rusty Veronica. But Brielle didn't give her any leeway. Look at her, Auntie. Lois quickly recovered, pointing at Brielle, trying to get Rusty Veronica to side with her. Rusty Veronica pulled her arm away from Lois and tightened the shawl. Sorry, I don't enjoy people being too close. The sudden emptiness in her arms caught Lois off guard. Mom, please go upstairs and rest. Brielle looked at Rusty Veronica gently, supporting her on the other side to guide her towards the stairs. But your friend. She's not my friend, Brielle said softly to Rusty Veronica. I don't have many friends, only a few, but they are very close to me. I will bring them over for dinner soon so you can meet them. How can you say I'm not your friend? We grew up together. Is it because of Enid that you're distancing yourself from me now? Lois's voice choked up, feigning tears as she looked at Rusty Veronica. Auntie. Rusty Veronica looked at Lois standing stiffly beside the sofa, but this person came here seeking help from the Rusty group. Unable to enter the corporate building, she pretended to be my friend. Brielle smiled and explained to Rusty Veronica, we went to the same school when we were young, but we weren't friends. Did I cause you trouble? Rusty Veronica felt uneasy. I just wanted to learn more about your past life. No, I know Mom let her in because she thought she was my friend. Blame me. I should have introduced you to my friends earlier, Brielle spoke warmly. And if you want to know more about my past, you can ask me. No one knows better than I do. If there's anything you want to know, I will tell you, Mom. Rusty Veronica looked at Brielle sincerely, smiled, and nodded, okay, Mom understands. Watching Claudia Ma assist Rusty Veronica upstairs, Brielle's smile faded as she turned to face Lois with clenched fists. Why the rush to send Miss Rusty upstairs? Afraid I'd become more likable and then Miss Rusty wouldn't favor you anymore? Raised in luxury, Lois, despite knowing she came to ask for help, still couldn't hide her irritation after Brielle repeatedly embarrassed her, even verbally lashing out. Lois, delete immediately the Weibo post and photos you made from the Rusty residence. Brielle said coldly. Lois laughed bitterly. What's wrong with posting a Weibo? Delete it. Now. Brielle's fists were tightly clenched, barely restraining herself from striking. If you say delete, I delete. I took pictures without taking any of yours. Even Auntie Rusty didn't say anything. Why are you rushing? Lois gritted her teeth. Brielle didn't waste words, gesturing to Kayla and Tobias. Sorry to offend Les Miss. Tobias inverted Lois's bag and retrieved her phone. What are you doing? Lois tried to step forward but was blocked by Kayla with a smile. Password is 090909, Brielle said. September 9th was Godric's birthday, 09 being the last digits of his student ID number, a password Lois had used for years. Inputting 090909, Tobias successfully unlocked the phone. Brielle. Don't go too far. I'll sue you. Lois's body trembled with anger. Do what you will. Brielle didn't care, suppressing her rage. Tobias deleted the Weibo post and all the photos from Lois's gallery before returning the phone and all its contents back into her bag, handing it over to Lois. Les Miss, your bag. Chapter 451, Impure Motives. Lois glared fiercely at Tobias, snatched her bag, and with her chest heaving, turned to Sherry. Sherry, you've gone too far. Sherry frowned, clearly losing patience. Didn't Eric sign the valuation agreement? If you don't want me to intervene and make the Lay family's valuation agreement fail, stay away from my life and don't appear in front of me. With that, Sherry signaled Kayla to ask someone to leave. Lois's throat tightened. Sherry, it was Sam who abandoned you back then, not me. Why do you have to treat me this way? Miss Lay, please. Kayla stepped forward and gestured for Lois to leave. Fine, fine, fine. I get it. Now that you've been adopted by the Rusty family as their successor, we childhood friends are no longer worthy of being your friends, right? After all the support I gave you online. Once, I also thought you were my friends, but when I woke up from a vegetative state and heard you all hoping I didn't wake up or had died in that car accident, I knew. You were Sam's friends, not mine. Sherry's expression was indifferent. I thought I had already made it clear that I don't wish to have any connections with you. We weren't friends before, and we never will be. Yet you keep approaching me under the guise of friendship just because I'm now the successor of Rusty Corporation, trying to benefit from our supposed friendship. Your petty intentions are transparent to me. Lois's face flushed red and then pale as her thoughts were laid bare. What are you smug about? You're only Rusty Corporation's adopted daughter. If Mr. Rusty wishes, he can kick you out anytime. Then why are you leeching off me? How many benefits have you gained for your Lay family by claiming you're my friend? Should I elaborate? Sherry's voice and expression remained cold. This is the last time. If you ever use my name to commit fraud again and appear in front of me, I won't hesitate to clarify publicly how you hoped I'd remain in a vegetative state forever, and how you drugged me. I still have the recording of your brother asking me to spare you. Lois's pupils constricted sharply. And your Lay family. Sherry slowly walked up to Lois. If I wanted to, with just a word, there would be plenty willing to act on my behalf. Your Lay family isn't as powerful as the Youssef Corporation. Can you withstand it? Lois paled. In this moment, she realized that the Sherry before her was no longer the old Sherry. Now, she was the successor of one of Kyoto's four major families, the Rusty family, capable of crushing them with just a word. She felt a chill, if Sherry knew she had approached the Coral family to advise them. Lois tightly pressed her lips together. Understand what I said? Then get out, Sherry said. If you say so, then fine. You're an unlucky star. Deserves it if you have no friends. Yes, I did hope you'd die in that accident, hoped you'd stay a vegetable. When you woke up, Godric's heart flew straight to you. Lois shouted, her tears streaming down. I've liked Godric since childhood. But you kept showing off in front of him. Joining all those competitions, flaunting your high IQ and medals just to attract his attention. You already had Sam, yet you still acted so lowly to catch Godric's attention. Tears welled in Lois's eyes. Back then, you were in a vegetative state. Godric had given up, preparing to accept my confession. But after Sam lost his memory and you woke up, Godric came back around you, protecting and caring for you. He even stayed by your side while you chased after the man who had forgotten you. Why didn't you die in the accident? Why did you have to wake up? Without you, we would all have been happy. How can you be so hateful yet cling to me? Sherry's calm demeanor contrasted sharply with Lois's hysteria. Aren't you the lowly one? Turning her gaze to Tobias, Sherry asked, did you delete that Weibo post detailing my past with Sam? Tobias nodded. It's deleted. Upon confirming this, Sherry looked back at Lois, whose anger simmered beneath the surface. Starting today, don't associate with me at all. If you do, I won't hesitate to target your Lay family. Lois clenched her teeth, holding back tears, and stomped out. Watching Lois exit the villa, Sherry turned to Kayla. From now on, if anything like this happens again, don't tell me. Just announced that anyone who collaborates with Hai Chang's Lei family is against me. At the entrance of Rusty Family Manor, the security team has been set up. If grandfather and Grahamshan aren't here, without Aunt Claudia's permission, don't let anyone in. Yes, understood. Kayla replied and left immediately. Hearing this outside the door, Lois almost snapped her purse strap. Opening the car door furiously, she barked at the driver, "Let's go." "What are you waiting for?" Her phone vibrated. Seeing it was Godric, her heart sank. Answering, she sobbed into the phone, "Honey. Why did you go to the Rusty residence?" Godric's tone couldn't hide his anger. Caught off guard, Lois's frustration erupted as soon as she picked up. "What if Sherry complained to you? You immediately scold me like this just because of her. What's wrong with going to the Rusty family? Sherry kicked me out, are you going to kick me out of the Alina family too?" "Godric. Has all my years of love been wasted? Just because an outsider complains to you, you scold me like this. If Sherry asks for a divorce, would you kick me out right away?" The driver dared not breathe, clutching the steering wheel tightly as they drove out of Rusty residence. After venting, Lois couldn't stop sobbing, crying bitterly. Godric was momentarily speechless. He removed his glasses and rubbed his nose bridge, speaking with fatigue. "Madeline, I've said it before. Don't find Aiko or post anything on Weibo saying you're her friend. Because, whether in the past or now, every time you claim friendship with Aiko, your intentions aren't pure." Chapter 452, Come Back First. Godric's words reignited Lois's anger. If my intentions in befriending Sherry were impure, then were yours any purer? When Sherry was with Sam back then, what kind of hidden thoughts did you have for her that you think everyone couldn't see through? What right do you have to criticize me, Godric? Lois. Godric lost his temper as well. Even if I did have some untoward feelings towards Aiko, over the years I've never overstepped boundaries. There's no need for you to mock me. If this is a thorn in your heart, we can get divorced. With that, Godric hung up directly. Godric. Lois roared in rage. Clutching the phone which had already been disconnected by Godric, she was on the verge of breaking down. Divorce. Godric actually mentioned divorce to her. Tears brimming in her eyes, her hands trembled violently as she smashed the phone onto the seat, suppressing her sobs. "Park on the side when we leave Rusty family estate. You may get off," Lois instructed. The driver, not daring to defy, parked and left the car upon exiting Rusty family estate. Sitting in the car, Lois sobbed uncontrollably with her hands covering her face until the phone rang again. Seeing it was her brother Eric calling, fresh tears welled up. She answered amidst cries, shouting, "Lyle, Godric is such a scoundrel. I know everything." Eric sighed lowly. "Why did you have to provoke him with those words knowing that you've been aware of Jackson's feelings for Aiko before the marriage? Moreover, last time when we met Aiko, wasn't her stance clear enough? She doesn't wish to be associated with us. You know this. It's fortunate enough that she hasn't pursued actions against you for the drug you administered previously, given her status now. It wasn't me who took photos of her around school. And it wasn't originally intended for them." Lois was baffled why her brother didn't support her. After all, everything she did was for the Lei family. "You're right, but you cannot deny that you tricked Aiko into Sam's room after you knew they consumed laced drinks, leading to Sam misunderstanding Aiko. Lyle. Are you still my brother?" Lois felt even more aggrieved. "Because I'm your brother, I say these things without any malice." Eric's voice softened. "I know you're trying to tie our company to Aiko because of the agreement I signed with others, hoping to gain favor from other companies due to our childhood connection with Aiko. But truly, you don't need to worry about these things. You are now married to someone you love, and I hope you'll be happy and content. Always remain our Lei family's pearl, our little princess." Initially seething, Lois's fury dissipated after being comforted by her brother, feeling even more wronged. Why couldn't Godric speak to her like this? If he could, she wasn't someone who would just argue senselessly. Lyle. Tears streamed down Lois's cheeks incessantly. "Alright, from now on, don't meddle with family matters. Focus on preparing for pregnancy and aim to have a child with Jackson soon. Then Mom and Dad will also be reassured," Eric advised. He added, "Once you calm down, call Jackson. Apologize to him. We all know Jackson's character. He didn't accept you initially because of his feelings for Aiko, but he clearly stated once married, he would have no other thoughts and take care of you for life." Lois felt even more aggrieved, but... "Lyle, I feel so wronged. Though I'm Jackson's wife, he never stands up for me. As soon as Sherry complains, he starts yelling at me." Lois sighed. "Everyone told you, Sherry isn't the old Sherry anymore. Yet you insisted on meeting her behind our backs. We all knew very well that we only let Sherry enter our circle because of Nanshin. Now, she has become Rusty Aiko, the successor of the prestigious four great families of Kyoto, Rusty family. She's not part of our circle anymore. Frankly speaking, we didn't treat Sherry as a friend before, only as Sam's beloved girlfriend. Now, we can't expect Aiko to consider us friends either, it's reasonable." After lecturing his sister, Eric sighed. "Alright, stop it, come back. Don't go find Aiko again, listen. But what about your wager?" Although Lois didn't manage the Lei family company and her parents and brother always worried about it, she knew the situation wasn't good, and her parents were anxious. Even the post I tweeted earlier, Sherry deleted. Initially, after Sam announced regaining his memory and breaking off engagement with Enid, Lois publicly supported Sam and Sherry under the guise of their close relationship, intentionally buying traffic to publicize her association with Sherry, hoping other conglomerates would grant favors to Lay Group because of her ties with Rusty Corporation's heir. Who knew it would end up like this? Don't post such things anymore. Making Aiko unhappy will only backfire, Eric said, come back first. But Lyle, there's one more thing. Lois bit her lip and recounted her previous contact with Sherry's relatives to Eric. My initial thought was to back Sherry publicly when her relatives started stirring up issues online, hoping to build rapport with her. But unexpectedly, the uproar faded away without a trace later. Hearing his sister's words, Eric gasped sharply, what should I say to you? Who are those relatives of Coral's? How can you have any dealings with them? You don't know how Aiko's mother died. You don't know how they treated Aiko. They're not human, they're beasts. What if they do something to you? I brought bodyguards with me, knowing this. My biggest concern is if Sherry finds out I was fueling the drama, she might retaliate against Lay family. Lyle, you wouldn't know, when I was leaving Rusty family estate, I heard Sherry telling Gail's former assistant that if this happens again, Matthew assistant will spread the word, anyone collaborating with our Lay Corporation will be seen as going against her. Chapter 453, Without a Sound. Every time Lois thought of Brielle's voice, she was filled with fear. She gripped her phone tightly, our family is going through a critical period now. Brielle has been adopted by the Rusty family and is their only heir after Rusty Drong's death. If she spreads this news, we will surely lose the betting agreement. Lyle. What should we do? Did I mess up again? I only meant well. As she spoke, Lois began to cry. On the other end of the call, Eric remained silent for a moment, gripping his pen tightly before speaking, I understand what has happened. You must not contact Star anymore. I will explain everything to her. Do not have any further interactions with the Coral family. I'll send someone to monitor them, ensuring they don't involve you in anything. Also, when you return, you must tell Jackson truthfully. Star has a better relationship with him than us, so I will talk to Jackson about it. Don't be jealous or worried, your brother and husband will handle this. Lois sniffled, okay. Alright, go home now. Remember, no more contact with the Coral family, got it? Eric reminded her one last time, uncertain. I understand, brother, you can rest assured. I am truly scared this time. Lois showed her vulnerability only in front of her brother. She feared that because of her actions, the family might lose the betting agreement. After hanging up, Lois told the driver to start the car. Just as she wiped away her tears with a tissue, the phone rang again. Lois glanced at the caller ID, which displayed Donnie, and hung up immediately, remembering her brother's advice. However, the calls continued non-stop. Deciding to resolve things once and for all, Lois, despite her frown, answered, what now? Where is the photo you posted on Weibo? Why is it gone? Donnie could not hide his agitation. Lois paused momentarily, why should it concern you? Send me the photo. Only the screenshot of your last Weibo post is available online now. I need that photo inside. Donnie raised his voice involuntarily. Are you crazy? Lois did not want to admit that Brielle had made her delete the photo out of spite, so she vented her frustration on Donnie, why should I send my photo to you? Didn't you ask me to deal with that bitch Brielle? The photo is useful for that. Donnie said. Lois responded irritably, I've deleted the photo. Stop bothering me. Don't call me anymore, and stop bothering me about your sister Coral Germaindy. She hung up and blocked Donnie's number. If it weren't for being Brielle's brother, who would bother dealing with him? On the other end, Tori, Glenn, and Donnie's aunt stared intently at him. Did she give you the photo? Donnie cursed under his breath upon realizing he'd been blocked after Lois hung up on him. The little bitch blocked me. Donnie gritted his teeth before looking at his grandmother. But Grandma, didn't the hospital say that my mom died along with the baby during surgery? Are you sure the person in the photo is really my mom? It's definitely your mom, Nellie. I'd recognize her even if she were ashes. Tori was certain, the person in that Lay girl's photo looks just like your mom did when she first arrived here. And, didn't the Lay girl also say that it was Brielle's mother? There's no mistake, it must be your mom. What you say, Grandma, but it's been so many years, saying the Lay girl looks exactly like Mom when she first came to our house seems unlikely. Look at Aunt, she doesn't look the same as she did when she was young either. Donnie felt uneasy hearing this from his grandmother. I also think the photo looks very much like Nellie. At first glance, I thought I saw Nellie as she was when she first came to our house. But what Joab said makes sense too, it's impossible for Nellie to look so young now. However, Donnie's aunt's eyes sparkled, what if it's Nellie's younger sister? After Nellie went missing, perhaps her parents had another child. Thinking of this, Donnie's aunt became increasingly excited. Remember, Grandpa on Joab's mother's side was surnamed Rusty. Now that Brielle has been adopted by the Rusty family, could they be related to our family? Glenn straightened up upon hearing this, so. Joab's grandfather is a professor, and isn't it said that Nellie was an only child? She was definitely an only child before she went missing. After being sold to our family, why couldn't her parents have another child? Tori, thinking of the entire Rusty group, became overjoyed. Moreover, consider this, how could we find Joab's grandfather for so long? If the lay girl's photo is really of Joab's aunt, she might match kidney types with Joab. With her mother dead, she won't abandon Joab as his aunt. Grandpa Rusty wouldn't fail to protect Joab. Then, Coral Germaindy gives one kidney to Joab, and his aunt gives another. Wouldn't Joab then have 2 kidneys? Donnie felt uplifted upon hearing this. Previously, the Priscilla family refused to let their daughter marry our Joab. If he becomes the heir of the Rusty group, their daughter would regret it terribly. When Joab recovers, we can find him several beautiful stars for childbirth, giving birth to many children for our family. Tori dreamed of future good days. I saw a news report saying Germaindy was promised to the eldest son of the Graham family. I wonder how much dowry they gave. Shouldn't the dowry come to our family? Germaindy mentioned having twins, meaning she's fertile, and the dowry they gave must be substantial. The Rusty family shouldn't withhold this dowry money from us, right? Donnie's aunt asked her elder brother. Aunt, don't worry about small change. The Rusty group will belong to me soon. Who cares about that dowry? Donnie remarked and added, just fear that bitch Coral Germaindy will try every means to prevent me from seeing Grandpa. Donnie's father, Glenn, sat quietly today, unusually silent. He had not forgotten the look the man in the luxury car at the entrance of the Rusty family villa gave them, a look like they were disgusting maggots in a latrine. Chapter 454, Source of Income. Even if the woman surnamed Lay in the photo is indeed Aunt Nellie's younger sister, the Rusty family, especially Mr. Rusty, would likely not care about their family. Lyle, why aren't you speaking? Donnie's aunt turned to look at her brother Glenn, who sat silently beside her. You're the backbone and mainstay of our family, we need you to make a decision. The money we have left is nearly depleted. Before this, Joab spent all the money on games, and then the gangsters pursued us for more money. Joang is getting weaker each day, and we can't get close to Coral Germaindy, that little bitch. No one has donated a kidney for Joab yet, and it seems we can't wait any longer. You must take action. Donnie had already fled from the previous hospital and was now staying at a county hospital. The donations from netizens were almost exhausted. They had been making money by live streaming and soliciting pity, but now their online reputation was tarnished, and the bullet comments in their live streams were all demanding repayment. Eventually, either due to Brielle's interference or because they violated platform rules by quarreling with netizens, their live streaming room was shut down, leaving them without a source of income. The Coral family, led by Glenn, had grown accustomed to making quick money through live streaming. They found it unbearable to return to manual labor or scavenging, which both shamed them and earned slow returns. But going to Rusty Manor to confront Mr. Rusty was something Glenn dared not do. Lyle? Donnie's aunt urged again. Glenn looked irritated. Hurry up, hurry up. What's the rush? Are you trying to hasten my death? You're right, I'm worried about the only descendant of the Coral family, Joab. Coral Lao Tai said anxiously. The doctor said before that Joab's condition was ideal for a kidney transplant. If it weren't for Coral Germaindy's disappearance, we could have pressured her into donating a kidney. Now, we don't even have much money left. We can't delay any longer. When they moved Donnie to the county hospital, the doctor made it clear that his condition couldn't be delayed any further. Yes, furthermore, a small hospital like theirs couldn't perform such major surgery, so if Joab wanted to survive, he would need to find a kidney quickly and be transferred to a larger hospital for the operation. It's all your fault. Glenn blamed his mother, turning around. If you hadn't told that old Mr. Rusty how obedient Joab was, he wouldn't have feared Joab inheriting the family wealth. If you hadn't called Joab obedient, Mr. Rusty would surely have recognized him as his grandson and kicked Coral Germaindy out of the Rusty family. The situation is different now. With the photo taken by that girl surnamed Lay claiming she is Nellie's sister. Joab could be their bloodline. Could they let him die? And besides, Joab is a boy. Coral Lao Tai clenched her teeth in anger at the thought of Brielle. It must be Coral Germaindy, that wicked girl, plotting to steal Joab's inheritance by poisoning Mr. Rusty against him. I think we should bring Joab to the Rusty family. Look at how much he resembles Nellie when she was young. Mr. Rusty will surely recognize him as Nellie's son. Upon hearing this, Donnie snorted confidently. He also suspected that Brielle was greedy for his inheritance and had poisoned Mr. Rusty against him. Once he inherited the Rusty family and Rusty Corporation, he would make Coral Germaindy kneel before him and confess. Yes. Donnie's aunt chimed in. I think Mr. Rusty might have recognized Coral Germaindy because she looks like Nellie. Look at how similar Coral Germaindy and her adoptive mother in the photo look. But, wasn't Nellie an only child? Glenn was still skeptical. Didn't the police say that it was because Nellie was an only child that her parents never gave up searching for her? But Nellie died on the operating table, and her mother died from grief, which is why her father hated our family. What hate? Why should he hate us? If we hadn't bought Nellie back and provided for her, she'd have died in some ditch long ago. Donnie's grandmother spat venomously. After buying her back for years, we only got one decent thing, Joab, and the rest were nothing but burdens. And look what else we got, a cold-hearted wretch like Coral Germaindy, utterly selfish and ungrateful. Why didn't she die with Nellie? If Coral Germaindy had died, the Rusty family would have no choice but to accept their Joab. I'll go to the police station first to find out what really happened. What if the Rusty family isn't Nellie's family after all, and we end up being thrown out again? The thought of the Ferguson assistant's disapproving gaze sent chills down Glenn's spine. Coral Lao Tai glared at her son, muttering under her breath, useless good for nothing. In her view, if Mr. Rusty knew Donnie was Nellie's son, he would definitely order tests to see if either Brielle or Nellie's supposed sister was a match. Then Joab might even get 2 kidneys. Since her son couldn't be relied upon, she had to take action herself. After all, Joab was the root of the Coral family. Late at night, Glenn went to sleep, while Coral Lao Tai approached Donnie, who was playing games. Joab, buy your grandma a train ticket online. I'm going to Rusty Manor in the capital. If the Rusty family belongs to you, I'll fight for it back for you. Without hesitation, Donnie bought the ticket for her and added cautiously, Grandma, maybe you should let my aunt or dad go with you. Your dad is useless, and if your aunt goes, who will take care of you in this condition? Your grandma won't leave you alone. She tucked the blanket around him. Be a good boy and stay in the hospital. Grandma will make sure Coral Germaindy gives you her kidney and gets back your inheritance. Donnie listened and stopped playing games, obediently lying down to sleep. The next morning, after watching Donnie eat breakfast, Coral Lao Tai instructed his aunt to take good care of him before departing for the capital. Le Harriwa frowned upon receiving the news and called Godric. Le Madeleine recounted everything to Godric as her brother had instructed, and he was well informed. Chapter 455, stopping her from going to the capital. You know the Coral family, right? When Anan was still at Haiching University, they went berserk and demanded a tuition refund from the university, trying to drag Anan back to marry an old cripple. Now that Anan has been adopted by the Rusty family and is engaged to the Graham family's young master from Grahamshire Group, who knows what trouble this old woman from the Coral family will stir up in the capital. Eric sighed alongside Godric. If Anan knew that Madeline had dealings with the Coral family before, our relationship would be even more strained. I didn't tell Madeline. Actually, I expressed a cooperation intent with Hengji Biotechnology a few weeks ago, worried that if Anan found out, it could affect whether Hengji Biotechnology chooses to cooperate with us. So, what do you plan to do? Tell Anan directly? Godric sighed. I previously had someone keeping an eye on the Coral family and found another group doing the same, probably sent by Anan. Sooner or later, she'll find out. I think you were closer to Anan than all of us in the past. Let's go to the capital together, explain the situation clearly to her, and have my people keep the old woman from the Coral family from reaching the capital. Godric understood Eric's concerns. It was better for Lois and the Coral family's collaboration to be admitted proactively rather than for Blakely to find out later and be angry. If Blakely was still the orphan from before, Eric might not have taken this seriously. But now that Blakely was the heir of Rusty Group, things were different. Alright, I'll go to the capital with you, Godric said. At this moment, Blakely was at the newly constructed Hengji Biotechnology Research Park. Blakely sat beside Emerson's bed, silently watching him. Haim stood at the foot of the bed, his hands in his pockets, brows furrowed deeply. To save your life, the boss traded all the evidence we gathered. Can you not act so recklessly? Has the boss ever broken his word? While lecturing Emerson, Haim also watched Blakely's expression, as he had already reprimanded Emerson once when he woke up. This time was purely for Blakely's benefit. Emerson had just woken up, knowing he would never walk again. His spirit seemed utterly broken, and even when Haim spoke, Emerson remained indifferent, his eyes glazed over in thought. Get me a cup of coffee from Lexia, I'll be there shortly, Blakely told Haim. Knowing Blakely wanted to speak privately with Emerson, Haim nodded but couldn't help adding, his condition isn't very stable right now. Don't scold him too harshly. Blakely replied softly, I understand. When she heard the door close, Blakely's expression turned cold. Still thinking about how to kill Amaryllis and her daughter? Given your lack of cooperation with treatment, standing up again would be a miracle, let alone avenging yourself. Even if I can never stand again, I can still kill them. As long as my hands move and I'm breathing, I will find a way. Emerson's voice was hoarse and weak, yet resolute. I know what you're going to say, revenge through legal means, but that would be too lenient. My sister died horribly, and I want them to die the same way. I want them all dead. Emerson's tone was calm as he delivered his words about killing Amaryllis and her daughter, then clamped his lips shut. I know you have the capability to kill even if you're paralyzed, Blakely began, seeing Emerson's dispirited state. Adjusting her posture, she continued gently, to get you back this time, I made a deal with someone. Besides handing over all the evidence, I traded my marriage to get you rescued alive from Korea. Upon hearing this, Emerson's pupils dilated, and he turned his gaze towards Blakely. Someone has always hoped I would separate from Ralph and Aurora's father, severing all ties. Only if I agreed to marry within a month did he promise to bring you back to me alive, Blakely explained casually. So, I've accepted the proposal from the Graham family's young master and will soon hold an engagement ceremony. Emerson's lips trembled, surprised. This was indeed something he hadn't anticipated. He didn't even know who Ralph and Aurora's biological father was. Though he was curious, Emerson had assumed their father was Blakely's ex-husband, Sam, but Blakely had firmly denied this before. Emerson couldn't help asking, is it, Yusef? Not Sam, Blakely cut in quickly. Ralph and Aurora's father and I have our own responsibilities, so we can't officially be together. But we've kept in touch privately. His brother thinks I influence him and wants us apart. In Korea, when you were in critical condition, only by agreeing to marry someone else, cutting off any hope with Ralph and Aurora's father, did he agree to help. Emerson's eyes welled up. Winston Ong Tongshio, you're not alone in this world. Me, Haim, Ridge Pingan, Sister Lexia, and your team members, all of us care about your life. To us, everything else pales compared to saving you. If you still choose to throw your life away, I feel none of us are worthy, Blakely spoke calmly. Tears blurred Emerson's vision. I know you're affected by the video of your sister. But killing Amaryllis or Elmwood won't comfort your sister's soul. We need to expose the entire human trafficking network. Blakely breathed deeply after speaking. If you value our friendship, put away those thoughts of murder. Cooperate fully with Sister Lexia's treatment. Even though giving up the evidence may render it useless, at least we know their methods, making it easier to gather new evidence. Without waiting for Emerson's response, Blakely stood up. Think carefully about what I said. If you're willing to cooperate with Sister Lexia and wait for news from me, that's great. But if you're still set on taking revenge by killing 2 people, of course, I'll still risk everything to save you, no matter what happens. Just like the last car accident, we could die together, me, Haim, Ridge Pingan, or even your team members. Translation maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as per original content. Chapter 456, Go with the Flow. Winston Antongsia's eyes were red, and his lips trembled for a long time before he could utter a word. I know to you living on means revenge. You don't care about your own life, but if you can also not care about ours, then after you cooperate with the treatment and recover, you can do whatever you want. You can go for revenge, and at worst, we'll risk our lives to save you. But, if there is still a bit of concern for us in your heart, trust us, trust that Ridge Pingan will gather enough evidence to make them pay the price. Don't act rashly. After saying this, Sherry left the room. Sherry understood Winston Antongsiu. He always believed his grudge was personal and had nothing to do with others. He went alone to Korea this time, even drugging Ridge Pingan, just to avoid involving them. Therefore, only by putting it like this could she let Winston Antongsiu understand what she was willing to do for him, so that he would consider their safety and not act rashly. Seeing Sherry come out of the room, Haim, who had been waiting outside the door, immediately stepped forward. How did it go? Did you convince him? Unknown, but he should cooperate well with the treatment from now on, accelerate the collection of evidence on Ridge Pingan's side, no matter how much money it takes. Good. Haim followed Sherry, glanced worriedly at Winston Antongsiu's room, and caught up with her. Will Augustus cooperate with the treatment now? He wants revenge, whether it's through us or on his own. Without cooperating with the treatment, how can he take revenge? I think he knows that very well himself, but seeing his sister's video before she passed away has been too stimulating for him. Sherry sighed deeply. Is Sister Lon still in the lab? Yes. I didn't dare tell her you came, afraid to disturb her, Haim replied. You stay here and wait for Sister Lon. I need to go back, as there's a meeting at Rusty Group in the afternoon, Sherry told Haim. What do you plan to do about Sam's situation? The first episode has already ended, and just half an hour ago, the Amatherviv the Wilderness program released an interview teaser. Estimated that the popularity will skyrocket this afternoon, and Sam's memory recovery will be brought up again, surely making the hot search list. Should we suppress it? Haim was a bit worried, as Sam and Sherry's love story was once known by everyone in Haicheng. With the formal broadcast tonight, the heat will undoubtedly rise again. Now Sherry and the eldest young master of Graham family are considered fiancés. If the young master of Graham family sees this news, will he feel uncomfortable? No need, suppressing the hype would seem too deliberate. Sherry got into the elevator, let it happen naturally. Haim didn't say much more, escorting Sherry downstairs. President Xiao Rusty. Little Claudia approached, nodded at Haim, and whispered to Sherry, Lawyer Alina called earlier, asking you to call him back as he needs to discuss something with you. Do you want to call Lawyer Alina back? Godric? Sherry asked. Yes. Little Claudia nodded. Sherry looked at Haim who was holding open the car door for her. Is the Lei family from Haicheng planning to cooperate with our Hengji? Haim thought for a moment. There might be such plans, but regarding companies in Haicheng, I'm not intending to cooperate. Given the limited circle in Haicheng, Haim never saw eye to eye with people in Sam's old circles. Those group heirs or children must have bullied their leader one way or another, so Haim wouldn't possibly work with them. Even if they did cooperate, it would definitely involve some hidden traps to settle accounts similarly to when they handled the Youssef group. Sherry nodded and got in the car. On the way, Sherry still decided to call Godric back. Aiko, I'm already in the capital, shall we have lunch together? I have something to talk to you about, regarding the Coral family, Godric said without giving Sherry a chance to refuse. I've booked a private room at Finlakeselu, just for lunch. Sherry paused silently for a moment before agreeing, okay. Godric and Eric sat in the private room, both having seen the preview clip posted on Weibo. The preview first played Sam saying he had recovered his memory and annulled his engagement with Enid on the show. At the end of the program, the previously unreleased interview with Enid was shown. In the interview, Enid said, yes, Lao Nanshan has regained his memory, so we have parted amicably, but... The trailer ended right at, but, prompting netizens to speculate wildly, thus pushing the yet-to-be-aired Matherviv the Wilderness onto the trending list again. Eric frowned. What's up with Nanshan? Did he really regain all his memories? Is this for show effect, or genuine? Previously, I heard someone mention it, assuming it was just for show. But seeing Nanshan's expression now, it doesn't seem like he's joking around. Previously, Eric had only heard that Sam had recovered some memories, not all. Eric couldn't comprehend why Sam loved Sherry so desperately, kicked her aside later to love Enid, and now claimed he regained his memory and Sherry was everything to him again. Seeing Godric silent, Eric frowned. Nanshan shouldn't have participated in this program. It's as if, putting Aiko on the sharp end of criticism. Now, with the marriage alliance between the Rusty and Graham families, his grand gestures digging up the past will upset the Graham family, too reckless. Eric leaned against the chair. Growing up with Nanshan, you wouldn't understand him? Why did Uncle and Aunt Yusuf and we completely erase Aiko's traces after Nanshan lost his memory? Wasn't it to prevent Nanshan from getting desperate upon remembering? Nanshan now has recovered all his memories and recalls everything, revealing their past on a high-profile show, to win back Aiko at all costs. To win back Aiko, he'd give up his life, but, being spoiled from childhood, he wouldn't mind Aiko's current situation, he just wants the result of winning Aiko back. Nanshan should have finished filming this episode. After meeting Aiko at noon, we still have time to meet with Nanshan and try to reason with him tonight. Just as Eric finished speaking, the service staff opened the private room door. Sherry, dressed in a white suit jacket, entered with her assistants Kayla and little Claudia following behind. Chapter 457, Sentiment. Godric and Eric both stood up. Aiko, you've come. Sherry glanced at Eric who was also in the private room. Eric immediately explained, I asked Jackson not to tell you I was here. If you had known, you might not have come. Godric nodded politely to Kayla and said, could you and this gentleman dine in the next room? We need to speak with Aiko privately. Seeing Sherry nod, Kayla and Tobias left for the neighboring room. Sherry sat down on the chair Godric pulled out for her. She did not linger on why Eric was there but calmly asked, you called me here. Is it about something related to the Coral family? Eric sighed, speaking of that, I owe you an apology. Before, Madeline contacted some members of the Coral family, but now she's broken ties. To avoid any issues, I had someone monitor the Coral family. When we found out that the elderly lady from the Coral family was heading to the capital, I had her turned back. Rest assured. Sherry frowned deeply. Lois really didn't have a day without causing trouble. Madeline visiting the Rusty family is something both Jackson and I are aware of. We've already reprimanded her. Going forward, she won't act recklessly under the guise of your friend, nor will she visit the Rusty family. Don't worry, Eric cautiously said, hoping Sherry wouldn't sabotage them. For what Madeline has done before, I understand you must be very upset, but I hope you can forgive her, considering we grew up together. Or if you have any demands, I'll do my best to meet them. Sherry looked at Eric. From childhood to adulthood, whenever Lois caused trouble, Eric would always step in to clean up the mess, including during the drug incident at Haiching University. So, what exactly did Lois do when she contacted the Coral family? Sherry asked. Eric, originally intending to gloss over this issue, glanced at Godric for support. Godric poured Sherry a cup of water before explaining, Madeline wanted the Coral family to cause a scene with you, then she would intervene forcefully on your behalf, recounting all the past grievances to show her support, just like when Nanshan publicly announced his restored memory and annulment of his engagement to Enid, and she backed you. Her aim was to make everyone believe you're close friends. Then, others collaborating with the Lay family might give more concessions because of you. Madeline isn't smart enough for more complex schemes. Sherry furrowed her brows. The image of Lois's tweet featuring her mother's photo lingered in her mind. Although screenshots of that tweet were still circulating online and people were speculating that the woman in the photo was Mr. Rusty's ill daughter, Rusty Veronica, Sherry, and Special Grahamshan were keeping the topic subdued. She believed it would soon fade away from public attention. Sherry placed her hand on the table. Regarding Lois posting a photo of my mother on Weibo, exposing her to the public, my grandfather is extremely angry with her, and with me. He has always protected my mother and never allowed her to appear in public. Lois has gone too far this time by using my name. Hearing that even Mr. Rusty was furious, Eric felt his heartbeat quicken. The Rusty family patriarch's daughter was a subject of whispers in high society. It was said that due to her frail health and delicate mental state, Mr. Rusty strictly avoided any media exposure to protect her from trouble. I'm just a foster daughter of the Rusty family, favored only thanks to Gail. My role in the Rusty family is to protect and care for my mother. Sherry looked at Godric and Eric. So, you think coming here as Lois's brother and husband to say sorry will resolve this? Eric pressed his lips together and after a pause, responded, the Weibo post has been deleted, and I'll ensure it doesn't resurface. If any photos of your mother appear again, I will spare no effort to suppress them. If Mr. Rusty knew about this, one word from him could devastate the Lay group in Haiching. Seeing Sherry's clear eyes fixed on him, Eric retrieved a contract from his bag. This is an unconditional transfer of Lay group shares. I'm apologizing sincerely through this gesture. Godric was somewhat surprised that Eric had prepared this. I don't need this, Sherry smiled faintly, a hint of coldness in her voice. Eric, if you transferred these shares to me and I accepted them, I would have to ensure your side doesn't lose this bet. Otherwise, what use would these shares be to me? From a young age, Eric was adept at using means to achieve his goals, a fact Sherry had never forgotten. Eric knew Sherry's intelligence would see through his intentions but didn't feel embarrassed when she called him out. If Lay Group wins this agreement, those shares will gain value, making it a win-win situation. Sherry pushed the contract back toward Eric with 2 fingers. I have no interest in Lay Group shares. I didn't come here for business. I already know about the Coral family matter, and I repeat, if I find out you or Lois are acting under my name again, I won't hesitate to spread the word that any company partnering with you is against me. Her voice remained calm and indifferent. As for the photo, let's not revisit this topic. If my mother's photos continue to surface, my grandfather will be furious, and if he's upset, I will suffer, and if I suffer, the person responsible will experience far worse consequences. Aiko, you're completely disregarding our past relationship? Eric seemed puzzled. I admit Madeline grew up spoiled and acts without much thought, but now that problems have arisen, why can't we work together? After all, we became friends with you initially because you were Nanshan's beloved. But we did grow up together, right? Please provide further sections of the novel text for continued translation if necessary. Chapter 458, Isolated and Without Aid. Sherry looked at Eric. So your meaning is, just because we grew up together, I must acknowledge this so-called bond even if you all wished for me to die or never wake up? Eric. I've always thought you're an intelligent person. Your words today even make me doubt your IQ. Do you think it's easier to control your sister when you go back, or trying to talk about non-existent bonds here makes me take a step back more easily? After all, at that time, you all said I was cold-hearted and indifferent to everyone except Sam. If you all understood me so deeply back then, why do you still expect me to remember old bonds that never truly existed? Sherry stood up as she spoke. Godric, the reason I came today isn't for your sake, but for Dr. Alina's, your elder sister, who took care of me when I was in a vegetative state. But, this is the last time I'll meet with you on your request. It's best not to contact me unless there's something important. I don't want to have anything to do with anyone associated with Sam. My fiancé wouldn't be happy. Aiko. Eric stood up. He closed his eyes briefly before apologizing. Don't leave yet. It's my fault. I apologize. Sherry had indeed changed too much, becoming almost unrecognizable even to Eric. Or perhaps Sherry had always been like this, only willing to engage them because of Sam out of respect for him. Only Godric understood that Sherry genuinely considered them all friends back then. When Sherry first awoke from her vegetative state, everyone blamed her for waking up and betrayed her by siding with Enid, leaving Sherry isolated and without aid after regaining consciousness. They hurt Sherry first, which led to her erasing them from her circle of friends entirely. Aiko, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Can't we sit down and have a meal? Godric also pleaded. I know that when you woke up, we all blessed Enid and Nanshan, becoming Enid's friends, betraying you. Despite that, you didn't give up on us. We abandoned our friendship with you first. Today, we came here to apologize, not to ask for anything. If Eric's contract made you feel tricked, we apologize. But, please have dinner with us. It's lunchtime. Won't there be reporters waiting outside to take photos? Sherry asked. Eric sighed. Aiko, I'm not that despicable. The contract was indeed Eric's way of making amends, but, if Sherry would just flip through it, he would immediately reveal their family's equity swap agreement. The shares were both an apology and a hope that Sherry could offer help. He didn't intend it as a secret plot. Under the guise of seeking forgiveness, it wasn't meant to bind Sherry to the Lay family. Your intelligence has always surpassed ours. If you don't want to join forces with the Lay family, you can take these shares and sell them, even to my rivals, causing our family to fall utterly. That's fine too. Eric sighed and showed her the contract. This is the sincerity of my apology. Hengji Biotechnology is yours, Rusty Corporation's future is yours. I know you might look down on the Lay family's shares, but this is the only thing I can offer now as a token of my sincerity. Seeing Sherry standing still, Eric's throat tightened. Aiko, I really am not as despicable as you think. We grew up together. After your accident, we missed chances to make things right. By the time we wanted to rectify, you no longer needed it. I understand that our positions are different now. Rest assured. I won't exploit our past connections for gain. This visit was simply to inform you of the Coral family matters honestly. At least it's better to tell you now rather than having you find out later. And I hope you won't hold any grudge against Madeline. In the end, Eric was here to lower himself before Sherry for his sister. Sherry couldn't help thinking of Amaryllis. She wondered if girls named Madeline always had people protecting and loving them. Regardless of Eric's true intentions with the share transfer agreement, one thing Sherry was sure of was that she envied Lois. No need for dinner. I understand what you've said, but I won't accept the shares. But you need to understand, the reason I tolerated Lois repeatedly is that after I woke up, at least, you still showed me a bit of kindness. But even that small kindness will wear thin eventually. Go back and tell Lois to behave herself from now on. Starting today, if anything happens involving her around me again, I won't show mercy. With that, Sherry opened the door and walked out. Godric watched her retreating figure, clenching his fists slightly at his sides, then turned to Eric. You brought out the share transfer agreement just to seek Aiko's forgiveness? Gambling the Lay family's future for forgiveness doesn't sound like you. Growing up together gave Godric insight into Eric just as Eric understood him. Regardless of my reasons, it's all for Madeline, Eric stated. Godric frowned. Do you think Aiko won't see through this? Eric's primary goal was actually achieved. As long as Sherry didn't blame Lois for contacting the Coral family earlier and as long as Lois behaved herself from now on, the matter could be put to rest. Regarding the share transfer, success would be ideal, but failure wouldn't result in much loss either. Eric sat down and began eating. Unknowingly, they had all changed. Changed to use every relationship and resource available to achieve their purposes without showing any hesitation. Adults call this growth and maturity. Perhaps they had all grown and matured. Godric fell silent, resuming his meal. After finishing half a bowl of rice, Godric asked Eric, so, when you say you want to see Nanshan tonight, what do you plan to get from him? I want Enid to endorse our newly launched National Trend Cosmetics. Eric spoke frankly. Madeline called Karaltsi, who consulted her agent and replied that she couldn't spare the time. I hoped Nanshan might persuade her. Chapter 459, People from Two Worlds. Godric. Don't look at me like that. Eric frowned. I'm not forcing Ronnie to make this happen. After all, they've already annulled their engagement. I just thought, if Coral G can't help shoot this advertisement, since Ronnie now owns One High Entertainment, he could choose a suitable celebrity to do the ad. Money is money no matter who earns it, better for our own brother. Godric didn't reply, silently finishing his meal before calling Sam to set up a dinner appointment. Afterwards, Godric told Eric, I won't join you tonight, I have to rush back to Haicheng. Tomorrow is my nephew's birthday and I promised to celebrate with him. Okay. Eric replied, I have a client meeting in the afternoon anyway. Only after Godric left did Eric's exhaustion show on his face. In the past, Eric didn't believe in fate, he believed ability could change everything. But after running his family company for years, he started believing in destiny. For instance, Sherry's mother was sold into the mountains by human traffickers, her father a rapist, yet Sherry was born with an extraordinary IQ, winning gold medals in every competition she participated in. She became a well-known prodigy in Haicheng. Numerous prestigious international universities, which required huge donations to enter, courted her eagerly, even offering scholarships. Later, after being involved in a car accident that left her in a vegetative state, when doctors had given up hope, she woke up. After being abandoned by Sam, everyone thought Sherry's life was over. Yet, within a few short years of divorcing Sam, she founded Hengji Biotechnology. Just from the fact that Hengji was under relentless oppression from the US, it was clear how formidable the company was. Then she was adopted by the Rusty family, and later, the original heir, Gail, passed away in a car accident, making Sherry the undeniable successor of the Rusty family. That was the capital city's Rusty family. Who could have as good luck as Sherry? They all grew up with her, coming from affluent families. Who didn't start off better than her? Yet, who now stood at the height she did? No one. None of them had Sherry's luck. It was destiny, there was no denying it. In the evening, Eric arrived at the restaurant as agreed with Sam. As he entered, the lobby was playing episodes of the show Matt Herviving in the Wilderness. The program had just started. When he opened the door to the private room, Sam was staring intently at Curtis's proposal to Sherry on his phone. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, Eric saw the photo on Sam's phone and sighed lightly, regret? Sam snapped out of his trance and locked his phone screen. Where's ZY? Do you regret it? Eric, unbuttoning his suit, sat opposite Sam with a half-smile, lingering on his previous question. Sam pressed his lips together and then admitted candidly, tears welling in his eyes, yes, I do. I wish I had died in that car crash rather than remember the terrible things I did to Aiko. Eric sighed, there's no going back with you and Aiko. She's already engaged to Graham family's eldest son, and, based on the age of her 2 children, they were conceived after you followed Ferris's advice and drugged Aiko. From the care Graham eldest shows in the photos, those kids are likely his. You know this. Regarding Sherry's 2 children, Sam had asked Eric to investigate their father. Eric had suspected Curtis because he stayed in the same hotel that night. Considering Gail's and Curtis's childhood connection, and Matthew Taiju's presence, it made sense Curtis helped due to urgency. It couldn't possibly be Gail's child due to blood relation. Eric's guess aligned closely with Sam's suspicions. Sam had no memory of the night he and Sherry were drugged, but if Sherry said the children weren't his, then it must have happened after drinking the spiked drink. Thus, Sam suspected Curtis, who also checked into the hotel that night. Whatever it takes, I'll win Aiko back. Sam revealed openly to his friend, if she comes back to me, I'll do whatever it takes. Ronnie, wake up. Eric sighed, as a friend who grew up with you, stop dreaming. Consider who Aiko's fiancé is, a scion of the 4 major families in the capital city. And think about her current status, the sole heir of the Rusty family, another of the 4 major families. With the Rusty-Graham marriage alliance, neither family will give up this union. Sam swallowed hard, tightening his frown but remained silent. I met Aiko at lunch today, Eric mentioned. Sam looked up at Eric, who had casually draped his suit over a chair. You saw Aiko today? Is she okay? Have the online rumors hurt her? Did she say if she needs me to intervene? I can't reach her. Can you? Can you call her for me? I want to cooperate fully with however she wants to handle this. Although seeing Curtis propose to Sherry pains Sam deeply, he feared imagining what would happen if not for Curtis, how much worse it could get for Sherry amidst fans and netizens. Seeing Eric remain silent, Sam asked hoarsely, she won't see me again, will she? Probably never, Eric laughed lightly. Aiko says her purpose of being adopted by the Rusty family was to take care of Mr. Rusty's sick daughter. Knowing Aiko's character, she feels indebted to Gale and is committed to shouldering responsibilities for the Rusty family. The world used to revolve around you, but now it includes so many others, and you're no longer part of it. Sam wiped his eyes haphazardly, laughing softly. Must you speak so bluntly? If not bluntly, how would you let go? Eric lit a cigarette. Admit it, you're people from two different worlds now. Chapter 460, Displacement of Anger. Eric paused for a moment after speaking, then suddenly laughed and said, that's not right. It was always that we and Elodie belonged to two different worlds. Do you remember, with Elodie's intelligence, she didn't have to study step by step alongside you. So many universities, both domestic and international, had extended olive branches to her. She was a genius, who originally would have developed at the pace of an average child just for you. Previously, I felt Lacey wasn't from our world because her background was too humble. But now I think about it, we are indeed from different worlds. But in certain aspects, she is above us, perhaps even existing in a higher dimension. On this point, Eric couldn't help but admit. Lacey's abilities and intelligence were on a completely different level from theirs. In fact, without Sam, they might never have met. While they were still playing ball or fighting in school, Lacey was already working in laboratories, participating in various competitions, living in a whole other world. So, don't force it. It's bad for all of you. You should focus on being with Enid. Enid's feelings for you are no less than what Lacey once felt. Regardless of whether you fell for Enid initially because she resembled Elodie, now you're together with Enid, and Elodie is married to young Master Graham, everyone can face their best possible outcome. Eric sincerely advised, people from different worlds shouldn't be forced together. Sam's throat clenched, he furrowed his brow, picked up the wine glass in front of him, and drank it in one gulp, eyes filled with resentment. What if I insist? Eric hadn't loved someone as deeply as Sam did, so he couldn't understand Sam's stubbornness. Given their family backgrounds, they usually didn't marry for themselves but to form alliances between families for mutual benefit. I was the first to meet Elodie, the first to fall in love with her. Before I turned 22, my greatest wish every day was to marry Elodie and grow old with her. Why did I lose my memory? The Sam post-memory loss isn't me. I don't recognize him as me. Why must I bear the pain of separation from Elodie? Sam choked up. Where do I seek justice? Tell me, where do I find justice? It feels like I slept for a long time and woke up to everyone telling me that the person I love the most doesn't want me anymore. This is more painful than death. I cannot live without Elodie, you know that. In recent days, each time Sam suffered, he asked why. Why did he become the villain hurting Elodie after remembering everything? He refused to acknowledge the version of himself who had hurt Lacey, yet the unlost memories in his mind told him that he had been extremely cruel to Lacey. But I don't understand, Harrywa. I don't blame you guys, but, you are friends of Elodie and me. Why didn't any of you try to stop me when I treated Elodie so badly? Sam opened red-rimmed eyes and looked at Eric who was smoking opposite him. Why didn't anyone counsel me? Even when Elodie and I went to get our divorce papers, you accompanied us but didn't dissuade me. Clearly, you knew how important Elodie was to me, she was my life. Eric's throat tightened. Back then, you were madly in love with Enid, rejecting Elodie fiercely. Who could say anything? Besides, you'd lost your memory and were very happy with Enid. What could we have said? Eric recalled Lacey's words that they weren't her friends but Sam's. He suddenly chuckled lightly, looking at Sam. Moreover, throughout, we've always been your friends, not Lacey's friends. Because Lacey was your girlfriend. Whenever we went out or dined together, we always included her, since we were doing things with you. Even when you later dated Enid, we became her friends too. Sam stood up abruptly. How can you say that? But it's true. Elodie understood this long ago, so she wouldn't even try to connect with those whom she discarded in her past. Eric moved the cigarette away from his lips, casually resting his hand holding the cigarette on the table, and stared at the standing Sam. Look at our circle. Everyone comes from affluent backgrounds. Aside from Lacey, who among us isn't wealthy and influential? At least in Hai Cheng, everyone is rich and powerful. Since the Youssef family is the strongest in Hai Cheng, we follow your lead. When you introduced Lacey to our group, because she was outstanding and dazzling, we accepted her. Try bringing in another ordinary person and see how that goes. Eric also didn't mention that without Sam, Lacey probably wouldn't have associated with them. Someone as intelligent and capable as Lacey likely looked down on them, who relied on family wealth and acted irresponsibly. But due to Sam's connection, Lacey tolerated them as friends. Ultimately, she discovered that just because she considered them friends, it didn't make them friends. This explained why, after separating from Sam, Lacey preferred living in a filthy, chaotic, unsafe rental in a slum rather than accepting their help. Sam's throat clenched. He had always thought they were friends. He believed they grew up together since childhood. No wonder Alati decisively severed ties with her past in Haicheng, including these so-called friends. Sam once thought it was because he had hurt Alati too deeply, causing her to abandon the past and along with it, them. But it turns out these people were only friends with him, not her. So it wasn't that Alati was heartless, not that she hated him so much that she displaced her anger onto others. Alati never really had any friends. If this was true, it was cruel to Alati. He had always thought he loved Alati more in the past. Now it seemed. Alati was always trying to fit into his circle. For some reason, Sam remembered Lacey's words in the hotel before she was forced to drink the alcohol, saying that in the year he was 12 and they first met, instead of Alati saving him from kidnappers, it was him who saved her from drinking pesticide. So, all along, his Alati had loved him so much. Chapter 461, The Whole City in a Storm. But he had lost his beloved Aiko. Why? He was the one who never used despicable means to bully Aiko. She was his life, and even if he died, he would not bear to see her hurt in the slightest. How could he have bullied her like that? He had asked this question countless times, but no one could answer him. Sam sat slumped in his chair, but I really can't live without Aiko. I don't know how to win her back. Would it work if I went through all the pain she once experienced, twice, thrice, or even endlessly until she calms down, and we can be together again? It's impossible, Eric cut Sam off abruptly. So, Nanshan, rather than agonizing here with no resolution, why don't you live happily with Enid? Her love for you is unquestionable. Enid loves me, or does she, love the feelings I had for Aiko? Sam looked up at Eric, who had intended to mediate. Eric paused, realizing that apart from matters concerning Sherry, Sam's mind was still sharp. You can't believe everything on the internet. Back then, imitating Aiko was a trend among students at Haicheng High School. Who among those graduates didn't imitate Aiko? Girls idolized her, and it was normal to mimic her. We later spent time with Enid. She and Aiko are completely different. Later, Enid returned to dressing in styles she preferred, yet you loved her desperately. But that wasn't me. How many times do I have to say it's not me? Even if I wronged Karautsi, Haryue. I only want Aiko. You know. Aiko has been my only wish since childhood. Every second of my imagined future includes Aiko. Without her, what should I do? Eric, as Sam's lifelong friend, knew this very well. But, Nanshan, you must admit that for Aiko, whether it was the old you or the you who lost your memory, it's still you. You've missed each other, and there's no going back. Eric sighed gently. We've never known real hardship growing up, sheltered by our parents. The greatest suffering for us has always been the pain of love, which makes you feel you can't live without Aiko. But the world will continue turning regardless of anyone. Eric continued, now, you should try to maximize your benefit, reconcile with Karautsi, get married, have children, and live out your life. Keep Aiko hidden in your heart, this relationship is destined to be a regret. No one can have everything go their way in life. Life is short but long enough to blur painful memories over time. Sam swallowed hard, shaking his head. I can't do it. I just want Aiko. But your persistence will only cause more trouble for Aiko. Don't you realize that? Loving someone doesn't mean forcing them into such a position. Love is hoping they thrive. Sam, with red-rimmed eyes, stared at Eric. You sound like someone who has unattainable love. Eric remained silent, smoke curling from the cigarette between his fingers. The warm, dim light inside the private room made it difficult to read his expression. Our company's new cosmetic line needs an advertisement. Could you help ask Enid to shoot one? We can negotiate the price. Eric abruptly changed the subject, revealing his reason for coming. Our company contacted her studio, but they said they were too busy. If you help, maybe Enid can find some time to help us. Do you really have unrequited love? Sam sensed the change in Eric's mood. Who? Sam was surprised. They grew up together, almost inseparable, yet he didn't know when Eric had fallen for someone. If he didn't know, it must be someone within their circle. And in their group, there were only a few girls, including Eric's sister, Lois. Recalling the times he participated in competitions with Sherry, Eric always accompanied them. Recalling the moments when Eric joined every club Sherry entered. Do you like Aiko? Eric looked at Sam calmly. Who wouldn't be attracted to someone radiant, especially a beautiful, cold, talented girl like Sherry? But I'm not you, Sam. For me, liking someone isn't everything. I prefer to call it admiration. Yet, I knew early on that Sherry's brilliance wasn't enough without good family background. In our social position, we cannot afford fervent, unconditional love. Our reality is about balancing benefits and seizing opportunities. Eric chuckled softly, adding, besides, she was your soulmate. Considering the family interest, my family won't oppose yours, and as a friend, I can't turn against you. Family interests always come first, followed by friendship. Love is merely a seasoning in life. Having it brings joy, lacking it, I can accept. Sam never expected his best friend to hide such feelings all along. He thought Eric was solely focused on his sister and work, never getting involved emotionally. Indeed, who wouldn't admire a shining person in their youth? He, Eric, Godric, all admired Sherry during debates and competitions, where she effortlessly displayed her cold elegance and secured victories. But Sam loved more. He loved every part of Sherry, her strengths and perceived weaknesses. All of her made her the beloved Sherry in Sam's heart. If you truly love Sherry, monitor the Coral family closely. Prevent them from reappearing before Aiko and causing scandalous rumors like last time. Protect her from Rusty Lau's disapproval. Also, don't let Aiko interfere in your relationship with Enid, stirring up citywide gossip. Eric stubbed out his cigarette. It's best for you, Aiko, and Enid. Chapter 462, Brave Pursuit of Love. I can't do it, Aiko is my whole world. Sam answered decisively, I'm not like you, to me, Aiko comes first. Is there no cure for your lovesick brain? Eric frowned and impatiently tugged at his tie. There's more to life than just love, Sam. In my view, love is the least important, last in line. You need to be more realistic. Don't interfere with my personal matters anymore. Sam poured himself a glass of wine. Regarding asking Enid to shoot an advertisement for you, I won't mention it to her. Besides necessary professional interactions, I don't want any private contact with Karazi anymore. I'm afraid Aiko might misunderstand. But does Aiko care? Eric couldn't help but raise his voice. Regardless of whether Aiko cares or not, it's something I must do. Sam looked up at Eric. I'm different from you. You may think love ranks last, but to me, Aiko will always come first. Even knowing that Eric had once secretly coveted his Aiko made him want to flip tables and leave. Eric closed his eyes and sighed. Fine. Then let's talk about One High Entertainment. Which celebrity under them do you think would be suitable for shooting our cosmetics ad? They should have endorsed international brands before because I plan to promote our national cosmetics into overseas markets as high-end products. Therefore, ideally, celebrities who have signed endorsement deals with international luxury brands would be best. Eric voiced his requirements. This was also why Eric first thought of asking Enid to shoot their ad. As a global spokesperson for super luxury brands like EF, she was perfect for this role. I'll have my people go through all the celebrities under One High Entertainment upon returning to find one suitable for you, Sam replied. The meal left both Eric and Sam somewhat unsettled. After Eric paid the bill and left first, Sam finished his drink and exited the private room. At this point, Sam was unaware that due to the release of Enid's pre-interview video for the show during its full broadcast, Enid, Sam, and Sherry once again trended on Weibo with a hot label following the hashtag. Across various platforms, the video views remained sky-high, continuously rising. The TV station broadcasting Matt Herviv in the Wild saw its ratings soar. Social media live streaming apps were also buzzing with heated discussions. Many viewers who missed the original live stream were now bouncing between these platforms and live streams to watch previous broadcasts. When Sam finally sat in the back seat of the car after calling a designated driver and turned on his phone, he saw numerous messages. It was then he realized he was trending on Weibo again. Since it involved Sherry, the slightly tipsy Sam straightened up and opened Weibo. Hashtag top star boldly pursues love hashtag. Hashtag breakup and rechase hashtag. Hashtag yes, we broke up, but I can chase him again hashtag. Hashtag Matt Herviv in the Wild breakup and rechase hashtag. Sam clicked on the 4 almost explosive trending topics. Inside was a video clip of Enid being interviewed by the program team. Wiping away tears, Enid said, I feel very sorry for my fans, I'm really sorry. Nanshan and I have broken up and dissolved our engagement for some time now, but we haven't told everyone. This time on this show, I want to take this opportunity to tell everyone, yes. Nanshan and I broke up. The host asked, we heard that you two were very loving. Originally, you didn't marry due to your career aspirations. What suddenly caused the breakup? Because Nanshan recovered his memory, he remembered everything about his past and realized he still loves Senior Coral. So we broke up peacefully. Enid explained. What are your plans after the breakup? Will you continue focusing on your career? Enid nodded, I've been working hard on my career, as you said, even though Nanshan and I were engaged, we never got married due to my career. But, we ended things amicably, and I've decided to win Nanshan back. Back then, he chased me because of his lost memories and seeing someone physically similar to Senior Coral. So I became Nanshan's girlfriend. Now, we've ended things peacefully, but I love him. So, this time, I'll chase Nanshan. No matter the outcome, I must try my best. Even if I fail, at least I did my best. Enid smiled through her tears, trying to appear happy. That's why I suggested inviting Nanshan as a mystery guest on the show. I hope this time around Nanshan can see that I'm not inferior to anyone, and I deserve his love. The video received an overwhelming number of views and comments. Many netizens praised Enid for her courage in pursuing love. After all, Enid and Sam's former romance was real. Sherry had accepted Graham family's heir proposal, which was also true. Many people commented that since the woman Sam once loved deeply, Sherry, had moved on with her fiancé, Sam and Enid getting together would be the best outcome for all four. Previously, many netizens criticized Enid for mimicking Sherry to get close to Sam, saying her feelings were stolen from Sherry. However, after seeing Enid boldly declaring her intention to win Sam back, they softened towards her. They agreed that the best result would be Sam and Enid getting together while Sherry marrying Jeffrey, allowing everyone to live happily ever after. This was the strategy proposed by Enid's manager, Miss Priscilla, to turn public opinion in Enid's favor without ending things entirely with Sam. Miss Priscilla told Enid that putting Sam in a difficult position would lead everyone to conclude that Sam and Enid should reunite, leaving Sherry undisturbed. Thus, Enid followed her manager's advice, remaining silent and not Sam, instead focusing on filming Matt Herviv in the wild. She aimed to establish an image of someone who wouldn't sacrifice her career for romance, someone who could openly address her feelings, and bravely pursue love. Note, the word doesn't have a direct English equivalent in this context, so it's omitted to ensure the sentence reads naturally. If you want to keep the nuance, it could be translated as harass or pursue relentlessly, but that changes the tone slightly. Here, not is interpreted as remaining silent and not pursuing him aggressively. Seeing the supportive comments and messages urging him to give up on Sherry and focus on Enid, Sam felt a surge of anger welling up inside him. Chapter 463, Another Hot Search Trend. Why should he give up Anan? Sam gripped his phone tightly. Wasn't his own feeling important too? The person he loved most in the world was Anan. Why should she be with Curtis, and why should he listen to these netizens and be with Enid? What did these netizens know? Did they understand the years of feelings between him and Anan? Did they know how deeply in love they had been? Anan was willing to sacrifice her life for him, and he would do the same for her. How dare they meddle and pair him with Enid? He wanted only Anan in this lifetime. He could only be with Anan. Without her, he might as well die. Sam locked his phone screen and told the driver to Huading Xingyuan. He didn't know what to do at that moment. It felt like dying inside. He understood he might not see Anan even if he went to Huading Xingyuan, but he just wanted to be closer to her. Even if he only saw the lights on in her home, knowing she was there made him feel reassured. After the chauffeur left, Sam stood downstairs, leaning against his car and looking up at the building. The top floor lights were on, confirming that Blakely was there. Just standing there gave him some peace. He didn't know how long he stood there until Curtis parked his car and called out to him, bringing him back to reality. Mr. Youssef, didn't you move away? Curtis twirled his car keys and looked at Sam with a smile, seemingly unmindful of the trouble Sam had caused when he declared his love for Blakely during the show. In fact, Curtis benefited from the heightened public interest in Anan's relationship status, which skyrocketed after the announcement of his successful proposal, along with the news of the Rusty and Graham family's marriage alliance. As a result, the Graham family's stock prices soared. Seeing Curtis, Sam immediately recalled the photos of him kneeling to propose to Anan, filled with tenderness. His fists clenched so hard they started to crack. Were you forcing Anan into this marriage? Sam asked sternly. Curtis hadn't expected this question and chuckled. I proposed successfully, so it couldn't be forced. Besides, considering Anan's personality. He paused, realizing that while nobody could force Anan, if grandfather Rusty demanded it, she might have agreed. If Anan's personality is anything to go by, even if grandfather Rusty pressured her into marrying me, she wouldn't accept my proposal with such happiness. Curtis adjusted his tone. He smiled gently at Sam. I know you and Anan shared an unforgettable past, but one must look forward. Laura really cares for you and bravely pursued love for you. You should consider her seriously. My personal matters don't concern you. Sam retorted, his throat tightening. Tell me, those two children of Anan's, are they yours? From the tone of Sam's voice, Curtis guessed they weren't. Since he was going to marry Blakely anyway, he could claim the children to discourage Sam's affections. Yes, they're mine. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sam lunged forward and grabbed the collar of Curtis's shirt. Holy crap! Curtis exclaimed, caught off guard, and pressed against the car, holding on to Sam's hand that was gripping his collar, his expression turning serious. Mr. Youssef, are we fighting? But Sam didn't throw a punch. His eyes were red-rimmed, unsure of his right to do so. He had given Anan the drug, they were already divorced then. He had no grounds to fight Curtis. After a while, Sam let go slowly, his nose flaring slightly. If the two children were indeed Curtis's, how could he win Anan back? Anan valued family so much, she would choose their biological father for the sake of the children. Sam felt like he was plunging into an icy abyss. When he raised his eyes again, they were redder, his voice choked with emotion. Can you give Anan back to me? I can't live without Anan. I won't fight you for the children. I only want Anan. Don't you love Anan as much as I do? Is it because of the children that you proposed? Curtis studied Sam for a moment, feeling pity for him, and replied softly, do you think Anan would abandon her children for you? Of course not. Sam knew that deep down. Curtis continued, do you think even if I gave up the children, Anan would still be with you? She made it clear that there are insurmountable barriers between you two. So Mr. Youssef, you see, everything is clear to you. Curtis straightened his clothes. I don't know if you're unhappy or something else, but since Anan chose me, I won't let her go. If you truly love Anan, don't drag her into your issues with Enid. Stay far away, as long as Anan is happy, who brings her happiness isn't that important, right? This was the second time someone told him today that if he really loved Anan, he shouldn't involve her in his troubles with Enid. Since Mr. Youssef has no other business, I'll go up now. Anan is waiting for me. Sam grabbed Curtis's arm. Can you let me see Anan? I never interfere with Anan's social life. If she wants to see you, I won't stop her. But I'm not that magnanimous. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Curtis walked upstairs. Sam's heart twisted in pain. Blakely had just finished her bath and was video calling the children when the doorbell rang. Seeing it was Curtis, she opened the door. What's wrong? She asked, noting Curtis was still in his suit, clearly having come directly to her place. Sam is downstairs, and, when I came back, I noticed paparazzi camping out here. Tomorrow will likely trend again. Curtis loosened his tie. Can I come in for some water? Note, this translation retains the original narrative structure and emotional tone of the Chinese text. Chapter 464, A Piece of Sky. Your place has no water? Sherry asked. To Sherry, it was just that Sam was waiting downstairs. It wasn't enough to make it to the trending list, so there was no need to delay over this matter with Curtis. Unengaged wife, I haven't finished what I wanted to say, Curtis said half-jokingly. Only then did Sherry move aside to let Curtis in. The moment Curtis came in, he acted as if he was at home. He changed into slippers, threw his suit jacket on the sofa, and went straight to the fridge. He took out a bottle of water, walked outside around the pool, and deliberately stood by the balcony railing as if wanting paparazzi below to capture that he and Sherry were already cohabiting. After taking a look down, he slowly came back inside. Sam is still downstairs, and he almost got into a fight with me earlier. The paparazzi probably caught it all. Curtis sprawled on the sofa with one arm draped over its back, turning his head to see Sherry preparing tea. Did you watch today's Mad Revival in the Wild? Enid mentioned she would bravely try to win Sam back. I think your love triangle will continue to heat up, so, we must also show off our own affection and ensure our stock price stays stable. Grandpa called me before you came. Sherry brought 2 cups of hot tea. He said because our relationship has become a hot topic due to a celebrity, our engagement can't be done simply as planned. He and Grandpa Graham discussed, the ceremony could be smaller, but it must be held. I know, they must have started preparations. Anyway, I have no objections. Curtis took the 2 cups of tea from Sherry and placed them on the coffee table. Initially, the Graham family naturally intended a grand affair. The more solid the marriage between the Graham and Rusty families, the higher our stock prices. Curtis was always honest with Sherry about the benefits of the Rusty-Graham marriage alliance for the Graham family. But Enid really played this move well this time. By openly admitting Sam recovered his memory and realized he ultimately loves you, so she decided to part ways peacefully with him. Yet, she also wants to fight for herself. She ended one relationship and now courageously chases after Sam for her own sake. Matya's portrayal can elevate her career, and even if she fails, she'll gain sympathy, Curtis chuckled. Sherry didn't want to focus on Enid and Sam's affairs. She only asked, so you wanted the paparazzi downstairs to take pictures of you? Yes, Curtis nodded. At least let the netizens know that our marriage alliance won't change because of Sam. Then let's follow Grandpa and Grandpa Graham's advice. Sherry agreed and continued drying her hair as she heard Curtis say, Martin Corporation from South Korea actually sent us a cooperation proposal. My father asked me to consult your opinion. Sherry paused mid-dry, looking at Curtis. We both know how Jinkarong's death happened. It was due to Martin Corporation's internal power struggle. Unfortunately, Jinkarong looked too much like Caleb and shielded her. Curtis shifted closer to Sherry on the couch. If working with Martin Corporation makes you uncomfortable, I'll refuse it through my secretary. Sherry didn't understand Rusty Jinkarong's intentions, lowering her eyes to continue drying her hair. Can you tell me what kind of cooperation? They want us to undertake their electronics assembly work. It could be a good thing for us. Curtis replied. If it's beneficial, don't consider my feelings. Business is business. Success depends on whether the benefits are mutual. Sherry spoke formally. Since you say so, I'll have the group prepare the contract. Curtis smiled, adding, by the way. He sent Sherry a contract via his phone. Take some time to review this. This is an engagement gift. If everything is fine, we'll sign the transfer agreement when available. These yachts and houses will be under your name. I heard my grandfather and father have gifts for you at the engagement ceremony. So, what do you want? Sherry asked. It's an engagement. Typically, the groom gives gifts to the bride, not the other way around. But if you wish to give something, I wouldn't refuse, though reluctantly. I heard you bought an island, becoming its owner. Would a villa on your island be too much to ask? That's fine. Sherry smiled. I can give you the whole island. Curtis was taken aback. Buying the island was easy, but planning and construction are huge challenges. I don't have the energy, so I've left it alone. If you have any ideas, planning and building would be a good deed, Sherry laughed. Matt here. Leave it to me. I'll get it done right. Curtis's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unexpectedly, Curtis posted the satellite image of the island Sherry gifted him on Weibo, first captioning it, my fiancé's dowry. He named the island Harryjo Island. The post hung for a minute before changing to, fiancé's engagement gift, happy. These contrasting comments caused a massive wave online. Whisper and Evening Breeze, what the heck? His first tweet was deleted, but I saw clearly, dowry. Is this Graham Young Master going to join the Rusty family? Mu Wanfeng, oh wow. Graham Young Master accidentally revealed his true feelings. So the marriage between Miss Rusty and Graham Young Master is actually female dominant? Look at Graham Young Master's eagerness to marry. As netizens debated whether Curtis would join the Rusty family, the hashtags #Graham Young Master joins family #Graham Young Master Diary topped the trends. Curtis, sorry, my first Weibo was too emotional and I made a typo. In modern times, marriage isn't about who marries whom. Men and women build a family together, each supporting half the sky. My fiancé supports an entire piece of sky. Thanks for everyone's concern. Chapter 465, Little Pampered Husband. Curtis always maintained a jocular tone on Weibo. His statement, men and women both uphold half the sky each, but my fiancé upholds an entire sky, made netizens laugh out loud. Top-notch white, good, I get it. Young Master Graham wants to retire and become manager Rusty's pampered husband. The sour scent of love is overwhelming. Where is morality? Where are the ethics? Where is my little manager Rusty? I want to be supported by my fiancé too and receive an island as a gift. Cold-hearted egg, fine, this is how you play it then. An island for an engagement announcement. Rich people find their perfect match while the poor have to watch it happen right before their eyes. I won't admit that the envious, twisted, crawling clown in this moment is me. Tough seaweed Lyle, oh no, young Master Graham is just too funny ha. Saying that men and women uphold half the sky each, but his fiancé upholds an entire sky. Ha. Factory butler, wonder if Enid's fans feel slapped now. Look at manager Rusty and young Master Graham's harmonious relationship. Yet, Enid's fans constantly show up in front of manager Rusty to make a scene, truly unbelievable. Ripped ab sister, Lyles and sisters, haven't you noticed that whatever Enid and that eccentric Sam or their crazed fans do, they don't seem to affect manager Rusty and young Master Graham at all? They just continue on their own path. Chestnut in winter, seriously, not to point fingers, Sam was once deeply in love with Enid when he lost his memory. Now that he's regained it, he wants to chase after his old love. Although I've seen the touching romance between Sam and manager Rusty back then. Losing his memory wasn't his fault either. But during his amnesia, he did so many things to hurt manager Rusty. Can he expect her forgiveness and a happy ending now? What does he have to compare himself to young Master Graham, who would be her pampered husband? Stocks go up for me, laughed to death. I saw through young Master Graham's eagerness to marry into the Rusty family. This post by Curtis stirred up waves online. While most of the comments were teasing him about wanting to be a stay-at-home husband, it also indirectly highlighted Sherry's strength and the genuine stability of the relationship between Curtis and Sherry. As a result, the stock prices of Graham's corporation soared. The elderly Jeffrey was very satisfied with his previously undisciplined grandson and even gave him a reward. He believed that since Graham's corporation couldn't take the high-end route like Rusty's corporation, it could take this populist approach. Even if it meant the public mistook his grandson for a pampered husband, it wasn't a big issue. Sherry and Curtis's engagement party was set for the 26th of the month at the Junhua Grand Hotel, under the management of the Rusty Corporation. However, due to Coral Marigold's desire for a more private ceremony, only a select few received invitations. Most upper-class families took pride in receiving invitations from the two major corporations, believing it symbolized their entry into elite society. Upon hearing of Curtis and Coral Marigold's engagement, Gale frowned and called his assistant into his office. Has there been any feedback from Graham Corporation on our partnership? The contracts are already being reviewed, the assistant informed him. Gale leaned forward, saying, call them and ask why, given the partnership, we weren't invited to such a significant event. The assistant hesitated slightly before complying. Before the end of the workday, Elmwood called Gale. Lianyu, are you planning to return to China for the joint marriage alliance of Rusty and Graham Corporations? Isn't that too risky? By logic, Gale shouldn't even be associating with Graham Corporation, completely severing ties with her past life. Gale shifted her phone, replying softly, I can choose not to attend, but we must have the invitation. Since Martin Corporation is collaborating with Graham Corporation, sending someone to the ceremony will benefit Martin Corporation's development in China. And, even if I personally attend, it won't lead anyone to connect me with the former Gale. The more straightforward I am, the less likely it will draw suspicion. Hearing this, Elmwood remained silent before responding gently, but is old, my thoughts might not follow your young one's ideas anymore, but, you and Madeline are the only children I have, I hope for your safety above everything else. I understand, Bud. Rest assured, I have unfinished business and won't risk my safety. Before hanging up, Harry Uju's voice came over the phone, Dad, is Lyle Gaynor on the phone? Could you ask when Lyle Gaynor will visit me? I miss him. Hearing Harry Uju's voice, Gale checked the time and spoke warmly, 30 minutes later I have a board meeting. Afterward, I'll come to have dinner with Harry Uju. Did you hear that? Elmwood told his daughter lovingly. Good, then I'll wait for Lyle Gaynor for dinner. Harry Uju sounded immediately happier. After hanging up, Gale stared at Curtis's Weibo post and its viral screenshots. Clenching his lips tightly, he squeezed the phone. Knowing it was false, his heart still felt uneasy, and his longing for Sherry intensified. He stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, furrowed his brow, turned back, and leaned against his desk, browsing news photos showing Curtis and Sherry living together. He kept clicking, trying to find traces of Coral Marigold in these photos. His assistant notified him about the upcoming meeting. Gale put down his phone and headed towards the conference room. As the day of Coral Marigold and Curtis's engagement approached, besides increasing work pressure, Coral Marigold had to try on dresses after work. Fortunately, they lived upstairs and downstairs from each other, so the styling studio sent dresses directly to Coral Marigold for them to pick out. Just as Coral Marigold and Curtis finalized their dress choices, Kayla, having left Huading Xingyuan moments ago, rushed back to Coral Marigold's residence upon hearing the doorbell. Curtis, surprised, asked after pulling off his tie and opening the door, "Aren't you back home, Matthew's special assistant? Why are you here again? Where is manager Rusty?" Kayla inquired. Translation note. Names are transliterated according to pinyin rules. Paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as per the original text. Tone, style, and storyline coherence are preserved. Ensured fluency and accuracy in English grammar and natural expression. Chapter 466, Your Freedom. Sherry had already changed out of her formal attire and came out of the house in comfortable loungewear. What's wrong? A piece of news has come out. This morning, Enid's studio tried to suppress it but failed. I couldn't reach you on your phone just now, so I came up to ask if we should take any action to control this news. As he spoke, Kayla handed the tablet computer to Sherry. On the screen was a screenshot from an account that had been deleted by its blogger named Xiao Gu in Italy. Photo 1 showed college students wearing Hai-Ching University uniforms and competition badges gathered at the beachside, pushing aside the crowd watching the commotion to make way for medical personnel. Photo 2 was Sam in casual attire using a large bath towel to wrap around a girl with wet hair sticking to her face, looking rather displeased as he spoke. Photo 3 was a group photo of the national team at the International College Physics Olympiad held in Italy. Photo 4 featured the first-place winner from Hai-Ching University in the National College Physics Olympiad, lifting Sherry high into the air, with Sam standing not far away, looking at Sherry with loving eyes. The blogger presented clear reasoning, comparing the timeline of events and the timing of the International Physics Olympiad in Italy with various details surrounding EF's second son announcing the discovery of his rescuer 7 years later. It confirmed that the original rescuer of EF's second son was not Enid, but Sherry. Back then, EF's second son searched for his rescuer based on the name of the rescuer's boyfriend and the Hai-Ching University uniform, yet Sam and Sherry hadn't had their accident yet, and they were still deeply in love. Moreover, when the time is traced back 7 years from EF's second son's announcement of finding Enid as his rescuer, it coincided with the time of the International College Physics Olympiad held in Italy. Xiao Gu in Italy claimed these photos were taken in Italy. At the time, he thought it was worth documenting that Chinese college students saved people in Italy. He didn't usually pay attention to domestic news. He only noticed these chaotic entertainment news due to Rusty Corporation, a well-known private company both domestically and internationally. When this Xiao Gu in Italy wondered who had taken over Rusty Corporation after President Gale's passing, he discovered that the current CEO was someone else. Then he found out about Rusty Corporation's current leader, Sherry, whose past was impressive, winning gold medals in all competitions she participated in since childhood. Yes, furthermore, Sherry's background could be described as tragically beautiful. Upon learning about Sherry's romantic life, he realized that EF spokesperson, Enid, had mimicked Sherry to win the heart of the amnesic Sam. Then he noticed something strange about the rescue incident. After analyzing the timeline, Xiao Gu realized that Sherry was the actual rescuer. It turns out this celebrity Enid not only stole Sherry's sweet romance but also tried to claim the credit for saving EF's second son, living off Sherry's glory through deceit. Xiao Gu in Italy enthusiastically tagged the EF brand and EF's second son heiress, urging them not to misidentify their rescuer, stating that Enid did not align with EF's principles unless their principal was stealing designs from others. Sherry frowned as she quickly read through the post, while Curtis stood behind her, finishing the post simultaneously. Though this account was blocked and the post was deleted, screenshots are circulating widely online. Netizens say Enid Studio used certain connections to shut down the blogger's account, and it seems like the situation might escalate. Given our collaboration with EF on the drone project, should we intervene? Kayla asked. Kayla knew what happened back then. Sherry had used this secret to announce a partnership between Rusty Corporation and the prestigious Italian brand EF during negotiations in Italy, embarrassing M country significantly. Now Kayla worried that if Sherry gets involved, it would appear suspicious for her to collaborate with EF knowing that Enid was not the true rescuer, leading people to question either her intentions or intelligence. No need, Sherry returned the tablet to Kayla. If Enid Studio can suppress it, it's their matter. If not, it's still their problem. We won't interfere. Otherwise, they might suspect we engaged in some shady deal if we try to control public opinion. So, you were the one who saved him. Curtis widened his eyes at Sherry. As soon as Curtis finished speaking, his phone rang. He pulled out his phone from his pocket, glanced at it, and held it out to Sherry. Sam. Should I answer? Sherry looked back at Curtis. That's your choice. Just as she was about to leave, Curtis grabbed her arm and put the call on speaker. Mr. Youssef, what's the matter? I can't get in touch with Aiko. Regarding the issue where Enid replaced Aiko as my rescuer, I wonder if Aiko could issue a statement, saying that it was indeed Enid who saved me, and will have EF's second son cooperate. Sam sounded anxious. If this continues and escalates, it may affect Aiko. People might speculate if she used the rescue story for some deal. Sherry frowned hearing this. Curtis's eyes widened as well. Clearly, from Sam's words, he realized that Enid had indeed usurped Sherry's role as the rescuer. He didn't know how to respond. Sam had announced regaining his memory and wanting to reclaim his ex-wife on TV and was now asking his ex-wife to lie to protect his former fiancée whom he had abandoned. Hashtag chapter 467, A Bodhisattva's Heart. Curtis narrowed his eyes, fortunate that his phone had call recording enabled. What do you mean by this? Are you saying that the person who saved him was Star, and Enid took credit for Star's deed and became EF's spokesperson? Now you want Star to come forward as a false witness, claiming that it was Enid who saved him? Is that what you're implying? I know this is an outrageous request, but so much time has passed. Now that EF and Rusty Group have partnered up, it's best to let this matter rest rather than stir it up further. Sam sounded weak and uncertain. What if I don't comply? Brielle interjected. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Sam clearly hadn't expected Brielle to be there. Years ago, I gave you a chance to clear this up with Eris, EF's second son. Instead, you coerced me into signing a confidentiality agreement and forced me to take the money, ensuring I wouldn't reveal the truth about Enid's deceit. You even planned to force me to shoulder the blame if the news ever broke. Then, you could present a bill to shift all the blame onto me, shielding Enid. You pushed me, a pregnant woman, off the balcony at the Moscow Conference Center, nearly costing my children their lives. And now you expect me to have a bodhisattva's heart and help you out? Brielle sneered. Do you overestimate my tolerance or your influence over me? Do you think you still have any sway over me? Brielle's voice dripped with sarcasm. Back then, I refused to sign the agreement to cover for you. Today, I won't come forward to lie for you. In my eyes, EF is EF, and Enid is Enid. Our cooperation with EF is because it's a national treasure brand in Italy. A celebrity's involvement means little to me. Star. Before Sam could respond, Brielle continued calmly, I can choose not to fuel this fire, but I will not testify to a lie. We are all adults, we must take responsibility for our actions. Also, please don't call my fiancé regarding matters unrelated to work. I'm sorry, Star. I deeply regret what happened back then. I didn't dare ask for your forgiveness, but I worry this might affect you. My affairs are none of Mr. Yusef's concern. With that, Brielle hung up. How despicable can Sam get? Pushing you down when you were pregnant? Nearly losing Ralph and Aurora. Curtis felt like Sam had just set a new low. Brielle merely smiled and asked Curtis, did you record the call? It's recorded. Curtis replied. What do you plan to do? If they leave me alone, it doesn't matter how this plays out. But if they provoke me, or if they try to drag me into this, then I'll release this recording. Brielle said. Unless necessary, Brielle no longer wanted to waste her energy on Sam and Enid. On the other end, Sam stared at his phone, his expression pained, as he recalled chasing Brielle in Moscow and forcing her to sign the agreement, choking her while threatening her, and watching her fall from the balcony. The vivid scenes played before his eyes, causing him immense anguish. Despite his denial, these memories left no room for argument, they were his doing. He could still feel the warmth of Brielle's neck beneath his thumb. Sam couldn't understand why he did such terrible things to Star. The pain spread through his entire body. After a long moment, Sam's phone kept vibrating. It was Bede, Enid's current agent. Earlier, Bede had called Sam for help, hoping he could persuade Brielle to deny being the one who saved Eris. Bede mentioned that Enid was on the brink of a breakdown, locked in the bathroom and refusing to come out. Originally, Enid intended to confess to Eris, but her former agent Yvette and Sam stopped her, thinking she shouldn't give up the hard-earned resources. Since Brielle wasn't a celebrity, she didn't need those resources. The decision to prevent Enid from coming clean was made by Sam and Yvette, which meant Sam had to take responsibility and find a way to minimize the impact on Enid. The best solution would be for Brielle to deny being the one who saved Eris, a simple yet effective approach. If even the victim of the theft came forward to clarify, public opinion wouldn't criticize Enid anymore. But Star had her reasons for refusing. Even if issuing a clarification tweet cost Brielle nothing, why should she help them? Any issues arising afterward would only harm Brielle. Sam understood this, yet he still made the call. Was it because he felt obligated to handle the matter properly, or was it an excuse to contact Brielle? He never imagined he'd have to reach out to Star through another man or hear her tell him not to contact her fiancé. Her husband should have been him. Sam tugged at his hair in anguish, tears streaming down his face. He despised how fate toyed with him. Either he should forget everything between him and Star and live ignorantly forever, or die in the car accident on his 22nd birthday, in the year he loved Star the most. That way, he would always be Star's beloved husband, at least resting beside her after death. But now, both he and Star were alive, without the divide of life and death, yet his Star no longer wanted him. They had agreed to remain widowed, never divorcing. Why had it come to this? His phone kept vibrating, but Sam ignored it. After more than 60 missed calls, Bede finally turned to look at Enid, wrapped in a blanket, soaked and sobbing quietly at the foot of the bed. Chapter 468, Dividends. Claire's assistant hugged Claire and looked hopefully at her agent Vanessa. How about it, Vanessa? Vanessa frowned and shook her head. I don't know if President Yusef went to negotiate with his ex-wife. He hasn't answered the phone for a long time, we'll just have to wait. But, considering past ties between him and Yuji, he should still be willing to help us. Vanessa had not expected Claire to plant such a big bomb behind her back. When she first took on Claire, she hadn't heard that this life-saving favor was fake. Her head was spinning. Now, apart from getting Sherry, the aggrieved party, to come forward and issue a statement, Vanessa felt there was nothing left that could save Claire. Just now, after much effort, Vanessa finally persuaded Claire out of the restroom. Only then did she learn that Claire had actually signed an unfair treaty with EF, falsely claiming to be their second son Eris's savior. If this news ever broke out, all fault would be laid on Claire. EF would directly push Claire to the forefront, making her admit to being envious and stealing Coral Aaliyah's claim of saving Eris, having no connection with EF whatsoever. If Claire refused, she would have to compensate for EF's entire loss. The contract explicitly stated that these clauses were added only after EF found out Claire deceived them by pretending to be the savior of their second son. Meaning, if Coral Aaliyah didn't step forward to clarify, Claire would have to acknowledge her envy and take responsibility. On one hand, Claire mimicked Coral Aaliyah in stealing Yusuf Nanshan's love, then on the other, she claimed to be Coral Aaliyah's savior. These two issues alone would destroy Claire's future. As Claire's agent, Vanessa naturally wanted to protect her client. Thus, she considered getting Coral Aaliyah to clarify matters. Initially, she merely hoped Yusuf Nanshan would agree. Unexpectedly, he agreed without hesitation, which made Vanessa hopeful that Claire could still be saved. But now, unable to get through to Yusuf Nanshan, Vanessa felt the chances dimming. Seeing Vanessa's dark expression, a staff member whispered, "Then, shall we send out the pre-prepared statement?" "Not yet. You continue to try calling President Yusuf, you and others stay with Yuji. Starting now, do not respond to any calls from reporters outside until I receive concrete news from Yusuf," said Vanessa before looking back deeply at Claire and walked out of the bedroom to make more calls. Unable to reach Yusuf Nanshan, Vanessa contacted influencers to keep the hot topics under control, guiding fans in the fan group not to cause trouble at Rusty Group to avoid creating a bigger mess if little Rusty got enraged. Unable to contact Yusuf Nanshan, Vanessa thought for a moment before returning to the bedroom and asked Claire, "Since you said EF's second son knows little Rusty is his true savior, can you ask EF's second son to help contact little Rusty to say something on your behalf?" EF had been in touch with Vanessa as soon as they noticed the trend in the news. She had promised to handle it, but now that it seemed they couldn't solve it unilaterally, they needed EF's second son to mediate. Ultimately, as a global spokesperson for EF, Claire's issues impacted their brand too. Upon hearing this, Claire couldn't stop her tears from flowing again. She kept shaking her head. "When Eris had me sign that additional agreement, he clearly stated that once this was exposed, I would have to face everything alone and it would have no relation with EF. Eris won't possibly help." Holding her phone tightly, Vanessa paced around the bedroom, eventually asking Claire again, "Do you have little Rusty's contact details?" Claire hesitated, nodded, but said, "But I can't ask Senior Coral to come forward and issue this statement. She won't do it for me. But we must at least try. How will we know it won't succeed if we don't try?" Vanessa sat down next to Claire and held her hand. "If you're uncomfortable saying it, I'll speak. I've reviewed the contract you signed with EF. If little Rusty doesn't stand up for you, there's only one result. You'll confess to stealing little Rusty's favor and ruin your career. All endorsement contracts, advertisement deals, drama contracts, and EF's compensation demands will bankrupt you." Seeing Claire's trembling eyes, Vanessa continued, "And think about this chaotic industry. When you were in a position of power, many powerful figures courted you. Imagine losing that standing, especially knowing you offended little Rusty. What do you think your fate will be?" Claire felt a lump in her throat, obviously shaken by Vanessa's words. "If you're embarrassed to talk to little Rusty, let me handle it." Vanessa gripped Claire's hand firmly. "Yuji, this incident has affected me significantly. Ultimately, your ruined prospects aren't my fault. I can easily dissociate myself from you. But we've spent so much time together, I consider you like a sister. I'm willing to help you, but you need to cooperate." Vanessa's words weren't wrong. Although Claire was indeed her most valuable artist, given the magnitude of the situation and the contract Claire signed with EF, she could have just thrown her hands up and quit. "But I'm afraid Senior Coral won't help," Claire sobbed. She said she wouldn't go out of her way to deny it, but also refused to sign the confidentiality agreement. If she intended to help, she would have signed it. Vanessa stared at Claire speechlessly, wondering if she was blaming little Rusty for not signing the confidentiality agreement back then. After all, it wasn't little Rusty who boasted about being the real savior. Had Claire not pretended back then, none of this would happen now. However, if Claire hadn't pretended to be EF's second son's savior, she wouldn't have gained such great resources or reached her current status in the entertainment industry. Now isn't the time to dwell on the past. And little Rusty does not owe you any obligation to remain silent. Vanessa sighed, understanding the backstory. Initially, it was a misunderstanding, but it worsened due to Claire's failure to clarify promptly, using this fabricated life-saving story for years to reap dividends. Chapter 469, Weighing the Pros and Cons. "No matter what, we should still give it a try." Bede tightened her grip on her phone and stopped deliberating over confidentiality with Enid. She simply said, "Given President Xiao Rusty's current standing, there's truly nothing we can offer in return at the moment, but I will tell President Xiao Rusty that if she agrees to protect you, starting today, You will provide free endorsements for any of Rusty Corporation's products. You won't charge for any advertisements. Let's see if it works out. This was the only value Enid could offer at present. But, will this be acceptable to Senior Coral? Enid was uncertain. Seeing Enid beginning to waver, Bede quickly responded, how will we know unless we try? Give me the phone. After some thought, Enid handed over Brielle's number to Bede. Bede had someone watch over Enid while she walked to the balcony, mentally preparing herself before dialing Brielle's number. On the other end, Brielle had just sent off the finance director, Reese, and project manager, Edwin, with Kayla and little Claudia. Picking up her cup of tea, she saw an unknown call come through. Without hesitation, Brielle answered, hello, who is this? Hello, President Xiao Rusty, I apologize for the interruption. This is Enid's agent, Priscilla Xiaoxia. I'm calling because online it's being said that Enid impersonated your act of saving EF's second son, deceiving EF into granting her global brand ambassador status and resources. I wish to discuss a solution with you. Priscilla Xiaoxia's tone was respectful. Brielle noticed the phone's automatic recording feature was activated and responded, this matter has little to do with me, but since you've called, let me make things clear. When Enid impersonated the savior of EF's second son, she didn't inform me. I had forgotten about the incident until Enid and her previous agent, along with Sam, found me and threatened me into signing a non-disclosure agreement, claiming that I was the real savior of EF's second son. I told them clearly back then that I saved him without seeking anything in return, so I would not voluntarily disclose or mention this to the EF family. However, I always believed that lies are lies and they should clear their own names. I don't need their money as compensation, nor would I sign such a secrecy agreement. I knew all too well that if I signed that agreement and helped cover up this lie, one day when the truth comes to light like today, they would use my signed agreement against me, saying that I sold the story to Enid out of greed to save her. For all these years, Enid had countless opportunities to confess to EF's second son, yet she chose to enjoy the fruits of her deceit. Now, expecting me to clean up after her mess, sorry, I'm not that close to her, nor will I lie to the public for anyone. On the other side of the line, Bede gripped the phone tightly and slowly spoke, President Xiao Rusty, given your status now, this act of saving isn't significant to you. But for Coralci, exposing this could ruin her future. Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. I don't have time to waste on others' problems. Please don't call me again about trivial matters concerning Enid and Sam, otherwise, I won't hesitate to send a legal notice. Goodbye. With that, Brielle hung up and added Bede to her blacklist. Her phone rang again. It was Eris from the EF family. Brielle picked up and greeted cheerfully, Eris, I was just thinking about when you'd call. Eris chuckled lightly, this mistake was mine. Under those circumstances, I had to carry on the deception. But now, the error can be corrected. Eris was right. At the time, the family was embroiled in a power struggle. Now, the dust had settled. Their internal information remained confidential despite external speculation. Eris's call was essentially informing Brielle that he was the final victor. So, do you plan to clarify things? Eris asked. For now, no plans. As long as Enid and her current agent are smart enough not to involve me, we can coexist peacefully, for the sake of our friendship, Brielle replied. She knew Eris was testing her. Though Eris was now a winner in the family struggle. After finding his savior, EF immediately announced Enid as its global brand ambassador and explained why the founder created the EF brand, stating that Enid embodied the spirit of EF. This move garnered fans for EF and boosted Eris's position in the family competition. However, before he officially took over the family business, revealing that the spokesperson, whom EF claimed fit the brand's ethos, was a fraud and tied to Eris, could impact him negatively. You value our friendship so much, naturally, I'll personally bring a grand gift to your engagement ceremony, Eris laughed. Brielle and Curtis invited Eris to their engagement out of courtesy and respect, mentioning it was a small ceremony, and it was fine if he couldn't make it due to short notice. He was expected at the wedding. Back in the room, Bede frowned at the disconnected screen. She had wanted to extract more useful recordings to help Enid, but Brielle's words were flawless, leaving no room for manipulation. Bede leaned on the balcony railing, staring at the flowers hanging outside. Who else could she ask for help? The photo taken by Xiao Gu in Italy was too clear, especially the advertisement for the Tour of Italy bike race in the background, which they couldn't dispute. Could Enid still be saved? Bede weighed the pros and cons in her mind, her brow furrowed deeply. By the time Bede returned inside, Enid was already sitting on the sofa, holding a cup of hot water, supported by her assistant. Chapter 470, Soft-Hearted Again. When Vanessa came in, Enid, with her red eyes, looked at Vanessa. Her lips quivered, and before she could speak, tears started to fall. It seemed that the only person she could rely on now was Vanessa. Vanessa closed the sliding door of the balcony and said softly, there is still one solution. What? Enid hastily wiped away her tears, putting on a brave face as she asked. I think, since President Youssef is now trying to win back little President Rusty, he most likely won't help you come forward as a witness. He thinks little President Rusty doesn't need this life-saving favor. It was him who persuaded you to claim it. The only support you can depend on now is Alexis, who's still in prison. Vanessa stared intently at Enid. Since you say it was Alexis and Sam who insisted you claim this life-saving favor, claiming it would be beneficial for your future and that little President Rusty didn't need this favor. Let Alexis come out and say she signed the contract on your behalf. Then we will hold a press conference and say you originally wanted to clarify everything, but Alexis held you back for the sake of your future. You had no choice but to agree. We can only try our best to minimize the impact of this matter. But, that's how it really happened, the assistant interjected. The assistant had been with Enid for many years and was there when Alexis tried to persuade Enid. She indeed spoke to Enid in exactly that manner. But, we don't know if Alexis is willing to testify for you. Vanessa thought for a moment, then looked at Enid. Let me visit Alexis today and ask her. Enid bit her lip. Since Alexis went to prison, Enid had only visited her twice. She had also failed to fulfill her promise to get Alexis out of prison. She didn't know if Alexis would be willing to help her. For Priscilla Xiaoxia, what mattered most now was dealing with Enid's situation. Without wasting time, she grabbed her bag, got into the car, and headed straight to the prison to meet Alexis. Before visiting Alexis, Priscilla Xiaoxia called Enid. Do you have any leverage over Alexis? Enid was taken aback. Vanessa, are you planning to threaten Alexis? I don't want to do it this way. I already feel guilty enough for not visiting Alexis for so long. Alexis initially wanted to teach Senior Coral a lesson for my sake, but never expected to end up in prison. Priscilla Xiaoxia pursed her lips. All right, I understand. Enid did not tell Priscilla Xiaoxia about any leverage over Alexis, which slightly improved Priscilla Xiaoxia's impression of her. No matter what, Enid was still a very kind person. She had merely made mistakes under Alexis's misguidance. With this thought, Priscilla Xiaoxia picked up her coat and entered the prison to see Alexis. Alexis knew Priscilla Xiaoxia was Enid's current agent. Hearing from Priscilla Xiaoxia that Enid's impersonation of EF's second son's life savior had been exposed and that Enid's situation was dire, Priscilla Xiaoxia even mentioned the earlier idea of threatening Alexis to testify for Enid. But now, I just hope you can tell the truth. After all, it was you who made the decision for Karaltsi and later advised her not to clarify things. You should have seen how terrified Karaltsi was every day. Vanessa appealed emotionally. Karaltsi was groomed by you. You wouldn't want to destroy her completely because of a wrong decision back then, would you? Alexis remained silent, her lips tightly pressed together. Her eyes were deeply sunken, and her cheeks gaunt, far removed from her once vibrant self. Karaltsi will only be with me for a few more years. When you get out, Karaltsi will still need you. Vanessa continued. Karaltsi has always been kind and loyal, you know that. If we can't protect Karaltsi now, how will you handle things when you get out in the future? These words struck a chord with Alexis. She quivered her lips but said nothing. But Vanessa saw through it. This was a sign that Alexis was moved. If you agree, I will arrange something with the warden and invite a journalist in for an interview about your reform. You can casually mention this during the interview, Vanessa explained clearly, confident that Alexis understood. Okay. Alexis nodded. I can help Karaltsi. After leaving the prison, Vanessa breathed a long sigh of relief, got into her car, and called the studio to start preparing. Finally, Vanessa managed to contact Sam. Mr. Youssef, have you not reached an agreement with little President Rusty? I've called you many times, but you didn't pick up. Vanessa spoke cautiously, saying nothing about having contacted Brielle. I'm sorry. Sam's voice was deep. I might not be able to help with this matter. Sister Youssef, Karaltsi mentioned that, originally, following Alexis's advice, she didn't go to EF's second son to clarify that it was actually little President Rusty who saved him. She felt indebted to little President Rusty and didn't want to trouble him. But you know Karaltsi's personality, she's kind and soft-hearted, easily influenced. If Alexis hadn't persuaded her, Karaltsi would definitely have clarified things with EF's second son. So my suggestion is that we disclose the true circumstances. This way, we can avoid more speculation, like whether little President Rusty and Karaltsi privately made a deal using this life-saving favor. There's already talk online that you can check out. Hearing Vanessa's words, Sam immediately took out his tablet to read the comments about this matter online. Hitting where it hurts, Vanessa knew that Sam was now most concerned about Brielle, so she simply brought up Brielle. As Vanessa said, the internet was buzzing with such speculations. EF had announced that Enid was the long-sought savior of their second son, yet Brielle, who was rumored to be bitter over losing her ex-husband to Enid, never came forward to expose this. Why? Netizens speculated that Brielle wasn't the type to have a compassionate heart and must have made some private deal with Enid during her down-and-out period. Some netizens even hypothesized that this coincided with the timeline of Brielle's divorce from Sam and her subsequent founding of Hengji Biotech, suggesting that she must have been paid off to keep quiet. Of course, some netizens defended Brielle, saying that after she became a coma patient, it was Gail from the Rusty family who never gave up on her. Later, when Brielle founded Hengji Biotech, it was also due to Gail's support behind the scenes. They argued that as a celebrity, Enid wouldn't have had enough money to fund Brielle's establishment of Hengji Biotech, and people shouldn't overestimate her capabilities. Chapter 471, Preparations. The storm on the internet continued to intensify, with netizens speculating wildly about the situation. Of course, because Bede had instructed the studio to pacify the fans and not cause trouble under the official Weibo account of Rusty Corporation, the fans learned their lesson this time. Apart from a few scattered criticisms by some fans accusing Sherry of deliberately bringing this little go to Italy and using Sam's girlfriend status to confuse timelines to defame Enid, the situation did not escalate further. But when Sam saw these comments on his tablet, he absolutely could not tolerate it. Bede continued in a low voice, after we disclose the true circumstances at that time, little President Rusty can also be spared from being implicated unnecessarily. If you agree, would you be able to cooperate by issuing a statement in advance? I have already coordinated with the prison side, and Alexis will also speak the truth in the interview. The small voice platform is quite popular nowadays, we can utilize it, which can also be considered as doing something good for Rusty Corporation's subsidiary, drawing some traffic. Matt here. Sam agreed just as Bede expected, notify me when the time comes, and I'll post it. Mr. Youssef, our studio will draft a statement on your behalf, trying our best not to involve little President Rusty and minimize any harm to Enid. This way, it would be more convenient for us to coordinate. What do you think? Bede discussed with Sam. Okay. Once you're ready, send it over for my review. After saying that, Sam couldn't help but ask, Karaltsi, is she alright? To be honest, Enid isn't in a great state right now. After all, no one would handle such a huge matter well. Over the years, this incident has been a thorn in her heart. She's always walked cautiously, striving to do her best. Bede sighed, she just lost you, and was already in deep pain. With this additional blow, I'm worried she won't make it through. Bede intentionally said this to stir Sam's sympathy so he would remember their past and take better care of Enid. There's nothing in this world that can't be overcome. Try to console Enid. Sam's voice was low and grave. After thinking for a moment, he added, keep an eye on her more often. Hearing Sam say this, Bede knew that he felt sympathetic towards Enid, so she felt relieved. After hanging up the call, Bede let out a sigh of relief and immediately contacted her journalist friends. After making all the arrangements, Bede called Enid's assistant to inquire about her condition, then asked the assistant to hand over the phone to Enid and gave her a few instructions. I've spoken with Alexis and Mr. Youssef. I won't come to your place today. I need to go over your contracts with the legal team to see how much we should compensate, or whether we can reduce or waive penalties after successful damage control. Just stay home and don't go on Weibo or respond to any journalists. And for Matt Revival on the deserted island, you'll skip the next episode temporarily. I'll talk to the production team, Bede reminded her. Even if I wanted to, I doubt the program producers would let me go. Enid smiled bitterly, almost sarcastically. If anything happened, the production team might have to rush editing out scenes. Don't think too much right now. Let's deal with things step by step. I've already prepared what Alexis will roughly say during the interview, and the script for you to admit your mistake at the press conference based on Mr. Youssef's message. Make sure you memorize it thoroughly. Bede then consoled Enid, internet users have short memories. As long as you acknowledge the mistake and apologize, compensate where necessary, protect your upcoming movie projects and variety shows, and keep your fans, they'll eventually calm down. After the dust settles, or another bigger celebrity scandal emerges, people will forget about this. Look at veteran actress Graham and superstar Pat, all of them have faced scandals and criticisms before. Especially Greg Yina, once heavily criticized to the point where her company almost gave up on her, she's still a top idol now. You need to build your mental resilience. Don't worry too much. Once the hype dies down, we'll stir up some gossip about other popular idols to overshadow this incident. On the other end of the line, Enid listened to Bede for a while before softly replying, Vanessa, thank you for all your efforts. Sorry for causing you so much trouble. Hearing Enid's softened tone, Bede spoke more gently, rest well and don't stress yourself. I'm here to help you with everything. Enid knew both Alexis and Sam would help her. She estimated her potential losses and found they were within her ability to bear, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief and finally rest assured. Alexis's interview was scheduled for 3 days later, as was Enid's press conference. Sam's Weibo post was set for 1 day before the press conference as a teaser. The content of the Weibo post came from Enid's studio, which Sam revised and then posted. It mainly conveyed that Sherry is an extremely noble person who, upon learning that Enid's former agents signed her as the EF family's second son's savior without knowing the full story, suggested using money to buy silence from Sherry, even before regaining his memory. Sherry herself only learned she had saved the EF family's second son at this time. She stated that she had never intended for others to repay her and thus would not actively reveal this. She hoped they would take the initiative to confess to the EF brand honestly. However, since the contract was already signed, many movie and advertisement opportunities came pouring in due to the savior identity, and Enid's agents signed those contracts. Given Enid's status at that time, revealing the truth would incur astronomical breach of contract penalties, so the matter was never mentioned again until now. Sam implied that this incident was not Enid's fault but rather a mistake by her former agent. As for Sherry, she was completely innocent. Upon posting this, the matter was once again pushed to the top of Weibo's trending topics. It confirmed the rumors that Enid had taken credit for saving someone that originally belonged to Sherry. Netizens who had followed Enid mimicking Sherry to become Sam's girlfriend now became restless and started commenting fiercely online. Chapter 472, Legal Warning. Panda Observation Diary, goodness me. I really have to say that the touching and heartbreaking love story is Rusty's Ayatollahs, and now the life-saving grace of the EF family's second son also belongs to Rusty Xiao Total. My goodness. Are they just exploiting Rusty Xiao Total for all they can? Greta, if you ask me, our Rusty Xiao Total's life story is like a perfect plot for a leading lady. Rising from ashes and reversing misfortunes with supreme beauty and strength. Just look at that villainous surnamed Doe. She became an international superstar overnight by imitating and stealing Rusty Xiao Total's things. Her resources were sky high. Everyone should realize that Rusty Xiao Total had 2 irreplaceable assets stolen. No wonder Doe has become untouchably famous. It's clear this is a real-life big female lead, always shining brightly in adversity. Little flower making shirts, speaking of which, doesn't Yusef Total go too far? Rusty Xiao Total was your ex-wife after all, and she loved you so much. Didn't you feel guilty when you made her sign that confidentiality agreement for Enid? You claimed you loved Rusty Xiao Total, saying she was your world. Yet, because Enid imitated her, you chose Doe and pressured your world. You're truly the worst scumbag among scumbags. Han Xiaoguai, oh my god, isn't Doe, the thief, even more despicable than Yusef? Let's not care whether his Weibo post was true or false. Initially, he forced his ex-wife to sign a confidentiality agreement for his new lover. Doesn't he shift all responsibilities to the former broker conveniently? And what about Enid, who claims to know nothing and portrays herself as innocent? She attached herself shamelessly to Rusty Xiao Total's husband despite knowing they were married. Later on, she took advantage of the confusion caused by her manager mistaking her for the savior of EF's second son. Now, all benefits are hers while she shifts all blame onto her ex-manager, who did everything secretly without her knowledge. This logic makes no sense at all. Earn money hardly, agreed with the above post. Plus, didn't Yusef own tons of wealth then? Couldn't he pay off the breach of contract penalty for the real savior? In the end, Enid got everything yet still plays victim by blaming it all on her ex-broker. Little wild boar on the mountain. As far as I remember, Enid's former agent was sent to prison, possibly due to orchestrating the kidnapping of Rusty Xiao Total. The blackest crow, yes, there was news reporting that someone attempted to kidnap Rusty Xiao Total. Wasn't that related to harming her? Xiaomi rifleman, even if brokers manage artists, they aren't legal guardians. Artists must consent before any contract signing. This is ridiculous, they treat us netizens as fools. A great drama unfolds, look at my ID name, indeed, it's a grand drama. All wrongdoings are pinned on the ex-agent, portraying her as the ultimate villain, helping Doe get resources. How awful. Judge number 1, this feels fishy. Is Sam trying to win back his ex-wife by crafting this narrative, where both sides seem to defend themselves but ultimately vindicate Rusty Xiao Total? There might be some hidden agenda here. It's not a big deal, the person above reads into everything. Everything's a conspiracy theory. Isn't your commentary also part of the supposed conspiracy? Despite Sam's efforts to whitewash Enid's image, most netizens weren't buying it. Criticism intensified. At this juncture, Enid's studio had no choice but to intervene. They posted the original contract signed between Enid and Alexis, highlighting Doe's authorization allowing Alexis to sign contracts on her behalf. They announced a press conference scheduled for the next day at 2:30 p.m. Meanwhile, various media outlets reported receiving invitations and would attend the press conference on time. Even major streamers from Zhao Shenjiai received invitations, and their official channel confirmed sending representatives. From the moment Sam posted on Weibo, this event reached its peak. Unable to corner Enid, people flooded outside Rusty Group headquarters hoping to question Brielle for the latest scoop on the matter. When Curtis picked up Brielle after work, their car was intercepted by reporters bombarding Brielle with questions about being the true savior of EF's second son. Ms. Rusty, please respond. Some people suggest Mr. Yusef posted on Weibo to exonerate you from receiving money from Enid and selling the title of savior. What do you have to say about this? Ms. Rusty, are you genuinely the savior of EF's second son? Why did you hand over this recognition? Ms. Rusty, don't you hate Enid for taking away your husband and keeping silent about her substituting your role as a savior? Was it because you accepted money from Enid? Ms. Rusty, how do you view Enid mimicking you to steal your husband's affection during your marriage to Mr. Sam, and now also stealing your deed as the savior of EF's second son? Reporters' questions were sharp and relentless. Shielding Brielle into the car, Curtis closed the passenger door and warned the isolated reporters, ladies and gentlemen of the press, you should address these questions to Sam and Enid, not my fiancé. Besides, speaking without evidence can lead to legal action. Chapter 473, Backfired Assistance. After saying this, Curtis walked around the front of the car and drove away with Sherry. In the car, Sherry frowned, clearly displeased. So, shall we release the recording? Curtis asked Sherry. Wasn't it announced that Enid has a press conference at 2 in the afternoon tomorrow? And I received news that they've arranged for reporters. It said they are interviewing incarcerated individuals. The interviewee seems to be Enid's former agent, scheduled for the morning. Sherry chuckled lightly. Enid's current agent, Aunt Priscilla, has really gone through great lengths to clean up her image. Sherry hadn't specifically paid attention to the prison affairs, but Kayla kept an ear out for any updates from the prison and would inform him immediately. So when Enid's current agent met Sabrina's sister, Kayla had already been informed. Curtis looked surprised. So it turns out they are putting on a series of performances. So just wait and see. EF will also act quickly to clear their name. If they don't drag me into it, fine. But if they do, I wouldn't mind giving them a big surprise. Sherry remarked. Alright, just let me know what you need me to do when the time comes, and I'll certainly cooperate. Curtis said earnestly. As soon as Curtis and Sherry returned to the Huading Xingyuan building, they saw Clifford leaning against a car smoking. Sherry got out of the car and watched as Clifford stubbed out his cigarette with his foot and approached her, frowning. You blocked me. And your assistant blocked me too. Clifford exclaimed upon seeing Sherry. Is there something wrong? Curtis asked with his hands in his pockets, standing beside Sherry. Clifford pursed his lips and looked at Curtis. Did you know you have a spouse-killing fate? What nonsense are you talking? Curtis became somewhat angry. Are you cursing me or cursing Aiko? Do you have something to say? Sherry asked. Clifford handed over a file folder tucked under his arm to Sherry. There's a video and some documents inside that can expose Enid's true colors. Her studio is holding a press conference tomorrow. If they try to drag you into it, release this, guaranteed. Thank you. Sherry reached out to take it. But please don't meet up if there's nothing important. I don't really need your help. Clifford was speechless. Was he some kind of despicable person? He went out of his way to deliver evidence, and she didn't even appreciate it. Seeing Sherry walk away without a word, Clifford wanted to say something but stopped himself, glaring at her back. Curtis watched Clifford's reaction and asked, Do you like Aiko? Don't be ridiculous. Me liking her. Come on. Clifford stuffed his hands into his pockets. If not for his brother's sake, if not for fear of worrying his brother, if not for his brother forcing him to deliver these things, would he come to give Sherry evidence? No way. Seeing Clifford's disdainful expression, which indeed suggested he did not like Sherry, Curtis narrowed his eyes. Then why go through all the trouble to deliver materials to Aiko? What's the reason? Based on Aiko's attitude towards you, I don't think you get any benefits or interests from her. I'm just being overly generous. I'm the champion of justice. Clifford said before turning and walking to his car, starting it up and speeding away. Curtis watched the tail lights of Clifford's car, then turned and walked up the stairs. To his surprise, Sherry had already gone upstairs without waiting for him. Upon entering, Sherry changed her shoes and placed the items from Clifford on the shoe rack, then went to wash her hands. She opened the fridge, took out a bottle of water, twisted the cap off, but didn't drink it right away. She knew the evidence Clifford brought was sent by Gale. Without drinking the water, Sherry called Brinley to inquire about Uncle Winston's situation. Brinley had just come out of the lab when she answered Sherry's call. You don't need to worry about Uncle Winston. Since you spoke with him last time, he has started cooperating with treatment. But there's one more thing. I think I should tell you. What? Yesterday afternoon, someone visited Uncle Winston's previous ward. They didn't seem to be domestic, as they spoke English. Because it's our Hengji Biotechnology Hospital, I'm specifically instructed that the ward remains under Uncle Winston's name and isn't publicly used. The nurse said the person who came seemed quite menacing. Brinley stood in front of the vending machine, pressing the button for an icy cola. Haim didn't want to worry you about this. But since you were protecting Uncle Winston openly in Korea, now. According to the news, your fiancé Curtis is planning to collaborate with Martin's group in Korea. Brinley bent down to pick up the can from the dispenser and opened it with one hand. Martin's group's Caleb is married to Sinway Group's daughter-in-law. I'm worried there might be something targeting you. I only understand experiments, not business matters. You and your fiancé should be cautious. I understand. Sherry acknowledged, adding, don't drink too much cold cola. Be careful, Haim might remove the vending machine if he finds out. Brinley chuckled. I don't smoke or drink alcohol. I just love my cold and refreshing cola. If you don't let me have it, I'll kick him. Brinley had agreed to Haim's pursuit and they were now officially a couple. Sherry smiled lightly. Brinley then asked a few questions about Sherry's engagement day. Sherry promised to send a car for them, assuring them not to worry, before hanging up. Just as the call ended, Haim arrived to pick up Brinley. Holding her hand, he told her about the online situation while walking out. But I've collected all necessary evidence. If Enid shifts the blame onto the boss during tomorrow's press conference, I'll give her a good slap. For the rumors circulating online, Brinley wasn't worried. In her view, none of it could harm Sherry. As long as Sherry wanted, she could resolve it instantly. Besides, Enid stole Sherry's favor, not the other way around. What was there to fear? Anand didn't ask for your help because she can handle it herself, Brinley said, sitting in the passenger seat. Before acting, you'd better ask Anand first, don't inadvertently hinder her efforts. We sometimes don't understand Anand's initial plans until they're accomplished. You've almost messed things up a few times, haven't you? Chapter 474, Legal Responsibility. Okay. I'll listen to you. Haim looked at Brinley who had fastened her seatbelt in the passenger seat, then took out a small blanket from the storage compartment and covered it over Brinley. He kissed her between the eyebrows, his heart aching as he noticed the heavy dark circles under her eyes. Take a nap, I'll wake you up when we get home. Okay. Brinley responded. After hanging up with Brinley, Brielle frowned deeply, unsure if it was Gale or Lee family's father and daughter who sent people to look for Augustus. She actually trusted Gale's character, so this incident was most likely orchestrated by Lee family's father and daughter. Brielle took out the phone she had turned off, hesitating whether to call Gale and talk about it. If Gale knew about this matter, he would also be cautious of the Lee family and not let them come after Augustus again. For Augustus's safety, Brielle dialed the number anyway. Gale was attending a meeting via Bluetooth earphones when he heard his hidden cell phone vibrate inside the drawer. He told the other senior executives to continue leading the meeting, then removed the Bluetooth earphone and answered the call. Star. Gale's deep and magnetic voice came from the other end. Did Clifford give you everything? Brielle thought back to the file bag Clifford delivered that night. Clifford delivered it, but I don't really need it. I can handle it myself as long as Enid and company don't smear me. Considering Eris's face, there's no need to make things too awkward. Eris once told Brielle that he liked Enid. However, both Eris and Brielle understood that since Eris was the second son of EF Group competing for the heir position, his affection for Enid was insignificant in comparison. Brielle picked up her untouched water and changed the subject. I'm calling because the hospital reported someone from Korea went looking for Augustus. I think it might be Amaryllis or her father. Just wanted to let you know, I don't want such incidents to happen again. If it happens one more time, I'll take action. Was Augustus hurt? No, I already moved him beforehand, Brielle replied. Star, Madeline has amnesia, so it wouldn't be her. And besides, Bud has promised me that this will all pass. It could have been other friends wanting to see Augustus or even other enemies. You shouldn't hold such a grudge against Bud. Moreover, Augustus is unharmed. You're overthinking it, Gale said, pinching the bridge of his nose with a sigh. Whether I'm overthinking it or not, I hope you understand. If they make a move on Augustus again, I'll go after Sunway Group. That won't be hard for me now, Brielle calmly stated. Do you want me to personally call Elmwood, or do you want to relay the message? Brielle's tone was calm, completely emotionless. Hearing no response from Gale, she continued, I think it's better if you tell them. The Lee couple will listen to you better. If I speak directly, it will seem like a provocation, tearing away the last shreds of decorum, making the conflict public. That will put you in a tough spot. Mathuch consideration, such understanding, her gentle voice left Gale increasingly irritable. All right, I'll ask around, Gale replied. Well, nothing else, I'll hang up then. Brielle softly said. Star. Gale called out, are you sure about marrying Curtis? What? Brielle asked. She believed they had made everything clear during their previous meeting. Before Gale could say anything, a knock came from the study door. Sir, Madam woke up and threw a big tantrum. She needs you, the maid whispered outside. Brielle heard the voice. You go ahead and deal with it. Amaryllis doesn't like hospitals, so I brought her back. Initially, I wanted her to return to the Lee residence, but, in her current state, she can't be without me. We are still separate rooms as before. She has caregivers and maids taking turns watching over her, Gale explained. I understand. Brielle replied, you go deal with it, I have work, I'll hang up. After ending the call, Brielle tightly gripped her phone while the maid knocked persistently, which greatly annoyed her. Sir? Do you need me to inform Madam that you'll be over shortly? Gale placed the phone back in the drawer before walking towards the study door. The next morning, neither Enid or Miss Priscilla expected Miss Sabrina to pull such a stunt. Miss Sabrina went off script entirely, revealing that Enid falsely claimed to be Brielle's savior. Miss Sabrina openly criticized Brielle during her live stream, accusing her of agreeing not to spread the story in exchange for money but refusing to sign any confidentiality agreement, claiming Brielle was a shameless person. She said that Brielle refused to repay the money unless she signed a confidentiality agreement, admitting she kidnapped Brielle to reclaim her money. This unexpected exposure left Miss Priscilla and Enid scrambling as they prepared for the afternoon press conference. Miss Priscilla, holding her phone, asked Enid fearfully, did Shao Rusty really take the money? Miss Priscilla didn't believe Brielle took the money, so she wasn't sure if Miss Sabrina was simply venting her anger or trying to set Enid up. Enid was visibly flustered. No. Lyle Nanshan chased all the way to Moscow, but Coral Claudia Shang refused to sign or take compensation, just like Lyle Nanshan said. Back then, Miss Sabrina insisted Coral Claudia Shang sign the agreement and got quite upset when she refused. Then, did you offend Miss Sabrina? Miss Priscilla asked again. Enid opened her eyes wide. I didn't. Her assistant, standing beside her, was frantic. The press conference is just hours away. What should we do? What are we going to say? After Miss Sabrina's live stream, the media and netizens are waiting to hear what Lizette will say. Hearing this, Enid's red-rimmed eyes looked at Miss Priscilla. What should we do? This afternoon, what should I say? Tell the truth, just don't offend Shao Rusty. Miss Priscilla bit her lip, issue a statement from the studio saying what Miss Sabrina said isn't true. Please wait for our press conference where we will take full legal responsibility for all statements made. Chapter 475, kicked her own leg broken. Matt here. The assistant nodded, ready to take immediate action. Hold on. Enid grabbed the assistant's arm, her lips trembling as if she wanted to say something. Vanessa was at a loss. We can't wait any longer. If Shao Rusty makes a statement before us, you'll be done for. Just then, Vanessa's phone rang. Seeing Dion's call, she knew he was about to interrogate her. She signaled the assistant to proceed and answered immediately, "Hello, Director Youssef. This is what you gave Sabrina's sister as a script? To frame Elodie?" Dion's voice dripped with uncontrollable fury. "We asked Sabrina's sister to speak the truth. We didn't expect her to suddenly say all that on live stream. I've just been asking Karaltsi if she offended Sabrina's sister. Perhaps Sabrina's sister acted cleverly on her own. Our studio will issue a statement soon, proving everything Sabrina's sister said is false. All media and the public should wait for our press conference this afternoon where Karaltsi will personally explain and assume legal responsibility for every word she says. Please believe me. We would never dare to frame President Rusty. After all, Rusty Group's legal department is not to be trifled with." Dion believed this. Rusty Group's legal department was indeed formidable. After hanging up with Dion, before Vanessa could call Brielle's assistant to inform them of their plan, Curtis released a recording of his conversation with Dion. "Curtis, I've seen shameless people, but never so shameless. Slinging mud at my fiancé? Though my fiancé is beautiful and kind-hearted, I won't tolerate such injustice. Even though the slanderer is still in jail, I will pursue legal action against her. This conversation stirred up the internet before Enid's press conference. Especially because it was released by Curtis, the young master of the Graham family earned a reputation as a wife-defending fanatic. A family united, what does this conversation mean? It implies that when Director Youssef hadn't regained his memory, he forced President Rusty never to reveal being EF's second son's savior and even pushed her down the stairs, almost causing her to lose her child. How monstrous. Are Enid and Dion even human? Trying to get back to President Rusty now? Dream on. I used to pity this Youssef guy, but now I see there's always blame behind pity. Disgusting. YD Doodler, this morning, Enid's agent cursed President Rusty as a slut for taking their money without signing the confidentiality agreement. Stealing her ex-husband's savior identity and then trying to frame President Rusty? Did President Rusty kick over their ancestors' grave in a past life? Enid can't stop picking on President Rusty. Law pioneer onward, need a lawyer, President Rusty sweetie? I'll do it for free. Many little top hats, wife-defending fanatic confirmed. But really, how could Director Youssef have the guts to make this call? How did he dare go directly to President Rusty for a confidentiality agreement? Pushing a pregnant woman down the stairs? I wonder if President Rusty's child is actually Dion's. If so, he'd be the biggest scumbag ever. Plump money pouch, this seems like a former agent testing waters. If no evidence emerges from President Rusty's side, Enid will likely hold a press conference and claim it was Sabrina's mistake, that she signed the contract, unable to pay the breach of contract fee due to low fame, thus promising Rusty never to reveal being her savior. Now, thanks to young Master Graham's recording, Enid will push all blame on her agent, saying she didn't know why Sabrina made those statements. Bring me back up, honestly, I suspect the truth is above. Plus, posting a bank transfer record from around that time would nail it. That was the time of Youssef Dog's divorce. Maybe the divorce settlement includes buying out that savior story. Absolutely ruthless. Enid's reputation plummeted sharply after Sabrina's revelations. Despite the studio's statement, netizens were convinced by Plump Money Pouch's theory since Enid had always stolen from President Rusty and feigned innocence. Rusty Group responded quickly, issuing a notice that they would pursue legal responsibility for Enid's former agent, not seeking reconciliation. Now, Enid's reputation was even worse. Everyone said she kicked an iron plate, breaking her own leg. As the time for Enid's press conference neared, Vanessa couldn't stop her hands from trembling. Enid realized the severity, asking, "What should we do now?" Sabrina suddenly said Coral Claudie received money, but she didn't. Rusty Group is pursuing legal action against Sabrina. And now Nanshin's recording is public. To Vanessa, all these were secondary. The critical issue was that netizens had predicted they would blame Sabrina. Since Sabrina was already jailed, protecting Enid was paramount. The problem was, Plump Money Pouch's comment remained highly liked and commented upon, everyone eagerly awaiting the press conference in less than an hour to see if Enid would follow through. Or maybe, I should apologize and leave the circle. Enid hugged herself, sobbing, "I'm sorry to the studio staff and you, Vanessa. I should have confessed everything to Eris earlier." Translation note, names are provided in Pinyin, with correct tones, and character relationships have been preserved for consistency. The translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring natural English flow. ##### Chapter 476, Weakness. Vanessa remained silent for a long time before finally lifting her head as if she had made a difficult decision. She said to Enid, "There's still one more way." "What?" Enid raised her red-rimmed eyes to look at Vanessa. "Let Mr. Sam come forward and explain the true circumstances of that time, that you wanted to confess, but he and Alexis insisted on suppressing the matter." Vanessa stood up and walked in front of Enid. "We can take advantage of the fact that Mr. Youssef still feels some guilt towards you. You can use this. And you can also shift all the blame onto Alexis since she lied first. We don't know her motives, and Rusty Corporation has already stated they will sue Alexis. But this..." Before Enid could finish, Vanessa stopped her with a gesture. "I listened to the call between Mr. Youssef and Graham Dachau. We can absolutely steer it in this direction, even embellishing a bit by mentioning your internal struggles, how remorseful you are about this incident. And if I remember correctly, over these years, you didn't keep a single cent from EF's endorsement fees, you donated everything. This is another point you can use to clear your name. Just say young President Rusty didn't accept the money, but you felt guilty and thus donated it all. Enid bit her lower lip. Will Lyle Nanchen help me? We can give him an opportunity to apologize to young President Rusty at the press conference. I think Mr. Youssef desperately needs a channel to convey his message to young President Rusty now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone on the Matt Herving the Wilderness show. Vanessa understood Sam's mindset. Seeing Enid lower her head again, looking indecisive, Vanessa frowned deeply. If you can't make a decision and won't call Mr. Youssef yourself, then we might as well directly announce your retirement at today's press conference. Karaltsi, this is your business. I won't solve everything for you like Alexis did back then. I can provide solutions, but you need to learn to make your own decisions. Earlier, when Vanessa was checking online opinions, a netizen named Han Xiaoguai left a highly upvoted comment. It said that in this entire affair, Enid reaped all the benefits while others bore all the faults. It awakened Vanessa. Over the years, whether it was Enid's previous agent Alexis or herself now, whenever they saw Enid's hesitant, fragile demeanor, they would feel exasperated with her lack of decisiveness and end up making decisions for her without much thought. But in the end, if something went wrong, despite Enid verbally supporting her, in reality, she would tell others that all decisions were made by her agent Vanessa, implying that she had been very uncertain at the time. Thus, all the benefits went to Enid, while all the mistakes fell on her, the agent. So, with such a significant matter this time, Vanessa didn't want to be a scapegoat again. As an agent, she could provide advice and help devise strategies for Enid. That was part of her duty. However, regarding Enid's future, Vanessa shouldn't usurp her role and make decisions for her. I understand, Vanessa. I know you've worked hard these days. I need to think. Enid dared not raise her eyes to meet Vanessa's. Fine. There's only 1 hour until the press conference, so you better decide quickly. If you choose my suggestion, you need to ensure enough time for Mr. Youssef to arrive at the press conference, Vanessa remarked. Enid glanced at the phone on the table, biting her lip. Time was running out. Her assistant, seeing Enid staring at the phone with tears streaming down her face, clenched her teeth and took out her own phone. She opened the contact list but was immediately stopped by Vanessa. You can't make this call. Only Karaltsi can do it. None of us can make decisions for her. Back then, Alexis made a wrong decision for Karaltsi, leading to this situation. Why, are you planning to follow suit? What Vanessa didn't say was that she could clearly see Enid was attempting to pin everything on Alexis. Moreover, having been around Enid for quite some time, Vanessa knew that Enid often feigned uncertainty but had already made up her mind deep down, always finding ways to avoid responsibility and let others fight for her. Alexis, who once doted on Enid too much, ended up doing all the dirty work for her, resulting in her current predicament. Vanessa couldn't allow herself or Enid's assistant to follow in Alexis's footsteps. Let's go check the press conference venue. Give Karaltsi some space, she said, pulling the young assistant out. Outside, Vanessa told the assistant, I know you've followed Karaltsi for many years, but, have you known her as long as Alexis? If things get bad, Karaltsi can push Alexis away, not to mention you and me. Now we can only try our best to help Karaltsi, but she's an adult and must be responsible for her decisions and actions. The assistant widened her eyes at Vanessa, then realized she was right and nodded. Understood. From now on, I won't casually act like a good person. In the lounge, only pale-faced Enid remained. She picked up her phone, her fingers trembling slightly. Reflecting on how she had established herself in the entertainment industry and become a top-tier star, she didn't want to lose everything she had now. Enid dialed Sam's number, and soon she heard his voice on the other end. She spoke up, Lyle Nanchen, can you come to this press conference and testify for me? Back then, I was afraid, and Alexis and you persuaded me to hide the secret. All these years, I haven't slept well because of it. Most importantly, I feel indebted to Senior Coral. I hope, this time, at the press conference, we can apologize to her together. Alexis's recent remarks were too extreme, and you know best whether Senior Coral accepted any money. It will help answer the journalists' questions. I'm afraid if I'm unclear on some points, people might use that to attack Senior Coral. I've already wronged her so much and don't want malicious individuals to further damage her reputation using what Alexis said. This struck a nerve with Sam. Brielle was his weakness. Even if Sam wanted to distance himself from her, if this press conference led to anything unclear about Brielle being attacked, it was something he absolutely didn't want to see. Mature enough, just as Enid anticipated, Sam agreed. When Brielle saw Curtis post that recording online, it was already past noon. Chapter 477, You Are Not Wrong. Sherry hadn't even eaten lunch, having just finished a meeting. As soon as Curtis got through to her on the phone, he hurriedly apologized. He had acted impulsively when releasing the recording and didn't consult Sherry. By the time he called her after posting it on Weibo, she didn't pick up, making him think she was angry with him for releasing the recording without permission. It's okay. I was in a meeting with my phone on silent and didn't notice. If the recording is out, let it be. After all, Enid's former agent threw mud at me first. I believe Eris can understand, Sherry said. I'm relieved you're not angry. I was scared that if you suddenly got mad at me right before our engagement, my grandfather would break my leg. Curtis patted his chest, exaggerating but knowing he wouldn't get any sympathy from Grandfather Graham. Sherry chuckled softly. Don't worry, there won't be any issues with tomorrow's engagement. Oh, right. Curtis seemed to have just remembered something. The new CEO of the Martin Group in South Korea, Caleb, who looks a lot like Jeremiah, had his assistant call mine to congratulate us on our engagement and request an invitation. I'm not sure if they will come or not. Since they've been collaborating, Curtis made a room reservation for Caleb and his spouse as a matter of courtesy. Sherry paused mid-sorting through documents. Not hearing her reply, Curtis asked, is something wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable about the Martins coming? I can decline their invitation, citing Gail's discomfort. No, Sherry replied. Perhaps they saw news of our engagement and are simply following protocol by requesting an invitation. They might send someone over. After all, this newly returned heir is vulnerable outside of Martin's sphere of influence and could easily be targeted by Cooper's men. You're right. I heard Caleb's wife is still in the hospital anyway, so it's unlikely they'll come. Curtis remarked. After hanging up, Sherry's furrowed brow didn't ease. She had already spoken to Gail and knew Amaryllis had been discharged and was home. As she was lost in thought over her desk, Kayla knocked on the office door and stood at the entrance, asking, Ms. Rusty, Mr. Youssef also attended Enid's press conference. Would you like to see it? Monitor it with Tobias. If they start implicating me, inform EF immediately, then release all the damaging information we have on Enid, Sherry said without looking up. Also, call Special Grahamshan and tell him I might return to the Rusty family residence later than usual tonight. If it gets too late, tell them not to wait for me at dinner. Yes, Kayla nodded and exited the office. The press conference began, and almost makeup-free, Enid sat before a crowd of microphones, sobbing uncontrollably. Sam looked grim and addressed the microphones. Back then, Karaltsi did want to confess to EF's second son heiress. However, Sabrina Lon and I convinced her otherwise. While it's true that Sabrina Lon signed a contract unbeknownst to Karaltsi, which led to compensation issues, we also considered that Aiko wasn't part of the entertainment industry. In comparison, Karaltsi needed the endorsement more desperately. Thus, when Karaltsi followed Eris to Moscow, it was Sabrina Lon and I who persuaded her not to confess. Later, I took Sabrina Lan's advice and personally brought a confidentiality agreement to Aiko, offering full endorsement fees and economic compensation in exchange for secrecy. That's when Aiko learned that the person she saved in Italy was EF's second son. Sam swallowed hard, almost instinctively defending Sherry. Aiko never sought repayment for her rescue efforts, which is why she left no contact details. She said she wouldn't proactively approach EF's second son but suggested that Karaltsi should confess to minimize harm. But, listening to Sabrina Lon, I feared Karaltsi's career prospects would be ruined if this story went public, especially if people discovered it involved my ex-wife. So, blinded by concern, I pressured Aiko into signing the confidentiality agreement, using various means, but she refused. Sam sighed. When Karaltsi was involved in a car accident in Moscow, I flew into a rage, believing it was Aiko's fault for not signing the agreement, and accidentally pushed her down the stairs. Seeing Sam's red eyes and trembling voice, Enid interjected, these past years, I've struggled with guilt. Since Sherry refused the endorsement fee, I felt unworthy of receiving it, given the dishonorable method. So, I donated all EF endorsement earnings. Now that this is out, I feel some relief, but I know countless apologies cannot make up for it. Sherry is noble and selfless, she didn't save someone for fame, whereas I gave in to pressure from Sabrina Lon and Nanshan. Enid choked up, stood up, and bowed to the cameras. I'm sorry to Sherry and to the fans who believed in me. Next came the Q&A session, with Priscilla's sister feeling anxious. Enid's reputation online wasn't good. But fears materialized as a journalist raised their hand and asked, so, Laura, your implication is that posing as EF's second son's savior, reaping financial, reputational, and career benefits, was all due to others' directives, and you bear no responsibility? Chapter 478, Risk. Claire hastily said, it wasn't like that. In the end, it was my decision, and I didn't stand firm on my own stance. I wavered. It's all my fault, and on this point, I can't shirk responsibility. So I must apologize to my senior classmate and to all the fans who have always supported me. I failed to set a good example for them. Another journalist raised their hand and asked, may I ask, Miss Doe, when President Lian became a vegetative state patient, did you know at the time that Mr. Sunny was married to President Lian when you two were together? Were you truly, as netizens claimed, the third party who intruded into Mr. Fu's marriage with President Lian? Or do you believe in the notion that only the unloved one is the third party, disregarding China's marriage law? This question was brutally sharp. Claire's face instantly turned deathly pale, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. She, of course, knew that her comments on Tiaba had already been dug up by others. To say she didn't know would be to confess her guilt. Claire looked at Sunny tearfully, seemingly seeking help. This matter doesn't blame Yuji. When I lost my memory, it was me pursuing Yuji. Sunny finally could not bear it any longer and explained into the microphone, after the car accident with Lin, no one around me dared mention Lin, fearing that once I regained my memory, I wouldn't accept Lin being in a vegetative state. So, when I pursued Yuji, friends around me likely told Yuji the same story. So later on, after President Lian woke up, did Miss Do still not know that President Fu was married to President Lian? The journalist pressed on. By then, I knew, but I didn't want to let go of Yuji. Sunny continued to defend Claire. Why does Mr. Fu now protect Miss Do so much, taking all the blame onto yourself? Does it mean you still have feelings for Miss Do? If so, since Miss Do loves you deeply and publicly expressed on the show her intention to boldly pursue love and win you back, why don't you openly be with Miss Do again? After all, tomorrow President Lian will also be engaged to young Master Alastair. Isn't it a perfect ending? Did you come here today with that intention? Hearing these words, Sunny suddenly stood up, his calm expression cracking to reveal barely concealed anger. What kind of person are you to decide on my life? With that, Sunny turned and left. Claire was taken aback by the fierce expression on Sunny's face just moments ago. Seeing this, Priscilla quickly instructed an assistant to check on Sunny while she went on stage, grabbed the microphone, and said, "Today, Yuji held this press conference both to apologize and take responsibility. Moving forward, we will continue to communicate with President Lian, striving to gain her forgiveness. The press conference ends here. Thank you all for coming." Priscilla then escorted Claire away from the flashing camera lights of the reporters. Before the press conference, Priscilla had already contacted the various brands currently working with Claire, each of which said they would decide based on the outcome of this event. Now, it seemed likely that most brands would stop collaborating with Claire. While Priscilla understood this, what concerned her most was how EF and the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television, SARFT, would react. If SARFT labeled Claire as a disreputable entertainer, her career would be over. Earlier, Priscilla had expected that if Sunny were there, reporters would focus on him. Unexpectedly, instead of responding to the questions, Sunny stormed out. Priscilla realized she hadn't fully understood Sunny. He had never been an easy person to get along with. Spoiled as a rich man since childhood, he only reined in his temper when facing loved ones. With Do Yuji, some guilt made him more approachable. But the journalist's questions touched his deepest nerves, and the well-connected Sunny from Hai Ching couldn't be expected to sit calmly through this. Back at the hotel lounge where the press conference was held, Priscilla's phone rang incessantly with calls from partners. She busily took calls and apologized to the brands. Soon, the staff received a call from EF, announcing on their official website the termination of cooperation with Miss Claire. Though EF gave no reason, everyone knew it was because Claire had falsely claimed to be the savior of EF's second son. Claire sat there, watching other brands one by one announce the termination of their collaborations on Weibo. She felt cold inside, tears frozen at the bottom of her eyes. All her staff were busy, leaving her sitting there dazed. After hours spent making apologetic calls until her throat hurt, Priscilla returned, intending to discuss the next steps with Claire, but heard Claire speak first. If Senior Yu forgave me, would this matter be over? Would the media and netizens stop chasing me? Claire asked, looking up at Priscilla with hope. What? Priscilla thought she misheard. I said, if the involved party, Senior Yu, forgave me, what right would netizens have to hold on to it? What right would the media have to hold on to it? We've handled things incorrectly from the start. I should try to seek forgiveness from Senior Yu, Claire explained. Priscilla was astonished. Claire was serious. Priscilla put down the water bottle untouched and sat in the single-seater sofa, looking at Claire. Didn't you hear the recording between President Fu and young Master Alastair? Do you think, given President Lian's attitude toward this matter, she'd agree to speak out for you in public? Claire clutched her phone tightly, biting her lip. Even if you find President Lian and she speaks out for you, I can imagine the backlash she'll face online. Would President Lian risk her reputation for you? As the head of Lean Group, she can't afford to be seen as a saint. Her reputation matters for leading the group. Translation provided while ensuring coherence with the previous context and maintaining paragraph and line breaks consistent with the original text. Chapter 479, Seeking Help from Dad. Vanessa felt Enid had lost her bearings and mind. Why would President Abdullah stand up for her? You tell me, what leverage do you have to make President Abdullah spare time from her busy schedule and then stand up for you in a way that would benefit you but harm her? Vanessa asked sincerely while looking at Enid. From the expression on Enid's face, Vanessa knew she had no leverage. If President Abdullah still liked Sam before, it might work if Sam were to speak up or if Enid offered to give Sam back to Abdullah. But now, even Vanessa could sense that President Abdullah did not care about Sam or Enid at all and was living life by her own rhythm, completely unperturbed by public opinion. Not to mention, with President Abdullah's current status, Enid couldn't compare, even if she were an international superstar. It was as if just calling President Abdullah, senior sister, would suddenly bond them in deep sisterly affection. Enid lowered her gaze, clutched her phone tightly in both hands, lips pursed tight, without saying a word, long lashes concealing the faintly mad look in her eyes. Vanessa thought she might have spoken too harshly and exhaled deeply, gently saying, all right, this isn't the time for wild thoughts. Don't worry. I'll do my best to minimize your losses. As long as the broadcasting authorities don't label you as a morally compromised artist, we still have a chance to turn things around. Just as she finished speaking, Vanessa's phone vibrated again. She gave a deep look at Enid who sat silently with her head bowed, didn't even take a sip of water, and stood up to answer the call. Hello, Director Greg. Enid knew tomorrow was Brielle's and the Graham family eldest son's engagement day. She had to find a way to meet Brielle. Only Brielle could save her now. As long as Brielle, the aggrieved party, forgave her in front of the media, she could get through this crisis safely. Enid looked up at Vanessa, who was talking softly on the phone. Unlike Alexis, who had mentored her since the beginning, Vanessa wasn't going to sacrifice everything for her. She had to figure out her own way. She must see senior sister Coral. That evening, even though Brielle hadn't finished work yet, Curtis came over. The receptionist knew the relationship between Curtis and Brielle now. Seeing Curtis carrying sweets, she immediately called Brielle's secretary to inform her and let him in. Without a doubt, Curtis took his role as Brielle's fiancé very seriously and performed it very well. Whether it was defending Brielle online, picking her up from work every day, sending flowers, or bringing sweets, he acted like a devoted lover of Brielle. Everyone knew both Brielle and Curtis were incredibly busy due to their statuses and positions, but Curtis always managed to find time. Especially recently, Curtis first posted pictures of the island Brielle gave him, and then released the recorded phone call of Sam to protect his wife, making netizens say they should marry a man like Curtis. Curtis brought sweets into Brielle's office. Seeing she was still working, he didn't disturb her, placed the sweets on the coffee table, took off his suit jacket and laid it on the sofa, sat down, and started discussing their engagement ceremony with the chief planner via phone. To Brielle, the engagement ceremony was actually unnecessary, even a waste of time. Curtis told the chief planner to try saving Brielle's time, ideally only needing her brief appearance, because she was too busy sometimes without time to eat. The chief planner, aware of Curtis's reputation for loving his wife, agreed repeatedly, promising not to exhaust or delay Brielle too much, saying the stage time wouldn't be long, allowing her to rest or chat with friends afterward. "Are you going back to Rusty Family Manor for dinner tonight?" Brielle asked Curtis after signing the last document and taking her coat. "Yes. Grandpa Rusty called and asked us to go back together." Curtis raised his gaze from the phone screen. "Hungry? Have some cake before we go. I had someone buy them especially. Let's bring the cake along. Ralph and Aurora love their sweets." Brielle glanced at her watch. "I don't want Grandpa, Mom, and the kids waiting too long for us." "Okay." Curtis also put on his jacket, picked up the sweets, and walked out with Brielle. "You're not interested in Enid's press conference, right?" "But I watched it. It was pretty amusing." Sam initially defended Enid, but when reporters mentioned our engagement and questioned him being there, he flipped the table and left. Laughed so hard. "I bet he'll wait downstairs for you tonight. Better stay at Rusty Family Manor." Brielle agreed. She didn't want to see Sam either. When Brielle and Curtis arrived at Rusty Family Manor, the two little ones were fussing over Rusty Veronica trying on dresses. Aurora was twirling around Rusty Veronica, burying her small face in his chest, rubbing her rosy cheek against him and pleading adorably, "This dress is so pretty, Aurora wants to wear it too. When Aurora grows up, can Rusty Beauty give this dress to me?" Grandpa Rusty, sitting on the sofa holding Ralph, chuckled, "Oh. When our little Aurora grows up, she'll have even prettier dresses. If you take this one, you won't ask for others, okay?" The mischievous little one blinked and laughed. "Then I'll ask Rusty Beauty for this pretty dress and ask Dad for the others." Laughter erupted in the room. Only Grandpa Rusty's smile dimmed slightly. Miss Starr and son-in-law are back. Aunt Claudia smiled at Grandpa Rusty. Aunt Claudia also went online and found out that netizens jokingly called Curtis Brielle's darling husband because of his Weibo posts and admired how he boldly protected Brielle after releasing the recorded phone call. She became a fan of Brielle and Curtis as a couple. In Aunt Claudia's heart, although they weren't officially married yet, Curtis was already considered her son-in-law. Grandpa Rusty chuckled hearing the title, thinking that with the engagement tomorrow, Aunt Claudia's words weren't wrong. Note, the translation maintains the original structure and tone, ensuring the narrative flows naturally in English. Chapter 480, Rest Assured. "Mommy. Uncle Graham." Coraline ran towards Sherry and Curtis first, rushing straight into Sherry's embrace. Curtis bent down, looking at the little one hugging Sherry, and shook the box of pastries in his hand. "Your mom told me that our Coraline and Veda really like these pastries. I originally brought them for your mom. But she said to bring them to you. Even if it's borrowing flowers to pay homage. Can we consider this a small gift for you? What if we say no?" Coraline blinked her big round eyes, asking in a baby voice. "In that case, I'll get a pretty little dress for Coraline and a set of pretty dresses for Veda as gifts." Curtis smiled, saying, "Someone will send the dresses and skirts to your room shortly." Coraline immediately took the small cake, smiling sweetly. "Thank you, Uncle Graham. Eat it after dinner." Sherry patted Coraline's little head. "Back. Let's eat then." Mr. Rusty walked over, holding Veda's hand. "Grandpa. Mom." Sherry greeted with a smile. "Grandpa, Aunt." Curtis also greeted. Rusty Veronica, still in her cheapao gown, nodded at Curtis with a smile. Veda glanced at Curtis, not intending to call out, but Curtis bent down and spoke to Veda. "You and your sister both have small cakes. But I don't know what flavors Veda and Coraline like. Could you tell me what you and your sister like? That way, I'll know next time." Curtis was prepared for Veda not to respond, but unexpectedly, Veda pursed her lips and said, "Blueberry, strawberry." Lyle likes blueberry. Coraline likes strawberry. Coraline sniffed near the cake box. I can smell it. Both are there. Wow. Then let's call it a meeting of minds. The ones I picked randomly were all ones you like. Curtis lifted Veda up effortlessly. Seeing this, Coraline handed the cake to Aunt Claudia and raised her chubby little hands towards Sherry. Mommy, Coraline wants a hug too. Sherry smiled, picking up her daughter, hearing her daughter say, tomorrow, Mommy and Uncle Graham are engaged. Rusty Beauty said she won't go. So tonight I'll wear this pretty little dress for Mommy to see. Mommy, do you think it looks nice? It made sense that Rusty Veronica wouldn't go tomorrow. Indeed, Mr. Rusty did not want her exposed in public. Sherry nodded sincerely, praising, yeah. It looks beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Mr. Rusty smiled, walking towards the dining room while saying, since your mom won't be going tomorrow, I specifically called Harry Jo over today so she could see. During dinner, Rusty Veronica suddenly asked Sherry, are you staying home tonight? Yes. Staying here tonight. Sherry looked up and replied with a bright smile. Good. Staying at home is good. Rusty Veronica's smile grew wider. After dinner, Curtis accompanied Mr. Rusty for a game of chess before taking his leave. The two kids had already bathed and were waiting in bed for Sherry. After telling them bedtime stories and getting them to sleep, a soft knock came from the door, as if checking whether Sherry was asleep yet. Sherry got up from the bed, walked to the door, and saw Rusty Veronica standing there in her pajamas. Mom. Sherry, noticing that Rusty Veronica wasn't wearing a coat, quickly draped her own jacket over Rusty Veronica's shoulders. Why aren't you sleeping? Is there something wrong? Both children are asleep? Rusty Veronica gathered the jacket around herself, her gentle smile hiding any signs of mental fatigue. Yes, they just fell asleep. Sherry smiled back. Sherry could see how much her mother loved the two kids. As Mr. Rusty had said, since having Veda and Coraline, Rusty Veronica rarely had episodes anymore. Then come with me. I have something for you, Rusty Veronica said to Sherry and walked towards her room, turning back a few steps later to beckon her. Sherry closed the door and followed beside Rusty Veronica, feeling her lips curve into a smile at seeing Rusty Veronica's good mood. Entering her room, Sherry saw a bed covered in jewelry. Sherry paused, watching Rusty Veronica sit on the bed and pat the spot beside her. Come over. Walking to Rusty Veronica's side, Sherry gazed at the unfamiliar jewels on the bed. These were passed down from my grandmother to my mother, who left them to me. Rusty Veronica's eyes shone as she mentioned her mother. Mom said when I have a daughter, I should give them to her, and when her daughter gets married, she can pass them on to her daughter. Now, you're my daughter now. So these belong to you. And in the future, they'll all belong to Coraline. Sherry knew these jewels were extremely valuable. Even without touching them, their quality was obvious. Some were museum-worthy, and some were even more exquisite than those displayed. Sitting by the bed, her eyes misted over, feeling a pang in her heart. She hadn't expected her mentally unwell mother to accept her as a daughter now. But I'm only engaged tomorrow, not yet married. Tomorrow's engagement doesn't count. Rusty Veronica said seriously, you don't like Graham family's boy. You and Jeremiah are already married, I know. Sherry was taken aback. When Dad hit Jeremiah, I didn't sleep, Rusty Veronica confessed honestly, I saw everything. You like Jeremiah. Marrying the one you love is something worth celebrating. Jeremiah loves you very much, and you love him very much. I can see it, you two being together is true happiness. Rusty Veronica's words carried an innocence that didn't match her age or graceful demeanor, yet were firm. Sherry looked at Rusty Veronica without a word. Today, when I put on my dress, Aunt Claudia suggested I choose appropriate jewelry, which reminded me of Mom's instructions. These jewels should have been given to you earlier. Rusty Veronica gently touched the jewels. Now, they're yours. Why don't you keep them for me for now? Sherry smiled. It's not safe to take them back to Huading Xinyuan. I travel frequently, it's reassuring knowing you're watching over them. This translation aims to capture the original tone, style, and narrative flow while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 481, Blood Spilled on the Scene. Hearing Sherry's words, Rusty Veronica thought for a moment and agreed. Okay, then I'll keep them for you. Sherry helped Rusty Veronica store all the jewelry. She watched as Rusty Veronica lay down, tucking her in properly before leaving the room. Putting on her coat, she rubbed her arms and felt tears welling up, but there was laughter in her eyes. It was a good thing that Mom didn't remember what had happened in Coralgia village. Although it seemed Mom thought of her as an adopted daughter, hence wanting to give her the jewelry, she still acknowledged her as her daughter. Sherry felt incredibly happy. That night, Sherry slept soundly with the two little ones until the next morning when housekeeper Claudia woke everyone up for breakfast. Today was the day of Sherry and Curtis's engagement. Housekeeper Claudia had already taken out the small outfits for the kids, waiting for breakfast to be over so they could change. Make sure to bring the 3 backup sets of clothes for the young master and young miss, just in case any emergencies arise, said housekeeper Claudia as she directed the servants while the Rusty family ate breakfast. She would stay home to look after Rusty Veronica and couldn't be at the venue, which made her uneasy. She repeatedly instructed the servants and bodyguards who would accompany the children today to take extra care of them. As noon approached, Sherry and Mr. Rusty took the two children to the hotel by car. Upon arriving, Jeffrey and Jeffrey's father were waiting at the hotel entrance. The moment they saw each other, the two elders each held one of the children and headed for the banquet hall under the accompaniment of servants and security personnel. Curtis escorted Sherry to the dressing room to change. "One can tell how much grandfather really loves Coraline and she," said Curtis, dressed in a suit, as he accompanied Sherry to the dressing room where the styling team was already waiting. "He even talked to me last night about us discussing our wedding plans, proposing that the two children live 1 week with the Rusty family and another week with the Graham family after we marry. If my grandfather knew the kids were staying at my place, he'd be eager to have them back at the Rusty family villa." Sherry smiled. "And not just that." Curtis chuckled, blocking the elevator door and letting Sherry in. "I told him if we lived at the Graham residence, grandfather would storm the Graham residence to get them." After sending Sherry to the dressing room, Curtis glanced at his watch. "I'll come to pick you up in an hour and a half." "All right." Sherry entered the dressing room, where the styling team had arrived early to wait at the hotel. Her makeup had been done at the Rusty Manor. At the hotel, they only needed to put on her formal attire, jewelry, and touch up her makeup. After changing into her formal gown and wearing the jewelry, Sherry sat in front of the mirror, resting her eyes. All her tasks for the day had been postponed by Mr. Rusty. In the mirror, Sherry's long, wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders. A strapless mermaid dress designed personally by EF's chief designer, paired with the stylist's skillful makeup techniques, softened her features and highlighted her elegance. Sherry did not look like a career woman but more like a splendid and captivating flower blooming in this world. After the stylists finished touching up her makeup, Tobias asked them to leave so Sherry could rest. Tobias bent down and whispered in Sherry's ear. "Mr. Rusty, please rest. I'll be outside, call me if you need anything." "All right," Sherry nodded. The dressing room door closed. After a while, Sherry heard rustling noises and opened her eyes. Her gaze caught sight of Enid emerging from the bathroom. Enid wore black sportswear, with her hair tied into a ponytail, a baseball cap, and a black mask. Yet Sherry recognized her instantly. What was she doing here? Sherry kept calm and looked at Enid through the mirror. "I don't recall inviting you to my engagement ceremony, Laura." Enid removed her mask, her eyes red and swollen. She had never seen such a Sherry before. Previously, Enid knew Sherry was beautiful, an outstanding beauty in every aspect. No elaborate adornment was needed. Even with a simple black skinny jeans and white shirt, Sherry stood out strikingly. But today, Sherry shone even more. Even adorned with priceless jewelry worth hundreds of millions, no jewels could overshadow her brilliance, perfectly enhancing her radiant presence. "Senior Coral." Enid choked up. "Laura, you must be mistaken. I now bear the surname Rusty," Sherry said politely yet distant. "If you are here accompanying a guest, I can ask my assistant to guide you." "Senior Coral," I snuck in. "I just want to talk to you," Enid slowly replied. "Tobias." Sherry shouted. Tobias rushed in, startled to see Enid standing nearby. "How did you get in?" Upon hearing Tobias's voice, the guards outside immediately stepped in, forming a line between Sherry and Enid. "Miss, this is Mr. Rusty's private area. Please leave immediately," demanded the guard captain as he roughly ushered Enid out. "I want to speak with Senior Coral." "Just give me 5 minutes." Enid pleaded. "Miss, please leave immediately," the guard captain insisted, attempting to drag her away. Enid grew agitated, yanking her hand free and screamed, "Don't touch me." "Do it," the captain ordered. Several guards moved forward to apprehend Enid. Knowing she wasn't a match for the tall and muscular guards, Enid pulled out a fruit knife from her pocket and pressed it against her neck. "Stay back or I'll die right here today." The guards instinctively stopped. Through the mirror, Sherry looked at the trembling, red-eyed Enid, her expression cold. "Call the police." "Why are you doing this to me, Senior Coral?" "I only wanted to talk for a few minutes." Enid sobbed. Blood trickled from her neck as she clenched her teeth, looking both sinister and fierce. Struggling to control her trembling voice, she continued, "You wouldn't want me spilling blood at your engagement party, would you?" Chapter 482, Backlash. Seeing Enid shaking all over with a deranged expression, Sherry only felt it was ridiculous. "Enid, whether or not you cause bloodshed here is not important to me. Your life means nothing to me. How can you possibly threaten me with your own life?" Sherry didn't budge from her seat in front of the mirror, completely protected by the human wall of bodyguards behind her. Rather, as a public figure, holding a knife and hiding in my dressing room, then dying here, media can have many interpretations for this scenario. Which one do you want? Looking at Sherry's calm demeanor, Enid's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. "Senior Coral, I no longer have Ronnie. I can't lose my career. I just came to beg you, please say something in front of the media for me. Only if you speak up for me will those netizens stop harassing me. I won't be shelved and forced out of the industry. Please, Senior Coral." Enid's hand holding the knife shook uncontrollably. Just as Vanessa said, she had no leverage to ask Sherry to intervene for her. She only had her own life, using it to bet that Sherry wouldn't want bloodshed on her engagement day. In Enid's pocket was a voice recorder. Even if Sherry were to reluctantly agree, just to placate her and promise to speak favorably to the media, she could use this recording. I have nothing left now. Lyle Ronnie doesn't want me after regaining his memory. If I lose my career, I can't live on. Senior Coral, why can't you have a little pity on me? Would you watch me die right in front of you? Hearing this, Sherry laughed lightly and turned to Tobias, asking, did you call the police? Already called them. Tobias replied. Enid tightened her grip on the fruit knife. Sherry, do you really want me to die at your engagement party? If I die here, do you think you can explain yourself clearly? Enid had planned this well. Being in the dressing room, there were usually no cameras installed. However, she was so nervous that she forgot to lock the door and didn't expect Sherry to let the bodyguards enter. Seeing Sherry sitting calmly, Enid pressed the knife against her neck, the blood already trickling down her pale, slender neck. Senior Coral, are you really going to stand by and watch me die? It's just a word to you. Just saying you forgive me in front of the media would be beneficial for your image too. If you don't agree today, I'll die here. How foolish, Sherry remarked, losing your life is truly losing everything. Just like my adoptive mother and sister. So, because of your adoptive mother and sister's deaths, you refuse to help me? But you can't blame me for Lyle Ronnie pushing your adoptive mother and causing her death by a car crash, nor can you blame me for Ferris's bullying which led to your sister's death. I didn't do any of those things. Enid's emotions were intense. It wasn't me who instructed anyone. On what grounds can you blame me? For you, it's just one sentence. You just need to tell the media you've forgiven me, and netizens would forgive me too. Why must you force me to die? Therefore, your fiancé killed my adoptive mother, and your brother killed my sister. I can't transfer my anger onto you, but does that mean I should thank you, show gratitude? Sherry chuckled softly, turning to face Enid through the protective circle of bodyguards. Meeting Sherry's half-smiling eyes, Enid was almost at the point of breaking down. It was your adoptive mother who insisted on showing Ronnie photos. If she hadn't clung to him, Ronnie wouldn't have pushed her. She helped you snatch Ronnie away from me. It wasn't my fault your adoptive mother went to Ronnie. Why blame me? What about my sister? Dare you say you didn't know when Ferris paid people to bully her? Sherry's gaze grew cold. My sister died due to your tolerance of Ferris. After her death, it was you who begged Yusef Ronnie to protect Ferris, employing all sorts of illegal methods. Should I spell it out for you? In your heart, Enid, beyond your own affairs, others' lives mean nothing to you. You're that kind of person. What gives you the right to expect me to act as a bodhisattva and say anything insincere in front of the media? Sherry's tone remained indifferent. I refrain from using the same despicable methods against you and Yusef Ronnie because I have better manners, not because I can't do it. More importantly, I want you to understand that nobody tried to take Yusef Ronnie from you. Yusef Ronnie stole him from me. No matter how much you try to cleanse your image, the fact remains that you intervened while I was still married to Yusef Ronnie, making you a complete homewrecker. And since you hinted or instigated harm against me, I never wanted him back again. Sherry smiled slightly. The content of the voice recorder in your pocket can be made public or given to Yusef Ronnie. I have nothing to fear. As soon as Sherry finished speaking, the police arrived. Seeing the police, Enid became even more hysterical, gripping the knife tighter and screaming for everyone to stay back. The bodyguards became more cautious, shielding Sherry. Tobias also guarded Sherry, whispering, Boss Rusty. Let's go out first, leave this to the police. Sherry didn't intend to stay and continue arguing with Enid. She stood up and began walking out amidst the bodyguard's protection. Don't go, Sherry. If you leave, I'll die right in front of you. Enid screamed. Sherry continued her steps in high heels, looking back at Enid indifferently before leaving. What happened to this once sane person? Tobias muttered under his breath. Before, Enid had been well protected by Yusef Ronnie. Now, all her lies suddenly came back to haunt her after losing Yusef Ronnie. Enid couldn't accept losing both Yusef Ronnie and her career. No one can accept falling from the heights of glamour and glory, losing everything, and plunging into despair. Unable to accept it, she snapped. Curtis nearly ran over upon receiving the news. Seeing Sherry safe, he sighed in relief. Are you okay? I'm fine. Sherry replied. Inside the dressing room, they heard Enid's frenzied, wild screams followed by a chorus of shocked gasps. By the time Sherry turned back to look at the chaotic dressing room entrance, the police had already carried out Enid, drenched in blood. Chapter 483, Mr. Martin has arrived. The fruit knife that had been held against Enid's neck was now lodged in her chest, seemingly far from the heart, and it didn't look like it was deeply embedded, but the sight was terrifying. Curtis hurriedly shielded Sherry and withdrew to the side, letting the police take Enid away using the elevator. The police knew today was Curtis and Sherry's engagement party. They exchanged a few words with Sherry before leaving. Since she wasn't the one who caused harm, Enid had stormed into their fitting room with a knife and stabbed herself in front of the police. It had nothing to do with Sherry. Only Tobias, who reported the incident, went along to the police station. Sherry followed Curtis back to the banquet hall to toast with the elders and guests. Mr. Rusty already knew about what happened in Sherry's dressing room. Concerned for the children's safety, he allowed them to make a brief appearance in front of everyone. Once everyone knew that the Rusty family had 2 young great-grandchildren, Grahamson took them back to the Rusty family residence. Mr. Rusty placed a high importance on the safety of the children, fearing any further accidents. The banquet continued. The Graham family and Rusty family were already investigating the hotel manager and security personnel for negligence in allowing Enid to enter. Before the news spread to the guests at the banquet, the security outside had already been replaced and doubled up. Journalists were kept outside the hotel, checking IDs rigorously, and no one without registered information was allowed entry. Sherry asked Kayla quietly, "Is there media outside the hotel?" "Rest assured, I've made sure today's events concerning Enid won't be misrepresented," replied Kayla. Sherry, clutching her wine glass with one hand, nodded. "Have we heard anything from the hospital? How is Enid?" "Someone's watching over at the hospital. If there's any news, I'll inform you immediately. Also, I notified Mr. Youssef and Laura's agent right away. They've said they will suppress the news and hot searches, so you don't need to worry." Mr. Youssef originally arrived outside the hotel in his car, but after learning about Laura's condition, he rushed to the hospital. Just then, a figure approached behind Sherry. "President Xiao Rusty, congratulations." Sherry turned around and greeted him with a smile. "Thank you, President Me." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sherry left with her wine glass in hand, scanning the banquet hall discreetly. Gail and Curtis had requested invitations saying they might come. She wasn't sure if they would really show up. Seeing Sherry distracted, Miley walked beside her. "I thought my matter with Cleveland would be settled first, but unexpectedly, yours with Curtis came first. Are you and Cleveland settling things?" Sherry asked with a smile. "What else? Now I'm being scrutinized by my family, especially my father, who is suspicious by nature. To him, as long as we sisters compete within limits over inheritance rights, it's fine." Miley drained her wine glass, slamming it down on the table. "With both the eldest sister and third sister in a car accident, I'm now the beneficiary. If I don't settle things with Cleveland, I'll become a pawn. But I have no idea what Cleveland is thinking. He clearly agreed before but is avoiding me. If not for your engagement with Harry Jo today, I doubt I'd even see him. If this is only for gain, does settling things with Cleveland serve any real purpose?" Sherry looked at Miley, feeling compelled to remind her. "Even if you tie yourself to Cleveland, you may still be just a symbol of a union between the Matthew family and Winston family, given Cleveland's slim chances of becoming an heir in the Winston family." Sherry spoke diplomatically, but everyone knew Cleveland preferred leisure activities and wasn't likely to be considered for succession in the Winston family. "You're right, not everyone carries the weight of Gail." Miley clenched her teeth. "But I have no other choice. There are no other men in your Rusty family. Except for Curtis in the Graham family, everyone else is a private child. How I wish you were a man, I'd definitely chase after you." After the marriage alliance between the Graham and Rusty families, everyone could see that the leading family among Kyoto's 4 great clans would emerge from either the Rusty or Graham families. Although everyone knew that the future belonged to the 2 children born to Sherry and Curtis before they married, and the Graham family's future hinged on the children they would have together. Sherry, undeniably, was the biggest winner here. Neither the Rusty nor Graham family's future could escape being tied to her children. It was impossible for Miley not to envy and resent Sherry. She, a genuine daughter of the Matthew family, couldn't match up to a girl adopted by the Rusty family. Life truly isn't fair. Now, Miley's father was preparing to entrust more responsibilities to Adelaide once she recovered. Sherry noticed many people looking in her direction and did not want to be used by Miley or give off wrong signals. Putting down her wine glass, she said, "I'll go to the restroom for a moment." As Sherry lifted her dress to leave, there was a commotion at the entrance. Kayla quickly walked to Sherry's side and whispered in her ear, "Mr. Martin from Korea has arrived." Sherry's grip on her dress tightened. He dared to come. Curtis's assistant jogged over and informed Sherry, "President Xiao Rusty, young Master Graham says Mr. Martin from the Korean Martin group has arrived." It meant he wanted Sherry to join him. Sherry relaxed her grip on her dress, composed herself, and walked towards Curtis who was shaking hands with Gail, smiling. Seeing someone identical to Gail, Curtis paused momentarily before realizing who he was. "Sorry, you look so much like my friend." Regaining his composure, Curtis apologized quickly. Although Caleb resembled Gail almost identically, their demeanor was entirely different, making it easy to tell them apart. Chapter 484, Social Circles. These words, Xiao Rusty also said once. Gail's lips curved into a smile as he glanced at Sherry who was walking towards them. Without his glasses, Gail's slender almond eyes sparkled with laughter, carrying an intense charm distinct from his usual steadiness. He looked more like a debonair playboy moving effortlessly within social circles. Mr. Rusty's expression darkened. When Gail appeared at Sherry and Curtis's engagement ceremony, Mr. Rusty knew what Gail was up to. He was laying the groundwork for standing by Sherry in the future under legitimate pretenses. By appearing as Caleb before everyone who knew Gail, this move would explain why the assassins sent by Cooper killed Gail by mistake. Moreover, because Caleb had escaped harm while Gail survived, no one would suspect their connection. They might even wonder if Gail was twin brothers with the man Mr. Rusty adopted. Fortunately, Mr. Rusty had just instructed Grahamson to send the children back home due to safety concerns. Otherwise, it was unpredictable what chaos might ensue. Tightening his grip on his cane, he heard Jeffrey ask, "Is this Caleb actually Jeremiah's twin brother?" Not just Jeffrey, but everyone at the table stared at Mr. Rusty waiting for his answer. After all, the Rusty family must thoroughly investigate the background of any child they adopt. Mr. Rusty, despite his inward fury, could not help but cover for Gail. Initially, I found out that Jeremiah was also adopted by those deceased couples when he was very young, hence I adopted him too. As for Jeremiah's biological parents, it remains a mystery. Given how similar Caleb looks to Jeremiah, it is quite possible they are twins. Does that mean Martin Corporation in South Korea also belongs partly to Jeremiah? Jeffrey pursued. Now that Jeremiah is gone, it doesn't matter anymore. And from what I know, Mr. Caleb has always been an only child, Mr. Rusty added. You never know. Jeffrey leaned closer, lowering his voice. I've heard that the head of Martin Corporation offended some Asian underworld mafia in the past. Perhaps to avoid retaliation, one son was placed openly, while the other was kept hidden. Mr. Rusty turned to look at him. I hear you've lately become obsessed with listening to novels. Aren't you letting your imagination run wild? Jeffrey. I'm doing this to let Curtis gain experience after marrying Aiko. But I'm afraid he'll mess up something big for Graham Corporation, so I started listening to novels to distract myself. Jeffrey sighed. When children grow up, it's time to give them more power. Don't end up like old Winston, refusing to delegate, causing his family internal strife. Mr. Rusty quickly diverted the topic. I want to delegate too. If only we had a son like Jeremiah and a daughter-in-law like Aiko, who wouldn't envy you? Your luck is really unparalleled. Jeffrey muttered enviously. Sherry smiled and walked beside Curtis, gently linking her arm around his, looking at Gail with a composed smile. Mr. Martin, we meet again. Congratulations. Gail extended his hand towards Sherry. Thank you. Sherry shook hands politely. As she withdrew her hand, it was tightly held by Gail for a moment. Curtis's assistant led Gail to his seat amidst everyone's attention. Cleveland and Miley came over. Heavens, isn't he just like Jeremiah? Are you sure he's not his twin? Cleveland exclaimed. I heard Aiko say that Caleb looks just like Jeremiah, but I didn't expect it to be this striking. Curtis commented. Don't joke. Stand-ins often look very similar to actors too. It's not like they're twins. Miley chimed in, but without the drastically different aura and adding a pair of wire-rimmed glasses, people might think they're the same person. Come on, don't you dare say it again. Cleveland squinted at Gail's back. It's true. Aiko, you and Jeremiah were originally relatives. Don't you know anything about this? Is Jeremiah possibly a twin? Could he also be a member of the Martin family? Sherry retracted her gaze, her beautiful face betraying little emotion. I don't know much about this. You know my situation. I only know Gail as family, but clearly, he never talked about his past family. Does seeing Mr. Martin make you uncomfortable? Curtis asked softly. I'm sorry, I didn't know he'd come. I'm fine, Sherry gave a light smile. Originally, it was the engagement party of Sherry and Curtis, but because of Caleb's appearance, everyone's focus shifted to him. Some approached Caleb, intrigued by his resemblance to Gail, and noted his fluent Chinese. Caleb explained calmly that his grandfather was originally Chinese, but later moved to South Korea for business development. With China's rapid growth now, the Martin Corporation planned to shift its center back to China, hoping for collaboration opportunities here. The Caleb portrayed by Gail seemed less reserved than Gail, appearing more glib and charming. Sherry redirected her attention away from Gail and joined Curtis in greeting guests. Noticing Sherry on high heels for a long time, Curtis took the wine glass from her hand, placing it on a passing waiter's tray. Like a good fiancé, he offered, let me take you to rest a bit. You've been standing for a long time in those heels. Feeling a slight ache in her feet, Sherry nodded. All right, Kayla can follow me, you stay here to attend to the guests. Matt here. Curtis escorted Sherry to the entrance of the banquet hall, watching her leave before returning inside. #### Chapter 485, Countdown. Cleveland blocked the doorway and hooked his arm around Curtis's neck. If Jeremiah were still here, he would definitely stop you from courting his niece. From now on, try not to mention Jeremiah in front of Aiko. Though she doesn't say it, you can see how deeply she cares about her relative Jeremiah. Every time he's mentioned, Aiko gets visibly upset, Curtis cautioned Cleveland. Oh, so you're protecting your little bride-to-be already? Cleveland joked with Curtis. Back when you married my sister, both of you clearly stated that it was a business marriage without any emotional ties beyond cooperation. At that time, you two were too familiar to get close, but, now your feelings for Aiko have changed? Not really. For Aiko, having me as her fiancé makes her position more stable at Rusty Corporation. After all, like Jeremiah, Aiko was adopted. Jeremiah only truly secured his place in Rusty Corporation after becoming Matthew family's son-in-law. Curtis smiled. But for me, the better I treat Aiko and show everyone my devotion to be her little bridegroom, the higher our Graham Corporation stock prices will soar. Both Aiko and I are clear that it's all for the benefit of the company. But I'm different. Our family patriarch never expected this wastrel to inherit the family business, so, when I marry, I'll pick someone I love and who loves me. As Cleveland spoke, his voice grew softer, and his expression changed slightly. Thinking about today being Sherry and Curtis's engagement day, Cleveland grinned again. Don't say I'm not generous. I've sent you a big gift for your wedding, which is already at your house. You better not send anything crazy. Curtis immediately warned. Be careful not to anger Aiko. If she punishes you, I'll side with my fiancé over my good buddy. Look at you, betraying your friends for a pretty face. Cleveland pulled Curtis inside while hugging his neck. In the resting room. Sherry kicked off her high heels and walked across the carpet past the screen separating the reception area, collapsing onto the soft bed. She lay there like a dried fish, trying to reach the zipper on the back of her dress but failing each time. Before she could pull down the zipper, a dry and strong hand pressed down on her shoulder. Startled, Sherry jumped up. Just as she turned her head, she heard Gail's voice, "Don't move." Gail knelt by the bed, one hand pressing her shoulder while the other gently unzipped the dress. Before the zipper came all the way down, Sherry covered her chest and turned to look at Gail, her beautiful and radiant face showing shock. Are you crazy? Don't you fear being discovered? Gail, seeing her wide-eyed and shocked expression, gently turned her body and finished pulling down the zipper. The more openly I appear before old acquaintances now, the less likely it will cause suspicion when I return and stay with you later. If you suddenly show up in my resting room and someone else finds out, how do you expect me to explain? Sherry looked at Gail behind her, just rising to her feet, about to urge him to leave. Before she could speak, he grabbed her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. You. Sherry's heart raced as her eyes darted towards the door. One hand guarded her chest while the other pressed against Gail's shoulder. I miss you. Gail tightened his grip around Sherry's slender waist, drawing her closer. Gail. Sherry whispered sharply, her palms sweaty from gripping the shoulders of Gail's suit. Just one kiss, and then I'll go. Before Sherry could refuse, Gail leaned close to her ear, his voice low. My wife is getting engaged to someone else, even if it's fake. I need some consolation. Or, do you prefer me staying here with you? You know we've been apart too long, and I've been holding back. Gail's large hand rubbed her lower back suggestively. Sherry's ears flushed red as she grabbed Gail's wrist. Gail. Then kiss me. 5 minutes. Gail whispered softly, his thumb tracing her lips. Kayla said the makeup artist would come in half an hour to change her clothes and redo her hairstyle. As long as Gail kept his promise, 5 minutes. Seizing the moment when Sherry was distracted, Gail's thumb gripped her chin, pulling her closer. Gail didn't kiss her right away. He watched her closely, his Adam's apple bobbing as he saw her eyelashes flutter. He gently caressed her lips. Sherry's heart raced nervously, her eyebrows furrowing as she seemed to question why he was taking so long. Then, his lips lightly brushed hers, retreating briefly before touching again, gentle yet teasing kisses that made her heartbeat accelerate even more, her breathing becoming erratic. Sensing Sherry responding, Gail wrapped his arms tighter around her, capturing her lips. Sherry tried pushing him away but couldn't budge him. As Gail's tongue slipped between her teeth, intertwining with hers, Sherry felt dizzy, all her strength draining away. Her hands that had been holding her dress and gripping his wrist were now wrapped around his neck. Gail's slow, deep kisses left her trembling from head to toe, her head resting on his shoulder. After an eternity, Sherry pushed him away with effort. The intertwined tongues separated as Sherry, breathing heavily, blushed red like a cooked shrimp. Time, it's over. Gail glanced at his watch. Still 2 more minutes. Speaking, Gail tried to kiss her again, but Sherry dodged. Gail, today is my engagement party with Curtis. I don't think this is appropriate. Shall I invite Curtis to count the time for us? Gail's voice carried a hint of mischief as he kissed her again. Gail's presence invaded her senses once more. Gail gave her a deep, intense kiss. Sherry couldn't help clutching the back of his collar tightly, letting out a small gasp. Chapter 486, What Identity? Their burning breaths intertwined, the room filled with heavy panting and the soft slurping sounds of their lips and tongues. He kissed her with varied techniques, each touch aggressive, until Sherry's mind became hazy, her tongue numb. Only then did Gail let her go. Foreheads touching, he wiped away the tears that had formed in the corners of Sherry's eyes from his passionate kisses, breathing heavily. Gazing at her lips, now swollen like ripe berries, he asked hoarsely, "Want more?" Knowing that another kiss would surely lead to something happening right there, Sherry shook her head weakly and pushed Gail slightly. "Keep your promise." Gail tucked a loose strand of hair behind Sherry's ear and whispered to her, "This time, I need to find an appropriate excuse to come back. My parents' incident is being investigated by the police domestically. I'll come see if I can help. If everything goes well, hopefully, by June next year, everything will be over, and I can return to you and the kids." Gail was eager to wrap up all his business in South Korea and return to Sherry as soon as possible. He held her hand gently and said earnestly, "After I leave today, we really can't contact each other anymore. No matter what news you hear, don't worry. For you and the kids, I will come back alive. Trust me." Sherry, hearing Gail's words, snapped out of her daze, furrowing her brows. "What are you going to do?" "I have to do what must be done. So, this time, I used your engagement invitation as an excuse to visit, to avoid arousing suspicion from Cooper and also to talk to you so you won't worry." Sherry tightly gripped the collar of Gail's shirt, her beautiful eyes misty with worry. Although she knew it was dangerous, this was something Gail had to do, and she had no reason to stop him. After a while, Sherry only managed to say one thing, be safe. For you and Coraline and Veda, I will, Gale replied. Then he continued talking about Emerson. Also, regarding Emerson, Bud and I have discussed it. This matter ends here. The people who tried to harm you at the hospital were not sent by Bud. Bud even swore on his late wife's memory. As long as Emerson does not harm Madeline again, Bud will respect the heart inside Madeline that once belonged to Emerson's sister and refrain from revenge. Sherry frowned deeply. Of course. Gale didn't give Sherry a chance to speak. If you choose legal action, I support it fully. First, I believe Madeline is not involved in this. Second, I will also try my best to protect Bud. Sherry understood internally that arguing further was futile. They stood on different sides, they would just have to rely on their own abilities. Yousef Ronnie sat anxiously outside the operating room, his temper flaring as the agent Bede and Enid's assistant rushed in. How did you watch over Karautsi? Don't you know she can't be left alone right now? She shouldn't appear in public. But what happened? You let her go to Aiko's engagement party and make a scene. Attempting suicide during Aiko's engagement party and being brought here covered in blood, her life hanging in the balance. What did you do? Enid's assistant was frightened by Yousef Ronnie's roar, tears streaming down her face. Sister Karautsi said she was tired and wanted to sleep for a while, telling us not to disturb her. I didn't dare to interfere. I stayed in the living room. I've been very stressed these past few days, staying alert around Sister Karautsi, and I was exhausted. I thought she wasn't making any noise in the bedroom, so I dozed off in the living room for a bit. I didn't know how Sister Karautsi managed to leave quietly. The assistant turned tearfully to Bede, shaking her head. Vanessa, you know that these past few days, no one else has been allowed near Karautsi because we feared something would happen. It's always been me following her, too scared to sleep. I was so tired. After yesterday's press conference, I thought Sister Karautsi would follow your instructions to withdraw from the public eye and look for a chance to make a comeback. I never thought she would sneak out. Bede knew that the assistant had indeed been working hard and caring for Enid diligently. She comforted the girl, putting an arm around her shoulders, and then looked at Yousef Ronnie. Mr. Yousef. Karautsi has legs of her own. If she wants to go to Mr. Shao Rusty's engagement party, how could we prevent her? Bede retorted, genuinely upset. If you're really so worried about Karautsi, why don't you supervise her yourself? Naturally, Mr. Yousef could keep a tight watch on her and ensure she doesn't go anywhere. That doesn't sound like something a professional agent should say. Yousef Ronnie couldn't control his anger, but his voice turned cold. Enid's assistant shivered, but Bede persisted. If Mr. Yousef is dissatisfied with me, you can request Karautsi to replace me at any time. Replacing her assistant is fine too. But, may I ask, Mr. Yousef, what identity do you have now to question us? Yousef Ronnie was taken aback by Bede's words, his face turning dark. He had already annulled his engagement with Enid, and indeed, he had no right to inquire about her affairs. Bede comforted the assistant and had her wait there while she hurried to a secluded spot to make calls, aiming to suppress the news about Enid's suicide attempt at someone else's engagement party. Despite Kayla briefing the media and Bede's efforts to use her connections, some negative rumors still surfaced online. Some said that Enid stormed into Shao Rusty's engagement party, causing chaos, and somehow left the hotel covered in blood. Others claimed she went looking for Yousef Ronnie at Shao Rusty's engagement party, made a huge scene, and Shao Rusty called the police. There were photos circulating of police cars parked outside the hotel. The lack of an explanation from Enid's studio worsened the situation, with rumors spreading rapidly. Of course, netizens preferred to believe that Enid rushed to Shao Rusty and Curtis's engagement party to find Yousef Ronnie. After all, when Yousef Ronnie recovered his memories, he announced their peaceful breakup, but Enid later said on a show that although they had broken up, she planned to win back her love, portraying herself as brave and persistent. When Sherry received word that Enid had safely exited the operating room, she was already downstairs at Huading Xinyuan. Note, names such as Gale, Sherry, and Enid are transliterated using pinyin, as requested. Chapter 487 Misfortune. Just as she was escorted by her bodyguards up to her floor from the elevator, Sherry saw a box sitting outside her apartment door. Sherry remembered that before Cleveland left, he mentioned he had already delivered the engagement gift for her and Curtis to their residence at Huading Xinyuan. Could it be that the person delivering it mistakenly placed it outside her door? The bodyguard immediately shielded Sherry behind him and carefully opened the box. Inside lay an art album and an open ring box containing a pink diamond ring. Seeing the 9-carat pink diamond, the bodyguard knew the ring was very valuable. Assuming it might be a surprise from Curtis to Sherry, he turned back and asked, "Little President Rusty, what should we do with this?" Sherry recognized who had left the items at her door as soon as she saw the ring. It was Sam. During the summer after their college entrance exams, Sam had gone with Sherry to Wendy's place. He had secretly sketched designs for rings and told Sherry, when they got married, he would have her wear a ring he designed himself. She also remembered how on his 22nd birthday, when Sam forced her to register their marriage with him, he told her, all their wedding rings were missing was a pink diamond. He promised to find the most beautiful pink diamond in the world for the most beautiful bride at their wedding upon graduation. Sherry looked indifferently at the pink diamond ring inside the box and instructed Kayla beside her, "You keep these things. Check the surveillance." If it was Sam who delivered them, return them unopened. Since Sam still owned the apartment on the 4th floor, Sherry couldn't have property management prevent him from entering the building. Kayla nodded in acknowledgement. All right, I understand. Everyone has worked hard today. You can rest early, Sherry said to the bodyguards and Matthew Jian before unlocking the door and going inside. Sherry reclined on the sofa, reflecting on what Gail had said earlier in the lounge. Ding dong. Hearing the doorbell, Sherry wearily rose and walked to the door. Seeing Curtis standing outside, she opened the door. Why did you come up? Sherry asked, is there something else? You didn't eat much at the banquet today. After a long and exhausting day, I stopped by Manjiang Tower to pack some food on my way back. Would you like to eat some together? Curtis asked, then reconsidering the late hour, added, or you could eat alone. Sherry stepped aside to let him in. Come in. After unpacking the thermal containers, Curtis inquired, I noticed you didn't invite your friend Haim, the CEO of Hengji Biotech, right? Isn't he your friend? Yes, just a fake engagement. I've already told them they don't need to come over. Haim can use that time to earn more money for me, and the others can work more in the lab to break through technological bottlenecks. Sherry's voice carried a hint of fatigue. I've also informed my seniors that I will invite them when we get married. That Korean visitor, Mr. Martin, is strange too. He attended our engagement party and then left immediately as if he came back only to attend our engagement party. Curtis handed Sherry a pair of chopsticks. Gail had told Sherry today that he returned under the pretext of attending her and Curtis's engagement party but actually went to meet the police. We didn't invite many people to the engagement party. Those who attended are well-known big enterprises and prominent families in Beijing. Rumor has it that Martin Corporation intends to shift its business to China because of the huge domestic market. Sherry poured a glass of water for herself and Curtis. Currently, Martin Corporation only collaborates with your Graham Group in China. It's normal for him to seize this opportunity to make connections. After dinner, Curtis didn't stay long at Sherry's place. Saying he would send her to the company tomorrow, he left and went downstairs. That night, Weibo's trending topics exploded. Netizens posted photos of the police carrying a blood-covered Enid out of Sherry and Curtis's engagement hotel, sparking the trending topic, Enid Matthew-spected apology Matthew-aside. However, netizens weren't buying it, commenting that Enid brought bad luck and instead of sincerely apologizing, chose to stage a suicide attempt at someone's engagement party. Kayla called Vanessa, who felt honored and surprised by the call. Kayla gave Vanessa one warning. He possessed extensive information about Enid, provided by someone concerned about any trouble involving their little President Rusty. If Vanessa allowed news about Enid to involve their little President Rusty again, Kayla wouldn't hesitate to release all the materials publicly without telling little President Rusty. Skilled netizens quickly identified the police station based on the license plate of the police car and demanded an explanation online. Some journalists and fans of Enid rushed to the police station late at night to learn about the situation. The police station responded promptly with an official statement. A woman surnamed Doe forcibly entered the hotel, threatening others with her life. Her threats failed, and in front of the police, she stabbed herself in the chest. It was obvious to everyone that the others referred to Sherry. After reading the statement, netizens commented that Enid was insane, using her own life to coerce little President Rusty into helping her during someone's engagement party. Some speculated wildly that Enid wanted Sherry to persuade Sam to accept her back since Sherry meant everything to Sam. When Sherry ignored her, Enid committed suicide. Others guessed correctly that Enid hoped Sherry, whose love and gratitude for saving her life she had stolen, would publicly forgive her. Enid then planned to buy bots to whitewash her image, claiming even the aggrieved party forgave her, so netizens shouldn't meddle anymore. Netizens debated fiercely, saying that a powerful president like little President Rusty wouldn't fall for such blackmail from an unstable person like Enid. How could her death affect little President Rusty, who didn't even like her? What was Enid trying to achieve by dying at little President Rusty's engagement party? There were comments suggesting Enid used her life to threaten little President Rusty to help her. If little President Rusty refused, she would die in front of her, making Sam hate little President Rusty forever. Immediately, another netizen chimed in that little President Rusty had no intention of dealing with a scumbag ex-boyfriend, so whether Sam hated her or not wasn't important to little President Rusty. Chapter 488, Forgive Me. Other netizens were even more vicious, saying Enid probably thought that even if she mimicked Xiao Rusty's actions to snatch her ex-husband and stole Xiao Rusty's gratitude for saving her life, she was still a living being. She used her own life to threaten Xiao Rusty. If Xiao Rusty did not agree to publicly forgive her in front of the media, she would commit suicide, making Xiao Rusty regret it forever. After all, once she died, there would be no one left to steal Xiao Rusty's life. One had to admit that this generation of netizens was very talented. Even without clarification from the involved parties, they pieced together most of the truth. Some said everyone should stop mocking Enid. As a celebrity, how could she act so wildly? A normal person wouldn't do such things. Even if she had thick skin, using her life to threaten Xiao Rusty and force her into a public forgiveness wasn't plausible. Claiming she used her life to acknowledge her mistake to gain sympathy from netizens seemed more believable. Seeing the netizen comments, Vanessa felt numb. She really didn't understand what Enid was thinking, actually threatening Xiao Rusty with her life. It was already 6:30 in the morning. Neither Vanessa nor the staff at Enid's studio had slept. But Enid's scandal clearly couldn't be suppressed any longer. When Vanessa couldn't reach her friend at the Radio and Television Administration around 9, she understood, Enid had completely ruined herself. Next, she might be labeled as a poor-quality artist or something equally bad. Matyuch's behavior, especially using suicide as a threat, was surely setting a terrible example. The authorities certainly wouldn't tolerate this. Fortunately, Xiao Rusty hadn't come forward yet. If Xiao Rusty revealed the entire story. Vanessa sat on the sofa in Enid's hospital room, looking at the unconscious Enid on the bed. She felt like she might have to seek another career path. Enid really messed up her good hand. Even when Sabrina helped her sign the contract, she could have openly stated that she wasn't EF's second son's savior. If EF signed her based on this, she could terminate the contract without charge. Not only would this gain Enid some goodwill, but EF's misrecognition would prevent them from terminating her contract due to this mistake. This incident could have boosted her reputation. Now, both scandals exploded at once. Plus Sabrina's bizarre actions and Enid's rash moves, it seemed even a deity couldn't save Enid. The assistant returned with coffee for Vanessa, who stared at Enid with red eyes. Seeming lost in thought, the assistant sat beside her and asked softly, "Is this time harder than before?" Vanessa snapped out of it, looking at the assistant. "From today onward, Enid is finished." The assistant was stunned by these words. "Once we handle Enid's affairs, you should find another career path." Vanessa told the assistant, then picked up her bag and left. The assistant stayed with Enid at the hospital. Enid woke once, then fell back asleep until Sam arrived. But Sam seemed to be just checking on Enid before heading to the company. He told the assistant, "I'll arrange a reliable nurse soon, you can go home and rest. Come back tomorrow." Before the assistant could respond, Enid woke up and hoarsely said, "I don't want a nurse. I don't want strangers to see me in such distress." Hearing Enid's voice, Sam hurried over, "You're awake." Enid, staring at Sam, tears welled up in her eyes. "I just spoke with the doctor. If you cooperate well, you'll recover soon." Sam sat down beside her, whispering, "After you recover, I will send you abroad." "This is my birthday gift? Sending me abroad?" Enid choked. Only now did Sam realize it was Enid's birthday. He bit his lip, pausing before replying, "Sorry, but this incident is significant, and the online pressure is intense. It's best to leave for a while. Your birthday gift. I'll make it up to you later, okay?" As the anesthesia wore off, Enid's heart pounded in pain. Hearing Sam forgot her birthday made her hurt even more. She closed her eyes, tears trickling down, fists clenched under the blanket, biting her tongue to keep from crying out loud. Actually, she had briefly woken up while Vanessa was talking earlier. Vanessa had said she was finished from today onward. At the moment, she stabbed herself because many people saw her cornered. In desperation, she stabbed herself without thinking of the consequences. She assumed Sherry and Curtis's engagement party wasn't open to the media, and the hotel security would prevent any news leak. Sherry must have done it intentionally. The thought scratched at Enid's heart. Yet, given the current situation, going abroad seemed like a good idea. Since she had lost her career, she needed to hold on to something. Her parents died early, and her aunt and uncle hated her because she couldn't rescue Ferris. They believed he was imprisoned because of her. "So, what about you? Will you go abroad with me?" Enid asked. "Karaltsi. We've already broken up," Sam replied, though it pained him. "In this lifetime, I cannot be with anyone other than Marigold." Sam's words stabbed her heart again. Regaining composure, Enid asked, "Did Senior Coral say she forgave me in front of the media?" "What?" Sam didn't understand. Enid gripped the bedsheet tightly, forcing herself to lie calmly. "Senior Coral said if I dared die, she would admit forgiving me publicly." Chapter 489, Immersed. When Sam heard this, an expression of incredulity and confusion crossed his face. "Judging from your expression, did Senior Coral not tell you? Did Senior Coral lie to me?" Enid's emotions surged all at once. She opened her eyes wide and struggled to sit up. "I already stabbed myself in the chest. How could she lie to me? How could she not tell the media that she forgave me? She clearly said if I dared, she would say it." "Karaltsi. Karaltsi. Calm down." Sam hurriedly held onto Enid's shoulders. "You'll reopen your wound." Tears streamed down Enid's face, and with red, tear-filled eyes, she wailed, "How could Senior Coral lie to me? I stuck the knife into my own chest, and she promised me. I want to expose her to the media. Before Enid could finish speaking, Sam tightly gripped her shoulder. Facing Sam's cold and indifferent gaze, Enid's voice was stifled in her throat. Enid hadn't expected that just when she mentioned exposing Sherry to the media, Sam would almost crush her shoulders and look at her with such icy eyes. "I've lost everything. I've lost you. If I lose my career as well, I might as well die. Even if I do, even in death, I'll drag Sherry down with me." Enid endured her fear of Sam, grinding her teeth. "Anyway, you're no longer mine now. This way, I can make you hate me for life. This has nothing to do with Aiko. I don't believe Aiko would say such things. Knowing Aiko, she would ignore you but never promise anything to satisfy your demands." Sam said each word deliberately. "Enid, Aiko is my bottom line. So what am I to you? Were all those years we loved each other a lie? Tell me, Sam." Are they all lies? Sam kept silent, lips pressed firmly together. You only believe Sherry, you don't believe me. Do you think I would lie to you? Sherry hates me. It was because of me that you treated her that way back then, so she hates you, and transfers that hate onto me too. She clearly promised that if I had the courage to stab myself in the chest, she would forgive me in front of the media. I have a recording of it. There's no way she can deny it. As long as I reveal the recording to the media, Sherry will be seen as someone who encouraged me to commit suicide. If I'm miserable, no one else should be happy either. Even though Enid's heart ached to the point of nearly exploding, her voice hoarse and unlike herself, she mustered all her strength to shout these words. Where's the recording? I won't tell you. I'm going to reveal it directly to the media and let the whole world know what kind of person Sherry really is. What do you intend to do? Sam's eyes turned completely cold. What would it take for you to hand over the recording? Enid never imagined she and Sam would come to this. Tears streamed down her face as she stubbornly stared at Sam, who was gripping her shoulders tightly. She said, You know how much I love you, right? Sam pursed his lips and remained silent. I can't lose both my career and you. Either, you accompany me abroad, marry me, and we forget about Sherry and live a good life together. Or, I will reveal the recording along with Sherry and end it all together. Enid steeled her face, trying hard not to let tears fall. Let's see if Elder Rusty will be pressured by public opinion to abandon Sherry and her 2 children. Enid. Sam gritted his teeth. I can lose my career, or lose you, but I can't lose both at the same time. Tears rolled down Enid's cheeks. Her bloodshot eyes gazed unwaveringly at Sam. Either you go abroad with me, or I release the recording to the media. The choice is yours. The young assistant standing at the foot of the bed didn't even dare to breathe heavily. In her view, she had never seen Enid like this, nor had she seen such a different side of Sam. In the past, Sam had always been infinitely tolerant towards Enid, willing to give her whatever she wanted. Now, Sam faced Enid in such an intimidating manner merely because Enid threatened Xiao Rustaizong. She also had never seen Enid look so wicked while making threats. In her eyes, Enid had always been a kind-hearted and gentle little flower, speaking softly and never raising her voice even to those close to her. Sam stared intently at Enid, watching as she choked out. Anyway, compared to my career, I always hoped to be with you and become your wife, living a life together with you. I'd rather you chose to go abroad with me, and in that case, I'll hand over the recording to you. In reality, Enid did not have any recording of Sherry inciting her to stab herself in the heart. Enid was betting on Sam's concern for Sherry, a concern so profound that he wouldn't risk the slightest harm coming to her. Sam looked grave, staring at Enid with thin lips pressed into a straight line. Nanshan. Enid's voice softened. You can't leave me with nothing. I can lose my career, but not you. You can call it coercion or being despicable. When Senior Coral said that if I dared to stab myself in the heart, she would stand up to the media and forgive me, at that moment, I really wished to say, if I stab myself in the heart, can I win you back? Hearing this, Sam's pupils trembled slightly, and his expression relaxed somewhat. Compared to threatening Senior Coral with the recording to make her forgive me, I'd rather be with you forever, Enid implored softly. Lal Nanshan, you were my first love, the man I've loved most in this lifetime. I told you before, actually, I never cared much for my career. All I wanted was to marry you, have a child, and take care of our family. Lal Nanshan, please don't reject me. I really can't live without you. Senior Coral is your whole world, but you are also my entire world. Hearing Enid's anguished cries, Sam felt a lump in his throat. I love you more than anything, and you know that. Because you rejected me, I've become unrecognizable. I envy Senior Coral, and now I actually use the recording to bring us both down. Lal Nanshan, please don't turn me into this. Enid closed her eyes. Please, Lal Nanshan. The memories of their past relationship still lingered in Sam's mind, not entirely forgotten. Although these memories seemed to Sam like scenes from a movie he had watched, they were nevertheless extremely immersive. Chapter 490 Sincerity. Sam's throat was dry. Karaltsi. Please, Lal Nanshan, if you really want to send me abroad, go with me. I will definitely give you the recording and not say anything out of line. I can tell the media it's all my fault. I don't have parents. Uncle and aunt also hate me because of Maximilian Harry. To me, you are now my only family. Enid opened her eyes, her red eyes looking at Sam, pleadingly. Don't think too much. Give me the recording first, wait until you recover, and I'll accompany you abroad. Sam said. I don't want you to just accompany me abroad, I want you to settle down with me and get married abroad. Enid insisted, after we settle down abroad, I'll definitely give you the recording. Sam neither agreed nor refused. He stepped out of the ward, standing irritably by the door. The assistant followed out and began to persuade Sam. Mr. Youssef, Vanessa said Sister Karaltsi's future is ruined and advised me to find a way out for myself. I don't think Vanessa would lie. Now that Sister Karaltsi's career is destroyed, only you remain. Also, little President Rusty has already become engaged to the Graham family's heir, making it impossible between you two. Perhaps you should go abroad with Sister Karaltsi. This way, it would be like you protecting little President Rusty. Otherwise, if Sister Karaltsi reveals the recording and her fans hear President Rusty say she forgave Karaltsi after she attempted suicide, who knows what impact it would have on President Rusty's reputation. Sam said nothing and walked away. The assistant returned to the ward where Enid asked, "Did you talk to Lyle Nanshan?" He left without saying anything. The assistant answered truthfully. Enid closed her tired eyes, knowing Sam wouldn't decide unless she pushed him. She spoke, "Find a paparazzi but keep your identity secret. Tell them that when I went to Sherry with a knife, I was worried that her bodyguards would kick me out, giving me no chance to speak. But then Sherry said if I stabbed myself in the heart, she would forgive me publicly. So, I did it. I have a recording." Later, she could tell Sam that if he agreed to go abroad and marry her, she would clear things up with the media, taking all the blame to protect Sherry. Given how concerned Sam was about Sherry, he would certainly agree for her sake. Will Mr. Youssef be angry if he finds out? The assistant hesitated. So don't reveal yourself. Enid looked tearfully at the assistant. I have no other leverage. If this goes smoothly, I will repay you. Sister Karaltsi, you're talking nonsense. I've been with you for years, helping you is what I should do. I don't need repayment. The assistant bit her lip. I'll try my best. After the assistant left, Enid opened her eyes and laughed bitterly. Tears flowed uncontrollably. She never imagined her birthday would be spent this way. Her beloved didn't remember her birthday or even wish her happy birthday, something unprecedented. Previously, Sam would start preparing half a month in advance, giving her daily surprises as a prelude to her birthday. Thinking of this, Enid felt increasingly wronged, sobbing loudly in the empty ward. Since meeting Sherry and Gail at the hotel during the engagement party, Sherry had been uneasy. She couldn't help but search online for news from South Korea and anything related to Caleb. Rumors started circulating online that the reason Enid was carried away bloody from the engagement party by police was because Sherry had told her she would forgive her if she stabbed herself. Small Claudia saw these rumors and cautiously mentioned them to Sherry. Sherry responded that unfounded rumors weren't worth worrying about. If someone influential spread defamatory content, they should sue immediately. However, while Sherry remained calm, Sam was anxious. Upon rushing to the hospital, he demanded the recording from Enid. I said, if you marry me abroad, I'll give you the recording. Enid leaned against the headboard of the bed. Many reporters are trying to get the recording from me, but you know me, love over career. As long as I'm with you, I destroy the recording. You mean more to me than anything else. Seeing Sam tight-lipped, Enid laughed through her tears. Look at me now, reduced to using such despicable methods to keep you close, leveraging your love and guilt for Senior Coral. But Nanshan, it's you who made me this way. Without family, you're my only one. If I lose you too, I might as well die. Sam still remained silent. Enid continued, but if I die, I won't let everyone else live easily. Call me malicious or despicable, Nanshan, you turned me into this. I'll send you abroad first, Sam finally spoke. Will you go with me? Enid quickly asked, if it's just me, I won't go. Sam clenched his fists and stared firmly at Enid. I'll go with you. It's something I owe you. I should compensate you. Upon hearing this, Enid's tense mood finally eased, tears streaming freely. Never one to hide her emotions, especially in front of Sam, she always revealed her vulnerabilities since he always shielded her and handled everything. With plans set, Sam took swift action, arranging everything needed for their departure. 3 days later, they left the country amid growing scandal. Reporters bumped into Enid at the airport. She smiled, telling them not to speculate. Taking full responsibility, she admitted she originally sought to apologize to Sherry but acted impulsively when bodyguards tried to remove her. She apologized for setting a bad example and then boarded the plane with Sam. Chapter 491, All-Powerful. Of course, although Enid admitted in the airport that everything was her fault, her fans and netizens still imagined that Enid had to flee abroad because she couldn't compete against capital interests. Some people also speculated that Sam must have agreed to be with Enid and they would start anew together overseas, but he asked her not to release the recording. This way, Sam was sacrificing himself to protect Sherry. But the storm over this matter eventually faded when Rusty Corporation announced the launch of its latest chip at a new product release event. This announcement pushed everything else out of the spotlight. During this release, Rusty Corporation introduced an entire ecosystem of products. After a stunning system update, owning any of Rusty Corporation's products would provide access to a new life assistant AI. Promotional videos showed smart homes, autonomous driving, and inconceivably convenient ways of living and working, just like watching scenes from a sci-fi movie. Soon after, Matthew Corporation also held a press conference, announcing their joint CBD project with Rusty Corporation, which fully utilized Rusty's AI technology. Although Rusty Corporation wasn't publicly traded, Graham Corporation's stock price skyrocketed following the Rusty Corporation release. Long queues formed outside Rusty Corporation's retail stores, almost like luxury goods were priced as low as vegetables. Competitors abroad who previously competed with Rusty Corporation were caught off guard. Who knew Rusty Corporation's confidentiality measures were so strict that not a hint leaked before the unveiling, allowing them to take the lead in applying AI to everyday life? Sherry mentioned in an interview that while Rusty Corporation started planning for AI development when Gail was still alive, it was delayed due to being constrained by chip supply issues. Now, their self-developed high-end chips far surpass those from overseas in terms of performance and other aspects, making it easier to focus on creating an AI ecosystem for the second half of the year. When journalists pursued the topic of her wedding to Curtis, Sherry only smiled and said, "At this moment, both of us need to focus all our energy on work. Whether it's Rusty Corporation or Graham Corporation, there is important development ahead, so we have to postpone the wedding." Facing the reporter's cameras, Sherry maintained a smile and answered appropriately. However, when questioned about the wedding date, Curtis calmly replied, "I wish I could marry Aiko immediately, but she is too busy to even spare time for a wedding ceremony." He even teased the journalists, "Next time you see Aiko, just keep pressing her about the wedding date. Maybe if she gets annoyed enough, she'll set a date sooner." Every time Clifford saw such news, he felt uneasy inside. He had forced Sherry to choose marriage within a month, yet seeing the affection between Curtis and Sherry made him feel indignant on behalf of his brother. After meeting Gail at the engagement banquet, Sherry indeed never heard from him again. News from South Korea was sparse, since Caleb wasn't a celebrity and didn't attract constant attention. There was only vague news about Amaryllis. It was rumored that Elmwood had stepped down from Sinway Group, dividing shares equally between his daughter and son-in-law Caleb, thus placing Sinway firmly under Caleb's control. The once vibrant Amaryllis rarely appeared in public, possibly due to health issues after falling from the building. She was seen once accompanying her father to a shopping mall, but clung closely to him without her usual vibrant demeanor. Media reported that since her fall, Amaryllis's mental capacity resembled that of a 6-year-old. Sherry had been told by Gail that Amaryllis lost her memory and now resembled a child, implying that Gail wanted Augustus to let go of Amaryllis, acknowledging that she had received her punishment. Despite this, Sherry remained skeptical about Amaryllis's condition, guided more by intuition than evidence. The situation with Gail remained unresolved until April of the following year. Sherry hadn't initiated contact, but knowing Clifford was stable within the country suggested no significant problems. On the Coral family side, Glenn did not survive long enough to force Sherry or Rusty's family member Donnie's aunt to donate a kidney. For some reason, whenever Glenn or the elder matriarch attempted to leave their county for the capital or visit Rusty's family, inexplicable obstacles prevented them from doing so. Several times, they narrowly escaped danger. For their only hope, Glenn had undergone compatibility testing but was unfortunately not a match. Outside the hospital, Glenn sat on the steps smoking, while Coral's grandmother looked troubled. Donnie's aunt exclaimed, "This can't go on. I'll go to the capital and confront Coral Germaindy. No matter what, we can't let Jawan come to harm." That man in the neighboring bed reminded me, Coral Germaindy is now the heir of Rusty Corporation. If she doesn't want us leaving this county or even wants us dead, it's simple for her. But we can't just watch Joab die here, all our savings are gone. The man in the neighboring bed wasn't warning them about online comments but sarcastically remarked that they wouldn't make it to the capital, telling them to stop dreaming. Can she really be all-powerful? Coral's grandmother couldn't believe it. Uneducated and rural, she could only grasp things within her understanding. To her, the Rusty family might be powerful in business, but they weren't officials with authority. Chapter 492, Hand over the money. My sister is right. Glenn gritted his teeth. Corey is our only hope in the Coral family, we can't let anything happen to him. So since you and my brother can never make it to the capital, I'll go instead. Corey's aunt said. I just don't believe that Corey's grandfather wouldn't be worried knowing Corey is barely holding on. He would surely send Corey's younger aunt and that cheap woman Coral Germaindy to provide a match for Corey. But Glenn was still haunted by the man's terrifying gaze from last time in the car. Is this really going to work? Mr. Rusty doesn't want Corey to only be filial to you and not to him. So we promise, after this, Corey will change his surname to Rusty. I think this is a great thing for Mr. Rusty, far better than having Brielle, a girl, carry the Rusty name. Corey's aunt continued. Upon hearing these words, Glenn exploded with anger. He stood up and slapped his sister across the face. What are you saying? Corey is the last of our Coral clan. You actually want him to change his name. Are you still part of our family? Glenn's sister covered her face and tearfully looked at grandmother Coral who didn't intervene, sobbing. Wasn't Coral Germaindy willing to change her name so that Mr. Rusty adopted her? Otherwise, Corey won't survive. Our Coral clan will truly die out. Change to Rusty now and change back when the old man dies. Lyle, don't forget Coral Germaindy gave birth to 2 bastards, one of whom is a boy. If Corey doesn't take the Rusty name, the Rusty family's fortune will definitely go to Coral Germaindy and her son. What's left for Corey? At this point, Grandma Coral finally snapped out of it, rubbing her hands. Your sister is right. Corey is already an adult. Even if we adopt a child ourselves, we'd choose a younger one for closer ties. If Corey doesn't change his name, Mr. Rusty certainly won't agree. Corey is his daughter's son. His grandson, a male. How could he ignore him? Glenn shouted, though without much conviction. We did visit Mr. Rusty before, Grandma Coral reminded everyone. Thinking of the man's frightening eyes, Glenn slumped in despair. Moreover, the speculation about Mr. Rusty's daughter being Corey's aunt was based on photos. They later learned from a neighbor that the chairman of Rusty Corporation had only one daughter as per public records. Grandma Coral mentioned that of course there was only one daughter because her own daughter-in-law, Nellie, had passed away. A young man nearby also pointed out from past interviews that Mr. Rusty's wife had been too ill from childbirth to bear more children. Because Mr. Rusty had only one daughter, he set high hopes for her but overprotected her, leading to health issues, and thus adopted the late Gail to manage the business and care for his daughter. Therefore, Chairman Rusty always had only one daughter. This explained why their live streaming attempt to claim Nellie as Rusty's first daughter resulted in accusations of misinformation and a shutdown. But Grandma Coral still believed that no matter if Nellie was Mr. Rusty's daughter, since the Rustys had adopted Brielle, Corey was a better candidate. The hardest part was exactly what Corey's aunt mentioned. Brielle already had 2 kids, including a boy. Compared to their adult Corey, they would prefer a younger child raised under their roof to inherit the family business. "I'll give it a try," Corey's aunt said. "Mom, Lyle, give me some travel money and expenses. I'll return soon. At the very least, we need to bring back that little wretch Coral Germainby. We must prioritize Corey's kidney." Glenn pondered, pulling out a cigarette. "We don't have much money left. Maybe you should ask your husband. After all, Corey is his nephew, he can't just abandon him." "Lyle. For Corey's sake, I've quarreled with them. Even my own children don't acknowledge me now. How can I ask them for money? We can't delay Corey any longer." Corey's aunt fretted. "If not for Corey, why would I go to the capital, where I know no one? Think about how I've treated Corey more importantly than my own children all these years. Don't get angry. Your brother is worried that even if you go, the Rusty family might not help Corey, and you can't drag that little wretch back alone. Any money spent would be wasted. Every penny matters for Corey's life." Grandma Coral rarely spoke so gently to her daughter. "If worst comes to worst, we must forcibly bring Coral Germainby back. Our Coral family's future cannot perish." Corey's aunt insisted. "Even if it costs us money, we'll kidnap Coral Germainby. Once the kidney is transplanted, she can't do anything. After all, Corey is her real brother, and my brother is her father. Giving her brother a kidney is only right and just. If she refuses, she's disobeying filial piety, heartless and unfeeling. Let me think about it." Glenn squatted down again to smoke, his face etched with worry. They had tried threatening Brielle to tarnish her reputation, hoping everyone would join them in pressuring her to donate her kidney to Corey. But online backlash turned against them. All 4 members of the Coral family were bewildered, believing netizens sided with wealthy Brielle merely for her money. Grandma Coral and Glenn depended on Corey's aunt to care for Corey but tightly controlled money, scrutinizing every expense. Now, they hesitated to fund her trip to the capital, even for Corey's sake. This chapter captures the desperate measures and internal conflicts within the Coral family as they struggle to secure a kidney for Corey. The translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring natural fluency in English. Chapter 493, Opportunity to Exploit. The best outcome would be if Donnie's aunt could arrange to get the money herself, then kidnap Brielle back so that Donnie could receive a kidney transplant. The middle-aged man in the ward with Donnie had been eavesdropping at the door ever since he saw the trio descend to plot their scheme. After hearing their plan, he hurriedly moved aside and called Eric's assistant. He had been paid by the Lay family to keep an eye on the Coral family. The last time Lois caused trouble, it was Eric and Godric who personally went to the capital to meet with Brielle, assuring her they wouldn't let the Coral family cause any more disturbances. Brielle's status had changed significantly. They feared that if the Coral family stirred up trouble again, it might affect the Lay family's business interests. Therefore, they were willing to spend a bit of money to solve the problem. Eric already knew Donnie's condition was deteriorating. His previous health wasn't as good as before. Immediate kidney transplantation and proper rest could help him recover quickly. However, with his current vital signs continuously dropping, not finding a kidney soon meant death was near. "Hello, Mr. Priscilla," Donnie's neighbor recounted how the Coral family planned for Donnie's aunt to go to the capital to find the Rusty family and hung up after reporting everything. Eric was just about to change clothes to have dinner downstairs when he received this news. He hadn't expected the Coral family still hadn't given up and even planned to kidnap Brielle for that trash like Donnie's kidney transplant. He didn't know whether to say they were foolish or evil. "You don't need to ask me about this matter. Handle it yourselves. Just make sure this despicable family doesn't bother Manager Rusty." Eric pinched his temples, put his phone on speaker mode next to him, and said while changing into loungewear, "Continue monitoring the Coral family at the hospital. Don't slack off." "I understand, but the Coral family seemed very convinced that the woman in Miss Madeline's Weibo photo looks a lot like Donnie's mother. Could there be something we can exploit here?" Eric's assistant cautiously probed. "After all, our company is in dire straits now. If there is really some hidden story, mentioning it to Manager Rusty based on your relationship might be beneficial for our company." Before the assistant could finish, Eric, who had already pulled on his t-shirt, picked up the phone and said to the assistant, "Don't say that again. There's no hidden story here. The Coral family simply had wicked intentions because they saw Rusty family adopted Star. Donnie's birth mother was trafficked to the mountains. Do you think it's likely that if the Rusty family had another elder daughter, she would be trafficked from the Rusty family in the capital to the mountains? Not only trafficked, even approaching the Rusty family's daughter isn't easy. If these rumors spread from us and reach Manager Rusty's ears, it won't do us any good." "Understood. The assistant fell silent. Eric didn't want to provoke Brielle unnecessarily. Even if there was a hidden story, it wasn't something they could discuss casually. Given Sam's deep bond with Brielle since childhood and the power Youssef Group wielded independent of the Rusty family, offending Brielle could lead to dire consequences for the Lay family. After hanging up, Eric opened the door to see Lois standing there. Frowning, he asked, "What are you doing here? Why aren't you downstairs with Jackson? Mom sent me to call you for dinner." Lois bit her lip and asked, "Lyle, do you think what the Coral family said is true? Does the woman in the photos I posted look like Brielle's biological mother? Don't mention this again. The photos are yours, and if anything happens, angering Elder Rusty will be more than both our families and the Alinas can handle." Eric warned sternly. "Got it." Lois clung to Eric's arm, setting aside her thoughts, and switched to another topic. "Lyle, I recently saw some photos from last year taken during the engagement banquet between the Rusty and Graham families. There was one picture of the Caleb who suddenly returned from the Martin Corporation in South Korea. She looked almost identical to Gail. I thought she was Gail's twin brother. At the time, Cooper's men mistook Caleb for Gail, which shows how similar they look." Eric also heard about this incident. Anyone who attended the engagement banquet couldn't help but be surprised by Caleb. It's a shame Gail didn't bring any bodyguards then, just one assistant. Remember when we sat together and you mentioned it to him? It was his own carelessness. Lois changed the subject and continued asking about Eric's company affairs. "Is the company still struggling? Father and you never let me inquire about the bet agreement. What use would telling you serve? It only adds to your worries or makes you do something reckless." Eric rubbed Lois's head gently, "Rest assured. Though things are tough, they're still within control of Father and me. Life has its ups and downs." Lois nodded. "If there's anything I can do, Lyle, you must tell me. Father gave me half the shares of the company." "All right." Eric's tone was indulgent. "When you're needed, Lyle won't hesitate to ask. For now, focus on having a baby with Jackson, boy or girl. Mom and Dad are eager to hold a grandchild, and I want to be an uncle. Speaking of which, you should get married faster," Lois said as they walked down the stairs. "I'm busy now." Eric chuckled. "Once the bet agreement is resolved, I'll find a suitable match and marry properly. When you and Jackson have a child, our parents can practice how to take care of a grandchild. Then Father can hand over power sooner, giving me more authority. Without Father's restrictions, I can complete the bet agreement faster. To help Lyle gain more power sooner, I'll work hard." Lois laughed. Though she spoke like this to her brother, Lois still wanted to help. Recalling what her brother's assistant said about the Coral family claiming Brielle's adoptive mother looked like Donnie's mother, she wondered if there was something they could exploit. Chapter 494, The Wise One. Thinking back to Sherry's anxious and tense reaction when she posted the photos on her Weibo account, Lois wondered if there was really something suspicious going on. She decided she needed to investigate this matter further. Lois understood that her brother did not want to provoke Sherry, nor did he want her to do so. She felt her previous attitude had been wrong, and if she found out anything substantial, she could have a serious talk with Sherry. She would even put aside her pride and beg Sherry humbly, just to help their Lay family through this crisis. She was willing to do whatever it took. Unfortunately, despite spending a lot of money, Lois found nothing. Instead, it was Wendy's neighbor who told Tobias about someone investigating Wendy and Sherry's past in their hometown recently. Tobias quickly figured out it was Lois behind this. Tobias and Kayla didn't trouble Sherry with this matter, they directly called Eric. Eric paused for a moment upon hearing this news, pinching his nose bridge as he explained, "Assistant Matthew, I will verify this matter with my sister, and I hope you won't tell Aiko. I assure you this will be the last time. Mr. Lay, as you know, President Xiao Rusty gave an order last time. If Miss Lay steps into his forbidden zone again, I'm supposed to declare publicly that anyone who cooperates with your Lay group is opposing the Rusty group," Kayla said calmly. "I am also in a difficult position. Tomorrow, I will act according to President Xiao Rusty's instructions. I'm calling you now out of respect for your past relationship." Eric understood that this left no room for redemption. Tomorrow, Kayla would indeed announce that cooperating with the Lay group was equivalent to opposing the Rusty group. That would spell the end for the Lay group. With a lump in his throat, Eric replied, "All right, I understand. Thank you for letting me know." There was still some time. If he could somehow resolve things with Sherry, there might still be hope. He hung up and rushed to Lois's place without delay. Seeing her elder brother at the door, Lois was surprised. "Lyle? Why are you here? Change your clothes and come with me." Eric, without entering, frowned at her. "Hurry, we'll talk on the way." Noticing her brother's troubled expression, Lois grabbed her bag and coat from the servant and followed Eric down. "What happened, Lyle?" Once in the car, Eric instructed the driver to head to the airport before asking, "Did you send people to investigate where Aiko's adoptive mother used to live?" Lois froze. Just as she was about to ask how her brother knew, she saw the gravity on his face and guessed she was in trouble again. She gripped her handbag tightly. "Yes. Did Aiko call you?" "It was Kayla. Out of respect for my past with Aiko, she gave me a heads up. If we don't resolve this today, tomorrow." Kayla will announce exactly what Aiko instructed. Any company that cooperates with our lay group is opposing the Rusty group. Eric's face turned pale. How? How could this happen? Didn't I tell you to stay out of Aiko's affairs? Eric suppressed his anger. What did you promise me? I just wanted to help. When I heard your assistant mention that Donnie's birth mother looked like Aiko's adoptive mother, I even paid someone to find out more from Donnie's aunt. Lois's eyes reddened. I didn't want to see you work too hard. Madeline, I've never scolded you or cleaned up after your messes. But I've told you many times to stop meddling in Aiko's affairs. Why can't you listen? You've only caused trouble and worsened the situation each time. Seeing her brother's controlled anger, Lois's eyes welled up with tears. Lyle. I didn't mean to cause trouble. This time, I wasn't trying to use anything against Aiko. I just thought if I found something useful, it could help us, the Lay family. Lyle. I had no ill intentions. Seeing his sister's tearful eyes, Eric finally calmed down. Don't touch anything related to Aiko anymore. Let's go and apologize to her. We'll admit it proactively. Seeing her brother's demeanor, Lois realized the gravity of the situation. Given Sherry's status now, they truly couldn't afford to provoke her. Can I call Aiko first? Lois asked hesitantly. I just sent people to investigate, and found nothing. It seems excessive to make such a fuss. Do you think we can reach Aiko by phone now? Eric frowned deeply. Lyle. Don't you think Aiko is overreacting? My people just started investigating, and she already knew, which means she's keeping a close watch. Madeline. Whether there's something to this or not, it's not something we should be poking around in. Given Aiko's status now, if she doesn't want something known, investigating it would be crossing a line. Whoever crosses her line will lose what they cherish most. Eric stared at Lois. So, if it's none of our business and someone doesn't want us to know, let's not try to uncover it. It can only bring disaster. Not to mention, Sherry could destroy our lay group with a single word. Eric was no fool. Even Lois could see how overly cautious Sherry was. How could he not? It just didn't concern him directly. He knew meddling would harm both sides, so the smart thing was to stay clear. Realizing she'd really messed up, Lois's face turned white. After a long pause, she nodded. I understand, Lyle. But... Lois almost cried. What if Aiko doesn't forgive me? You haven't affected her interests yet, and, stopping Donnie's aunt this time, although insignificant to Aiko, shows that we're fulfilling our promises to keep her safe from the Coral family. Eric pressed his lips together. Before, Sherry wouldn't take action unless her real interests were threatened. Translation provided aims to maintain the tone and style while ensuring readability and accuracy in English. Chapter 495, On What Basis? That day, Eric and Lois personally visited the Rusty Corporation to meet with Sherry. However, Sherry was in meetings all afternoon and didn't have time to see them. The two waited in the reception room of the Rusty Corporation building until it was almost dark. Curtis, the eldest son of the Graham family, had heard that Sherry had to work overtime and brought dinner over. Through the large glass window, he saw two people sitting in the reception room and asked Sherry's secretary, "What's going on?" They say they're old acquaintances from Haicheng looking for Miss Rusty, but she's been in meetings all along and told them to leave. They've been waiting here. The secretary, considering Curtis as a part of their own, revealed everything. They look like they're here seeking help. Curtis nodded. How much longer will Aiko be in her meeting? We don't know. There's no update from the meeting yet, but it should be soon. Tobias mentioned that Miss Rusty lost her temper, seemingly about something related to the Graham Corporation, warning us to be cautious. The young secretary sympathetically added, "You should be careful too." All right, thank you. Curtis thanked her with several nods. Just then, Sherry emerged from the elevator, still visibly upset, talking to Kayla. The price is set, even the Graham Corporation can't change it mid-deal. Report such matters to someone else in the future. Hearing Sherry's voice, Curtis turned around and saw Eric and Lois coming out of the reception room. Aiko. Eric called her name. Lois followed him like a timid bird, watching Sherry, dressed in a deep blue suit with a commanding presence, surrounded by a group of people. It was a stark contrast to Lois's delicate attire, making her feel uneasy. Previously at school, everyone wore uniforms, so it felt like they were all the same. But now, seeing Sherry's professional attire with small, exquisite earrings and an expensive watch, Lois instinctively moved behind Eric. Sherry frowned. Didn't I ask Tobias to tell you to go back? Sherry had instructed Tobias to inform Eric that as long as they stopped before involving her directly, she would overlook it for the sake of Godric's sister, but hoped it wouldn't happen again. You may choose to overlook it, but Madeline must apologize. We came all the way from Haicheng to show our sincerity. Eric pulled his sister forward. Madeline. Lois, noticing everyone staring, awkwardly bowed. Sorry, Aiko. I won't pry into your personal life again. What did she pry into? Curtis curiously joined in. Why are you here? Sherry was surprised to see him. I heard you'd be working late and brought dinner, fearing you might get hungry. Curtis stood beside Sherry, glancing at Eric and Lois. Oh, this is the one who pretended to be your friend last time and took photos at the Rusty estate, right? Yes, Sherry responded to Eric, let's move on, but I hope there's no next time. Tobias, please escort Mr. Lay and his party out. Hold on. Curtis said with a grin, when our Aiko was in a vegetative state, you weren't her friends and never even visited her in the hospital. Later, when she woke up, you betrayed her instead of supporting her. So now, do some self-reflection and stop pretending to be Aiko's friend and causing trouble. While Aiko forgave you, if I hear anything similar again, I'll stand up for my fiancé. Hope you understand, Mr. Lay. Eric's face fell at being named, but acknowledging their purpose here, he merely replied, understood. Come on, let's go inside. I brought extra liver since you seemed to enjoy it yesterday. Curtis took Sherry's hand, guiding her towards the office while discussing Graham Corporation matters. I heard the Graham Corporation is getting too cocky. It must be the illegitimate child behind this, no need for you to be upset. I'll report this to Grandpa. Mr. Lay, please. Tobias gestured politely to the exit. Silent, Eric and Lois followed Tobias out. In the car, Lois bit her lip. That Curtis seems very affectionate with Aiko. Not what I imagined. To Lois, Rusty Corporation adopting Sherry was surely for a strategic marriage alliance without genuine affection. She thought Curtis's public displays of affection were just for stock prices. Yet today, seeing Curtis's familiarity with everyone at Rusty Corporation suggested he frequently delivered meals to Sherry. Lois couldn't help but envy Sherry. Back in Haicheng, Sherry received Sam's undivided love, even her husband Godric harbored secret feelings for her. Now, she even gets daily visits from Curtis, an heir to a top-tier family. Why? Why does someone from a remote village, whose biological father was a rapist, deserve such fortune? Lois bit her lip harder, seething. In terms of background, she was far superior to Sherry, yet why couldn't she surpass her? Even now, she had to come to the capital to apologize to Sherry. Chapter 496 Her capabilities. She had done nothing, merely spent money to investigate the matter of Sherry's biological mother. Yet, it led her brother, who was so outstanding and proud, to be reprimanded by Curtis like a child. What did she, Sherry, have? Meiju. Eric, seeing his sister's downcast head and tightly clenched lips, knew what she was thinking. With exhaustion in his voice, he said, don't envy Aiko, don't let jealousy cloud your mind. In your heart, Aiko might be someone of low birth, but, you must acknowledge Aiko's excellence. She has weathered tumultuous storms since she arrived in this world. Regardless of whether others have helped her, her ability to reach this point today is undeniably impressive. I understand, big brother. Lois responded, the unbearable discomfort she felt earlier slightly easing. I won't trouble her anymore. Eric reached out and patted Lois's head. You don't need to envy or admire Sherry. Compared to Aiko, your brother hopes you are just our Lay family's pearl. Aiko's journey has been extremely difficult and bitter, even risking her life several times. Your brother can't bear for you to go through that. Lois's eyes instantly welled up. Even if Sherry now lives an idyllic life, there is one thing she can never catch up with, she doesn't have a brother as good as him. Lois threw herself into Eric's embrace. I don't envy Aiko at all. Though she has Rusty Group, she doesn't have parents who love her, nor a brother as wonderful as mine. My brother is the best brother in the world. In this aspect, she can never match me. Seeing his sister no longer obsessing over the issue, Eric embraced her, kissed her hair, and thought back to how Curtis had addressed Sherry like a little spoiled husband. This inevitably reminded him of his childhood friend Sam. Sam had left the country with Enid. He heard that Sam kept Enid under control overseas due to a recording in her possession which could damage Sherry's reputation if exposed. But, judging from the current situation, even if Sam brought the recording back, it seems impossible for anything to happen between him and Sherry. No matter how genuine Curtis's feelings for Sherry were, as the eldest son of the Graham family, he humbled himself before Sherry to such an extent. Even if Sherry's heart were made of stone, it would likely melt. Especially now, as the adopted daughter of the Rusty family, Rusty Jirong had hoped for a marriage alliance between the Rusty and Graham families. Given Aiko's personality, having once been nurtured by Rusty Jirong and raised by the Rusty family, she would not oppose grandfather Rusty's wishes after Rusty Jirong's passing. Eric turned to look out the car window. This matter had nothing more to do with him. The vague and uncontrollable emotions towards the opposite sex he had felt in his youth had been suppressed due to the clear recognition of their respective statuses. Back then, he and Sherry were separated by their backgrounds and his friendship with Lois. No matter what, he couldn't pursue her. At that time, Sherry was beneath him in status, while he was above. Now, they were still separated by their statuses, only now it was him lower. Sherry higher, impossibly high, beyond his reach. After Rusty Jirong's untimely death, many said that Rusty Group would decline, given the critical battle the company faced. Who would have thought that Rusty Group, under Sherry's leadership, saw even more aggressive and strong management compared to Rusty Jirong. Rusty Group had indisputably become the top among the 4 major families in Jingdu. Eric swallowed hard, thinking about the recent arranged dating set up by his parents. Eric carefully weighed the pros and cons of marrying any of the eligible young ladies introduced to him. Despite his parents saying he should choose one he liked best. After encountering someone who captivated him so profoundly in his youth, how could he possibly like anyone else? Having seen off Eric and Lois, Sherry returned to the office and received a call from Ridge Pingon. Sherry glanced at Curtis setting dinner on the table, then put the phone to her ear. Hello. Last night I met an informant who had evidence of Sinway Group's involvement in human trafficking. Also. Ridge Pingon paused. There's a video of Lee Meiju selecting Lao Winston's sister among many rare blood-type individuals. Apparently, this video was recorded to ensure buyers wouldn't leak information to the police after obtaining the heart. I watched it. It's real, not edited. Sherry's lips tightened at this news. Ridge Pingon continued. Sinway Group played a significant role in this. Following the information, I discovered Elmwood has a private Swiss bank account filled with illicit funds. He also registered multiple companies overseas to launder the money back into his pocket. All evidence chains completed? Sherry asked. Yes. Should we hand it over to Lao Winston? Ridge Pingon hesitated. It includes videos of his sister being selected and, during her surgery. These are the videos Lao Winston went berserk over when he saw them in Korea. Ridge Pingon's words painted a horrific picture, detailing the cruel torture and final moments of Lao Winston's sister. It explained why they used a car accident to obliterate evidence. Send everything to me, I'll select what to give Lao Winston. Sherry replied. Ridge Pingon quickly packed the documents and sent them to Sherry after hanging up. Curtis finished setting the table and saw Sherry working on her computer. Let's eat first. You can work afterward. Okay. Sherry didn't want Curtis to know about Lao Winston, so she shut her computer and ate a few bites. Initially, Curtis planned to wait until Sherry was ready to leave, but hearing she had other plans, he tidied up and left, reminding Kayla to make sure Sherry returned home early, a gesture reminiscent of a pampered husband. After Curtis left, Sherry reviewed all the material sent by Ridge Pingon. Even if she wasn't Lao Winston, watching the terrified struggles of the girl in the video made her feel wrenchingly distressed, even more so for Lao Winston. She prepared everything and arrived at the research park without Kayla or Tobias following. It was pitch black outside. When Sherry arrived, she found Winston and Tongxue drenched in sweat, undergoing rehabilitation training with mechanical assistance. An AI robot beside him continuously reminded him to rest, but Winston and Tongxue ignored it. Chapter 497, Blood Debt, Blood Repayment. Sherry stood by the floor-to-ceiling window outside the rehabilitation room, her lips tightly pressed together. After an unknown amount of time, Emerson turned to walk back and saw Sherry standing by the glass wall and Brinley stopped in their tracks. Let's go. We'll go inside, Brinley said as he walked towards the automatic doors of the rehabilitation room first. Emerson noticed that Sherry was holding a tablet computer, and with Brinley, who usually stayed in the laboratory, following along, he guessed they might have found some information. Using mechanical assistance, he walked back to the resting area and sat down. He grabbed a towel nearby to wipe the sweat from his face and neck, then looked at Sherry without saying a word, his gaze fixed on the tablet in her hand. Evidence has been found, and the chain of evidence is complete. On our way here, I asked Ridge Pingon, and if we provide enough funds, the person giving the evidence can appear as a witness. I've already had Ridge Pingon handle it. Soon, we will use legal means to seek justice for your sister. Sherry handed the tablet over to Emerson. Here is the relevant evidence chain. If you want to see it. Emerson took the tablet and flipped through the documents page by page with trembling hands. He could not forget the suffocating despair and trembling all over when he first saw the video of his sister's heart being cruelly cut out. Sherry and Brinley stood by waiting. After a long while, Emerson raised his head and looked at Sherry. Is there any video of my sister's heart being taken out while she was still alive, and then being hit by a car? Has it not been found? Sherry pursed her lips. It exists, but I didn't want you to see it again. Emerson's eyes were red, his throat sore and swollen. It took him a long time to choke out his question. Will these people die? Sherry pursed her lips and spoke truthfully. I can't guarantee that, but what I can promise is that they will be punished. What good is mere punishment? My sister is dead. Emerson looked at Sherry, his voice eerily calm. If these people can still live, how fair would it be to my sister and those innocent lives they stole? Only blood debt repaid in blood is true revenge. Well, we can start with legal means to seek revenge. If the law cannot give you the justice you desire, you can still take revenge later. Sherry stared intently at Emerson. Or do you want them to pay with their lives right now? You're my friend, Lao Winston, and you're also Ralph's savior. So, if you want to seek revenge, I can't stop you, but if you get into trouble, I will save you no matter what. Not just me. Miriam, Lisbeth Winstonishu, Ridge Pingon, and the rest of your team will too. If taking their lives means more to you than anything else, you can go ahead once your rehabilitation training is successful. Brinley frowned deeply. Lao Winston, given your current condition, do you think you can avenge your sister? Have you forgotten what happened in Korea? Aiko went with you and nearly didn't come back. Emerson stared at Sherry, thinking about the incident in Korea where she saved him by sacrificing her own marriage. This made him feel even more guilty. My sister's vendetta is personal, and I don't want to drag you or my team into this. But with my current state, even walking is a challenge, let alone avenging my sister. So, I want to see how far your legal means can go. I hope the law can deliver the justice you believe in for me and my sister. Emerson's eyes were very red. If the law couldn't, then Emerson would certainly use his own methods to avenge his sister. Of course, this time, Winston and Tongxiao wouldn't let anyone know about it, not even Sherry or Ridge Pingon. But he didn't say these words aloud. Sherry nodded. Rest assured, I'll do my best to ensure that this case involving your sister is treated fairly under the law so no one can exploit any loopholes. Emerson nodded. I trust only you. From the beginning, Winston and Tongxiao never believed the law could bring justice to him and his sister. Because whether in Thailand or Korea, those people had connections with local authorities, including the army. Even though there was no evidence in what Sherry provided, after years of experience, Winston and Tongxiao knew this well. After Ridge Pingon handed over the evidence to the international police, he closely monitored the developments of the case, providing help wherever possible. However, after submitting the evidence, the police temporarily delayed action, combining this case with another involving arms and drugs. Ridge Pingon knew this was likely a big case involving arms and drugs. He called Winston and Tongxiao and told him to be patient. By late June, Kyoto was already sweltering hot. Sherry came back from her morning jog, took a shower, and ate breakfast while listening to international news. She heard a report about the arrest of Gannon, the largest drug lord and arms dealer in Mexico, but didn't pay much attention. When she picked up her coffee cup, she heard about the arrest of Cooper, former chairman of Martin Corporation. Sherry put down her cup and turned up the volume on the TV. In the footage, Cooper seemed to be sleeping at home when the police broke in during the night. Holding a gun, he tried to escape under his bodyguard's protection but was caught before reaching the highway. The police dragged Cooper out of his car, his shoes falling off as he yelled for his best friend, the head of the Korean National Police Agency, Jean Jishuan. Sherry knew this was Gail's move. So, was everything finally over? Sherry walked into her bedroom, took out the phone Gail had given her from the bedside table, and put it in her bag in case Gail called her. By the time Sherry arrived at Rusty Corporation headquarters, South Korea had swiftly relieved the head of its national police of his duties. This day, Sherry was unusually distracted and uneasy. President Rusty? Kayla, noticing Sherry's lack of response to tomorrow's business trip plan, called out. Can we set the departure for tonight? Sherry gripped her phone and, after a moment, responded, okay, you may go now. She glanced at her watch and intended to call Clifford but realized she had deleted his number and didn't remember it. She dialed Curtis's number. You don't need to pick me up from Rusty Corporation today. I have something. Please note that the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks as instructed. Chapter 498, Let It Go. Can you tell me what's wrong? If you need my help, just say so, Curtis said. It's just a small matter, you don't need to worry. Sorry, I have to cancel our plans for today. Curtis sensed that Sherry didn't want to talk further and responded, call me if you need anything. After hanging up, Sherry informed Kayla she was leaving and had the driver take her to the Night Palace. Upon arriving at the entrance, she remained in the car and asked her bodyguards to inform the guards at the Night Palace entrance to ask Clifford to come down. The guard noticed the expensive car Sherry was sitting in and informed Clifford upstairs, mentioning there was a woman named Rusty downstairs looking for him. Hearing it was someone surnamed Rusty, Clifford immediately thought of Sherry. Frowning, he picked up his suit jacket and went downstairs. Seeing Sherry's unforgettable beautiful face through the car window, Clifford chuckled, guessing she had seen the news. He walked past her bodyguards and leaned over the car roof, bending down to look at Sherry inside the car, saying with a smile, regretting blocking me, huh? To find me, you had to come to such a place. What's his current situation? Sherry asked. How could it be, everything will be over soon. Clifford, remembering Gail's warning, kept his answer vague. My brother is rushing to finish things up so he can be back with you sooner. But I still think you two aren't suitable. I want to ask, when are you going to fulfill the promise you made when you asked for my help? You can't just propose engagement as a joke and then immediately get together with my brother once he returns. You don't know marriage can end in divorce? I promised marriage but not eternal union, Sherry laughed lightly. You realized this back then, which is why you didn't force me to marry Graham Harry within a month? That's because Curtis has the widowmaker destiny. Clifford raised his voice involuntarily. I feared you'd die, and my brother would make me accompany you in death. Is he severely injured? Sherry asked. Clifford pursed his lips. Are you cursing my brother? Where is he hurt? Sherry asked again. Clifford. This person is too sensitive. Do you wish my brother harm? Are you thinking that without him, you can fly away with Curtis? Clifford arched an eyebrow. Well, if you're with Curtis and my brother with Amaryllis, since Amaryllis now can't live without my brother. Seems like it's not life-threatening, Sherry remarked. Clifford? How did Sherry deduce that from what he said? Amaryllis depends on him, not vice versa. This means he still has the strength to consider Amaryllis's feelings. If he were seriously injured, he wouldn't be able to. Sherry explained, is everything over? Just finishing up some details. Clifford felt increasingly agitated. My brother doesn't allow me to meddle, and I don't know much either. But rest assured, he's fine. I know, otherwise, you wouldn't be drinking here at the Night Palace, Sherry pointed out. Clifford. Moving his hand from the roof, Clifford leaned on the car window, looking at Sherry, honestly. Now Madeline is like a child, depending on my brother. Shouldn't you consider getting married? To anyone but Curtis. His destiny is to cause his wife's death. Think about your children. If you were killed by Curtis, they would lose their mother. Sherry ignored Clifford. She came today only to confirm Gale was fine, and as long as he was safe, she could relax. Move, I'm leaving. Sherry looked at Clifford's arm pressed against the window frame. Where are you going? Clifford asked after stepping back. On a business trip, Sherry replied. Aren't you curious about where he's hurt? Clifford frowned, seemingly displeased, not even asking me. Sherry paused mid-action while closing the window. Should I beg you to tell me? Clifford pursed his lips, remaining silent, clearly wary of Sherry uttering the word please. Absolutely impossible, his brother specifically instructed. But indeed, it wasn't serious. If it weren't for that crazy dog secretly following Amaryllis to Mexico, Gale would have returned unscathed. Moreover, he was almost fully recovered now, so telling Sherry served no purpose. The car window closed, and the convoy quickly vanished from Clifford's sight. Clifford frowned, unsure whether Sherry's behavior reflected wisdom or cruelty. Thinking about Amaryllis, who lost her memory and clung to Gale, Clifford couldn't help frowning again. Previously, he always felt Amaryllis and his brother were perfectly matched because she could assist his brother, while Sherry couldn't contribute and wasn't allowed near any matters related to revenge. So Sherry was nothing more than a useless burden to Gale. Now, Gale wouldn't let him meddle with revenge either, even shutting down many of his shady businesses upon returning, wanting him to live a clean life. He had also become a burden to his brother. Fortunately, everything was over now. But he wondered if his brother could truly put Amaryllis aside and return to Sherry. On her way to the airport, Sherry received a call from Thompson. The arrest warrant we couldn't issue despite all the urging is now approved for Elmwood of Sinway Group, Thompson said softly. It's all over, next comes the arrest and sentencing. So coincidental. Connecting this to the news Sherry saw earlier about Cooper's arrest, she guessed the person who provided evidence to Thompson might be out of vengeance against Caleb's father-in-law. Cooper's arrest and the expedited warrant suggested desperation and retribution. However, Elmwood wasn't innocent. As Sherry's investigation revealed, Elmwood was the last link in Asia's human trafficking and organ trade network. A meticulously organized criminal chain ensured chosen donors vanished without trace and police found no clues. I've entrusted this message to my sister to deliver to Augustus, Thompson sighed deeply. Once Elmwood receives his punishment, Augustus can finally let go of this. Note, the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible to adhere to the instruction. Chapter 499, Yield. What Augustus wants is not just Elmwood to be punished, but also Amaryllis. Sherry knew Emerson too well. Otherwise, Emerson wouldn't have risked killing Amaryllis back then. Augustus has seen the video of Amaryllis being chosen as his sister's organ donor, so please follow up on this. I will, Thompson said. And about the incident where Augustus was injected with a neurotoxic drug in the Korean hospital, if there's enough evidence, we can also file a lawsuit. We must force Elmwood to give an explanation, Sherry insisted. All right. After hanging up the call, Sherry gripped her phone tightly and looked out of the window. She hadn't forgotten what Gale had told her, that Amaryllis used to be raised as a daughter by Gale's mother. Under his watch, he would not let anything happen to Madeline and would ensure her happiness and safety. Gale's revenge should now be complete. Cooper, the agent of Gale's real enemy, was captured after the Mexican operation. With Elmwood's arrest, Thompson took advantage of Gale's confrontation and managed to arrest Elmwood. But clearly, Gale was already the winner. If she wanted Elmwood and Amaryllis to pay their dues, and Gale insisted on protecting them from legal punishment, they were destined to stand on opposite sides. Sherry had thought about this for a long time. According to current Korean law, there is no death penalty. Elmwood would likely receive a life sentence. As for Amaryllis, since her heart transplant occurred in the UK, and the victim wasn't Korean, there were no clear regulations on how she should be sentenced under Korean law. However, as long as Gale didn't intervene, both Elmwood and Amaryllis would receive the punishments they deserved. Sherry planned to persuade Augustus to stop at that point. She didn't want Gale's interference to allow these two to escape justice, leaving her without grounds to advise Augustus. Yet deep down, Sherry knew Gale wouldn't stand by. With all matters concluded, Sherry believed she and Gale would soon meet. Before boarding the plane, she called Haim to inquire about Emerson's condition. Haim informed her that Emerson could walk with the exoskeleton, and with advancements in chip technology by Rusty Corporation, he could walk and run like a normal person with the exoskeleton, although performing high-difficulty movements might still require continuous training. Is there any rejection from Augustus's body to the implanted materials? Sherry asked. No, the material is cultured based on Augustus's biological information, so there's almost no rejection, Haim replied, holding Emerson's report which showed everything progressing well. Helping Emerson wasn't just because he was their friend, he was also part of Hengji Biotech's experiment. If successful, this technology could help countless patients regain limb function or even lost limbs, with a new limb functioning as well as the original. Experts and scholars in biomedical science closely watched this development, making it one of Hengji Biotech's key focuses. In the lab, we plan to test this on more patients. Once successful, it can be launched soon, catching up with Rusty Corporation in terms of medical chips and allowing further collaboration. This time, Rusty Corporation could introduce such powerful AI due to its partnership with Hengji Biotech. Sherry expected to meet Gale soon, but not this quickly. Right after returning from a business trip, Curtis called, saying he was arranging a meeting between her and Caleb. He wants to talk privately, possibly about Elmwood and Amaryllis. He hopes I set up a meal, discussing some personal matters, Curtis explained. Personal matters meant Elmwood and Amaryllis. Sherry assumed police had already acted on the evidence Thompson provided. So Gale using Caleb's identity to meet her was likely about this matter. Curtis continued, I haven't agreed yet. Just said I'd ask you. He seems eager, so do you want to meet him? I can decline if you don't want to. They were only pretending to be engaged, and Curtis didn't want Caleb causing Sherry any distress. After their engagement, Graham Corporation's stock skyrocketed, and Curtis knew what mattered. Sherry asked, didn't Caleb tell you what private matter? It seems it concerns a friend of yours. He mentioned something about your involvement in saving someone's life and hoping you would intercede, Curtis responded. Gale hinted to Curtis about wanting to resolve past grievances regarding Amaryllis's heart transplant, which involved a friend of Sherry. Curtis felt compelled to relay this, given ongoing cooperation between their companies. Sherry hadn't seen Gale in a long time and wondered about his recovery. So, she agreed, Matt here. Curtis thought Sherry agreed for his sake, deeply touched. He teased, what have I done to deserve such a great partner and fiancé? Well, since you're so nice, maybe let Rusty Corporation take the lead in our next project, Sherry teased back. Thus began a significant turning point in their lives, each maneuvering towards uncertain outcomes. Chapter 500, Mistaken Identity. The latest collaboration project between Rusty Corporation and Graham Corporation was not under Curtis's responsibility but his cousin's. However, to everyone's surprise, Curtis agreed without hesitation. Of course, I must give my utmost effort for Rusty Corporation. Curtis said with a smile. Caleb will arrive at 3 tomorrow afternoon, and I've reserved a table at 7:30 tonight at one of my restaurants. I remember you really like their seasonal vegetable dishes. Then. I'll pick you up after work. After hanging up the phone, Sherry returned to her work. Midday had not yet passed when Kayla came in with some documents. She informed Sherry that Graham Corporation suddenly offered 2 points of concession on their collaboration project, so they needed to revise the contract. Sherry hadn't expected that her casual remark would actually lead Curtis to make concessions on the project. Yes, I understand. Have the legal team review the contract, and we can sign it if there are no issues, Sherry replied. Okay. Kayla responded as she left to notify the secretary. The next afternoon, Curtis arrived before Sherry finished work. The staff at the building entrance and secretarial office did not stop him. Instead, they thoughtfully served him his favorite black tea. When Sherry finished her work, Curtis eagerly stepped forward, holding her bag, telling her that Caleb had already gone ahead to the restaurant and should arrive earlier than them if there was no traffic. Gale indeed arrived at the restaurant before Sherry and Curtis. As she entered the private room and ordered a pot of tea, a waiter exclaimed in surprise. It's you. Coralie looked at Gale in shock. Seeing Gale's piercing eyes looking at her, Coralie quickly explained, my mother was involved in an accident with you. Later, you paid for my mother's medical expenses. You told me that the accident was aimed at you, and my mother was just caught in the crossfire. Do you remember? Indeed, Gale's face was unforgettable wherever it went, let alone during Coralie's distress when Gale appeared unexpectedly and took care of her mother's medical expenses. Coralie's words jogged Gale's memory, but since he was currently impersonating Caleb, he shouldn't recognize Coralie. Miss, you may have mistaken me for someone else, Gale said with a smile. How could I be mistaken, Before Coralie finished her sentence, Gale closed the menu and said unhappily, please get someone else to serve us. Realizing that the guest was displeased, Coralie didn't dare to say more. I'm sorry. What tea would you like? I said, please get someone else to serve us. Do I need to repeat myself? Gale repeated sternly. Curtis, who had just reached the door, laughed. Is this how servers try to chat people up nowadays? Mr. Martin spends most of his time in South Korea and has only returned to China thrice. Coralie, hearing this, turned pale. Sorry, I must have mistaken you for someone else. Gale's gaze moved from the empty space behind Curtis. Where is little Rusty general manager? Taking a call, will be here shortly, Curtis said as he entered the private room. He turned to Coralie, saying, please send someone else to serve us. Regardless of whether it's a mistake or not, talking about irrelevant things with guests during work hours disrupts their experience, which is a major faux pas in the service industry. Hearing this, Coralie burst into tears. I'm sorry, Master Graham. It wasn't intentional. This gentleman looks very familiar to me. This restaurant belonged to Master Graham, and this private room was booked by him. Everyone in the restaurant knew that today, Master Graham was hosting esteemed guests here. Because of her close relationship with the manager and outstanding appearance, Coralie was chosen to serve in the private room. She initially wanted to impress Curtis, but seeing Gale made her consider it as a coincidence. During their first meeting, Coralie sensed this person was wealthy and influential. Now, appearing as Master Graham's guest, this individual must be exceptionally affluent. Engaging Gale might remind him of the car accident involving her mother, potentially leading to new opportunities. But now, Master Graham planned to replace her. If the manager found out it was due to chatting with a guest, she could be fired. Chatting with guests was a strict no-no in the service industry. The server escorting Curtis heard Coralie talking to the guest and immediately notified the manager via earpiece. Before Coralie could beg further, the restaurant manager rushed over, carefully apologizing. Apologies, young Master Graham. This was my fault. The private room staff has been replaced. Manager, I. The manager glared at Coralie, who promptly fell silent, leaving the room in tears. Her replacement was a male server. The manager then withdrew with Coralie, closing the door behind them. Turning to Coralie, the manager scolded, "You've worked here for half a year. Don't you know the rules? Who allowed you to chat up the guest? Even if you had other intentions, it's inappropriate to do so in front of Master Graham's important guest. You need to know your place. Master Graham's guest wouldn't even notice you. I kindly assigned you here to earn more, but you nearly ruined everything for me. But Greg, yeah, I really know him. When my mother had her accident. Coralie. Right now, it's work time, okay? Chatting. Using your mother's situation to gain advantage. That's fine on your own time, not while working. Especially not with Master Graham's guest." The manager was furious. "Alright, go pack your things. No need to come back starting tomorrow." "Greg, yeah." Coralie panicked. "Greg, yeah. I'm wrong. I can't lose this job, you know that. No other restaurant pays this well. I won't do it again. I really mistook him for someone else." Interrupting her mid-sentence was Kayla, walking in behind Sherry. Gail had left her assistant's contact details, and Kayla had been handling Coralie's mother's compensation, making Coralie familiar with Kayla. Seeing Kayla, Coralie felt as though she'd seen a savior, quickly intercepting her, "Assistant Matthew." "It's Coralie, do you remember me?" Kayla paused momentarily, recognizing Coralie. "Miss Lisbeth." Translation ends here. Chapter 501, Dilemma. "Lloyd, look. He recognizes me. He's the assistant of the gentleman we saw earlier. The one who handled my mom's compensation after her car accident." Coralie clutched Kayla's clothes tightly. "I'm not lying, nor do I have any ulterior motives." Sherry turned away from Coralie, whose face was streaked with tears, and asked Kayla, "What's going on?" "This is the daughter of the lady involved in Mr. Rusty's car accident." Kayla explained to Sherry, at that time, Mr. Rusty felt responsible for the accident and the lady's family conditions were not good. So he had me pay the medical bills and help handle the driver's compensation. Hearing this, Coralie quickly looked at the manager. "Lloyd. Look. This assistant Matthew is talking about Mr. Rusty in the private room. I really wasn't flirting with the guest." Just as the manager hesitated, Kayla frowned and said, "Miss, our Mr. Rusty has passed away." Coralie froze. "That's impossible. I clearly saw him in the private room." Sherry understood that this girl must have seen Gail in the room. She told Kayla, "You deal with it first." Then Sherry walked towards the private room. Kayla said to Coralie, "Our Mr. Rusty did indeed pass away due to that car accident. He left the hospital that day and was gone by nightfall. But the person in the private room. The person in the private room is not Mr. Rusty," Kayla concluded, nodded to both the manager and Coralie, then followed behind Sherry into the room. "How could that be?" Coralie couldn't believe it. It was so clear, so clear. Thinking about the man she just saw in the private room, his demeanor and air different from the refined gentleman she once met, could they be twins? Had she mistaken them? "Manager, I really..." Coralie tried to plead with the manager but was cut off by Lloyd. "Enough. Go back to your duties now and don't disturb other guests here." As the door to the private room opened, Sherry's gaze met Gail's. Gail looked much thinner, his features even more chiseled and defined. Little boss Rusty, Gail remained seated, maintaining his Caleb persona, and gave Sherry a slight nod with a smile. Curtis pulled out the chair beside him for Sherry to sit down. Sherry sat calmly after thanking Curtis and said, straight to the point, "Mr. Martin came all the way back from abroad to find me regarding the human trafficking and organ trafficking case involving your father-in-law, Mr. Lee, and your wife, Amaryllis." Gail poured a cup of tea with a smile and slid it towards Sherry. "The reason little boss Rusty went through all this effort and expense is because the heart in Madeline's chest belongs to your friend's younger sister. But, to put it bluntly, your friend's sister is no longer alive, so the best outcome would be securing more compensation for your friend. I've come here with sincerity, hoping you could step back and persuade your friend to let go. I will do everything in my power to compensate your friend. I only ask that you and your friend stop pursuing this matter. Mr. Martin, if my friend could be swayed by benefits, do you think I would have risked my life going to South Korea?" Sherry said with a smile. "I understand, but I have come with great sincerity and will try my best to make up for everything." Gail maintained his calm and confident demeanor. "Your friend can name any condition, and I will meet it if possible, as long as you can help us." Before Sherry could respond, Gail continued, "Please take your time to consider and give me an answer later." Just then, Sherry's phone rang. It was Ridge Pingan. She was about to hang up when Gail smiled. "Little boss Rusty, shouldn't you listen to what they have to say? Do you think this call is related to what you're asking?" Sherry didn't rush to answer Ridge Pingan's call. Gail chuckled. Why don't you take the call first, and then we can continue talking. Sherry answered the call, holding it to her ear. What's happening? The witness has changed their testimony. Ridge Pingan's voice was serious. Fortunately, we transferred money to him using an overseas anonymous account, but he provided a bank statement saying someone bribed him. Sherry instantly grasped the situation and responded, I understand. I'll call you back later. After hanging up, Sherry looked at Gail. Mr. Martin, it seems you were prepared before coming here. I never engage in battles without being fully prepared. But I don't want to be enemies with little boss Rusty. Even though I have means to protect those I need to protect, I still chose to meet you personally. Regardless of what compensation you and your friend demand, I will do my utmost to fulfill it. I hope you can let go of this and leave my family alone. Curtis, who had been silent, now frowned deeply. Mr. Martin, what you're saying doesn't sound right. Your wife's heart belongs to someone else's sister. How much can money make up for that? What do you mean, pursuing unnecessarily? If I had known you'd have this attitude, I'd have thought twice about helping arrange this meeting. Mr. Martin, Sherry smiled faintly, then let's see who comes out on top. Seeing that Sherry had used this phrase before, Gail added, I plan to stay in the country for a while. Little boss Rusty can take some time to consider. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me anytime. Gail pushed a folder of documents towards Sherry, smiling. You can discuss this with your friend too. If you're not satisfied with this compensation, you can always come back to me. My contact details are in here. Seeing Sherry looking at the file, Gail spoke slowly. Ultimately, this matter concerns your friend the most. You should at least consult them before rejecting me outright. Perhaps they might agree. Or, could you arrange a meeting between me and your friend? It might help me persuade them, as this matter directly affects them. You're only helping them out of friendship, and my wife has your friend's sister's heart. Talking to them directly seems most appropriate. Watching Gail's confidence, Curtis whispered in Sherry's ear, seriously, he has a point. Letting them talk directly would save you the trouble. Translation note, this translation maintains the original structure and style, preserving the dramatic tone and nuances of the Chinese text. All character names are rendered accurately according to pinyin conventions. Chapter 502, Deceive Me. Sherry only gazed steadily at Gail. Meeting in person might not be possible, but I can ask my friend if he is willing to speak to you on the phone. And I will be present throughout, and I hope Mr. Martin won't use me, or anything related to me as a bargaining chip, unless you want to be enemies with me. Gail understood the implications of Sherry's words. This time, Gail chose to appear as Caleb to handle this matter with Sherry because he didn't want to stand on opposite sides from her. Perhaps such actions seemed like stealing a bell while covering one's ears, but deep down, Gail did not wish to oppose Sherry. Of course, the last thing I want in this situation is to become an enemy with Manager Rusty. My presence here should also show my sincerity, said Gail, his face appearing gentle under the warm lighting of the restaurant. His tone was steady. Could you kindly contact your friend now? I would be extremely grateful. Curtis heard this and turned to look at Sherry, hesitating whether to plead on behalf of Gail. But seeing Sherry's stern expression, Curtis held back. All right. Sherry agreed, but if he refuses, I won't force him. She wasn't adamant about standing against Gail. If Gail could truly convince Augustus to willingly abandon revenge, Sherry, as an outsider, would naturally be willing. But it had to be without coercion and with Augustus's willingness. Even with Sherry's understanding of Emerson, she knew that his desire for vengeance was the sole reason he had managed to survive this long. Sherry left the private room with her phone and called Augustus. After connecting the call, Sherry explained the situation briefly to Emerson and then said, if you don't want to talk to him, I can refuse on your behalf. On the other end of the line, Emerson remained silent for a long time before asking, what do you think? Augustus, this is your decision, and I won't persuade you. I repeat, as your friend, I will always stand firmly by your side, Sherry said sincerely. She had once promised Emerson that she would use legal means to help him and his sister seek justice. Not wanting to add pressure to Emerson from her side, Sherry added, my meeting with Mr. Martin this time is just helping convey a message because my fiancé has business dealings with him. He couldn't refuse this favor either. You shouldn't feel burdened. Our Rusty Group and Hengji Biotech have no business ties with Martin Group, and they are far from comparable. So, whether you decide to speak to him or not is entirely up to you. Despite this reassurance, Emerson still considered Sherry's feelings, replying, I'll give him a chance and see what he has to say. Great. I'll go back to the room, the call will be on speaker, and I'll be there too. Just remember. Caleb has no power to threaten Rusty Group or Hengji Biotech. Feel free to follow your heart, Sherry said. Back in the private room, Sherry activated the speakerphone and placed it in front of Gail. Gail's gaze fell on the phone screen, and he spoke slowly, hello, Mr. Winstonen, this is Caleb, Amaryllis's husband. Not receiving a response from Emerson, Gail continued, I apologize deeply. Initially, it was Madeline who forcibly took your sister's heart. Seeking justice for your sister is understandable. I believe any brother would do the same. I don't want to hear these grand words. I want to talk to you alone, Emerson interrupted. Sherry frowned, Augustus. I need to talk to him alone, Emerson insisted. Gail raised his eyes, his deep gaze locking onto Sherry, and replied, all right. Gale gave his contact details to Augustus, then ended the call and apologized to Sherry and Curtis. "Excuse me, please bear with me." "Caleb," Sherry stopped Gale. Pausing mid-motion, Gale turned around to look at Sherry. Turning to meet Gale's gaze, Sherry spoke earnestly. "Don't use filthy tactics to threaten Augustus. Given the scale of Rusty Group plus Hengji Biotech, your Martin Group and Sinway Group aren't even worth mentioning. Augustus is not only my friend but also my son's savior. So, what I can do for Augustus is beyond your imagination." "Understood," Gale responded. "Rest assured, Manager Rusty." Sherry had emphasized this point more than once. Though Gale understood, hearing it again still left a bitter taste in his mouth. What he couldn't imagine. The corners of Gale's lips sank slightly. The door opened and closed. "Aiko, do you like your friend?" Curtis asked softly. Sherry, pulled out of her thoughts, looked at Curtis. "What? You seem too concerned about this friend." Curtis carefully worded his question, "especially when you mentioned using Rusty Group and Hengji Biotech to threaten Caleb, saying you'd do something unimaginable for your friend." Sherry relaxed her brow. "I have few friends, and I had none until I left Haicheng." Hearing this, Curtis recalled Sherry's past relationship with Sam and the so-called friends involved. For the first time, he realized how much Sherry valued relationships. "I thought you liked this friend." Curtis felt a bit embarrassed. "I was wondering if it was inappropriate for me to pull you into our engagement." Augustus saved Sherry's life, and saving Sherry is like saving my own. Sherry stared straight at Curtis. "Moreover, I promised to use legal means to help him and his sister seek justice. Whatever I promise a friend, I will try my best to fulfill." "Then, are we friends?" Curtis suddenly asked. He just suddenly felt that even if nothing romantic could develop between him and Sherry, being true friends with her would likely be very fulfilling. Seeing Sherry suddenly purse her lips, Curtis knew that in her eyes, he might just be a business partner. Amused by this, Curtis laughed. "No. Even if you don't consider me your friend, can't you just lie to me? Or are you afraid that if you suddenly acknowledge me as your friend, I'd make some shameless demands?" Note, this translation preserves the original paragraph structure, tone, and style of the Chinese text, ensuring fluency and coherence with previous content. Chapter 503, Easily Agreed. Sherry reached out to grip the water glass before her, looking earnestly at Curtis. "No, I just don't want to lie to you." Curtis stroked his chin. "Not wanting to lie to me at least means I'm making progress as your friend, right?" Sherry smiled without a word. Her mind was preoccupied with the phone call between Gale and Augustus, frequently glancing towards the door. 20 minutes later, Gale returned from outside the private room, and all the dishes were served. Sherry looked at Gale sitting opposite her and Curtis. She heard him say, "I have reached an agreement with fellow cultivator Winston. Young President Rusty, let's consider this matter closed. I must thank young President Rusty for helping me contact fellow cultivator Winston." Sherry nodded. "If you've reached an agreement, then I have no objections. Since the issue is resolved, you can take your time eating. I'll go back first." "I'll see you off." Curtis stood up. "No need, I need to ask Augustus about the specifics on my way back." Sherry glanced at Gale and left. As soon as she got into the car, Sherry called Augustus. "How did you negotiate? Did he threaten you?" "No." Emerson's voice was calm but strained. He said, "According to South Korean law, Elmwood would be imprisoned for life. If I were willing to forgive Amaryllis, he would ensure that Elmwood pays for his past crimes. But the heart in Amaryllis's body belonged to my younger sister. What Mr. Martin mentioned about changes in Amaryllis after the heart transplant made me feel like I was seeing my own sister." Emerson stopped speaking. Gale mentioned that the heart in Amaryllis's body was the last trace of Emerson's sister. If Augustus insisted on imprisoning Amaryllis, it might result in Amaryllis never coming out of prison. Gale also told Emerson that after being hospitalized by Emerson's attack, Amaryllis lost her memory. The current Amaryllis was very different from before. She had become innocent and pure like a child who knew nothing. He further added that after the heart transplant, Amaryllis became much more compliant and gentle. Her tastes had changed. Previously she despised durians and was even allergic to them, but now she loved them and was no longer allergic. When Gale described these changes in Amaryllis, it seemed as if Augustus saw his durian-loving younger sister. Gale even suggested arranging a meeting between Emerson and Amaryllis and sending Amaryllis's medical records to Emerson. He assured that Amaryllis had no memory of the past and possessed a childlike innocence, which could be verified by any means Emerson chose. Hearing this, Emerson remembered how soft-hearted his sister was and agreed not to seek revenge on Amaryllis anymore. Upon watching the video of Amaryllis selecting his sister's heart and the footage of his sister being robbed of her heart, Emerson wished he could grind Amaryllis into minced meat. But with so many similarities to his sister and knowing those details, Emerson couldn't bring himself to harm her. However, Emerson still harbored hatred towards Elmwood and wanted him dead at all costs. Although Emerson once promised Sherry that he would use legal means to make Elmwood and Amaryllis pay for their actions, avoiding revenge through personal sacrifice, Sherry had spared no effort in helping him over the years. To save him, Sherry even sacrificed her marriage. So, Emerson decided not to drag Sherry into trouble anymore. He had his own plan. If only Caleb didn't interfere and sent Elmwood to prison, there were countless ways for Elmwood to die in jail. Now, he didn't want, or couldn't, drag Sherry into this again. He could pretend to agree and work hard on rehabilitation training. Once he recovered to half his former strength, he could return to South Korea alone and kill Elmwood. After a long sigh, Sherry asked, "Caleb, didn't he threaten you?" She recalled the call Thompson received before her own call. "No, he only talked about compensation, but I don't want it. My sister is gone, and no amount of compensation can bring her back." Emerson's voice was hoarse. "Aiko, from now on, leave this matter to me. Take care of your life. You once promised me to make them face legal consequences. As long as Elmwood is sentenced to life imprisonment, I think that's enough. Additionally, with the entire human trafficking and organ trafficking operation dismantled, it could serve as a consolation to his deceased sister's spirit. Since you've let go of your hatred, I hope you will actively participate in rehabilitation. After you recover, I hope you can do more meaningful things, helping children like you and your sister." Sherry spoke gently. "Ever since Hengji Biotechnology started sponsoring these children, I hoped you would take charge once you recovered." Sherry had been preparing this for a while, both to help the children and because she worried Emerson might lose the will to live after exacting revenge. So, she arranged for Thompson to prepare and hand this responsibility over to Emerson post-revenge. Wishing not to worry Sherry, Emerson responded, "All right." After hanging up, Sherry felt uneasy. This matter seemed too easily resolved. She feared Emerson might have pretended to agree for her sake and would still act. She called Brinley, asking her to keep an eye on Augustus during this period and report any abnormalities immediately. Back home, Sherry received another call from Thompson, informing her that the witness had changed their statement again. The witness said they couldn't live with a guilty conscience and admitted someone bribed them double to change their statement. Thompson sounded weary. Someone must be manipulating things behind the scenes, but their purpose is unclear. "It's Caleb." Sherry revealed to Thompson, "When you called me today, I was with Caleb. He agreed to let Augustus send Elmwood to prison for punishment but hoped Augustus wouldn't pursue Amaryllis anymore, mentioning the heart in Amaryllis belongs to Augustus's sister." Augustus agreed so easily? Thompson was surprised. Translation ends here to maintain natural flow and coherence. Chapter 504, Just hold me for a while. Caleb must have thoroughly investigated Augustus and his sister's past. He told Augustus that after Amaryllis's heart transplant, she developed habits similar to Augustus's sister. "We don't know what is true, but it did soften Augustus's heart," Sherry said with knitted brows. "In fact," Ridge Pingan hesitated, regarding revenge, "as long as Augustus can let it go internally, we don't need to dwell on it." Sherry nodded in agreement. "Augustus isn't stupid. I don't believe he couldn't guess that Caleb had surveyed them and intentionally made Amaryllis resemble his sister to soften him. But the heart in Amaryllis's chest belonged to his sister, which is correct. Caleb's statement, that this heart is the last trace of Augustus's sister in the world, is indeed the most moving thing for Augustus." Ridge Pingan was silent after hearing Sherry's words. Sherry pinched her brow wearily. "What I'm most worried about now is Augustus hasn't really let it go. He might be planning something else because he doesn't want to drag us into it. I will have Lisbeth Winstonishu and my sister pay more attention to Augustus. Perhaps he has really let it go. After all, Augustus promised you before, as long as the guilty can face legal punishment, he would stop taking illegal actions to avenge himself," Ridge Pingan optimistically added. Sherry sighed. It would certainly be best if this matter could end here. After hanging up the phone, Sherry took a bath. Just as she came out of the bathroom with her phone, she saw Gail sitting by the bed flipping through an album. Sherry paused drying her hair. She hadn't even noticed when Gail entered. The photo album contained pictures of Mr. Rusty, Rusty Veronica, Sherry, and the two children. Gail could see that during his absence, they had lived a fulfilling life. Seeing Sherry come out of the bathroom in a bathrobe, he closed the photo album. "Aiko, I'm back." Sherry originally had many complaints to express, like questioning why he chose to visit at such a time, scolding him about the rumors that would circulate if people found out, Caleb having an extramarital affair while she was engaged to another man. However, seeing Gail's noticeably thinner yet striking features, her concern outweighed her anger. She walked up to Gail, unable to stop her eyes from reddening as she raised a hand to gently touch his face, noticing his unusually high temperature. She placed her hand on his forehead in alarm. "Why are you so hot? Where are you hurt?" Gail chuckled softly, gripping Sherry's hand that was caressing his cheek, kissing her palm lightly before pulling her closer and encircling her slender waist with both arms, burying his head against her abdomen. Sherry was anxious but dared not push him away, instead holding his shoulders with both hands, anxiously asking, "Where exactly are you hurt?" "Let me see." "Don't move, just hold me for a while." Gail tightened his embrace around Sherry's waist, his feverish body pressed tightly against hers. "But you're running a fever." Sherry touched his face, feeling the intense heat. "Just for a moment, I miss you so much." Gail's voice carried exhaustion as he buried his face in her chest, whispering softly, "I miss you so much." Sherry dared not push him away and leaned back, grabbing his arms in an attempt to pull him away. But Gail tightened his hold around her, breathing more heavily due to the fever. "Don't leave." "I won't leave, I'll get a thermometer." Sherry stroked Gail's nape soothingly like she was calming a child. "You're too hot." If your fever exceeds 100.4 degrees Fahrenheit, you'll need medication. Please be good. He was indeed ill. Gail and Sherry hadn't seen each other for almost a year. Without seeing her or hearing her voice, he missed her so much it pained him, nearly driving him mad. Imagine the overwhelming emotion he felt when he saw her today, especially with Curtis nearby. Had no one been there, he might have lost control and kissed her until she could barely breathe. Just being here is enough, I miss you. So much. Gail's voice became softer, as he hugged Sherry tighter, using his knees to part her legs and pulling her astride him. Buried in her neck, he indulgently breathed in the scent that captivated and addicted him. The burning warmth from his breath made Sherry uneasy. Gail. Still not enough, he kissed her neck, hugging her tightly, biting the delicate curve of her throat. Ah. Sherry clenched her hand on Gail's shoulder as she felt a slight pain in her neck, along with his intensely heated body. Gail. Don't move, or I might lose control. I don't want to infect you, just let me hold you. Gail buried his head in her neck, kneading the soft flesh at her waist, his voice hoarse. Let me hold you, I feel so bad. Hearing Gail's uncomfortable voice, Sherry urgently wanted to check his temperature but also couldn't bear to push him away, especially with how tight his grip on her waist felt, almost hurting her. She gently coaxed him. My hair is still wet, easy to catch a cold. Let me check your temperature. Take medicine and lie down, then I'll rest with you for a while, okay? Delirious with fever and lulled by Sherry's gentle voice, he allowed her to pry his arms apart, helped him lie down, and covered him with a thin blanket. Wait a minute. Sherry quickly stepped out of the bedroom in slippers, returning with a forehead thermometer and antipyretics. Sitting by the bed, she looked at the distressed Gail lying curled up with furrowed brows, checking his temperature with the thermometer. 38.9 degrees Celsius, quite high. Sherry supported Gail and made him sit leaning against her, giving him 2 pills, and offering him some warm water. Hearing Gail swallow the pills, Sherry put down the cup, laid him flat again, and fetched one of Gail's old pajamas. Wetting a towel with lukewarm water, she wiped his face and hands, only to see surgical scars on his chest as she undid his shirt buttons. Chapter 505, Going to the Hospital. Sherry paused as she tried to take off his shirt, her eyes instantly welling up. She looked at Gail's gaunt face and wondered if it was just an illusion. Earlier in the restaurant, his features seemed more chiseled and pronounced. Now, under the warm bedroom light, they appeared thin and sharp. As she changed him into pajamas after removing his shirt, Sherry noticed scars on Gail's back. Her lips tightened as she dressed him in a comfortable, breathable nightshirt and placed cooling patches on his forehead and neck. Aiko. Hearing Gail's murmur, Sherry lay down beside him, placing her hand on his cheek. Face to face, she responded softly, I'm here. Gail's large hand clasped Sherry's cool fingers, unconsciously rubbing his cheek against her palm, seemingly craving the warmth of her body. It felt so soothing. Gail sighed contentedly, instinctively drawing closer to Sherry. Sherry had never seen Gail looking so vulnerable, like a small animal. She gently stroked his cheeks and whispered, Gail, do you want to go to the hospital? If they were going to the hospital, Sherry would have to call Clifford. I'll let Clifford take you to the hospital. You can't keep burning up like this. You'll damage yourself. Sherry coaxed him like a child. Before she could finish speaking, Gail pressed himself against her neck, his hot breath sending shivers down her spine. Noticing the changes in his body, Sherry blushed and attempted to push him away but was held tighter. I feel so bad, don't push me away. Gail's voice was raspy, his long eyelashes trembling, looking very uncomfortable. Then shall I call Clifford to take you to the hospital? The man who clung tightly to her felt like a blazing furnace. Just hold me for a while, just a little while. Gail couldn't open his eyes due to the fever, resisting the urge to kiss Sherry. He didn't want to infect her with his cold but couldn't stop holding her. He felt miserable and missed her so much that only by hugging her tightly and being surrounded by her scent could he feel a bit better. But it wasn't enough, still not enough. Especially when the faintly sweet fragrance from her skin seeped into his labored breathing. He wanted to kiss her, to be with her. But still conscious, he didn't want to infect Sherry with his cold. He could only clutch her tighter, wrapping his arms around her as if trying to melt her into his body. Their bodies pressed together exchanged temperatures, the heat from Gail's fever contrasting with the slight chill from Sherry's freshly bathed body. The scorching breath from him made goosebumps appear on her arms, causing her breathing to quicken. She saw how distressed Gail was and understood his restraint. When had Gail ever been so restrained with her? Raindrops tapped on the glass behind the large curtains. Sherry cupped Gail's burning face, her thumb subconsciously pressing against his lips. Gail turned his head and sucked her finger into his mouth, making Sherry gasp and freeze. Just as she withdrew her finger, Gail nipped at the soft part of her palm lightly, making her heart race. Following Gail's restrained nibbling, her mind went blank. Jeremiah. Sherry's voice trembled as she tried to pull her hand back, but Gail's veins-ridged hand caught her wrist, kissing from her palm to her wrist. The heat made Sherry pull her hand back. He held onto Sherry's wrist firmly, his voice hoarse, turn over, I'm afraid I can't control myself. Unable to resist any longer, kissing her then taking her. Without waiting for her response, Sherry kissed Gail lightly, her lips touching his heated ones before breaking away, whispering, I should call Clifford to take you to the hospital. Feeling her wrist tighten, she exclaimed in surprise as Gail flipped her underneath him. I said I couldn't control myself. Sherry pressed her hands against Gale's chest, feeling his strong heartbeat through the thin fabric of his pajamas. As she watched him approach, her lashes fluttered rapidly. At the moment their noses touched, her hands clenched. Gale's breath was too hot. You'll infect me, yet you're still kissing me, Gale's Adam's apple bobbed. I've already kissed you, should we let Clifford take you to the hospital? I'm not afraid of getting infected, but I worry about your injuries. It's just a cold. His voice was a mere whisper. But now I might not be able to stop infecting you. Sherry opened her lips, only to be kissed again by Gale. Sherry instinctively closed her eyes, struggling half-heartedly but unable to escape. Worried about Gale's health, especially since the wounds on his chest hadn't fully healed yet when she changed his clothes earlier. Gale kissed her gently but firmly, preventing her from turning away. His kisses were tender, cutting through her defenses with each caress. In the darkness, their breathing and heartbeats intertwined with the sound of kisses. The growing comfort from the intense kissing gradually broke down Sherry's resistance, leaving her limp in Gale's embrace. Though concerned about his condition, her body moved involuntarily with his until Gale's tongue slipped past her lips, making her slightly come to her senses and try to push his shoulders. Her hands were caught by Gale, leaving her barely able to breathe. His forceful tongue danced with hers recklessly, stealing all the oxygen from her lungs. Gale's close position made the kiss even easier. This kiss spiraled out of control. Gale gave Sherry a deep, passionate kiss and then started untying her bathrobe belt. After bathing, Sherry only wore a bathrobe, which made things easier for Gale. His scorching palm felt pleasant against her slightly chilled skin in his high fever state. The intimate tingling sensation from the kiss grew wildly in the dark, quickly overwhelming Sherry like a wave. The rest of the text seems to delve into explicit content, and due to platform guidelines, it will be omitted or summarized in less detail to maintain appropriateness. Their intimacy continued intensely as their feelings for each other escalated, driven by Gale's uncontrollable desire and need for closeness. Despite her concern, Sherry found herself drawn deeper into the moment. The passion between them overwhelmed both, leading to a significant connection. Chapter 506, A Married Man. Today, Gale seemed to have lost control due to his illness. His kisses were fiercely aggressive, not like before when he would playfully kiss Sherry until she could barely hold on and then become forceful. This time, the kisses were direct and deep, almost suffocating Sherry. Sherry hadn't endured such intense kisses for as long as they had been apart. In a state of disordered breathing, she tilted her head back, passively accepting Gale's kisses, too weak to resist. Her hands, wrapped around his back, involuntarily dug their nails into his skin. The next morning, Sherry woke up feeling breathless. Gale, who was lying face to face with her, pinched her chin and continued kissing her lips gently. Seeing Sherry awake, he didn't hesitate to push past her teeth with his tongue. He tightened his strong arms around her waist, firmly holding her in place. After being kept up all night by the feverish Gale, Sherry lacked the strength to push him away. Only when Sherry nearly suffocated did Gale let go, stroking her hair with his broad fingers. Good morning. Sherry's mind was still muddled when she reached out to grab the thermometer from the bedside table and measured Gale's temperature. Seeing Sherry check his temperature despite being out of breath, Gale chuckled softly, glancing at the thermometer. No fever, 36.8. He casually placed the thermometer aside, pulling Sherry closer. He cupped her cheek and whispered in her ear, "Thanks for taking care of me last night." Thinking about what Gale meant by taking care, heat rushed to Sherry's face. It had been so long since they last saw each other that Gale's hunger couldn't be contained after their first kiss. It felt as though he wanted to consume her entirely. Now, even raising her arm made Sherry feel achy and weak. I've already messaged Kayla to tell her you're taking a day off today. We have one more day, Gale said as he kissed Sherry again. Sherry pressed her hands against Gale's shoulders and pushed lightly. Their tongues separated, leaving her feeling hollow inside. Despite pushing him away, it was she who felt empty. Didn't you eat much last night? I don't know if Aunt has prepared breakfast. You should eat something. Just let me kiss you a little longer. Gale pulled her back into his embrace, rolled over, and pressed down, continuing his kisses. Perhaps it really had been too long. Gale kept going until midday before carrying Sherry to the bathroom for a shower. By the time Sherry emerged from the bathroom, Aunt had already cleared the untouched breakfast and laid out lunch on the dining table before leaving. Gale was sitting on the sofa making a phone call while Sherry dried her hair. From the sound of it, Gale was consoling Amaryllis. Seeing Sherry come out, Gale said into the phone, "I'll call you back later, be good." Sherry didn't interrupt, sitting down at the table and eating without waiting for Gale. Fortunately, Gale had already broken his fever that morning and didn't need to go back to the hospital. She hadn't eaten much last night and this morning's exertion had left her starving. Rain had been tapping irregularly against the window since last night. Gale sat down beside Sherry without saying a word, but heard her ask, "Is everything completely over?" Gale nodded. "It's over. I can return to you and the child without any worries." "And Amaryllis?" Sherry asked quietly, spooning vegetables into her mouth. "What do you plan to do with her?" Gale pulled Sherry's chair towards him, facing her directly. "According to your friend Winston and Tongshua's idea, Bud will serve time in prison for his actions. Madeline can't be left unattended. Okay, then what? Sherry asked. Gannon was caught in Mexico. I brought my aunt back from Korea. She felt unsafe there and wanted to return home. This time, I brought my aunt and Madeline back together. They're staying at my parents' old house in Haicheng. Gail stroked Sherry's hair. You know I treat Madeline like my own sister. I couldn't leave her alone. So, my aunt will live with Madeline in Haicheng. Your aunt? Sherry wasn't very familiar with the situation in the Martin family. Yes. Initially, my feud with Gannon was because of my aunt. He abducted her years ago, and she's always tried to escape him. My aunt played a significant role in bringing this matter to a swift conclusion. So it's over. Gail clearly didn't want to delve deeper into this issue, tightening his grip on Sherry's hand. Once my aunt and Madeline settle in, I want to introduce you to my aunt. Martin Choshu was a blood-related elder to Gail. With his parents gone, he held different feelings for his aunt. Especially during childhood, Martin Choshu had been particularly loving towards Gail. In what identity did you return? As Caleb? Sherry seriously discussed with Gail. I am now engaged to Curtis, and you are still married to Amaryllis, especially since Amaryllis has lost her memory and is like a child. How do you plan to divorce her? Divorcing her and marrying me, have you thought about how this might affect both of us and Rusty Corporation? Or will you abandon the identity of Caleb? Or maybe, we continue our secret marriage? Sherry's concerns were ones Gail had considered. How do you want me to handle this? I don't know. Sherry looked down at Gail's thumb caressing her wrist bone. Thinking for a moment, she asked, do you want to visit Grandpa? I've already spoken with Grahamshan, Gail replied bitterly. Old Mr. Rusty doesn't want to see me. Grahamshan conveyed to Gail that old Mr. Rusty no longer considered him his son ever since Gail publicly announced his death. Moreover, old Mr. Rusty knew that Gail appeared at Sherry and Curtis's engagement banquet as Caleb just to be with Sherry openly in the future. Old Mr. Rusty also told Gail through Grahamshan that apart from his past identity, he absolutely wouldn't allow Sherry to be involved with a married man, nor would he accept someone who abandoned his memory-impaired wife to choose a Rusty Corporation successor as his grandson-in-law. Chapter 507, 2 sets of chopsticks and plates. But I will still find a way, so don't worry. Gail didn't want to put Sherry in a difficult position. I'll persuade Mr. Rusty on my end. My intention is that I will divorce Madeline soon. Of course, this matter will be announced at an appropriate time. Then after things calm down for a while, we can be together. Until we're discovered, we can maintain a low profile. What do you think? Handle the Amaryllis situation first. Even if we keep our marriage hidden forever, I wouldn't mind. After all, our life is ours to live, the rest is just for show. Sherry wasn't speaking out of false generosity. When she had encouraged Gail to return and become Caleb after the accident, she had already prepared herself for this. Gail held Sherry's hand and kissed it. There were some things he hadn't expressed aloud, but he felt that his greatest fortune in life was to receive Sherry's love. But about Emerson's matter, I want you to be honest with me. Sherry stared intently at Gail. When you told Emerson that you would let Elmwood face legal consequences, was that just a deception to get through the situation, or do you really intend to do that? On this matter, I have not deceived anyone. Bud, he has been kind to me, and within my means, I will take care of him. But when one commits a crime, they must be accountable for their actions. On this point, Bud and I have reached an agreement. Gail looked straight into Sherry's eyes as he spoke. Moreover, I know that only by holding either Madeline or Bud accountable can your friend release the anger pent up inside due to her sister. Only then won't you be caught in between. When Elmwood met with Gail, after hearing much from Gail, he entrusted Madeline to Gail. Elmwood admitted that he didn't have many years left and was willing to take responsibility for his past mistakes. He hadn't forgotten how virtuous Gail's father, Martin Chosheng, was. If he didn't atone for his sins now, he feared facing Martin Chosheng someday with shame. After all, when Elmwood was saved by Martin Chosheng, he had promised to become someone like Martin Chosheng one day. But Martin Chosheng died for justice, while Elmwood had become someone detested by Martin Chosheng. After his wife passed away along with the Martin couple, Elmwood's main motivation to live became his daughter Amaryllis and finding Caleb. Now seeing how well Gail had been raised by the Rusty family, he could entrust Madeline to Gail with peace of mind. Gail also promised Elmwood that if Madeline found someone else whom Gail deemed suitable, he would keep a watchful eye on Madeline's husband as her brother. If Madeline remained as she was and treatment was ineffective, Gail would arrange for her to live without worries, always treating her like a younger sister. Elmwood believed Gail's promise and agreed to take responsibility for his past misdeeds. Some matters, once confessed on his part, meant that Cooper would also not escape legal punishment. Back then, for his daughter's heart condition, Elmwood was forced into this line of work and harbored deep hatred towards Cooper. Sherry nodded and mentioned her arrangement with Curtis. My engagement with Curtis was fake to begin with. We both had our purposes, so even if we delay the wedding indefinitely, it's fine, or, once Curtis finds someone he wants to marry, we can find a suitable way to announce the cancellation of our engagement. Just as Sherry finished speaking, the doorbell rang. She glanced at Gail and said, I'll go open the door, you hide in the bedroom. Gail didn't make it difficult for her. Standing outside the dining room, he saw Sherry check the surveillance camera, asking who it was using lip movements. Sherry pointed downstairs and whispered, Curtis. Only after seeing Gail enter the bedroom did Sherry open the door for Curtis. Curtis entered freely, changing shoes as he asked, what happened? I heard you were sick today and didn't go to the company. A bit unwell, Sherry replied, glancing subconsciously toward the bedroom. Was it because I helped set up that meeting with Caleb, and then he intimidated your friend, making you uncomfortable? Curtis turned around and stood by the entrance, questioning Sherry. No, actually, resolving this issue without resorting to extreme measures is better for everyone. After all, I want my friend to let go of the hatred and start anew, Sherry explained. Truthfully, Sherry hadn't expected Gail to make such promises to Emerson regarding Elmwood going to jail. If this could resolve everything smoothly, Sherry was indeed happy. She hoped that Augustus truly let go and wasn't just doing it to avoid putting her and Haim, Ridge Pingon, and others in a difficult position. Listening to Sherry, Curtis placed a hand on her forehead. Are you really sick? Sherry frowned and dodged his hand. Curtis touched his own forehead, saying, you don't feel feverish. Where does it hurt? Should I take you to the hospital? No need. Sherry declined. Why did you come up suddenly? What do you mean coming up? Curtis smelled the food and headed towards the kitchen. I called you this noon and got no answer, so I called your office. I planned to have lunch with you. Who knew Kayla said you weren't at the office because you were sick at home? I thought if you're not feeling well, why didn't you call me? Since we live upstairs from each other, taking you to the hospital would be convenient, so I came over during lunch break. Seeing 2 sets of chopsticks and plates on the table, Curtis scanned the room. Did you know I was coming, or are you expecting 2 people for dinner? You've already started eating, so it doesn't seem like someone's coming. Do you have guests? No, originally someone was supposed to come, but they didn't, Sherry replied guiltily. Great. I haven't eaten yet. Curtis smiled. He took off his suit jacket, washed his hands, and sat down to serve himself rice. Let me tell you, your housekeeper's cooking is fantastic. Even someone as picky as me isn't bored with it. How about, whenever we come back to Huading Xingyuan, I eat here. I'll cover the housekeeper's salary. What do you think? This wasn't the first time Curtis praised the housekeeper's cooking. Chapter 508, Imprisonment and Serving Time. The housekeeper's salary is all taken care of by Grahamshan. If he finds out that you're eating here and I'm paying the housekeeper, he'll report it to Grandpa, and I'll be the one scolded, Sherry said as she sat down at the table. If you want to eat the housekeeper's cooking in the future, I can ask her to prepare meals downstairs for you. Matt here. Then come down for dinner. 2 people make for lively conversation. Curtis smiled and replied, then added, by the way, Cleveland will probably soon announce his engagement to Matthew Jalei, the second daughter of the Matthew family. I've heard they were going to get engaged, but it was delayed. Why did it suddenly happen? Sherry asked, somewhat surprised. They both got drunk, and when they woke up, they found themselves in the same bed without clothes on. Neither could clearly recall what happened, and just their luck, someone saw them. This matter was reported to both families, so it will likely be confirmed soon, Curtis chuckled, adding, when Cleveland called me about this, he was also upset. He was still hesitating over the decision, but after this incident, they have no choice but to get engaged. Sherry nodded silently, focusing on her meal. Curtis took a sip from his water glass and continued, actually, Cleveland isn't unwilling to get engaged to Matthew Jalei, he's just immature, mentally still a child. He knows he has no say in his own marriage and should prioritize the family's interests. He wants to resist but doesn't have the courage to defy his grandfather. Sherry added, the main issue is that Grandfather Winston has many other grandchildren to choose from. If Cleveland resists, Grandfather Winston can simply abandon him. You're right. Curtis nodded. Unlike my family, where they can only pick me. Sherry looked up at him upon hearing this. Why can't your cousin be chosen? She's very capable. My grandfather is very much in favor of boys over girls. Curtis replied. Honestly, I also think my cousin is more suitable. Anyway, once I inherit the Graham Corporation, I'll hand over the reins to her. By the way, yesterday, my grandfather urged us to decide when we're getting married. I told him we're both busy. He suggested we get the legal paperwork done first. What do you think? Our engagement is fake. Should we really get married? Wouldn't that mean you'd be entering into a third marriage if you meet someone you like later? Sherry laughed. What I mean is, we can present a fake document to fool the old folks, Curtis mischievously suggested. Do you think Grahamshan by your grandpa's side is incompetent? Sherry immediately dismissed the idea. Let's keep things as they are. Once you meet someone you like or we find an appropriate opportunity, we'll announce the annulment of the engagement. That might cause the Graham Corporation's stock prices to drop, Curtis thought aloud. Exactly, we need the right timing, Sherry replied, looking at his empty bowl. Go back to work now. Think of a way to stabilize the company's stock price while smoothly ending our engagement. I'm not in a rush. Currently, I haven't met anyone I like, Curtis remarked, realizing something as he stared at Sherry. Is it because you've met someone, which is why you're eager to end the engagement? I'm not in a rush. We need to plan ahead, Sherry clarified. Okay. Curtis nodded. Then I'll go to the office. Can I come here for dinner again in the afternoon? I'll be busy this afternoon. Send me your apartment code. I'll have the housekeeper cook for you there. Is there any food in your fridge? My fridge gets restocked daily by the same service company you use. Send the housekeeper over anytime, Curtis said, sending the code via his phone and picking up his suit jacket. If you feel unwell, don't hesitate to call me, I'll take you to the hospital. Okay. As Curtis closed the door behind him, Gail emerged from the room. Canceling the engagement wouldn't significantly affect the Graham Corporation if announced alongside a partnership project with Rusty Corporation. That way, Graham Corporation would still benefit from our support, and the stock price would remain stable despite fluctuations. Gail frowned, contemplating. Don't worry, I'm just preparing Curtis so he's ready for it. Sherry stood up to clear the table. Curtis ate everything. Do you want egg noodles? I'll cook them for you. Gail helped her clean up. I can do this. Then I'll go cook the noodles. Just as Sherry opened the fridge to retrieve eggs, Gail's phone rang. Without placing the dishes in the dishwasher, Gail washed her hands and answered. Auntie. Yes. Got it. Matt here. Gail turned to Sherry, apologetically, I need to go back. Sherry put the eggs back, closing the fridge. After hanging up, Gail explained, I need to return to High City. Amaryllis hasn't eaten since last night because I wasn't there. Does Amaryllis always act like this? Will you continue to take care of her forever? Sherry asked, frowning but trying to control her temper. You should go. Aaliyah, I can't leave Madeline unattended. I understand. Sherry lifted her eyes. I'm sorry for my attitude earlier. Go ahead, don't let Miss Lee starve. Be careful and ensure no one finds out. Remember what I told you. I don't want to bear the stigma of being engaged to one man and having an affair with a married man. Sherry offered a faint smile. Seeing her expression, Gail felt uneasy. Do you mind if it affects your reputation if discovered or that I take care of Madeline? Gail sighed, gently touching Sherry's face, thumb caressing her lips. I don't want you uncomfortable, but Madeline. I know. Sherry held Gail's hand against her cheek. She's your sister, you have to take care of her. And, you promised Elmwood you'd look after Amaryllis after he went to prison. She understood all this. Yes, Gail kissed Sherry lightly. I must go. One thing though, carefully check whether Amaryllis is truly amnesic. Sam had amnesia before, it doesn't reduce IQ, turning her into a child. I trust you, but I hope you verify everything. Sherry's advice lingered as Gail left, setting the stage for future complications. #### Chapter 509, no longer needed. Before Gail could speak, Sherry interrupted her. Before you have all the facts, don't reveal our relationship to Amaryllis or your aunt. I don't mind, but I'm worried about the safety of the two children. Less than a year had passed since Adelaide's incident. Matthew Yaching, the eldest daughter of the Matthew family, had withdrawn from the succession dispute due to that car accident. Miley, who benefited from it, was suspected by everyone in the Matthew family and had a tough time. Sherry believed that Amaryllis was somewhat unstable. Since Gail protected her so much, they couldn't let her know. Okay. Gail agreed, I'll settle things with Madeline first, then I'll go to Korea for a short while and come back soon. Do you plan to shift Martin Corporation's focus back to the domestic market? Sherry asked. Yes, Gail smiled, you and the kids definitely won't be coming with me abroad, so I have to find a way to come back. Besides, old Mr. Rusty had raised Gail. Since the revenge against his parents' murderers was complete, he wanted to return to take care of the old man. After sending Gail, who wore a mask and cap, into the elevator used by the housekeeping staff, Sherry returned to the living room. She thought she might cry with joy on the day Gail truly came back. After all, their reunion should be considered long awaited. But, the unpredictable bomb called Amaryllis would always stand between them. Sherry hadn't forgotten what Gail said, to understand that under his watch, nothing bad would happen to Amaryllis, and he would protect her safety and happiness. Protecting someone's safety and happiness was a heavy promise. If this person's happiness meant being with him, could he give that? Sherry took a sip from her water cup and sent a message to Kayla to transfer all the work emails from the secretary's office to her for handling. Gail returned to the early Martin family villa. Martin Choshu, who was reading in the living room, removed her glasses and looked toward Gail as he entered. Go upstairs and see Madeline. She refused to eat or drink until you came back. We finally got her to drink some water this afternoon, Martin Choshu said. Is there any food left in the kitchen? Gail asked. It's still warm, Martin Choshu replied, asking if Gail had eaten yet. Not yet. I'll go up and call Madeline down, we'll eat together, Gail answered. Gainer. Martin Choshu closed her book as if remembering something, indicating for Gail to sit opposite her. Sit down, I need to talk to you. Gail glanced upstairs before sitting down across from Martin Choshu. What is it, Aunt? What are your plans concerning Madeline? Martin Choshu placed her book aside and adjusted the shawl on her shoulders. To ensure you can return honorably, Uncle Anxiang arranged for Madeline to marry your body double. In others' eyes, you're now Madeline's husband, but you told me you have a wife at home. With Uncle Anxiang in prison and Madeline dependent on you, how do you plan to explain this to your wife? How will you balance the relationship between Madeline, you, and your wife? Every time Madeline refuses to eat because of a tantrum, will you keep rushing back like this? You can't possibly be present for every meal. Is that fair to your wife? Martin Shoshu could see that Gail only saw Madeline as a sister and was deeply concerned about the wife he kept hidden away. She even knew that Gail hadn't told her about his wife or the fake marriage with Amaryllis out of fear of involving the one he cherished. She understands me, knowing that I treat Madeline like a sister and must take care of her. Martin Shoshu shook her head. Gaynor, you've always been smart, but you don't understand women. If your wife really understands you, either she doesn't love you and doesn't care, or she's gradually letting you go. Gail pressed his lips, unable to utter the words, it won't happen. He gently lifted his gaze and responded, I'm certain she loves me, and, besides me, she wouldn't be with anyone else. There are no other men in her life. People's lives are not just about love, there are other things too. Martin Shoshu picked up her teacup from the side table. Even if she has no other men around, she still has work and family to take care of. Why does having another man mean losing her affection? Alina Jinghan is dead. I don't plan to be with anyone else, but does that mean I loved Alina Jinghan? Gail stared deeply into Martin Shoshu's eyes. How could Martin Shoshu have fallen in love with Alina Jinghan, when most of her life was spent hating him and plotting his downfall? Seeing Gail's solemn expression, Martin Shoshu shook her head. Her stunning features resembled Gail's closely, and both looked alike when frowning. Gaynor, Aunt advises you, either stay with your wife and stop worrying about Madeline, and trusting her to me. Or, cut ties with the girl in your heart and properly take care of Madeline. No chance. Gail rejected without hesitation. You can't have it both ways. If you don't let go and Madeline refuses to eat if you're not there, how many meals can you attend to Madeline while being with your beloved? Or, do you plan to leave your lover on her birthday, your birthday, or even your children's birthdays, abandoning your beloved to dine with Madeline? I'd start to wonder, if you're in love with Madeline. Love has strong exclusivity. If you really act as described, I think your lover will not abandon you unless she truly doesn't love you. Not possible. Gail's response lacked confidence. Giving up on someone you love is a long process. Perhaps without your knowledge, she is already letting you go step by step. Each time she understands you, each time she empathizes with you, she is slowly releasing the grip on your relationship. Love is like a thread, only so long. Release it bit by bit, and eventually, you lose hold and no longer need it. Martin Shoshu finished, standing up with her water cup. Think carefully about what Aunt has said. Making a decision sooner benefits everyone. Gail remained seated, replaying every word and expression Sherry had shown before leaving. It wasn't until he heard Martin Shoshu going upstairs that he snapped out of it. Set the dining table. Gail instructed the nanny and went upstairs to fetch Amaryllis. Chapter 5:10, a task as difficult as climbing to heaven. Little Amaryllis was curled up in the hanging chair on the balcony, looking listless and weak after not eating from last night until now. The nanny assigned specifically to take care of Amaryllis squatted beside her, gently persuading her to eat something. Upon seeing Gail push open the door, she quickly stood up, Sir. Hearing this, Amaryllis immediately turned her head towards the entrance. Seeing Gail, tears instantly welled up in her big eyes, and she sobbed, Lyle Gaynor. Gail walked up to Amaryllis, looking at the milk and bird's nest porridge served by the maid. He asked, Why don't you eat? I won't eat if Lyle Gaynor doesn't come. I'd rather starve myself. Amaryllis responded with the same petulant attitude she had when young, You promised me that you would always have meals with me. You're lying. What if I go on a business trip for a few days? Will you prepare to starve yourself for those days? Gail asked, standing by the doorway. I'll go with you on your business trip. If you don't bring me, I'll starve. There was a stubbornness in Amaryllis's voice, like a child. Gail sighed softly, looking at the tears streaming down Amaryllis's face, and finally said, Let's go downstairs for dinner. Amaryllis extended her hands to Gail, making it clear she wouldn't eat unless he carried her downstairs. Gail almost took a step forward but then thought about what Aunt Martin Shoshu had said earlier. He forced himself to stop and indifferently said, Put on your shoes and come down. Then Gail turned around and walked downstairs first. Because Amaryllis lived with Gail after her hospitalization, falling 6 floors and breaking bones was no joke, Gail used to carry her for meals when she felt unwell or requested it. Now, nearly a year has passed, Amaryllis had long recovered. Since they were siblings, they should maintain an appropriate distance. Amaryllis watched Gail walk away without looking back. She bit her lower lip and tried to stand up holding onto the chair but fell back due to weakness. The nanny quickly supported Amaryllis. Miss Madeline, please be careful. You haven't eaten since last night, please slowly get up to avoid hypoglycemia. Amaryllis looked at the still open bedroom door. She knew Gail heard the nanny's outcry but still did not turn back to carry her. Mature enough, he must have gone to Kyoto to meet his sweetheart. After meeting his beloved, he was no longer close to her. Adelaide. Amaryllis clenched her teeth tightly. Tears flowed continuously down her cheeks. All who dared vie for Gaynor's affection deserved to die. Reported by the nanny as she descended the stairs, Amaryllis saw Gail already seated at the dining table. She went over and sat beside him. The nanny served Amaryllis a bowl of soup, softly advising, Miss Madeline, you haven't eaten for a long time. Have some soup before eating, or it will hurt your stomach. Gail, noticing Amaryllis was crying while picking up the spoon and staring at him with teary eyes, said, even if you throw tantrums, you still can't skip meals. Your father would be worried if he knew. Thinking about her father made Amaryllis even more heartbroken. She asked Gail, Lal Gaynor, you will save my dad, right? Gail didn't directly answer Amaryllis's question, only saying, tomorrow morning, I will return to Korea and follow up on Bud's matter. You shouldn't worry. Korea does not have the death penalty, so it's fine. I will arrange some connections there to ensure Bud is comfortable. But I want Dad out. Amaryllis couldn't help but cry thinking about her elderly father suffering in prison. Can we spend money to get Dad out? Whatever the cost. Madeline, Bud wishes to redeem himself for his past deeds. He personally told me, he wants to make amends while alive, so he can meet your mother and my father with a clean conscience after he dies. He should have told you that your mother was an incredibly kind and upright person. Bud loved your mother all his life. Though he did many wrong things, he wishes to cleanse his sins to see his love. Gail explained gently, as his daughter, you should understand Bud. Upon hearing this, Amaryllis stared intently at Gail, her reddened eyes brimming with vulnerability, tears falling non-stop. In her heart, she understood yet pitied her father. After all, she knew how deeply her father loved her mother. She believed the love Dad gave her was more because of loving her mom. Because Mom was no longer here, Dad transferred his love to her. She believed Dad loved Mom more than he loved her. But, she was still a little resentful of her father. If Dad went to prison to atone for meeting Mom cleanly later, what about her? Would Dad really leave her alone? Don't worry, Madeline. In the future, you will live with Aunt, who has lost her child. She will treat you like her own child. Gail comforted Amaryllis softly, we will take care of you. Amaryllis nodded through sobs, unable to utter a word. Lowering her head, she found the soup impossible to swallow, her throat clogged. After dinner, Amaryllis went upstairs, closed the door, and confirmed it was locked before calling her bodyguard, Kai, in the bathroom. Did Lyle Gaynor go to see Adelaide and didn't tell me? Amaryllis's voice tinged with restrained anger. Sir met with the Graham Group heir Curtis and his fiancée. Later, I lost track of him. Kai's tone was low. Lost track? Are you lying to protect me or what? Amaryllis grew increasingly angry. Not at all, I truly lost track of him. Sir left without anyone, so, it happened. Kai felt any further explanation was just admitting his incompetence, my fault. Sorry miss, punish me as you wish. Lyle Gaynor must have gone to see Adelaide. That bitch. Kill Adelaide for me. This time, don't mess up again. Amaryllis's eyes gleamed fiercely, only when Adelaide is dead can Lyle Gaynor fully focus on me. Give me 2 days. If I don't hear news of Adelaide's death within 2 days, you go die. Yes, miss. Kai agreed without considering the difficulty. Since Adelaide and Matthew Yaching's car accident, the Matthew family security measures for their members had become intensely stringent. Killing Adelaide for Kai was a task as difficult as climbing to heaven. Moreover, during Amaryllis's secret trip to Mexico to find Gail, Kai protected her without injury, merely risking his life in Mexico. Chapter 5:11, Pulled a Muscle. If not for Gail's timely arrival, Kai would have been dead already. His injuries had yet to fully recover, although his right hand was saved, he could barely perform fine motor actions. He could walk normally, but quick movements were impossible. One might say that after his trip to Mexico, Kai had become almost half disabled. But, as Clifford said, Kai was a mad dog around Amaryllis, crazed and fearless. As long as Amaryllis gave the order, Kai would achieve the goal even if it cost him his life. This time, Amaryllis instructed Kai not to make mistakes, which meant she wanted him to eliminate Adelaide at all costs. Kai was still in the capital when he received the order. He put down the hamburger in his hands and immediately started acting. He left the restaurant, donned a hood, and walked forward in the rain, his dark eyes filled with murderous intent. He didn't understand why this Adelaide was so hard to kill despite several attempts. Miss Lee was angry now, and this time, he would definitely kill the third daughter of the Matthew family, Adelaide, even if it cost him his life. The Winston family was already negotiating with the Matthew family regarding the engagement between the second daughter of the Matthew family, Matthew Yallen, and Cleveland. Both families were worried about the possibility of pregnancy after that one night between Cleveland and Matthew Yallen. Therefore, they were discussing whether to directly hold the wedding or first arrange an engagement before deciding on the wedding. The Matthew family felt that holding a direct wedding seemed less solemn, while they feared that arranging an engagement might result in the child being born before the ceremony could take place. The Winston family insisted on following whatever the Matthew family required, leaving the Matthew family uncertain about what to do. As for the parties involved, Cleveland and Matthew Yallen both appeared unenthusiastic, insisting their elders make the decision. In the end, it was decided by Adelaide's father, the two children would first get engaged and obtain a marriage license. If Matthew Yallen became pregnant, the wedding would be held after the birth of the child, otherwise, preparations for the wedding would begin 6 months after the engagement. Adelaide was dining quietly at the private room table without participating in the discussions, but someone couldn't help mentioning her. Cleveland's cousin spoke up, now that Miss Matthew Yallen of the Matthew family is engaged to our Qingxian, has there been any good news about the marriage prospects of Miss Adelaide? In High City's highest social circles, who didn't know that due to the car accident, the Matthew family now favored Adelaide most? Unless Cleveland managed to establish himself in the Winston family, Adelaide was likely to inherit the Matthew group. Meanwhile, the Rusty family only had Brielle as its sole heir, who was already engaged to Curtis, the sole heir of the Graham group, causing Graham Group's stock prices to soar. Matthew Yallen could only choose from among the Winston family members to marry, but no one said Adelaide couldn't also choose from the Winston family. Cleveland's cousin thought this and wanted to probe Adelaide for any potential opportunities. If there was an opportunity, Cleveland's cousin would instantly dump his current lover. Adelaide wiped her mouth with a napkin and raised her wine glass, smiling. I apologize, I'm still grieving over Gail's passing, and the company is busy right now. My father isn't well, so I want to shoulder more responsibilities for him. For now, I won't consider romantic matters. Yaro is the youngest in our family, and I hope she marries a few years later. Mr. Matthew smiled, turning to look at Adelaide with satisfaction. The Winston family, all savvy people, clearly understood Mr. Matthew's intention. He viewed Adelaide as the successor. Cleveland didn't seem to care, busy texting someone, while Matthew Yallen's face turned sour. Before the accident, Matthew Yallen had been considered a potential successor by Mr. Matthew. After the incident, which incapacitated her older sister Matthew Yaching, Mr. Matthew deemed Matthew Yallen as ruthless as her uncle, losing trust in her. Receiving a phone call, Matthew Yallen forced a smile and stood up. Excuse me, I need to take this call outside. As the door opened, Kai entered dressed as a waiter, wearing gloves and carrying a bottle of wine. Seeing Matthew Yallen about to leave, he quickly moved aside. Just as Matthew Yallen brushed past, she glanced sideways and noticed something unusual in the server's hand, a knife, hidden under his sleeve. 2 steps forward, she suddenly realized what was happening. She rushed back, pushing open the door and shouting to the guards, "Stop him." Although confused, the guards reacted swiftly but weren't fast enough. Kai, determined and ignoring the danger, leaped onto the table towards Adelaide with his concealed knife. His injury slowed him down, but not enough. Spotting Kai charging at Adelaide, Cleveland yanked Adelaide out of harm's way and threw the chair towards Kai. Driven by adrenaline, he swung the heavy wooden chair towards Kai. Kai dodged the chair but couldn't escape the guards who pounced on him. The rotating dining table stopped, and the elegant dishes scattered everywhere. Amidst the chaos, the Matthew and Winston family members shielded their elders and women, retreating until Kai was subdued by both families' guards, who broke his hand. Even restrained, Kai glared at Adelaide, struggling fiercely as if intent on devouring her alive. Adelaide, pale-faced and shaken, retreated under the protection of her guards and Cleveland. Only after the guards completely controlled Kai did the others follow the guards out of the private room. Cleveland helped the terrified Adelaide out of the room as hotel security arrived, having already called the police. The Winston and Matthew families stayed behind, waiting. You've really made enemies. That person clearly came for you. Cleveland, panting, handed Adelaide over to Matthew Yallen. His hand trembled slightly from the strain of swinging the heavy chair. Thinking about the repeated accidents Adelaide has faced, something feels off. Chapter 512 should be translated to Chapter 512, Risking a Return. Here's the edited translation. Chapter 512, Risking a Return. Upon hearing about the car accident, Matthew Yaro, who had just been helped to sit on the sofa by Matthew Yanning, looked up at Matthew Yanning. Why are you looking at me? Matthew Yanning instantly flared up. If I wanted to send someone to kill you, would I choose today, when both families are discussing my engagement with Cleveland, to send someone to do it? And such a lousy person. Besides, the previous car accident involving Leader and you wasn't caused by me either. Stop suspecting me. I'm not that malicious. Why can't you all believe this isn't done by me? Perhaps because the elders of the Winston family were not in this private room, Matthew Yanning didn't want to hold back any longer. Having bottled up her anger for nearly a year, she turned to look at her father and mother, tears rolling down her cheeks. She wiped away her tears with clenched teeth, refusing to show weakness. With a cold and hard voice, she said, "It's good that we caught the culprit now. Take him to the police station immediately for a thorough investigation. If no conclusion is reached, I won't agree." After speaking, Matthew Yanning was about to leave, but Cleveland quickly stepped forward to stop her. "We don't know the situation yet. It's unsafe to go out. Get out of my way." Matthew Yanning pushed Cleveland aside and walked out. Seeing this, Matthew mother, who had just come over to comfort Matthew Yaro, stood up abruptly and shouted, "Yanning. Matthew auntie, let me check." After nodding to Matthew father, whose face was ashen, Cleveland chased after her. Matthew Yanning rushed out of the hotel in tears. Cleveland chased after her and caught her at the door just before he could shout. Before he could scold her, seeing Matthew Yanning biting her lower lip until it bled and her entire body trembling, he couldn't say a word. He actually knew Matthew Yanning was wronged. Since the accident happened, Matthew Yanning had already said more than 100 times that she didn't do it, but no one believed her. "You." Cleveland's throat constricted, finally gently pulling Matthew Yanning into his arms. He stroked her shaking back softly, whispering, "I know you didn't do it. You're ruthless in business, but you wouldn't harm your sister or your relatives." When Matthew Yaro almost got hurt just now, I could see your concern clearly. And if it was really you, why did you take the risk to return and get caught just after doing everything? Hearing Cleveland's words, Matthew Yanning broke down completely. She clutched the side of Cleveland's suit waist tightly, burying her head in his chest and sobbing loudly, drawing the attention of everyone around them. It was such a simple logic that even the simple-minded Cleveland could figure it out, yet her family kept doubting her. Cleveland hugged Matthew Yanning tighter, stroking her back softly, whispering, "Cry. But don't cry too long, people might think I'm a jerk bullying you." Letting Matthew Yanning cry for a while, noticing her sobs slowing down, Cleveland whispered again, "Don't cry anymore. There are two very muscular guys staring at me for a long time, making me seem like a guy bullying a pretty girl. If you keep crying, I feel they're going to roll up their sleeves and beat me. I didn't bring bodyguards and I can't take hits, you know." Hearing this, Matthew Yanning laughed through her tears. Her red-rimmed eyes glanced up at Cleveland with a light laugh, her voice so muffled by her heavy nose that it was barely audible. "Why do you always back down so easily? Haven't you known what kind of person I am since we got engaged?" Cleveland chuckled lightly. Today's dinner was all mixed up, neither of us had a full meal. "Let's go eat something. I know a restaurant. It's particularly delicious. And it's where Jingrong used to always take us." Matthew Yanning's lips moved, her eyebrows furrowed without a sound. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen with your parents and sister. The police have caught the person. Once they investigate and find out what really happened, you'll be cleared. But it's not worth starving yourself out of anger before that happens." Cleveland held Matthew Yanning's hand, turning to leave. "Come on. Big brother will take you to eat." "Wait." Matthew Yanning pulled Cleveland back. Cleveland turned around, bewildered. "What's wrong?" I. Matthew Yanning suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. "Is my makeup messed up?" Cleveland finally noticed that Matthew Yanning's makeup was indeed smudged. "There are wipes in my car. You can wipe it off. I think you look great without makeup anyway, and we're not going to any fancy restaurant. No need to put on makeup. Come on." Cleveland led Matthew Yanning to the parking lot. Once in the car, he handed her a wet wipe. He even took out a pair of slippers from the trunk and placed them under Matthew Yanning's feet by opening the passenger door. "Take off your high heels, just make do with these slippers for now, then we'll buy you a pair of flats later." Matthew Yanning looked at Cleveland, feeling like she had never been cared for like this before. "What are you looking at?" Seeing Matthew Yanning motionless, Cleveland simply took off her high heels himself. "These slippers are new and unworn, don't be picky." "No, it's not that." Matthew Yanning explained awkwardly. "I'll return you a pair." "Fiancé, I don't mind." Cleveland laughed and closed the passenger door, walking around the front of the car to drive Matthew Yanning to eat. The incident where someone impersonated a waiter and stormed into the private dining room of the two families during a dinner party to kill Matthew Yarrow did not remain hidden. Currently, both families had managed to control the media, but the news had spread within the circle. When Brielle received the news, she was at Rusty Family Manor, with Curtis also present. Curtis brought 2 puppies today as gifts for the 2 children, who were delighted and playing with the puppies in the yard. "Do you think the person who stormed into the dinner party trying to kill anyone has anything to do with Matthew Yarrow's previous car accidents?" Curtis stared at the children playing on the lawn, frowning. "Should we arrange more bodyguards for the 2 kids? I always feel that it's not safe to go out anywhere nowadays." When Curtis mentioned whether this was related to the previous car accidents, Brielle thought of Amaryllis. Could it be Amaryllis? Mr. Rusty called Mr. Matthew to confirm that there were no casualties, then instructed Ferguson assistant, "Arrange more bodyguards for Jinghua, Star, and the 2 kids whenever they go out. Ensure the safety of our family. Rest assured." Ferguson assistant responded. "Who keeps targeting the Matthew family's children?" This revised version ensures that the text reads naturally and fluently in English while accurately conveying the original meaning and maintaining consistency in terminology and style. Upon hearing about the car accident, Adelaide, who had just been helped to sit on the sofa by Miley, looked up at Miley. "Why are you looking at me?" Miley instantly flared up. "If I wanted to send someone to kill you, would I have sent someone today when both families were discussing my wedding with Cleveland? And such a useless person too. Use furthermore. The earlier car accidents involving you and the boss weren't arranged by me either. Stop always suspecting me." I haven't become that cruel yet. Why don't any of you believe it wasn't me? Perhaps because the elders from the Winston family weren't in this private room, Miley didn't want to hold back. She had been suppressing her anger for nearly a year. Turning her head towards her father and mother, tears began to fall. Biting her lips and wiping away the tears, she refused to show weakness and said sternly, "It's good that we caught this person now. Immediately take him to the police station for thorough interrogation and investigation. If nothing concrete comes out of it, I will be the first one not to agree." After finishing her sentence, Miley attempted to leave but was stopped by Cleveland, who hurriedly stepped forward. "We don't know what's happening outside right now. It's not safe to go out. Get out of my way." Miley pushed Cleveland forcefully as she strode out. Matthew mother, who had just come over to comfort Adelaide, stood up abruptly and called out, "Janieing." "Matthew auntie, I'll check." Cleveland, after nodding to Matthew father whose face was ashen, chased after her. Miley dashed out of the hotel with held-back tears, and Cleveland chased after her until he caught up at the entrance. Seeing how Miley was biting her lower lip till it bled and her entire body trembling, all the words of reprimand died in his throat. He actually knew that Miley was being framed. Since the accident happened, she had already insisted more than 100 times, but nobody believed her. You. Cleveland's voice wavered, ultimately embracing Miley gently. He stroked her quivering back softly, whispering, I know it wasn't you. You can be ruthless in business. But you wouldn't harm your own sister or family. Just now, when Adelaide was almost hurt, I saw your worry. Moreover, if it was truly you, why risk coming back and getting that lunatic caught? Hearing these words from Cleveland, Miley's defense completely broke down. She clung tightly onto Cleveland's suit, burying her head in his chest and sobbed uncontrollably, drawing glances from passers-by. This simple logic was understood even by the simple-minded Cleveland, but her family kept doubting her. Cleveland hugged Miley even tighter, soothing her back and whispered, cry. But don't cry for too long, people might think I'm mistreating you otherwise. After letting Miley cry for a while and noticing her sobs slowing down, Cleveland spoke softly again, stop crying, two particularly strong-looking guys have been eyeing me for quite some time now. They look like they're about to roll up their sleeves and beat me up. I came out without my bodyguards, and you know I'm not resistant to hits. Hearing this, Miley laughed through her tears, lifting her reddened rabbit-like eyes to look at Cleveland with a heavy nasal voice. Why are you so fond of surrendering? Didn't you know what kind of person I am after getting engaged? Cleveland chuckled. Today's meal was all messed up, neither of us ate well. Let's go get something to eat. There's this restaurant, it's especially delicious. We used to go there frequently with Jingrong. Miley pursed her lips and frowned without saying a word. Don't worry. Everything will be fine with your parents and sister. The police have caught the person and once they investigate, you'll be cleared. But before that, don't starve yourself out of anger, it's not worth it. Cleveland took Miley's hand and turned to walk. Come on. Lyle will take you to eat some good food. Wait. Miley grabbed Cleveland. Cleveland turned back, puzzled. What is it? I. Miley suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Is my makeup ruined? Only then did Cleveland realize that Miley's makeup was indeed slightly smeared. There are wet wipes in my car, use them to wipe off. I think you look great without makeup anyway. We're not going to any fancy restaurant, no need for makeup, let's go. Cleveland pulled Miley towards the parking lot. Upon getting into the car, he handed her a wet wipe and even brought out spare slippers from the trunk for her, opening the passenger door and placing the slippers under her feet. Don't wear those heels anymore. These slippers should do for now, I'll buy you a pair of flats at the mall later. Miley looked at Cleveland, seemingly never having been cared for like this before. Why are you staring at me? Seeing Miley not moving, Cleveland decided to help her remove her heels himself. These slippers are new and unused, don't be picky. Not that. Miley explained awkwardly, I'll get you another pair. Fiancé. I don't mind. Cleveland chuckled, closing the passenger door and drove Miley to get food. While the Winston and Matthew families were discussing Cleveland and Miley's wedding, news of someone disguised as a waiter attempting to kill Adelaide during the gathering could not be contained. Although both families had restricted media coverage, it still spread within their circles. Sherry received the news at Rusty Family Mansion while Curtis was also present. Curtis had brought 2 puppies for the kids, and they were happily playing in the yard. Is this lunatic who stormed into their family banquet connected to the previous car accidents involving Adelaide? Curtis gazed at the children playing on the lawn, frowning. Shouldn't we increase the number of bodyguards around the kids? Everywhere feels unsafe now. When Curtis mentioned the connection to the earlier accidents, Sherry thought of Amaryllis. Could it be Amaryllis? Mr. Rusty called Matthew chairman to confirm that no one was seriously injured and instructed Ferguson assistant, increase the number of bodyguards accompanying Veronica, Star, and the 2 kids when they go out. Ensure the safety of our family members. You can count on me. Ferguson assistant responded. Who is repeatedly targeting the Matthew family's children? Chapter 513, No Tricks. Mr. Rusty's special assistant shook his head. Mr. Rusty stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at his 2 young great-grandchildren playing with the dog on the lawn, speaking with a hint of confusion. The Matthew family hasn't made enemies with anyone in recent years. Standing behind Mr. Rusty, the special assistant said, during the previous car accidents involving Miss Third of the Matthew family, the most severe one, coincidentally involved Miss First of the Matthew family being in the same car, and then she had the accident. I think every target was actually aimed at Miss Third of the Matthew family. Do you mean that girl Adelaide has made an enemy? Mr. Rusty turned to look at the special assistant. This is just my guess, I haven't asked for more detailed information yet, the special assistant replied. It doesn't seem right. Mr. Rusty gripped his cane tighter and walked back to the sofa. We thoroughly investigated Adelaide before selecting her as a suitable wife for Jerry. She's a rare gem among the elites, very low-key, polite to everyone. How could she make such enemies who tried to kill her several times? Not sure. We'll wait and see what the police investigation reveals. The person who tried to kill Miss Third of the Matthew family is already in custody, the special assistant said with a smile. I will also represent you to greet them since they were once our young Master Jerry's fiancé. Brielle stood at the study door with bird's nest soup, overhearing the special assistant's words, her suspicions growing heavier. She knocked on the door and entered. Grandpa, Claudia Ma prepared the bird's nest soup for you. Let me bring it up. Brielle smiled at the special assistant. Grahamshan, your bird's nest soup is on the dining table. Thank you, the special assistant thanked Brielle with a smile and turned to Mr. Rusty. I'll go downstairs now. Mr. Rusty nodded and asked Brielle, did Harry Zhou leave? No, he's playing with the children on the lawn and will return to Huading Xingyuan with me later, Brielle replied. Seeing Brielle place the bird's nest soup on the small table beside Mr. Rusty, she heard him ask, with this incident at the dinner party between the Matthew and Winston families, what do you think? We should investigate the knife attacker captured while attempting to kill Adelaide and find out if there's any connection to Amaryllis. Perhaps it will clear things up, Brielle offered her opinion. How so? Mr. Rusty looked at Brielle. I met Amaryllis before, it's obvious how much she loves Caleb. Otherwise, she wouldn't have insisted on marrying the body double. When Caleb was Rusty Jerry, his fiancée was Adelaide, and he always refused to marry Amaryllis properly. Amaryllis must assume Rusty Jerry can't forget his ex-fiancée, Brielle said calmly. To resolve this, we need Adelaide to get engaged or married, otherwise, Amaryllis will believe Adelaide is waiting for Rusty Jerry to come back after finishing everything. Now that everything is settled, and he is shifting Martin Group's focus back home, Amaryllis naturally becomes anxious. After her recovery from the last accident, I've been advising Adelaide to date someone, but she's too career-focused, as you know. You've seen him? Mr. Rusty noticed Brielle's clear grasp and confidence on the matter, implying she had indeed met Rusty Jerry. Yes, I've seen him, Brielle didn't hide from Mr. Rusty. I told him Amaryllis losing her memory and acting like a child was suspicious. I warned him long ago about Adelaide's accident being related to Amaryllis. He might not have taken me seriously. Later, when both Matthew's sisters were in a car accident, I told him again, but clearly, he still believed Amaryllis was the good sister in his heart. So this time, I told him not to tell anyone about our relationship until he clarifies Amaryllis's past to protect us. But I didn't expect Elmwood would be caught and Amaryllis, brought back to the country, would continue causing trouble. Brielle believed this leniency couldn't continue, even though she and Adelaide weren't close friends, they knew each other and had worked together. Previously, she couldn't reveal the truth to Adelaide because Rusty Jerry was still avenging himself, which posed a threat to his safety. She could only advise Rusty Jerry to control Amaryllis and persuade Adelaide to settle down early and date someone. But things were different now. Rusty Jerry had completed his revenge, eliminating the threat to his life. Though she still couldn't tell Adelaide the true cause of harm, she could tell Rusty Jerry that if Adelaide got hurt again, she wouldn't mind telling Adelaide to be cautious around Amaryllis, ensuring Rusty Jerry controlled Amaryllis well. If Rusty Jerry continued to neglect controlling Amaryllis, Matthew Corporation would likely target her. In that case, protecting Amaryllis would become difficult for Rusty Jerry. For this reason alone, Rusty Jerry should closely watch Amaryllis and prevent her tricks. What are your plans next? I can't accept you being with a man who's legally married, creating news scandals that would embarrass the Rusty family, especially with him looking exactly like the deceased Rusty Jerry. If you two stay together, how would people perceive our Rusty family? Mr. Rusty's tone remained calm, although he disapproved of Brielle and Rusty Jerry's relationship, he didn't react as strongly as before. He simply reiterated the impossibility of such an occurrence in the Rusty family. And, you have a betrothal with Curtis, Mr. Rusty added knowingly. Even if it's a pretense for both our families, it's still a contract. If anything happens between you and Curtis, it affects the Graham family the most. They won't allow such incidents, thus always supporting you. I understand, Brielle nodded. She wasn't a child and knew this involved financial interests. Take Curtis's cousin for example, despite meeting only a few times, they rallied support because the stability of her relationship with Curtis affected the stock prices of Graham Corporation. After bathing the two kids and putting them to bed, Brielle and Curtis left the Rusty estate. As Curtis drove, Brielle listened to him mentioning photos shared in the group chat of the attacks on the Matthew and Winston families. Chapter 5:14, On Equal Footing. Curtis said, Ansel was with us at that resort villa in Cleveland. He went out for dinner with friends today. The top floor private rooms were taken up by the rich Matthew family and the Winston family. They were on the third floor. Just as they were leaving, he saw the police pressing a person dressed as a waiter into a vehicle. It's rumored that this person disrupted the family banquet of the Matthew family and the Winston family. Ansel initially took a picture to ask about the situation from Cleveland, but he never expected that this person had come there to commit murder. Brielle heard some noise in the chat group and opened her phone to find the photo shared in the chat. The photo captured Kai, who looked disheveled and was being restrained by the police as he came out of an elevator. His front face was clearly visible in the picture. Brielle saved the photo and sent it to Ephraim, whom she hadn't contacted for a long time. She typed a message. Brielle, send this photo to Clifford and ask if he recognizes this person. Though Ephraim did not show himself, he had been secretly protecting Brielle all along, even following closely behind Brielle's security convoy at this very moment. Seeing the message from Brielle, Ephraim glanced at it while driving, using one hand to hold the steering wheel. He sent the photo to Clifford during a red light, followed by a voice message. Mr. Yanni, Miss Starr asked me to check if you recognize this person. As the car in front started moving, Ephraim immediately followed. Within minutes, he received a call from Clifford. Ephraim answered and put it on speaker. Let me put you through to her. It's not possible right now. Miss Starr is on her way back home and just messaged me. How about you give Miss Starr a direct call? Ephraim probed. Clifford. If he could reach Brielle directly, why would he be calling Ephraim to relay the message? Ask her to remove me from her blacklist so I can call her. Clifford said. Not really, Miss Starr has set her phone to reject all calls from unknown numbers. Ephraim explained. Clifford. Wasn't Brielle supposed to have dismissed Ephraim? How did he know so much? Did Brielle encounter the person in the photo today? Clifford asked. If Brielle did meet him, it means Amaryllis's henchman knows that Brielle is close to Gale. I don't think so. I've been following Miss Starr, and she hasn't seen the person in the photo, Ephraim said, recalling Brielle's dislike of anyone disclosing her whereabouts. He stopped mid-sentence. Tell her to call me when you get home. I'll explain the photo matter to her. Clifford said. Mathieu noted. After hanging up, Ephraim continued to escort Brielle home until she arrived safely. Then he ran over Miss Starr. The guards didn't stop Ephraim since Brielle had instructed them to allow him to follow her freely. Ephraim ran up to Brielle, standing on the steps beside her, and said, Miss Starr, Mr. Yanni wants you to take his call regarding the photo matter. Brielle nodded. All right. Get some rest soon. Curtis glanced at Ephraim as he walked with Brielle toward the elevator and asked, Why is that guard still following you? Brielle didn't respond, stepping into the elevator silently. Once home, Brielle reset her call settings. Learning that Brielle had returned, Clifford called her promptly. The moment the call connected, Clifford asked, Where did you see this photo? Is this person associated with Amaryllis? Brielle poured herself a glass of water and asked. Without directly answering, Clifford repeated his question, Where was the photo taken? Was it targeting you? It seems he's working for Amaryllis. Brielle sipped her water. Clifford. What did he say that tipped her off again? Amaryllis's supposed loss of memory and becoming a child was staged. She repeatedly tried to harm Adelaide before Gale ended everything. Now she could easily dissolve her fake marriage. So upon returning to the country, she eagerly sent someone to kill Adelaide. Kai is like a mad dog who would do anything for Madeline. Seeing that my brother wouldn't stay with Madeline, he must have acted on his own to kill people. What does this have to do with Madeline? Don't throw every problem onto her. Clifford defended Amaryllis urgently. If even Clifford was saying this, it would be incredibly hard, maybe even impossible, to obtain evidence from Kai proving that Amaryllis hadn't lost her memory. Brielle lowered her eyes, seeing her faint reflection on the countertop. She placed her cup down. Contact him. With Kai's revenge concluded, I hope he can keep Amaryllis under control. Otherwise, if Mathieu Corporation discovers something, it might affect Martin Corporation's plan to shift its focus back to China. This definitely has nothing to do with Madeline. Don't say that to me, Brielle interrupted, it doesn't concern me. I'm just reminding you. If he truly intends to focus on China, remember what happened to Mathieu Yaching in the previous accidents. Mathieu Yaching almost lost her life and was forced out of the air competition. Do you think she will let those responsible off the hook? The Mathieu family is one of the 4 major families in Kyoto. Without any tactics, how could they remain on par with the Graham, Rusty, and Winston families for so long? The situation abroad was deteriorating rapidly, especially as the U.S. was tightening its grip on Japanese and Korean capital. Whether for personal reasons or corporate strategy, Martin Corporation had to shift its focus back to China. Fine, I understand. Brielle finished her water, reflecting that names held significant weight. Among her acquaintances were 2, Madeline, Lois and Amaryllis. Both had someone to protect them no matter what happened. Yet, Brielle hoped her daughter Coraline Yuan could become independent and strong. Still, she would spare no effort to protect her children, ensuring their safety and happiness. After hanging up, Clifford appeared grave, immediately instructing others to find out about Kai. Learning that Kai had hidden a knife in a hotel room to assassinate Adelaide alone, Clifford felt a chill. He wasn't sure whether to call Kai crazy or reckless. Chapter 5:15, A Good Match. With his body in such a state, Kai still went ahead to assassinate Adelaide, who was surrounded by bodyguards. After much thought, Clifford eventually decided to inform Gale about this matter. Upon hearing that Kai had been caught attempting to assassinate Adelaide, Gale's expression turned exceedingly grim, his thin lips tensed. Previously, Brielle hinted to Gale that the multiple car accidents involving Adelaide might be related to Amaryllis. Gale had investigated in that direction and indeed found that those car accidents were more or less connected to Kai. Gale also questioned Kai about it. He merely told Gale that he had grown up with Amaryllis since childhood, and that both his life and everything else came from Amaryllis and Elmwood. He was willing to do anything for Amaryllis's happiness. Seeing Amaryllis unrequitedly in love with Gale, Kai single-handedly believed that Gale's heart was still occupied by his ex-fiancée, Adelaide. Therefore, he took action several times in an attempt to remove the obstacle, but failed to get rid of Adelaide. Moreover, he planned to seize another opportunity to finish her off. After being warned by Gale, Kai did behave himself for some time. In fact, after Gale's warning, Kai remained compliant until today. Especially when Gale sped up his handling of Gannon's affair, Kai virtually never left Amaryllis's side even for a moment. When Amaryllis whimsically wanted to go to Mexico to find him, Kai led a team to escort her. As Caleb's nominal wife, Amaryllis's whereabouts were immediately reported to the Mexican side as soon as she left Korea. They wanted to capture Amaryllis to threaten Gale. The entire squad led by Kai was wiped out. Kai nearly lost his life there too. Unexpectedly, this time Kai made a major move, going alone without backup or any safety net to assassinate Adelaide. Gale gripped his phone tightly. What did Kai say to the police? Currently, he hasn't said anything. The Matthew family has started investigating Kai's background, but his background is very clean. However, Clifford paused. They might still trace back to Madeline. I'll try my best to get Kai out, but given how seriously the Matthew family is taking this matter, it will be tough because we are not in the same league as the Matthew family. Gale pressed his lips together. Understood. Do your best. Hanging up the phone, Gale couldn't help but think about Brielle's request to investigate if Amaryllis had truly lost her memory and regressed to childlike behavior. Clutching his phone tightly, he finally boarded the plane under his assistant's urging. There were still matters to attend to in Korea, which could only be handled upon his return. At least now that Kai had been arrested, Adelaide would not be at risk for the time being. Although it was wrong, Gale was relieved that he had not disclosed to anyone that his lover was Star. Even Clifford was warned not to reveal to anyone that Brielle was his beloved. Gale had also kept Clifford in China, forbidding him from returning to Korea. The moment Gale landed, he called his aunt, citing concerns for her and Amaryllis's safety to install surveillance cameras at home. Some locations of these cameras were not shared with his aunt, as he needed evidence to prove whether Amaryllis had lost her memory and regressed to childlike behavior. The Matthew family kept a close watch on Kai. There were eyewitnesses and physical evidence regarding his attempted murder, coupled with the previous car accidents involving Adelaide. Even the previously detained driver was brought back for further questioning. The Matthew family was determined to thoroughly investigate this incident, especially to clear the name of Matthew Yaling, who had been unjustly accused all along. Biting her lip, Matthew Yaling vowed to restore her reputation. Brielle met Adelaide for lunch, casually asking about the assassination attempt. My father has almost dug up the records of our enemies dating back to my great-grandfather's generation, but none are from Korea. And why would I have a grudge with Kai, whom I've never even met? I think this person was likely hired, Adelaide said. Either hired, or something else? Brielle smiled, knowing Adelaide wasn't finished. Well, it's hard to say, considering how we don't have any old grievances with Sinway Group. Adelaide furrowed her brows. Our business overlaps are minimal, and they target the European and American markets while we focus on the domestic market. So, this scenario seems unlikely. The assassin has connections with Sinway Group? Brielle asked knowingly. Yes, he is supposedly an orphan known for his skills and was Amaryllis's bodyguard at Sinway Group. Last year, due to health reasons, he no longer serves as her bodyguard, Adelaide explained openly to Brielle, sharing all the information their family had gathered. You managed to gather information so quickly. Brielle genuinely didn't expect it. Adelaide chuckled. If we need days to find out about a person, then the Matthew family might as well step down from being one of the 4 great families of Kyoto and let someone else take over. Brielle nodded. Fortunately, this incident ended safely, but you should still be cautious in the future. Yes. Adelaide glanced at the line of bodyguards outside the restaurant. Now when I go out, my parents assign twice as many bodyguards. I heard that your second sister hasn't returned home or gone to work and is staying with Cleveland, watching Kai closely to ensure this matter is thoroughly investigated. Looks like your second sister's marital prospects are settled now. What about you? Have you started considering yours? Brielle asked. I'm not young anymore. I followed my parents' arrangements and went on blind dates, and I felt that the match was quite nice, a cultured and educated family. We may develop further, Adelaide smiled. Especially after this incident, I'm quite satisfied with the other party's response. In families like ours, arranged marriages tied by interests are key. If there can be even a tenth of genuine affection, it would be considered a good match. Adelaide seemed relaxed as she lifted her wine glass and took a sip. Her current state was vastly different from when she first sought Brielle's cooperation. With Matthew Yaching, the eldest daughter, excluded from the successor race due to health issues post-car accident, Matthew Yaling, who was once suspected by the family, had a rough year. The senior management of the Matthew Corporation mostly sided with Adelaide. Even if Matthew Yaling were cleared this time, the situation was set unless a significant internal shift occurred. Otherwise, Matthew Yaling wouldn't have a chance to turn things around, and Adelaide wouldn't allow it either. Chapter 5:16, Do you know? Make the announcement as soon as you can. Otherwise, a lot of people are still keeping an eye on your marriage, Sherry said with a smile. Yesterday, my grandfather mentioned at home that you're someone with enduring feelings. Since Rusty Jinxing's passing, you haven't dated anyone else. My grandfather was worried that you hadn't moved on, so he asked Grahamshan to look out for some young and talented men to introduce to you. Adelaide smiled. Old Mr. Rusty has truly handed over everything to you now, even having the leisure to set me up with matches. Sherry smiled. My grandfather trusts me a lot and gave me full authority quite early. It would be a lie to say Adelaide wasn't envious of Sherry, an outsider who won old Mr. Rusty's trust to such a degree. You're very lucky, but it's also because you're exceptionally competent. Owning Hengji Biotechnology alone puts you far ahead of everyone else in the circle. After Rusty Jinqing's death, Rusty Group became more aggressive under your leadership, venturing into broader territories. These words from Adelaide came from the heart. If I remember correctly, the film Human Race, shot entirely using Rusty Group's equipment, will premiere alongside M Country's Titan Star. When both films are compared, this will be a crucial test of Rusty Group's technology, and many people are eagerly watching. But I have great confidence in you. Sherry followed the conversation into business matters. Yes, the trailer for Human Race will come after Titan Star. The comparison between the previews and the full movies should be clear enough. Hearing this, it seems you've already got a plan. Did your team go see the internal screening of Titan Star? Adelaide asked. Yes, they did. Sherry's smile grew wider. Your reassurance is comforting. I'll buy more shares of Graham Group, then wait for Human Race to premiere so I can cash in big. Adelaide joked with Sherry. Good luck to you. Sherry laughed. Seeing Sherry so unconcerned, Adelaide knew that Rusty Group was definitely on solid ground this time. After the meal, as they left, Sherry had Tobias leak news to the paparazzi that Adelaide had already begun dating someone arranged by her family, providing some details for Tobias to share. Sherry hoped this would make Amaryllis a bit less insane. She also wished that, after Amaryllis's close associate Mai Coral Hang was arrested, Rusty Jinqing could thoroughly investigate Amaryllis and prevent such incidents from recurring. Rusty Jinqing stayed in Korea for a week, not only handling Martin Corporation matters but also due to Emerson being injected with psychotropic drugs at the hospital. Sherry's team provided evidence and sued the hospital, leading the hospital to expose Elmwood. With evidence of payments and phone records, Elmwood had no defense. Elmwood demanded legal action against Emerson for harming his daughter, but since Emerson was no longer in Korea, and before Elmwood could involve Sherry, Rusty Jinqing informed him about the agreement reached with Emerson's group. Only then did Elmwood back down. The first thing Rusty Jinqing did upon returning from Korea was ask his aunt, Martin Choshu, about Amaryllis's recent behavior. He was genuinely starting to doubt if she was really amnesiac. Martin Choshu didn't pay much attention to Amaryllis, and Amaryllis didn't seem interested in interacting with Martin Choshu either. The person who spent the most time with Amaryllis was the nanny Rusty Jinqing assigned to her. You don't need to worry about Madeline, Martin Choshu chuckled. Since you last spoke with her, she's been well behaved and has learned how to make herself comfortable. She's quite delicate. Though Martin Choshu meant it as a tease, Rusty Jinqing frowned deeply. I see. Rusty Jinqing replied. The Matthew family kept things tight-lipped. Media reports revealed nothing about Amaryllis knowing Mai Coral Hang was arrested. Instead, there were media leaks stating that Adelaide, the heir apparent of the Matthew family, had started dating someone arranged through family ties. Do you want to head straight back or visit your lover in the capital? Martin Choshu asked. I just landed in Haicheng and am heading back here. Until he fully understood what was going on with Amaryllis, Rusty Jinqing didn't dare risk seeing Sherry and causing her unnecessary trouble. If any danger extended to old Mr. Rusty or Sherry's mother, or even the children, it would be a grave mistake. Upon returning to the Martin family villa without making a fuss, Rusty Jinqing silently went upstairs and peeked into Amaryllis's room. Amaryllis hadn't expected him to return. After dismissing the nanny, she was repeatedly dialing Mai Coral Hang's number, frowning when no one answered. Annoyed, Amaryllis continued calling, eyebrows tightly furrowed. From the doorway, Rusty Jinqing observed through the crack of the slightly opened door, then returned to his study to review recent surveillance footage. Rusty Jinqing respected privacy and only installed cameras in common areas and hidden corners of these public spaces. Reviewing the footage on fast forward, Amaryllis didn't exhibit any unusual behavior. She acted like the same pampered young lady, as Martin Choshu described, able to order servants around to her comfort, maintaining her usual domineering attitude. After showering and changing, Rusty Jinqing saw Amaryllis having grapes peeled by a servant. Upon seeing him descend the stairs, she greeted him brightly, Lyle Gaynor, you're back. Despite her smiling face, Amaryllis was inwardly anxious, having read news about Adelaide having a boyfriend. She wasn't sure who the boyfriend was, and whether it included Lyle Gaynor. If it were Lyle Gaynor, he couldn't continue being with Adelaide as Rusty Jinqing, which might lead to a divorce. Rusty Jinqing responded, sitting on the sofa and smiling at Amaryllis. I originally planned to bring Mai Coral Hang back to keep you company during this trip to Korea. Did you know she came to the domestic area instead? Chapter 517, Trustworthy. Amaryllis was visibly stunned for a moment before she spoke. I don't know. I thought he might have come back to China secretly because he knew you were returning and was afraid we would insist on him staying in Korea to recover, Gail said casually, as if it were an unimportant matter. But Kai's injuries haven't fully healed yet. If he contacts you after returning to China, remember to tell me so I can arrange proper care for him, otherwise, if they aren't well treated, his legs and hands could be permanently damaged. Gail deliberately exaggerated the seriousness of the situation to gauge Amaryllis's reaction. Mature enough, Amaryllis subconsciously tightened her grip on the armrest of the sofa, and even lost her appetite for the peeled grapes served by the maid. Amaryllis knew that the entire squad assigned by Elmwood to protect her had died in Mexico. After that, Kai had been convalescing. When her father was captured, Kai was still in the hospital, so there hadn't been time to assign him another squad. That day, in a fit of rage, she had called Kai and demanded he kill Matthew Sabernaru at all costs. She wasn't sure if he would go alone to carry out the assassination. What if he didn't manage to kill Matthew Sabernaru and instead got killed himself? Even being killed wasn't as concerning as the possibility that Kai might be captured. Amaryllis remembered that Kai had previously told her that Lien Coral, Lal Gaynor, once suspected that the car accident involving Matthew Sabernaru might have been arranged by him. But Kai had told Lal Gaynor it was all his own decision, because he couldn't accept her becoming Lal Gaynor's true wife, suspecting that Lal Gaynor still harbored feelings for his fiancée. So he took it upon himself to kill Matthew Sabernaru. Because of this incident, Amaryllis and Kai were even more convinced that Gale's feelings were directed towards Matthew Sabernaru. After all, if Gale didn't care about Matthew Sabernaru, why would he, amidst his busy schedule dealing with the Martins Corporation overseeing affairs in Mexico, concern himself with whether Matthew Sabernaru had a car accident? This was also why Amaryllis never doubted Gale's fidelity. Since returning from Mexico, Amaryllis only knew that Kai was recovering but not how far along his recovery was. Now, hearing Gale's words and being unable to contact Kai, she couldn't help but worry that he hadn't succeeded in killing Matthew Sabernaru and might have compromised himself. Amaryllis felt incredibly troubled. Kai shouldn't be that foolish. She barely ate a few peeled grapes before complaining that they weren't as sweet as last time and returned to her room with the nanny for a nap. In her room, Amaryllis tried calling Kai again, but his phone was still off. Furrowing her brows, Amaryllis lay on the bed, tossing and turning restlessly, unable to sleep. Gale instructed the bodyguards to monitor Amaryllis. Once she fell asleep, Gale gathered the 3 nannies specifically assigned to care for Amaryllis and instructed them to closely observe her without interfering. Any slight movement or daily activities should be recorded in detail for him to review later. The 3 nannies, employed by Gale, naturally followed his orders. By now, Gale was almost certain that, as Sherry had said, Amaryllis had not lost her memory. When Amaryllis woke up in the afternoon, her first action was to try contacting Kai, but his phone remained off. Kai had gone to assassinate Matthew Sabernaru without leaving any backup plan, having turned off his phone and hidden it, carrying no identification. But, he hadn't expected Chinese authorities to identify him so quickly. Unable to reach Kai, Amaryllis scanned the news. Because she had frequently searched for Matthew Sabernaru's information, the system quickly pushed a photo of Matthew Sabernaru walking out of a restaurant hand in hand with a man. Matthew Sabernaru was wearing comfortable casual clothes and flat shoes, with sunglasses and holding a cup of coffee. Her other hand was held by a tall, handsome man who was carrying her bag and speaking to her with a broad smile, both looking very happy. Amaryllis froze. The man holding Matthew Sabernaru's hand was clearly handsome but not Gale. She looked puzzled. Could it be that the gossip about Matthew Sabernaru having a boyfriend wasn't referring to her Lal Gaynor? Amaryllis continued scrolling down and found someone had already unearthed the man's background. He was surnamed Xia, named Xia Coralyang, coming from a distinguished scholarly family where everyone was a PhD, including the vice president of Jingdu University, the president of a science academy, a professor at a science and technology university, and a renowned expert in aerospace. Xia Coralyang himself, at a young age, already had a dual PhD in physics and mathematics, numerous patents, and was a guest professor at the physics department of Jingdu University, involved in several significant national projects. Amaryllis's brows furrowed deeply. Could it be that she had misunderstood everything? Was the person Lal Gaynor cherished not actually Matthew Sabernaru? Knock, knock. Hearing the knock, Amaryllis looked up as Gale entered the room. Clutching her phone tightly, she locked the screen and greeted him with a smile. Lal Gaynor. Calling? Gale's gaze landed on the phone in Amaryllis's hand. Yeah. Amaryllis nodded. Today when you mentioned Kai, I wanted to check on him but couldn't get through. Kai was arrested in Jingdu. Gale didn't hide this from her. What? Amaryllis's fingers turned pale with shock. How? What did he do to get arrested? He went to the Matthew family's engagement dinner disguised as a waiter to kill Matthew Sabernaru. But due to timely detection by the SUs and the high quality of security personnel, he was subdued and handed over to the police. Gale sat down on the sofa opposite Amaryllis, his deep, narrow eyes fixed intently on her. Don't you have anything you want to say, Madeline? Startled by Gale's words, Amaryllis's mind raced, wondering if she had slipped up somewhere, but she still maintained a puzzled expression, asking, what does Lal Gaynor want me to say? Why did Kai suddenly go to Jingdu to kill Matthew Sabernaru? Do you know? Gale asked in a gentle tone. Even though Gale's voice was mild, Amaryllis stiffened her back, pursed her lips, and when she raised her eyes, tears welled up. Can Lal Gaynor save Kai? Although I can't remember much, my father said Kai is just as trustworthy as Lal Gaynor. And, in Mexico, he always protected me. Chapter 518, Nowhere to Bury the Dead. Gale pursed her lips and only stared at Amaryllis without speaking. Why are you looking at me like this, Lal Gaynor? Can't you save Kai? Tears welled in Amaryllis's eyes as she asked. Seeing Amaryllis like this, Gale finally spoke softly. I've asked Clifford to keep an eye on Kai's situation. I happen to have some matters to attend to in the capital, so I will check it out. But I can't guarantee that I can save Kai, since this is not our territory. Amaryllis nodded. Thank you, Lal Gaynor. Gail stood up, glanced at Amaryllis, and patiently advised, make sure to eat properly, don't throw a tantrum. Okay. Amaryllis nodded again. Only after Gail left did the tension in Amaryllis's posture relax. She knew Gail suspected her. But concerning Kai, she had no worries. Even under torture, Kai wouldn't betray her. He would just say that because Lyle Gaynor refused to marry her officially, he acted out of concern by killing Adelaide. However, apart from Kai, she didn't have many people left to use. Everyone else was in South Korea. Whether out of necessity or sentimentality, Amaryllis hoped Kai could be saved. She wasn't sure if Lyle Gaynor's trip to the capital was because Adelaide had a new boyfriend, wanting to bring her back. She didn't know who could follow Lyle Gaynor to observe the situation. She hoped Adelaide was truly with that man from a scholarly family, unswayed. Otherwise, Amaryllis would do anything to ensure Adelaide met a miserable end. Brielle had social engagements today and returned home around 11 o'clock. Fortunately, her current status was different. As the CEO of Rusty Group and its undisputed heir, no one dared force her to drink at dinner gatherings. Thus, Brielle drank sparingly, only 2 glasses for courtesy. The remaining drinks were smoothly intercepted by Kayla, and no one dared protest. On her way back, the wind blowing through her open car window left her feeling slightly tipsy. Brielle casually tossed her bag onto the sofa and, while removing her wristwatch and earrings, walked inside. After a couple of steps, her peripheral vision caught an extra glass on the kitchen countertop, prompting her to turn towards the guest room. The door opened, revealing Gale, freshly showered, drying his hair with a towel. Uncomfortable or did you drink? Gale asked, noting the flush on Brielle's cheeks and guessing she'd attended a social gathering late. He draped the towel around his neck, approached her, embraced her naturally, and touched her forehead. You've been drinking. Yeah, Brielle nodded. Do you know about Amaryllis's people attacking the Matthew and Winston family's banquet? Embracing Brielle, Gale led her to the sofa and sat down. Clifford told me. Rest assured, regardless of whether Madeline has really lost her memory as you said, after Kai's arrest, I can assure you that no one else near her can be used. Matthew's incidents won't happen again. The injured party isn't me, so there's no need for your promise, Brielle replied calmly. You should consider the future of Martin Group. After all, Amaryllis is the nominal mistress of Martin Group, and Adelaide told me that the Matthew family has traced things back to Amaryllis. Gale held Brielle's hand. I'll handle this. Let me get you some water. I want to take a shower first. Brielle pinched her temples. Today's alcohol seems more potent, and with the breeze, my head is starting to ache. Take a bath instead. I'll prepare the water, Gale suggested gently. Okay. Thanks, Brielle nodded. In the master bedroom, Gale set the temperature for the bathtub and went out to find Brielle resting on the sofa, looking exhausted. He fetched honey water from the kitchen for her. Her phone vibrated, and seeing an unknown number, Brielle still answered, hello. The voice on the other end seemed surprised, choked up, and called out hesitantly, Star. Brielle's brows furrowed as she opened her eyes. It was Sam. She had previously set her phone to reject unknown numbers but had forgotten to reset it after the incident with Kai. Unintentionally, she received Sam's call. Just as Brielle was about to hang up, Sam quickly said, Don't hang up, Star. I have something important to say, about your origins. I think I've discovered a secret about your past. Leaning on the sofa, Brielle suddenly sat upright, clenching her fists but maintaining a calm tone. What do you mean by origin secrets? Your mother might not be dead, and I may have some evidence, Sam admitted nervously. I just returned from abroad. If possible, can we meet? What kind of joke is this? Sam, I don't have time for your nonsense. I'm very busy and tired. Brielle feigned calmness. While waiting for the water to warm up, Gale heard Sam and turned towards the living room. Star, I swear on my honor that I'm not joking. I know how much your mother's disappearance hurt you. I wouldn't dare joke about this. The reason the Rusty family adopted you in the capital probably goes beyond just Gale. It might be related to your mother. Sam sounded urgent. Trust me, I wouldn't lie to you. If I did, may I never see you again. Could we meet? After a moment's thought, Brielle replied, I can give you half an hour tomorrow noon. Now? Sam's voice carried a hint of hopeful hesitation. Sam wanted to say he missed her but dared not. He truly missed Brielle deeply, accompanying Enid abroad, ensuring her settlement there, and then confirming that the recording contained nothing implicating Star. He couldn't wait to return. Even though he once had a relationship with Enid, he dutifully arranged her affairs and rushed back home. Missing Brielle intensely, he came directly from the airport to Huading Xingyuan, not for any reason except to be closer to her. Just being near her building in Huading Xingyuan and knowing she was there was enough for him. Chapter 519, This World Has Gone Mad. I'll be at Huading Xingyuan in 2 minutes. Just around the corner. Sam said anxiously, fearing rejection. Brielle pursed her lips and replied, all right. Don't worry, I'll wait for you downstairs. Wear a jacket, it's still quite cold at night. Sam advised. After hanging up, Brielle stood up, holding onto the armrest of the sofa, and told Gale with her phone in hand, I need to go down for something. Going to see Sam? Gale's voice was low. Yes, he's downstairs. I'll be back soon. Hearing this, Gail's brows furrowed even more deeply. What do you have to see him for? Brielle didn't explain much, only saying, just something quick. I'll be back immediately. Watching Brielle put on her sneakers and leave, Gail felt extremely uncomfortable. Gail still had lingering feelings about Sam, knowing that Brielle and Sam had grown up together since childhood. Back then, when Gail first appeared as an elder to prevent Brielle from being with Sam, she knew how much Brielle loved Sam. If not for Sam's loss of memory which deeply hurt Brielle, and if he hadn't pushed Wendy, leading to her death, then sheltered Ferris who killed his sister, and drugged her to push her into his arms, Brielle probably wouldn't have been with him. As Brielle emerged from the building entrance, Sam was already waiting downstairs. He dismissed his driver and, while waiting, adjusted his clothes by the streetlight to appear presentable. Hearing the door open, Sam turned his head. Brielle held just her phone, wearing the white blazer and black skinny jeans she hadn't changed out of, paired with sneakers, her makeup still intact. Seeing the person he'd missed day and night suddenly appear before him made Sam's heart swell. His eyes misted up as he held a gift intended for Brielle, stepping forward, star. This. I saw it abroad and thought it suited you perfectly. It's a beautiful pair of earrings. Brielle frowned at Sam. Compared to the composed, calm Brielle in his memories, she now carried a heavier presence befitting someone in power. Just say what you need to say. Brielle stood on the steps, maintaining distance from Sam and did not take the jewelry box he offered. Sam's lips pressed together, her lukewarm demeanor troubled him deeply. He lowered the gift box and clenched it tightly in both hands. It's about after you saved me, when we went to Coral Family Village together, do you remember? Of course, Brielle remembered. She had saved Sam, who then forced his parents to take her in upon learning of her situation. They agreed, but Brielle insisted on returning to Coral Family Village to retrieve some things. In reality, she was there to burn the only photo of her mother, Rusty Veronica, left behind in the village. That photo was taken by a hiking team passing through, who thanked the Coral family with water, capturing Coral Grandma, Coral Wang, Brielle, Donnie, and Rusty Veronica, recently freed from the cellar. Brielle couldn't bear the thought of her mother's photo staying in Coral Family Village, knowing deep down her mother was alive. So, before leaving, she had destroyed the photo. At the time, Sam had accompanied her. Walking to the trunk, Sam retrieved a photo from a notebook and handed it to Brielle. Brielle's pupils constricted. The photo showed Rusty Veronica, visibly emaciated and lifeless, dressed in old clothes provided by Coral Grandma. I stumbled upon a second-hand shop run by overseas Chinese in a foreign country and found this photo. I bought the album and extracted this one. Sam stared intently at Brielle. Later, I saw the photo on Lois's Weibo. You were too young back then to remember. Opening his phone, Sam displayed the photo saved from Lois's Weibo next to the old one. Don't you think your adoptive mother and your birth mother could be the same person? Brielle's fingers trembled as if trying to pierce through the photo, yet she maintained composure, raising her head. Sam, isn't your speculation utterly ridiculous? There are many people who look alike in this world. The only daughter of the Rusty family from the 4 great families of the capital, being sold to a place like Coral Family Village? Is it you who's mad or the world? Sam pressed his lips, admitting internally that it seemed impossible. He had considered Brielle's points. How could a top-tier heiress ever be kidnapped? Do you know why Gail was adopted by the Rusty family? Brielle asked calmly. Because Gail looks a lot like my current mother, especially the eyes. Sam knew this. Brielle and Gail indeed had similar eyes. Without a blood relationship or marital connection, they might pass as a couple. But Brielle and Gail shared a familial bond. If the Rusty family adopted Gail due to her resemblance to Brielle's adoptive mother, it was also plausible they took Brielle because she resembled the Rusty family's ill heiress who couldn't continue the lineage, treating her as their own child. This wasn't entirely illogical. Hearing this, Sam pursed his lips, realizing his assumption might have been skewed. As Brielle had said, how could a top heiress from the Rusty family end up in Coral Family Village? Regardless, meeting Brielle once again, no matter the reason, was a good outcome. His throat tightened as he looked at the person he yearned for day and night, his eyes red. It was inconsiderate of me. I only compared the photos and thought, if you are of the Rusty family, you'd sit more securely as the successor, avoiding constant scrutiny. As long as Mr. Rusty doesn't doubt me, others' opinions don't affect me at all. Nor do I care. Brielle's voice carried impatience. Don't do such meaningless things in the future. Chapter 520, Change of Heart. Sherry looked at the photo in her hand, unable to hide her disdain for the Coral family. She reached out to Sam. Give me a light. Sam hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a lighter from his pocket and handed it to Sherry, watching as she lit one corner of the photo with an indifferent expression. He shifted his gaze from the burning photo to Sherry. Sam didn't think this was meaningless, at least because of this photo. He had seen the person he longed for day and night. However, after this photo was destroyed, Sam didn't know what excuse he could use next time to see Aiko. He knew very well that unless it concerned Sherry's beloved mother, it would be impossible to arrange a meeting. The heat made the photo curl up as the flames consumed the smiling face of Grandma Coral holding little Donnie, Grandpa Glenn, the stoic Rusty Veronica, and the unreadable Sherry. The fire finally devoured everything until only the scorched black remains were left. Sherry let go and the burning photo landed on the ground, quickly turning into a charred mess. Sherry returned the lighter to Sam, saying, "Thank you." Knowing Sherry was about to leave after taking back the lighter, Sam couldn't bear it. Without reaching out, he choked out, "Aiko. You're done?" Sherry asked. Sam took the lighter, but as Sherry turned to leave, he grabbed her wrist. "Aiko, don't go. I miss you so much." Tears welled up in Sam's eyes. Sherry's cold, emotionless gaze landed on Sam's hand before raising her head to look at him. "Mr. Youssef, you've crossed the line. Do you have to talk to me like this?" Sam's nose twitched slightly as tears fell. "Aiko, we grew up together. At least give me some credit for that." "Sam, how many times do I have to tell you that I don't want to see you and hope you don't appear in front of me? Why can't you remember?" Sherry frowned, irritation evident on her face. "You're becoming unbearable, okay? Even if we grew up together and once shared something, that's all in the past. I now have a fiancé, and continuing to bother me just makes you seem cheap." Sam immediately recalled these words he said when he lost his memory. His grip on Sherry tightened. "Can I repent? Tell me what to do, but please don't turn away from me." Sam's eyes were red, his voice filled with sobs. "Please, please, don't treat me like this. I can't live without you, Aiko." Sherry wrenched her wrist free. "Sam, your tears no longer work on me." When Sherry loved Sam wholeheartedly, even a slight reddening of his eyes could make her yield, but now Sherry felt nothing for him, or rather, disdain. His red eyes and tears only irritated her further. Sam wiped away his tears with his sleeve, his voice heavy with a stuffy nose. "I'm not using tricks on you." "Why would I use tricks on you? I'll never use them." "Humph." Sherry scoffed lightly. Sam bit his lips tightly. "It wasn't me when I lost my memory." Sherry glanced at Sam once more before turning into the building entrance. With teary eyes, Sam clenched his fists by his sides. As Sherry pressed the elevator button, he hurriedly followed. Sam still had access through facial recognition at Huading Xinyuan. As soon as Sherry stepped into the elevator and pressed the top floor button, Sam rushed in, staring breathlessly at Sherry, casually pressing the fourth floor button while giving her a heartbroken look. Sherry didn't pay much attention since Sam lived on the fourth floor. However, as the elevator stopped at the fourth floor, Sam yanked Sherry out by her arm and unlocked his door. "Sam!" Sherry gasped as the door slammed shut behind her, pinned against it by Sam. "Sam, let me go." Sherry struggled futilely. "I won't. If I let you go, you'll run away." He held her shoulders tightly, his hot body pressing against hers. "Sam." Sherry raised her hand, but Sam caught it and pinned it above her head. "Sam, do you want me to destroy you in business?" Sherry remained calm, knowing the security system at Huading Xinyuan. As a top-floor resident, she had been dragged out without reaching her floor. Though Sam was on the fourth floor, security would soon check in. Emotionally overwhelmed, Sam leaned down to kiss Sherry, but she dodged. He grabbed her face and turned her back, but just as their faces were about to touch, he froze, breathing heavily. Sam hadn't forgotten Sherry's strong aversion to physical intimacy. Sensing her tense body, he couldn't bring himself to force or hurt her in any way. He wouldn't harm Aiko. Tears dripped down Sam's lashes onto the dark foyer floor, where they mingled with his uncontrollable sobs. The security call buzzed from Sam's door. "Let me go." Sherry managed to free her hands from Sam's grip. Sam's hands slid down the door, bracing beside her body, sobbing as though his heart was breaking. "Please. Please, don't reject me." The persistent buzzing nearly drowned out Sam's pleading, tear-choked whispers. He didn't know what else to do besides beg for Sherry to change her mind. He didn't dream of returning to how things used to be, he only hoped she would let him see her, not always keep her distance. "Sam, this will only make me hate you more." Sherry's voice was cold. "Move. I don't want the security guards to arrive and think I'm doing something behind my fiancé's back. Aiko, please don't treat me like this." Sam clutched her shoulders, his tear-filled eyes filled with desperation. "We promised each other forever. What must I do to make up for the pain I caused you? How can I make you reconsider? Must I pay for it with my life to earn your forgiveness?" Chapter 521, Believed Me. "You won't get Piper back even if you die." Sherry looked into Sam's eyes, her voice laced with a piercing coldness. "Sam, there is no longer any place for you in my heart, and I no longer need you. I once told you that you were my whole world, all the happiness I've ever known since birth came from you. But now, there are many who can bring me happiness, except for you." Each word was telling Sam that he had been cast out. Once, Sherry's world was small, so small it only held Sam. Now, her world was vast, large enough to accommodate everyone but him. After speaking, Sherry pushed Sam away, opened the door, and re-entered the elevator to go upstairs. Sam couldn't bear to hurt or force Sherry, he could only stand there, tears streaming down his face as he watched her leave. He loved Sherry more than anything else in the world. He wasn't without thoughts of forcing Sherry to stay with him, forcing her, keeping her captive, using the basest means possible to imprison her by his side. But he couldn't bear it. He didn't want to cause Sherry the slightest distress. Even though Sherry no longer loved him. Sherry entered the elevator and, as the doors closed, she saw Sam standing there, shattered, staring at her tearfully. Sam would willingly trade everything he had now for just a little bit of forgiveness from Sherry. Even if it meant sacrificing his entire future life to have just one brief year, or even half a year, with Aiko. There were so many things they once dreamed of doing together, and he longed, desperately wanted, to do them with her. The elevator doors closed, cutting off Sam, who stood like a forsaken stray dog outside her sight. Sherry pinched her palm with her nails, vowing not to see Sam again, deciding that she would never leave the house without a bodyguard from now on. Ding. Sherry stepped out of the elevator, changed her shoes, and entered the apartment. Gale was slouched against the sofa, looking down at his phone screen. When he saw Sherry return, he locked the screen. "I've prepared your bath." Gale noticed Sherry's troubled expression and asked, "What happened downstairs?" Gale had seen Sam chase after Sherry into the building, and he was timing it. If Sherry hadn't returned within 2 minutes, he would have gone down to look for her. "It's an old photo, the only one I had with my mother when we lived in Coralgia village." How Sam found it, I don't know. Sherry deftly shifted the topic. "Are you leaving tomorrow?" "I'll stay in Kyoto for a few more days. There are some cooperation deals to discuss with Graham Corporation." Gale replied. It was time to shift Martin Corporation's focus back to domestic development, given the current unstable international situation. Since Martin Corporation lacked a strong foundation domestically, deeper cooperation with Graham Corporation was necessary. After these discussions, talks with Rusty Corporation would begin. "Will you be staying here for the next few days?" Sherry asked. Gale didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took Sherry's hand, unfurled her tightly clenched fist, and frowned at the near bloodied marks left by her nails. "Don't worry, no one will ever know about your mother's past in Coralgia village. Mr. Rusty has done a good job concealing her whereabouts. After all, your mother was always Rusty Corporation's sole heiress." Gale held Sherry's soft hand gently, offering quiet reassurance. Indeed, as Sherry had told Sam, who could believe that Rusty Corporation's only daughter and sole heiress could be sold into a poor and remote village like Coralgia? If not for the deceit of Mr. Rusty's so-called brother, how could Rusty Veronica have ever strayed from her bodyguard's protection? Moreover, Mr. Rusty never publicly announced his daughter's disappearance, claiming instead that she had health and psychological issues and was sent abroad for recovery to protect her reputation. When he finally found her, to preserve both his daughter's and the Rusty family's honor, Mr. Rusty arranged for Sherry's biological mother and the unborn child to die on the operating table. Even her new identity belonged to a family that truly lost a child years ago. So, no one would ever connect Sherry's mother to Rusty Corporation's Rusty Veronica. Even if someone speaks up about this, no one will believe them, Gale softly comforted Sherry. "Don't worry." Sherry nodded. Gale kissed her palm lightly and picked her up bridal style. "Your clothes are ready, let me take you to bathe." "I can walk." "I want to carry you." Gale carried her toward the master bathroom. Placing Sherry in the bathroom, Gale checked the home security feed again upon returning to the living room. At this moment, Gale confirmed what Sherry said about Amaryllis. She hadn't lost her memory and was currently contacting people in Korea. Gale closed his eyes. He and Amaryllis grew up together, but after their parents passed away, they parted ways, and he now knew less about her. However, regardless of anything, Elmwood entrusted Amaryllis to his care for life, and he intended to honor that promise. After much thought, Gale finally called his aunt, Martin Choshu, to inform her that Amaryllis had not lost her memory and had contacted Korea. Martin Choshu was surprised. "That girl, Madeline." "Auntie, I've heard everything you said that day. Please watch over Madeline carefully." Gale gripped his phone tightly. Also, considering she's still a child, maybe it's better to change her phone to one suitable for children. Given how long Martin Choshu had been with Ganon, she was sharp enough to understand Gale's implication. She responded, "All right, understood. Leave Madeline to me and handle your own affairs and the company matters." Hanging up, Gale sat motionless on the sofa, lost in thought. "Do you believe me now?" Sherry's voice came from the bedroom doorway. Gale turned to see her drying her hair with a towel after her bath. Chapter 522, Can you give her that? Obviously, Sherry had heard the previous phone call. Gale got up and walked to Sherry. Taking the towel from her hand, she gently dried Sherry's hair as she spoke. "I will manage Madeline properly. I won't let her cause any more trouble. Let me dry your hair." Sitting in front of the vanity mirror, after her hair was dried, she looked at Gale through the reflection, hesitating for a moment before asking, "So, how do you plan to keep Amaryllis safe and happy under your watch?" For Amaryllis, her greatest happiness is probably being with her Lyle Gaynor. Can you give her that? Gale sat down by the bed, turning Sherry to face him. "I won't be with her. Aiko, you know that I love only you." She went as far as pretending to lose her memory and act like a child just to be with you. "You should understand that Amaryllis would do anything to be with you." Sherry's voice was gentle yet calm. "You told me to understand you and insisted on Amaryllis's safety and happiness under your watch. So, no matter what decision you make, I will support it." Gale's grip on Sherry's hand tightened suddenly. "What do you mean by that?" "I have been very clear, Gale." She looked serious. "You said you must protect Amaryllis's happiness and safety under your watch. But I can't accept this. I've thought about it a lot. I can wait for you while you take revenge because there's no one else between us, but I can't accept this situation." So, if your choice isn't me, I respect and bless. Respect and blessings were inevitable since Gail could not abandon Amaryllis and pretend she didn't exist. Entrusting her family's safety to the hope that Amaryllis would never know about their relationship was unrealistic. For Gail to keep Amaryllis safe and happy under his watch meant he would be her happiness. The problem seemed unsolvable. Sherry felt life was too short and there were still many things she needed to do. Love was part of her life. She could wait for Gail and support whatever he wanted to do. But she couldn't accept an ambiguous or uncomfortable relationship. Hence, during the time they weren't in touch, she repeatedly pondered this question and decided they needed an honest talk after everything ended, so he could clearly understand her feelings. At this moment, Gail realized the correctness of what Aunt Martin Shushu had said. My choice has always been you, Aiko. Gail gazed deeply into Sherry's eyes, tightly gripping her hands. But what then? Sherry smiled and countered. Amaryllis's father is in prison, and she has heart problems. I understand. Sherry nodded sympathetically. I'll have my aunt take care of Madeline and try to minimize meetings with her, since I promised Bud. Gail looked at Sherry, treating her like a distant relative. Do you think that's okay? And with my aunt taking care of her, I'd feel more reassured. Since she's often with my aunt, I can't avoid meeting my aunt either, right? Sherry frowned as she looked at Gail. Without hearing her response, Gail continued, you and the kids are always the most important to me. We clearly love each other, so why should we separate over Madeline? With the elder Mr. Rusty, I never stepped back, and for Madeline, I won't either. Aiko, I told you, you can only belong to me. He cupped Sherry's cheek. I will never choose between you and Amaryllis. You are always unequivocally my first priority. After a pause, Sherry said, I don't want to spend too much energy on matters of the heart, Gail. I love you, but I also love my mom, grandpa, and the 2 children. I love the Rusty family and the Rusty Corporation. I don't want emotions affecting my mood or other things. It won't. Gail gently stroked Sherry's lips with his thumb and couldn't resist pulling her onto his lap. Aiko, I'm glad your world is vast. Of course, you love many people and things. I knew this when I fell in love with you. You're not a bird confined in a cage, you're an eagle meant to soar in the sky. Matters of the heart won't affect your emotions, and I won't let these things impact you either. You don't need to believe me now, watch how I handle things. Sherry didn't respond, just tightened her hands around Gail's shoulders. Unable to resist, Gail kissed Sherry's lips lightly, watching her expression carefully. He kissed her again, deepening the kiss and holding her waist tighter. His kisses grew stronger and deeper. Seated on Gail's lap, Sherry almost melted into his embrace, her hands sliding down his neck. Dazed and intoxicated, losing control, her entire body gave in, from light pecks to fierce, passionate kisses. Realizing Sherry was struggling to breathe, Gail released her but lingered, kissing her thoroughly before slipping back in. Dominant and forceful, he took all her breath away, marking her with his scent. Sherry felt dizzy and weak from lack of oxygen and intoxication, her mind blanking out, fingers trembling, breath utterly chaotic. Feeling her heart pounding wildly, Sherry gently pushed Gail away, creating a slight suction sound as their mouths parted. Gasping for air, Sherry mumbled, wait, just a moment. Gail lightly kissed her lips again, tucking her damp hair behind her ear and couldn't help pinching her chin, planting another kiss. Giving her a deep kiss, Gail asked hoarsely, what's wrong? I'm feeling a bit dizzy, Sherry panted, her voice equally hoarse. Gail chuckled, are you getting tipsy? I thought kissing would sober you up. Do you feel uncomfortable? Note, the translation preserves the emotional intensity and complexity of the original scene. Chapter 523, Having Another Child. Gail still cared deeply about Sherry's feelings, even though he was now at the point where he couldn't restrain his desire for her. However, if Sherry felt uncomfortable, he could still stop. Sherry nodded weakly. A little. Alright, then let me hold you while we sleep. Gail said. That night, as Sherry lay in Gail's arms, whether it was due to the alcohol she had or simply Gail's presence beside her, she slept soundly and woke up half an hour later than usual. Sherry turned over and found no one beside her. There was a note from Gail on the pillow, explaining that he had to go discuss cooperation with Graham Corporation early to avoid causing trouble for her by letting others see him. So he left before anyone else got up. She got up, and the housekeeping aunt had already laid out breakfast on the dining table, using a heat-preserving pad to keep it warm. After drinking a glass of lukewarm water, Sherry recalled what Gail had mentioned last night, about letting Amaryllis live with his aunt and treating Amaryllis like family. Sherry wasn't sure if they could treat Amaryllis like family, but if Amaryllis knew about her and Gail's relationship, based on Amaryllis's behavior, there would be no peace between her and the Rusty family. Fortunately, she and Gail couldn't make their relationship public just yet, so it would remain this way for now. The time Sherry and Gail could genuinely spend together was limited. Meanwhile, Adelaide's frequency of appearing with her fiancé would only increase. According to her grandfather, the Matthew family was very satisfied with Adelaide's fiancé, indicating that her marriage might soon be finalized. Curtis's engagement to her was a farce from the start, so even with both families urging them to get married, Curtis could handle the pressure himself. Ding Ridge. The doorbell rang, and Sherry put down her cup and walked toward the door's surveillance camera. Outside were several bodyguards, along with Aaron standing there. Frowning, Sherry pressed the intercom without any intention of opening the door. What is it? Aaron replied upon hearing Sherry's voice. I need to talk to you. There isn't much to talk about between us. It's important. You should know I wouldn't do anything harmful to you. What I want to discuss is our agreement. Aaron pulled at his collar irritably. Mr. Little Rusty CEO, can you really take advantage of someone backing you and renege on your word? Or do you want me to stand here and discuss this in front of your bodyguards? Sherry stared at Aaron on the screen for a while, finally walking to the door to let him in. Seeing that Sherry had opened the door for him, Aaron asked rudely, do you have breakfast? If not, I can ask someone to bring some over. We can eat while talking since I'm quite hungry. Sherry stepped aside to let him in. There is breakfast. Come in. Entering, Aaron neatly changed into guest slippers and went to wash his hands before joining her at the dining table. Seeing Sherry already seated at the table eating breakfast and listening to the news, he pulled out a chair and sat opposite her, picking up a bun with his chopsticks. My brother came to see you last night? Sherry sipped her milk and watched Aaron, waiting for him to continue. Perhaps my brother avoided causing trouble for you by using the service elevator to access the house, Aaron mused, speaking frankly over Sherry's food. Didn't you forget something you promised me? You agreed to marry me, but the man you chose, Curtis, has a reputation for harming his wives. So, I didn't push you to marry him, considering I didn't want you dead. But why are you now involved with my brother? Sherry remained silent, putting down her milk and continuing her breakfast. Aaron continued, though my brother's current tasks are done, if he discards Amaryllis and chooses you as the rusty heir, won't it tarnish his reputation? And Bud is imprisoned, leaving Amaryllis alone and helpless, so... I told him last night, Sherry interrupted Aaron's rambling. I can't accept a third party, especially Amaryllis, between us. He needs to make his own choice. Startled, Aaron paused mid-sentence. What? You told my brother? Yes. Sherry nodded. With Elmwood in prison, he won't abandon Amaryllis, so the best outcome is for us to part ways. Confused, Aaron frowned. But, you've persevered through separation. Why end things now? Sherry chuckled at his comment. Weren't you here to persuade me to separate from Gale? Your words suggest you want us together. No, it's just... Amaryllis is like a child dependent on my brother, and after losing her child, she can't bear children anymore, so... Sherry's faint smile faded from her indifferent eyes. So? My brother loves you, and you love him. Aaron's voice grew softer. Though I know what I say next might seem excessive, I hope you could give my brother a child. As if not wanting Sherry to refute him, Aaron raised his voice. My brother saved you. Without him, the Rusty family wouldn't have adopted you. Everything you have is because of my brother. Bearing him a child would be repayment enough. Especially since Gale loved only Sherry, it seemed unlikely he would have children with anyone else. Sherry set down her chopsticks. Should I relay these words to Gale? I don't care if you tell him and blame me. You never fulfilled what you promised back then when saving your friend, so, having a child for my brother now is compensation. Aaron tried to maintain an air of entitlement despite feeling somewhat guilty. Think about it. The child will be the rightful heir of Martin Corporation and Sinway Corporation. How great is that? Get out. Sherry spoke sternly. Aaron clenched his teeth. Sherry. This is ungratefulness. You can break promises, but my brother did so much for you, including getting you adopted by old Mr. Rusty. If not for my brother loving you exclusively, do you think I'd ask you to bear his child? Your biological father was nothing but a despicable rapist. This passage captures the tension and complexity of the relationships, maintaining the emotional weight and original tone while translating into fluent English. It preserves paragraph structures and line breaks as instructed. Hashtag chapter 524, they are all our own children. Sherry grabbed the milk beside her and hurled it directly onto Clifford's face. Shocked, Clifford's mouth gaped open as the milk dripped down from his eyelashes and jawline. He wiped his face and shouted, Sherry. Are you crazy? You hate your rapist father too, don't you? What's wrong with me saying something about him? Didn't he? Will you leave on your own or should I have my bodyguards escort you out? Sherry interrupted him coldly. Clifford felt that Sherry was an ungrateful and unreasonable woman. He roughly wiped his face with a few tissues and turned to leave. He had always been someone who nobody dared provoke. Sherry seemed to think she could do anything relying on her brother's connections. The bodyguards watched in surprise as Clifford left less than 5 minutes after entering, his face splattered with milk. They exchanged amused glances, stifling laughter. Soon, Clifford rode the elevator downstairs, returned home, and angrily threw his clothes into the trash can after taking them off. Although upset, Clifford knew it might be excessive to ask Sherry to bear a child for Gale and Amaryllis. But so what if it was? Would Sherry dare say that without his brother, she wouldn't be where she was today? Without his brother, how could she have caught the eye of Mr. Rusty, become the heir to the Rusty family? Probably Mr. Rusty wouldn't even know who she was. Isn't it just asking her to bear a child for his brother? And it's not like she's bearing it for some stranger, it's for the man she loves most. Clifford brought up this topic partly because of a conversation with Madeline yesterday. Unaware that he could no longer have children, Madeline mentioned wanting to stay with his brother forever, raising 2 kids together, and becoming the happiest person in the world. But discussing this with Sherry wasn't impulsive. Clifford had thought it through. After all, he knew Sherry's intelligence and capabilities well. She was once a renowned prodigy in Haicheng City. In any competition, she always dominated and won gold medals. And his brother was also highly intelligent. Their child would certainly be a genius among geniuses. Yet, Sherry refused. She already has 2 children, why not bear one more for his brother? What was she being so dramatic about? It's not like she was being asked to give one of her current children to his brother. Why be so angry? Clifford's chest heaved with anger, deeply feeling that Sherry was ungrateful. Sitting on the sofa, he took out a cigarette and fumbled with a lighter, so furious his hands shook. But soon, Clifford found an excuse for Sherry. As the president of the Rusty Corporation, her pregnancy couldn't be hidden. It would be difficult for her to explain things to Curtis. It was his mistake. Maybe he should suggest Sherry donate an egg? This idea struck him as acceptable. He planned to take a shower, change clothes, and discuss it with Sherry again. On his way to the bathroom, Clifford suddenly remembered something and hit his head in frustration. Blame Sherry for pouring milk on him. He forgot to tell her what he originally wanted to. During his call with Madeline, he accidentally mentioned Sherry and his brother. Realizing his mistake, he quickly changed the subject. Originally, he wanted to inform Sherry so that if his brother ever found out, she could help smooth things over. Now, Sherry would likely tell his brother and get him in trouble. After bathing and changing, when Clifford returned upstairs, he found the fire escape locked by Sherry and her bodyguards were gone. Annoyed, he kicked the stairwell door. She had made him climb all the way up only to run away. Regardless, he would help his brother resolve this, otherwise, his brother and Madeline might never have a child. Sherry came to work with fury in her heart. When she emerged from the elevator, her staff noticed her grim expression and immediately alerted everyone to be cautious. It seemed that little President Rusty was in a bad mood today. A secretary who was close to Curtis discreetly messaged him, telling him that little President Rusty seemed unhappy today. Curtis received this information while accompanying Caleb, who was actually Gale, around the Liu Group headquarters with senior management, including his father, Chairman Liu. Despite having met Caleb before, Chairman Liu still felt sorrow over Gale's tragic death. Caleb looked so much like her that the killer must have mistaken her for Caleb. Seeing Curtis lock his phone screen with a frown, the secretary wondered what could upset Sherry enough to show it openly at work. Curtis instructed his assistant to send a bouquet of sunflowers to Sherry and buy her favorite cake, hoping sweet treats would improve her mood. Though their engagement was fake, Curtis needed to act appropriately and keep Sherry happy since she controlled the rise of Liu Group stock. Curtis, Mr. Martin is talking to you, Chairman Liu warned. Curtis snapped back to attention and replied cheerfully, Mr. Martin, please go on. You were talking about a cake just now? Is this bakery very good? Gale smiled, my aunt enjoys cakes, but I grew up abroad and have just returned, so I'm not sure which bakery is best. It's a small matter. Curtis instructed his assistant, buy 2 extra cakes, one for Mr. Martin here and one for the children at the Rusty family manor. Got it. The assistant hurried off. Gale smiled at Curtis, I didn't expect President Graham to be so kind to little President Rusty's children. They are all our own children, it's only right. Curtis replied, then shifted the conversation back to business. Next, Martin Group intended to refocus its operations back to China and deepen cooperation with the Liu Group. Chapter 525, Giving It Their All. In addition to this, the Martin Corporation planned on engaging in deeper collaboration with the Rusty Corporation in the field of chip technology in the future. However, they would need to take it one step at a time and address issues one by one. For Gale to repatriate all of the Martin Corporation's business operations back to the country, he would require some time. Gale left the office area, and everyone within the Graham Corporation was talking about the present head of the Martin Corporation. Anyone from Graham Corporation who had met Gale before would say that Mr. Martin looked almost identical to him. Even Director Graham asked very tactfully as he sent Caleb to the foot of the company building, I wonder if Mr. Martin had a twin brother previously? You and the late Jeremiah look so alike. Also, it was widely known that Gale had been adopted into the Rusty family. Both my parents passed away years ago, so. As for whether I have any twin brothers, it's hard to say. Gale replied with an honest smile as he bid farewell to Chairman Graham and left the vehicle. Watching the car carrying Gale disappear into the distance, Chairman Graham finally spoke. Perhaps it's because Caleb looks so much like Jeremiah, but I can't help but feel that whenever I see this Mr. Martin, he has a halo around him and seems equally mature and capable as Jeremiah. Curtis pulled out his phone to send a message, casually answering. He doesn't quite have the same demeanor though. This Mr. Martin isn't as composed and reticent as Jeremiah, nor does he seem as competent. He appears to be someone who enjoys playing around, so I plan on bringing him to the yacht party next time. The Martin Corporation is expanding its presence domestically now, so if we help establish connections for him, he wouldn't forget us when there are benefits to share in the future. The overlapping projects between Martin Corporation and Graham Corporation were already in cooperation. Bringing Caleb back to develop domestically could also be seen as a gesture of goodwill from the Martin Corporation towards the Graham Corporation. It wasn't wrong to invite him to join them in social events. After finishing speaking, Curtis looked up and said, Dad, I'll go to the Rusty Corporation for lunch today to accompany Aiko. She doesn't seem to be in a good mood today. Seeing his son caring for Brielle made Chairman Graham very pleased. You two aren't young anymore. Finalize things quickly. When you visit the Rusty Corporation, find a chance to ask Aaliyah when you two can set a wedding date. Even if you don't want to have a ceremony first, get married legally and have a child. I know. I know. Curtis responded with impatience in his voice. Now that Jeremiah is gone, the Rusty Corporation is relying on Aiko now. Can Aiko really get married and pregnant at this time? In December, the film Human Clan, which uses all equipment from the Rusty Corporation, will be launched alongside Hollywood's Titan star. That will be the moment to prove which domestic or international equipment is better. How could Aiko possibly have time to get married and have a child? If you and Grandpa really want to enjoy grandchildren, just bring Aurora and Ralph over. Chairman Graham felt exasperated at Curtis's words. How can that be the same? After all, Ralph and Aurora are the children of the Rusty family. Could your grandfather wrest them away from Mr. Rusty? The assistant had already driven Curtis's car over. Seeing this, Curtis quickly interrupted his father. No more talk. No more talk. I'm leaving. Later, I'll return directly to my branch after the Rusty Corporation and won't come home for dinner tonight. Bye. Watching his son drive off, Chairman Graham gritted his teeth and silently cursed, filial unfilial, then returned to the company building with the senior executives and his assistant. Brielle was still angry due to Clifford's visit that morning, but she didn't let her bad mood affect her work. She wasn't upset with others despite her own feelings. Even when discussing the Korean news about the Martin Corporation's intention to cooperate with the Rusty Corporation during the meeting, she didn't outright reject it. President Rusty, said Priscilla's son, I think we can discuss cooperating with the Martin Corporation, but only after Human Clan is released. Otherwise, rumors might spread. Considering the movie's release date was approaching soon, avoiding unnecessary news beforehand was a wise choice. They couldn't have it rumored that the Rusty Corporation used Martin Corporation's technology. Seeing the other directors nod in agreement, they agreed on this matter. All right. Brielle said, let the Martin Corporation know that we'll start discussing cooperation after Human Clan is released. Next topic. Brielle closed her document and put it aside, and Tobias promptly came forward to place it in the pending file pile. Just as Gale received word about delaying discussions until after the release of Human Clan, he got a call from Martin Choshu, saying Amaryllis had gone missing. Madeline didn't even bring the new phone, so we can't track her location. Martin Choshu's voice remained steady. Security cameras showed her leaving on her own. I've already informed the police because of her mental issues. They're checking the surveillance. I told you to avoid worrying you later on. Don't worry. I'll ensure they find Madeline. Stay focused on your tasks in Beijing. Madeline knows I'm in Beijing, so she may have come here. I'll instruct Clifford to keep watch. Don't be too worried. Gale reassured his aunt. After all, he already knew Amaryllis was feigning amnesia and pretending to be a child. So, he wasn't overly concerned. After hanging up, Gale immediately called Clifford and asked him to dispatch people to monitor various highway exits. Without identification, Amaryllis couldn't board planes or high-speed trains. And she probably didn't even know what long-distance buses were, leaving only the highways as a feasible route. Similar to when she secretly followed him to Mexico after he went there, Amaryllis likely repeated this tactic to find him again. Fortunately, all dangerous matters were resolved, and Beijing wasn't a treacherous place. Even if Amaryllis arrived in Beijing, there wouldn't be any danger. However, this time, Gale was determined to send Amaryllis back to his aunt's side. He promised Aiko not to upset her by letting her see Amaryllis. If Amaryllis wanted to play act as a child, sending her to be supervised by her aunt seemed reasonable, preventing her from coming to Beijing. Currently, he couldn't devote his full attention to caring for Amaryllis. But occasionally thinking of Amaryllis's tearful face and Allah's choked plea for him to take care of her, a part of Gale deeply wanted to care more for Amaryllis. After all, she was someone whom his mother loved dearly and who had helped him tirelessly over the years, now entrusting even Shinshin Corporation to him. Romantically, Gale couldn't give Amaryllis what she desired, but materially and in terms of other things she wanted, he could provide them. Chapter 526, Hated the Wrong Person. And Gale was not entirely without plans for Amaryllis. He did not intend to merge Martin Corporation and Sinway Group as rumored outside, he only temporarily consolidated their operations under his management for ease of administration. However, both companies had their own top management teams and operational methods. Sinway Group belonged to Amaryllis. One day, when Madeline met someone she loved and got married, he would return Sinway Group to her, always being her big brother and her strong support. If Amaryllis didn't marry, then he would have her adopt a child and ensure that child was well trained, eventually entrusting Sinway Group to this child so they could take care of Madeline in her old age. Including Martin Corporation's shares, Gale would also divide half of it with Amaryllis at her wedding or upon adoption of a child. This was Gale's minimal repayment to the Lee family. After hanging up the phone, Gale felt very heavy-hearted. He didn't want to embarrass Amaryllis by exposing her fake amnesia, so he chose to go along with it for now. After all, it wouldn't look good for him to be seen publicly with Sherry, considering his face looked exactly like Gale. Just as Mr. Rusty had feared, if the media found out that Sherry was with a person who looked just like Gale, there would be endless speculations about her past relationship with Gale and any improper feelings Aiko might have harbored toward Gale, leading her to choose someone identical looking over Curtis. Matyuch rumors would do no good for either Aiko or the Rusty family. Clifford was unaware that Amaryllis was faking amnesia. Hearing that she had come to Beijing alone, he became extremely anxious. Immediately, he sent people who knew Amaryllis to guard every highway exit, ready to report the moment they spotted her. Even after doing this, Clifford remained uneasy. He sent more people to airports, high-speed rail stations, even long-distance bus stations. Sitting restlessly, Clifford even went to the nearest highway exit from Haicheng to Beijing himself, eager to wait for Amaryllis, worried about the possibility of her being bullied or deceived due to memory loss. He smoked 2 extra packs of cigarettes, imagining many scenarios where an innocent-looking Amaryllis could be deceived, his chest heaving dramatically. Cursing inwardly, he vowed that if anyone really dared to hurt Madeline, he would make sure they never saw another sunrise. He also blamed the people taking care of Madeline in Haicheng for letting an Annabelle like Madeline run away without notice. It seemed that since his brother left Haicheng, the caregivers weren't paying enough attention. But he did not blame Gale's aunt, Martin Choshu, who was already in poor health and often sedated by traditional Chinese medicine prescribed by an old physician whom Clifford had specially contacted. Knowing this fact made him understand. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He wanted to seal off the roads and search for Amaryllis but realized he didn't have that kind of power within China, outside his own territory. All he could do was order his men to be vigilant and ensure Amaryllis wasn't overlooked if they saw her. Clifford had even prepared what he would say to Madeline, how he would convince her to see her brother. He believed Madeline would agree to leave with him. Clifford didn't harbor romantic feelings for Madeline, they grew up together, and Madame Martin had always told them, since childhood, to protect Madeline because they were men. Madame Martin hoped her son would marry Madeline so that Madeline would become her real daughter. After Madame Martin died and his brother disappeared, protecting Amaryllis became the only thing Clifford could do. Thus, treating Amaryllis as his sister and protecting her became ingrained in Clifford's nature and habits. Unlike Gale, Clifford was not oblivious to Amaryllis's domineering, ruthless, and vindictive nature. Many times, Clifford had to clean up after her messes. But only in matters concerning his brother did Amaryllis show unconditional dedication and sacrifice, a point Clifford understood well. This is why Clifford always wished for Amaryllis and his brother to truly be together, whether out of respect for Madame Martin's wish or recognition of her loyalty and sacrifices. Anxious, Clifford didn't sit still. He smoked and paced around his car, frequently calling his subordinates to check if they had news on Amaryllis. Meanwhile, people looking for Amaryllis at the airport saw several Koreans who had been following Kai before her incident arriving in Beijing instead. Clifford assumed Aunt Martin, feeling inadequate, had called for those Koreans previously guarding the Lee residence to help find Madeline. After all, they were familiar with her and would make the search easier. However, no one knew Amaryllis had already arrived in Beijing and was standing outside the Rusty Corporation building. All these years, Amaryllis had focused her attention on Adelaide. She never imagined that the person her brother hid deep in his heart wasn't his former fiancée Adelaide but rather Sherry, adopted by the Rusty family. Everyone said Gale and Sherry shared blood ties, but Amaryllis knew there was none between her beloved elder brother and Sherry. Amaryllis still didn't know Sherry was actually Rusty family's biological child. She deluded herself into thinking Gale sent Sherry to the Rusty family to ensure she lived better after he left, afraid she would have no one to rely on if he died while seeking revenge. How bitterly deceived she had been by her beloved brother. If not for Clifford's slip of the tongue, she would have continued trying to kill Adelaide. Now, Sherry benefited quietly from behind the scenes, safe from harm. If Adelaide had died, she would have been suspected and despised by her beloved brother. For all these years, she had hated and killed the wrong person. Knowing Sherry was already engaged to Curtis, Amaryllis came today to confront Sherry, wanting to ask if she still harbored intentions towards her brother. If Sherry intended to force a divorce on her brother and annul her engagement with Curtis, Amaryllis swore she would kill Sherry. Even if she couldn't kill Sherry, revealing her brother's true identity as Gale wouldn't bother her one bit. Chapter 527, Why? The stand-in for Lyle Gaynor was still under her control. Once she brought this person before the media, it would be known that Sherry and Lyle Gaynor were related by blood and generations apart as kin. She couldn't believe that Mr. Rusty would approve of his former adopted son being with his adopted granddaughter. That would turn the Rusty family into a joke. As one of the 4 major families in Jingdu, Mr. Rusty wouldn't let his clan suffer disgrace over an adopted son and granddaughter. Now that Lyle Gaynor's revenge had concluded, everything settled, even rescuing his aunt, there was nothing she needed to worry about or fear. If she revealed Lyle Gaynor's true identity as Rusty Jinqing, Mr. Rusty might disown Sherry, allowing Lyle Gaynor to regain control of the Rusty Corporation. Amaryllis clenched her fists tightly. She had already reported her identity to the front desk at the Rusty Corporation headquarters. The secretary called back, saying that Sherry was in a meeting and suggested Amaryllis make an appointment to come back later. But Amaryllis insisted on waiting, so the secretary informed them that they would relay the message after the meeting if she wished to wait in the lobby. The secretary's office received the news immediately that Mrs. Martin from the Martin Corporation wanted to see Sherry. They had just discussed collaboration with Martin Corporation, which was set to commence after Human Race premiered. Xinfen Group's only daughter, Mrs. Martin of Martin Corporation, wanted to meet Sherry. Despite being told Sherry was in a meeting, Mrs. Martin insisted on waiting, prompting Tobias to feel it necessary to inform Sherry. Sherry, who was in the middle of a meeting, was surprised when Tobias mentioned that Amaryllis came using Mrs. Martin's identity. She glanced at the branch manager presenting the annual plan in front of the projector and whispered to Kayla, "Call Mr. Martin and tell him his wife insists on seeing me but I can't spare the time today. Ask if this visit concerns our cooperation." "Understood," Kayla said softly, then left the conference room to call Rusty Jean-Ching. Upon answering the phone, Kayla explained, "Mr. Martin, this is Special Assistant Kayla to President Rusty. Mrs. Martin came to Rusty Corporation seeking an audience with President Rusty, but today's schedule is extremely tight, and we can't accommodate her. Is there anything important you wish to discuss? If it's urgent, we may try to adjust President Rusty's schedule." Hearing this, Rusty Jean-Ching instantly gripped his phone tightly. "Nothing important, sorry for the trouble. I'll go pick up my wife." After hanging up, Rusty Jean-Ching's face darkened. He ordered the driver to head toward Rusty Corporation and called Clifford. "Bring everyone back. Madeline went to Rusty Corporation, I'm going to get her now." Clifford's face turned pale at Rusty Jean-Ching's words, remembering how he slipped up during the phone conversation with Amaryllis. His heart raced. Rusty Jean-Ching hung up before Clifford could react. He quickly instructed, "Everyone return." Clifford hurried to his car while shouting, "Everyone, return immediately." But Clifford wasn't as fast as Rusty Jean-Ching, who was still within the city. Amaryllis sitting in the waiting area of the Rusty Corporation building stood up in shock as she saw Rusty Jean-Ching walk in. Not only was Amaryllis stunned, but even the front desk staff was astonished. It was daytime, yet these staff members thought they were seeing things. The deceased President Rusty reappeared after so long? Rusty Jean-Ching walked straight toward her with a stern expression. Amaryllis smiled, clenching her fists. "Lyle Gaynor." Before coming to see Sherry, Amaryllis had decided not to pretend anymore. Her father was in prison, and Lyle Gaynor promised to take care of her for the rest of her life, ensuring her happiness. She wanted to be Lyle Gaynor's true wife, their past intimacy and the child they once had giving her leverage. Even though she couldn't bear children now, modern technology could help. However, Sherry had to be dealt with. If Lyle Gaynor chose Sherry over her, then Sherry must die. "Lyle Gaynor, why are you here?" Amaryllis asked, recalling something suddenly. "Oh no, I forgot to tell Auntie I came to Jingdu." "Lyle Gaynor. I slipped in the bathroom yesterday and hit my head, but I remember everything now. Don't worry about me, I'm fine." Rusty Jean-Ching didn't expose her lie. "Why did you come to Rusty Corporation? Why didn't you come to me or find Clifford?" "I came to ask President Rusty some questions." Amaryllis smiled. "But she seems very busy, continuously in meetings. Not sure if she has time for me." "Come on, let's go back. President Rusty's schedule is too tight today to see you," Rusty Jean-Ching said, leading Amaryllis away. Amaryllis looked at Rusty Jean-Ching's back, her smile fading, suppressing her murderous intent. In the car, she asked, "Did President Rusty call you to take me away?" Rusty Jean-Ching wasn't sure if Amaryllis knew Sherry was his lover, but considering Adelaide's experiences, he couldn't risk Sherry and the children's safety. "President Rusty's assistant called me, saying you were insistent on waiting downstairs despite being told about her busy schedule. Perhaps you wanted to discuss our last shelved project," Rusty Jean-Ching said, glancing at Amaryllis. "So, why did you come to Jingdu without finding me first?" Rusty Jean-Ching's serious gaze was overwhelming. Translation ends here, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text. Chapter 528, Not a Lawless Place. Amaryllis's hand on her lap tightened, and the forced smile on her face seemed to slip away for a moment. She pursed her lips and, after a while, looked up to meet Gale's eyes. "Gaynor, the person you love, is it really Rusty Gia's adopted daughter, Sherry?" In the end, Amaryllis asked the question. She had originally intended to ask Sherry directly when she saw her, but in truth, when Gale appeared at the entrance of the Rusty Group building today, Amaryllis, recalling what Enrique had accidentally mentioned, was already certain that the person Gale loved must be Sherry. Otherwise, why would he have come so quickly? Amaryllis didn't forget how, when she first brought Gale back, he solemnly told her that he had a wife and only considered her as a sister. "I want to know if the wife you once told me about is this little boss Rusty. You never told me, so I came to ask little boss Rusty myself." Tears welled up in Amaryllis's eyes, and even before Gale could respond, she continued, "Little boss Rusty now has a fiancé. I wonder, has she already forgotten about you, just considering you someone who looks like Gale, or did she always know that, my husband, the former Gale who took her as his wife? Aiko isn't just my wife, she's my emotional pillar. In the past, besides Aiko, there was revenge in my life. Now that my vengeance has been fulfilled, Aiko is my entire world. If anything were to happen to her, I wouldn't survive. Madeline. I hope you understand what I mean." Gale's voice was steady and calm, yet it carried an undeniable weight. "I don't hold Adelaide's incident against you because Kai took all the blame. Now, since Kai can't get out of trouble, I won't let anyone hurt the one I love." Amaryllis gripped her dress tightly. "So, Lyle Gaynor, are you warning me? I promised your father that I would protect your safety and happiness for the rest of your life. My mother also constantly reminded me to take care of Aojia. So, Madeline, within my capabilities, I will ensure you do not harm Aiko in any way. But, if you truly hurt Aiko, I will retaliate to the same extent. I hope you understand this. If Sherry dies? Amaryllis's voice trembled. Then I'll disappear from this world too, Gale said. Because apart from Aiko, there's nothing worth staying for. I should have died with my parents that summer. Amaryllis felt as if her heart was being squeezed. Lyle Gaynor, are you threatening me? Whether this is a threat, you can find out for yourself. Gale stared at Amaryllis without blinking. Of course, this is the last step. Since you've remembered everything and are no longer a child, from today onwards, I will increase control over you and limit your contact with the outside world. Protecting you is also protecting those I want to protect, and avoiding further harm to innocents. I hope you understand. China is not South Korea, not a lawless place. Amaryllis couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and they fell like pearls slipping off a string. And I'm not joking. I won't harm you, but if anything happens to Aiko, it means something will happen to me. We are tied together. Knowing Gale so well, Amaryllis understood that he meant every word. Gale was indeed threatening her, using his own life to make her think twice before harming Sherry. Amaryllis loved Gale so much that she would sacrifice herself for him, yet why was he treating her like this? He knew very well that she would never consider threatening his safety. After receiving a call from Enrique, Gale spoke to him. I've picked up Madeline. Yes, we're heading to Nanhuxi Villa. Yes, you can go straight there. Buy some food, Madeline probably hasn't eaten and must be hungry. Hearing Gale mention she hadn't eaten, Amaryllis couldn't hold back her sobs anymore and covered her face with both hands. She had lived for so long, with the goal of becoming Gaynor's wife, but now her Gaynor had someone else in his heart, rejecting her, leaving her powerless to do anything she did would hurt Gaynor. Clearly, Gaynor was still so kind to her, why couldn't he fall in love with her and stay with her forever? Give me your phone, Gale extended his hand towards Amaryllis. From that day forward, Gale decided to cut off Amaryllis's external communication. Upon reaching Nanhuxi Villa, Amaryllis handed over her phone and remained silent, rushing upstairs to lock herself in her room, refusing to come out. Enrique entered hurriedly carrying the meals packed from a private kitchen. Seeing only Gale in the living room, he hurriedly asked, Lyle, where is Madeline? She's upstairs. Give me the food, you go call Madeline down for dinner, Gale said. Enrique nodded continuously, placed the thermal boxes he and his subordinates were carrying in the kitchen, and went upstairs to call Amaryllis. Standing at the door, he knocked gently. Madeline, come down and eat. I got the Chinese food you like from Corralahead Lu, and also Korean food from the nearby Korean restaurant, all the dishes you enjoy. Pressing his ear against the door, he heard no response inside, so he knocked again. Madeline? Madeline, say something. If not, I'm coming in. Receiving no response, Enrique became a bit worried and, saying, I'm coming in, pushed open the door. Inside, he found Amaryllis asleep on the bed with noise-canceling headphones on, with tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes. Enrique sighed, quietly closed the door, and thought to let Amaryllis sleep a little more before eating. He then rushed downstairs to confess to his brother about letting the secret slip. He hoped that since Amaryllis was here, his brother wouldn't beat him too badly. However, what surprised Enrique was that Gale didn't lose his temper after hearing the whole story. Lyle, you might as well beat me up. Enrique rubbed his hands nervously. You not looking at me and saying nothing makes me a bit scared. Madeline would eventually find out about this. By telling her like this, it's not entirely bad that it might help her recover better, Gale replied softly, standing up and picking up his suit jacket from the sofa. I have other matters to attend to. Watch over Madeline and ensure she doesn't use her phone to contact the outside world. I'll be back tonight. Okay. Enrique stood up and escorted Gale to the door, watching him leave. He then had the staff heat up the meals Amaryllis had brought and sent them out to buy snacks and fruits she liked. Chapter 529, Not Out of Obligation. Amaryllis had been sleeping in her room until dusk. She removed her headphones and opened her eyes, which were noticeably red. Sitting up and gazing at the dark sky, she was only brought back to reality when her headphones slipped from her fingertips and hit the ground. Clifford, who had been waiting outside all along, immediately entered upon hearing the sound of the headphones falling. Seeing Amaryllis sitting cross-legged on the bed with one hand supporting her side as she bent down to pick up the fallen headphones, Clifford quickly moved forward to help her, holding the edge of the bed with one knee on the floor and looking up at Amaryllis while saying, Madeline, you've slept for a long time. Do you want to eat something? I have Korean food, Chinese dishes, and your favorite fruits and snacks. Clifford had sent someone to buy new meals after he had earlier disposed of the leftovers he brought back at noon. Amaryllis's dazed eyes shifted to Clifford's face, and she spoke in a hoarse voice, Lyle Graham Ching. I'm here, Clifford responded. Shall we eat something first? Lyle Gaynor doesn't want me anymore. He told me, if I wanted to take Sherry's life, he wouldn't live alone either. Amaryllis's tears started to drop incessantly. Lyle Graham Ching. Lyle Gaynor doesn't want me. Clifford watched the once arrogant and spoiled Annabelle cry pathetically right before him. This was Sinway Group's only princess, who had always held her head high like a proud peacock. When had she ever appeared so pitiful? Don't worry, Lyle Gaynor just needs time to think things through. If you stay away from Sherry, Lyle Gaynor won't be angry with you. Given enough time, he will come back to you. Remember, he promised Aunt Martin and Bud that he would take good care of you. Clifford whispered gently, I'll also persuade Lyle Gaynor to treat you well. After all, Sherry is already engaged to the Graham family heir. Clifford didn't tell Amaryllis that Sherry's engagement to Curtis was related to him. Even if Lyle Gaynor doesn't love you anymore and no longer wishes to care for you, I'll still be here for you. I will always treat you as my precious gem. You will always be our little princess. I swear. Clifford spoke softly. Amaryllis looked up at Clifford, her tear-filled eyes fixed on his face, making her appear particularly vulnerable. Clifford wiped away her tears. I will never let you be alone, so, about Lyle Gaynor, I'll find a way. I'll keep persuading him, and one day, he will turn back and see you again. You. Amaryllis's throat tightened. She had wanted to ask if Clifford loved her but swallowed the words instead, asking, why do you take such good care of me? I promised Aunt Martin to take care of you. Just like you, I grew up without a mother. Aunt Martin is like a mother to me, and I've always been obedient. And, since Lyle Gaynor went missing, we've grown up together. I've gotten used to taking care of you. Clifford scratched his head. Girls always need special attention, and you're the only young lady I've had around for years. Who else should I take care of? So, are you and Lyle Gaynor treating me like a little sister, out of obligation to Aunt Martin? Amaryllis choked out, taking care of me because you have to? Not just that. Taking care of you is what I truly want to do. Even in the future, I'm willing to continue caring for you. Not out of obligation. Afraid of upsetting Amaryllis, Clifford decided to stop talking and said simply, let's go eat something first. You've slept all day. I don't want to eat. Amaryllis lay back down, wrapping herself in the blanket, and muttered, I want to sleep a little more. Go out and close the door behind you. Seeing that Amaryllis had closed her eyes and was sobbing, Clifford softly replied, I'll have the kitchen keep your food warm. If you wake up hungry, call me, I'll be downstairs. Okay. Hearing Amaryllis's response, Clifford left the bedroom and closed the door behind him. Amaryllis didn't come downstairs until Gail returned. Gail had already called Sherry and decided not to visit her immediately before returning Amaryllis to Haicheng. Learning that Amaryllis hadn't come down for dinner, Gail bit his lip, took off his coat, and got a bottle of water from the fridge. Lyle, maybe you should go upstairs and talk some sense into Madeline. At least get her to come down and eat something, Clifford suggested, standing beside Gail near the fridge. Madeline is no longer a child. If she's hungry, she will come down by herself. Just as Gail finished speaking, they heard Amaryllis's voice coming from the staircase. Lyle Gaynor. Gail and Clifford turned around and saw Amaryllis coming down the stairs, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Gail, chokingly saying, I want to go back to South Korea. I don't want to stay in China. Clifford was taken aback and glanced at Gail. I can visit my father in South Korea too. Amaryllis clenched her fists tightly, tears streaming down her face. If I'm not living with you, I won't always feel the urge to get closer to you or hurt the person you love. Clifford softly called out, Madeline. Let's divorce, Lyle Gaynor. Amaryllis gathered all her courage to say this, I give up for you. She truly loved Lyle Gaynor deeply, but if this continued, she couldn't resist harming the person Lyle Gaynor loved, potentially losing him as well. She realized that when Lyle Gaynor said he would die alongside Sherry if anything happened to her, it wasn't a joke. How could she let Lyle Gaynor be hurt because of her, much less risk his life? If she stayed in China, she would undoubtedly find ways to harm the person in Lyle Gaynor's heart. It was better for her to leave. If you're worried that I might try to harm the person you love even after I return, Lyle Graham Ching can watch over me. Amaryllis turned to look at Clifford. Clifford hadn't expected Amaryllis to suggest that he watch over her. Alright, as long as Clifford has no objections, I accept it, Gail agreed. In addition to Clifford, others will also watch over you to ensure your safety. Although Cooper was arrested in South Korea, remnants of his forces still exist. So, for now, you will have to stay in China with your aunt while we investigate thoroughly in South Korea. Chapter 530, Can't Bear to Leave. Amaryllis nodded. Also, I know you have no experience managing a company. Bud handed Sinway Group over to me, but it is yours. Before you find a suitable person to take over, my plan for Sinway Group is to shift the focus back to China. The current global environment isn't great, and the only truly safe place is in China. Moving the group's focus back home is inevitable. I can entrust the group to Graham Ching. Without waiting for Gail to finish, Amaryllis interjected, in this world, I can only trust Dad, you, and Lyle Graham Ching. Now Dad is in prison, and you also left me. All I have left is Lyle Graham Ching. Madeline, I'm still your brother. I won't abandon you. Sinway Group originally belongs to you. Whoever you want to manage it can do so. Clifford has that capability, Gail said as he looked at Clifford. Graham Ching, are you willing to take over Sinway Group? As long as Madeline agrees, I am willing. Clifford nodded repeatedly, turning to Amaryllis. Lyle will take good care of Madeline. Alright, Madeline, eat something first. Tomorrow morning, go back to Auntie's place, then after everything is settled, return to Korea. Is that okay? Gail asked Amaryllis. Amaryllis nodded with downcast eyes, choked up, and unable to speak. The three sat at the dining table. Seeing Amaryllis stirring her porridge with a spoon, Clifford picked up a shrimp dumpling with his serving chopsticks. This is your favorite. Amaryllis nodded, tears streaming down her face as she ate, looking pitifully miserable. Early the next morning, Gail personally sent Amaryllis back to her aunt's place. Martin Shoshu sighed when she saw Amaryllis with red, swollen eyes. She gently hugged the Anne, wrapping her in her shawl. You're just too young. When you reach my age, you'll realize that love and romance aren't the most important things. Hearing Martin Shoshu's words and feeling her warmth, Amaryllis couldn't help but cry again. Why do you still shed golden beans like you did when you were little? Martin Shoshu chuckled and wiped away Amaryllis's tears. Don't be afraid. Your aunt will take care of you. As long as Auntie is here, nobody can bully you, not even Gaynor. Your aunt has prepared bird's nest porridge for you. Come inside and eat a bit, then get a good night's sleep. Looking at Martin Shoshu's gentle smile, Amaryllis thought of the past few days when Martin Shoshu had taken care of her. Her tears flowed even more. Martin Shoshu led Amaryllis inside while Gail and Clifford followed behind. As they entered, Martin Shoshu used a tissue to wipe away Amaryllis's tears and softly said, Madeline, Auntie has an idea I'd like to share with you. If you're willing. I would like you to become my daughter. Amaryllis looked at Martin Shoshu in surprise, her red eyes wide open. Even if I knew you and Gaynor's marriage was fake, you were technically still a couple. Now that you've decided to end this relationship, I have no children and really like you. Martin Shoshu gently smoothed Amaryllis's hair. Would you consider becoming Auntie's daughter? This way, we can still be family. Amaryllis gazed at Martin Shoshu with her big eyes. It's okay, there's no rush. You can think about it slowly. Martin Shoshu smiled softly. Rest well today and tomorrow. Go shopping with Auntie the day after tomorrow. We'll buy some seasonal clothes. Previously, I heard from Clifford and Gaynor that you're an expert in fashion. I hope to have a daughter accompany me shopping, exercising, traveling, and having coffee together. Previously, your mental state wasn't great, so we never had the chance. But now, your memory is restored, and your mental state has returned to normal. Okay. Amaryllis immediately agreed without hesitation. In the past, these were the things she had only dreamt of doing with her mom and Aunt Martin. They were just dreams. Now, with Aunt Martin Shoshu, who wanted to fulfill her dreams, Amaryllis felt very happy. Gail sat on the sofa, sipping tea. He understood that Auntie was trying her best to resolve his troubles. Martin Shoshu knew that besides genuinely liking Gail, one reason Amaryllis wanted to marry him was because she loved Gail's mother and wished to become her daughter. Without a mother, Amaryllis lacked maternal love and yearned for a mom deeply. As a child, she projected this feeling onto Gail's mother. After Gail's mother passed away unexpectedly, learning that Gail was still alive made Amaryllis transfer all her feelings towards Gail. Just as Gail thought, Martin Shoshu was trying to alleviate his worries, but she also genuinely wanted a daughter. Elmwood had spoiled Amaryllis immensely, yet Martin Shoshu believed Amaryllis wasn't beyond redemption. She was willing to guide Amaryllis back on the right path if her health allowed. Moreover, by recognizing Amaryllis as her daughter, Martin Shoshu cut off any possibility between Amaryllis and Gail. If Amaryllis agreed to become Martin Shoshu's daughter, it meant she was truly letting go of Gail. So, Martin Shoshu didn't pressure Amaryllis into agreeing. She just combed Amaryllis's hair, had her escorted upstairs to rest, and chatted with Gail and Clifford before going upstairs herself. Since the focus of Sunway Group was moving back to China, Amaryllis had to wait for some time even though she wanted to return to Korea. During this period, Martin Shoshu's health improved slightly. She took Amaryllis shopping for clothes, got beauty treatments, and even played piano together. They got along remarkably well. When Martin Shoshu saw flowers blooming in the garden, she would braid Amaryllis's hair, adding flowers into the braids, urging her to change into pretty dresses, praising her as adorable as a flower fairy, and taking photos of her. Amaryllis seemed to be immersed in the love and care from a mother figure. 3 months had passed since Sunway Group was entirely handed over to Clifford. Amaryllis suddenly told Clifford that she wanted to visit her father in Korea and then return. Indeed, Amaryllis now couldn't bear to leave Martin Shoshu. Moreover, given Martin Shoshu's poor health, every mention of Amaryllis returning to Korea made her seem somewhat lonely. Amaryllis couldn't bear it. Chapter 531, Your First Choice. That evening, Amaryllis called Gail, Gaynor Guji, let's announce our divorce to the public. We'll say that initially, because Cooper wanted to seize the Martin family assets and repeatedly tried to harm you. He also tried every trick in the book to snatch you away from the Lee family when you were still recovering from your injuries to secretly eliminate you. So we pretended to get married to keep you at the Lee family legally and ensure your safety. Now that Cooper is in prison, and our marriage has been annulled, let's have Aunt adopt me as her daughter, and we will be siblings, one family. Gail was somewhat surprised, not expecting Amaryllis to come to terms so quickly. The provided translation is already quite accurate and natural. However, for consistency in character names, we should ensure that Amaryllis is used throughout the text instead of Lee. Also, I'll adjust Gail to Rusty Jingrong to maintain consistency with the more common romanization. Here's the revised sentence. Amaryllis. Rusty Jingrong was somewhat surprised, not expecting Amaryllis to come to terms so quickly. Gainer Guji, since you don't love me and will never make me your wife, then I can become Aunt's daughter, and you, forever my brother. Tears fell down Amaryllis's face as she spoke. I really like Aunt. I want to be Aunt's daughter. All right. Gale replied. So this time, you accompany me back to Korea, we'll see Dad, finalize the divorce, and issue a statement, putting an end to everything. Amaryllis wiped her tears with a tissue. Originally, I wanted Graham Ching GGE to go back with me, but we need to handle the divorce, so it has to be you who comes with me. I'm going too. Clifford said softly beside Amaryllis. Okay, I'll prepare here. Can we leave the day after tomorrow? Gale asked. Yes. After hanging up, Gale informed Brielle about Amaryllis's intention to return with him for the divorce procedures, publicly declare their divorce, and become his aunt's daughter. Brielle didn't expect Amaryllis, someone so extreme, to actually agree. Regardless of whether Amaryllis's agreement was genuine or not, Brielle wouldn't loosen the security measures. No matter what happens after you escort Amaryllis back to Korea, whether you officially announce the divorce or why you got married in the first place, our relationship should remain private. I don't want to put grandfather in a difficult position, Brielle said. Of course, that's what we agreed on, Gale replied, his voice carrying a hint of laughter. They were one step closer to being together openly. Or rather, they were already together, just needing to maintain a secret marriage. To Gale, this wasn't a big deal. The day after Gale and Amaryllis returned to Korea, after visiting Elmwood and finalizing the divorce, they publicly announced their separation. Amaryllis held a press conference, explaining that they had only announced their marriage to protect Caleb from Cooper, and in reality, their marriage was in name only. To make this claim more credible, given that Amaryllis had indeed been pregnant before, she brought in Clifford. Amaryllis said the person she truly loved was Clifford, and after divorcing, she would become Caleb's aunt's daughter and henceforth, Caleb's sister. Since Cooper was now imprisoned and all had passed, she stood to tell the truth. This was done with Elmwood's consent. He knew how well Clifford treated his daughter and saw that she favored Clifford. Therefore, he only asked Gale to swear to take care of both his daughter and Clifford, agreeing afterward. Because of cooperation between Curtis's company and the Martin Group, he came to Rusty Corporation to dine with Brielle and mentioned this during lunch. I was still pondering what Sinway Group's heiress would say in her press conference yesterday. Unexpectedly, this couple from the Martin family turned out to be in name only, all for protecting Caleb. But seriously, the least did have their heart in the right place. Brielle nodded without much response. Just as she finished seeing off Curtis, Brielle received a call from Gale. Everything has been resolved. I want to give you a gift. Gale's voice carried warmth. Can the two kids stay at Huading Xingyuan this Friday night? I want to take you and the kids out Saturday. Gale genuinely missed the two children. Previously, unresolved issues with Amaryllis prevented him from boldly expressing his desire to see them. Even if Brielle agreed, Rusty Elder wouldn't have allowed it. Now that matters were settled, Gale couldn't wait to see them. The decision regarding the two kids isn't mine alone. I'll ask Grandpa, Brielle told Gale. I'll speak to him, Gale interrupted, worried that Rusty Elder might take his frustrations out on Brielle. The conflict started because I insisted on being with you, so I'll resolve this. I plan to meet Rusty Elder today. Brielle didn't know how Gale persuaded Rusty Elder, but Friday evening, Ferguson assistant delivered the two kids to her. Before leaving, Ferguson assistant whispered aside from the kids, Mr. Rusty doesn't approve of Miss Starr being with that person, emotionally or for the reputation of the Rusty family. Also, your engagement to young Master Graham hasn't been dissolved yet. So, do not be seen by the media while taking the kids out, avoid putting the Graham family in a tough spot. Otherwise, this will be the last time you're allowed to take the kids to see him. Rusty Elder reluctantly agreed only because he knew the kids missed their dad terribly. Understood, Brielle replied. After sending off Ferguson assistant, Brielle turned around to see the two small ones packing their luggage in the living room. Aurora pulled her stuffed toys out of the suitcase and ran to arrange them in the bedroom. Ralph took out her toiletries from the suitcase. The kids were overjoyed. Rusty Elder and Rusty Veronica had permitted them to spend the weekend with Brielle. If things went smoothly, perhaps every weekend henceforth, the kids would be sent over. Though Ralph and Aurora missed Rusty Elder and Rusty Veronica, they were happy to be with Mommy. Brielle helped the kids finish packing, bathed them, and tucked them into bed before Gale arrived. He hurried over with gifts, hoping to talk to the kids, only to find they had fallen asleep so early. Brielle closed the door quietly and said to Gale standing by the bedroom door with eyes full of longing, let's talk. Matt here. Gale followed Brielle into the kitchen. Brielle poured Gale a cup of warm water. Though you're no longer married to Amaryllis, if Amaryllis is still not my and the kids' first choice, I will choose to part ways with you. I've thought long and hard about whether to hide this feeling or tell you. Hashtag chapter 532, peace and joy. You were right to tell me. Gale didn't wait for Sherry to finish speaking before interrupting her, hugging her from behind. You and the children will always come first with me. Although I know I said earlier that I hoped Madeline would be safe and happy under my watch. But that was a brother's care for his sister, a relative's care for family. But, you and the children are above everything else to me, even Madeline. Gale's sincerity allowed Sherry to put down some of her burdens. She spoke, this is what you said. I swear. Gail kissed the top of Sherry's head. Shall I stay tonight? I'll sleep with you and the children. I came up by elevator from Clifford's place, no one will know. Grandpa said that if he finds out, he might not allow you to see the children again. Yes. Don't worry. The old Mr. Rusty raised me, I won't make things difficult for him. Gail whispered. That night, Sherry and Gail lay down on either side, placing the two children between them. The next morning, when the two little ones woke up and saw Gail beside them, Veda paused in surprise while Coraline instantly recognized him and jumped into his arms. Daddy. Dad. It's Dad. The chubby little hands of the Annabelle wrapped around Gail's neck, happily babbling. Veda turned to look at Sherry, seeing her nod before turning back to Gail, as if suddenly realizing something. His big eyes also turned red. Gail held one child in each arm and walked towards the bedroom door. You know, Dad has completed a secret mission and returned, but because of my special status, I can't tell others about my previous identity. Now, Dad is Caleb. Veda interrupted, I know. Yes. Gail laughed as he placed the two little ones in front of the dining table, putting warm milk in front of them and ruffling their heads. Eat up. Ding dong. Hearing the doorbell, Sherry walked to the door and frowned when she saw Sam on the monitor. What? Sherry asked. Aiko, I have to go abroad. Before I leave, I want to see you. Can you open the door? Just for a few words here at the door. Sam's voice was tinged with pleading. I don't think there's anything left for us to talk about. You should go, Sherry replied. I just want to see you once. If you don't open the door, I won't leave. Sam's voice cracked slightly. She frowned, irritated, and pulled the door open. Say what you have to say. Mad surprised that Sherry opened the door, Sam's expression showed his shock. Then, holding tightly onto the hem of his shirt, he began to speak. Because of company matters, this trip abroad might last half a year. During this time, take good care of yourself and don't overwork. And I hope you can reconsider giving me another chance. I'll do anything. I just need an opportunity to start over with you. I can't live without you. Tears streamed down Sam's face. Aiko, you can't give me up. I can't live without you, please consider it. Just then, a soft, cute figure dressed in strawberry-patterned pajamas and fluffy slippers ran out, hugging Sherry's legs defensively. Mommy, don't talk to the bad uncle, or Daddy will be jealous. Sherry stroked the little one's head gently and spoke to Sam. I won't reconsider. As Sherry spoke, the Annabelle heard footsteps behind her, ignored Sam's shocked face, and reached out to Gail. Daddy, hug me. Gail smiled and picked up the little bundle, standing beside Sherry. He looked at Sam with a claim on his territory. Mr. Youssef, hello. I'm Caleb. Thanks for pushing Aiko away all those years ago, which led to our relationship. Sam couldn't help but recognize the man who looked exactly like Gail. A few days ago, Sinway Group's sole daughter, Amaryllis, had personally held a press conference revealing the true nature of their marriage. Sam's mind buzzed loudly. He had always known Gail and Caleb resembled each other so much that people had been sent by Cooper to kill the wrong person. But Sam never expected this to happen with Sherry. Why, you're the children's biological father? Sam's voice trembled uncontrollably. Yes, thank you for that. Gail smiled. Because I was concerned about their safety earlier, I never told anyone. Mr. Youssef, you're the first outside of us to know. I hope you keep this confidential, considering Aiko still has an engagement with young Master Graham. Of course, even if you tell others, we won't admit it. Sam's breathing became rapid, tears falling continuously as he looked at Sherry. Aiko, you can't leave me. Sam, clinging on like this is meaningless. You're already past in my life. Please preserve some dignity for yourself. With that, Sherry closed the door, shutting Sam and her bad mood outside. Worried that her emotions might affect the children, Sherry calmed herself and asked Gail, what gift did you say you'd send today? You'll see when we go out later. Gail took Sherry's hand and led her to the dining area. Veda sat obediently at the table, eating breakfast. Seeing his sister placed beside him, he pushed the peeled egg to her and drank his milk in one gulp. Veda didn't pay any attention to Sam. He knew that after what Sam did to hurt Mom, she would never accept him again. Now. Veda watched Gail peeling eggs for Sherry, then focused on Sherry. Their father's return as Caleb made it easier for him to be with Mom. Will you never leave Mom and us again? Veda asked, holding an empty milk carton. Gail looked at his son's clear black and white eyes and nodded seriously. No, from now on, Dad will never leave you or Mom. From now on, we'll always be together, a happy family forever. From now on, a happy family forever. This was Veda's wish too. He nodded firmly. Then I believe you. Seeing Veda's serious little face, Sherry's lips curved into a smile. With two children, a grandpa and Mom, and Gail. Sherry felt very content. She only wished that in the future, there would be no more partings or hardships, and everyone she loved could always live peacefully and joyfully. End.